So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto gets Tayuya pregnant during Chunin exam movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. The village was in near rags, but he had no preference about villages anymore. The people all stared and eyed him suspiciously. Then again, his clothing did not necessarily scream friendly at all. He wore a black mesh with an orange swirl on the back along with black pants with white flames on the bottom and black sandals. His hands were covered in black fingerless gloves and the lower half of his face hidden behind a black mask. On his back was a large black and white scroll. Sighing heavily, he put a hand through his blonde spiky hair. Where is this woman at? He asked himself. Once again, he was doing a job in some small country where his client was nowhere to be found because they were afraid of some overlord. At least there's pay. Yes. Naruto Uzumaki, a boy of just 12 years old, was a part-time assassin. His main job was running away from Chunin from Iwagakure no Sato and Konohagakure no Sato. The hidden leaf, he could understand. Hell, he had a run-in with Tsunade shinobi a few years ago and they were still pissed at him. But Iwa, he had no clue why they hated him or wanted him for. He ruled out that they wanted the tenant in his head since they continued to refer to him as the sun, and not the demon. Either way, ducking and dodging tracking teams from certain villages was always number one thing he did. However, today was slightly different. He had been contacted by a woman to help with some problem she was having. Now, usually just that would never get his attention. But seeing that he would be in the land of his ancestors, he could not pass it up. Naruto Uzumaki. A voice said. Turning his head, Naruto saw the woman standing near a bar of some sort. Are you the Naruto Uzumaki? Sometimes. Naruto replied. Being obnoxious always left a mark on his customers. I take it that you are Tsunade, right? The woman nodded. So, what was your problem? And not here. Tsunade said. My place? Lead the way, Naruto said. The woman nearly scurried off and Naruto had to put a little extra energy into his steps to keep up with her. Naruto idly glanced at her hips from time to time. 12 or not, he was still a male and she was a perfect mate. Damn it QJII. Stop making me think about that. Naruto mentally scolded the fox in his head, gaining a loud, sinister chuckle in return. Once the duo made it to the small house of Tsunade, Naruto looked around. His house was bigger than this and that was saying a lot considering his house had to be small in fear that hunter nins would find it. Then again, his house did stretch underground instead. Here we are. Tsunade said. My father should be here soon. Okay. Now tell me what the problem is, Naruto said. Tsunade gave a sorrow look. Gato. We feel as if he has hired an assassin, Zabuza Momochi. At the sound of the name, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Vengeance. So, will you help? Like I said, I don't have much so. Naruto stopped her by raising a hand into the air, for free. The statement nearly caused the woman to glomp him and face-fault into the floor. From what she had heard, Mikaze no Naruto was a Castellan and was usually called to defeat a few bandits. This was a high-ranked Ronin and she had assumed that it was going to cost more than she currently possessed. She was wrong. Naruto, on the other hand, was slowly slipping into the fox's grasp. There were certain times in his life where he allowed the Nine Tails to do whatever he pleased just as long as he did not break the seal or harm anyone important to Naruto. The deal seemed to be a profitable one as of date, seeing as Naruto has been pulled out of several sticky situations with the help of a being that knows the very fundamentals of using almost every kind of jutsu known to man. And if Haku just so happened to interfere and makes things worse on him, he would have no problem giving the fox a body to run wild in. In fact, there was a new jutsu he had been working on as of lately. Maybe this would be the perfect time to use it. Oi, Tsunade-san. Tsunade looked at the short blonde. You said that your dad was returning? Tsunade nodded. When? He left about a week ago to get help as well, Tsunade said. We were not expecting you to arrive at all. But when your toad arrived last night, I realized how wrong we were. Naruto nodded before dropping his scroll. Hi. Excuse me, I have to go check something. With that, Naruto quickly dashed outside. Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, was definitely here. He knew that scent anywhere. Kid, you might want to slow down. You're not strong enough to take on Zabuza yet, Kyuubi said to Naruto. And if you get us killed, I will at least get the pleasure of devouring your soul forever in hell. Whatever. But if I can at least injure him, I can fight Haku one-on-one before turning my attentions to Zabuza, Naruto replied. That's the dumbest thing you've said in a while. Huh, and I just when I thought you grew a brain. Keep it up and I'll put a sound barrier seal in there too, Naruto shot back. This caused the ancient being to growl lowly. Now, we need to focus on his scent. XXX. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura Haruno called as the mist cleared. No way, Kiba Inuzuka said. He couldn't have, Sakura murmured. But he has the Sharingan, Sasuke thought as the three eyed their captured sensei. There's no way that he should have been caught. Zabuza chuckled deeply. I expected more out of you, but I guess that your reputation exceeds you. Zabuza held a single-hand seal, forming a water clone. Take care of the brats. We don't want anything getting in our way. Move, Sasuke said, grabbing Tazuna and jumping away. Kiba grabbed the injured Akamaru, leaving a stiff Sakura in the way of the clone. Before the water clone of Zabuza could swing its sword, Sakura's body was wrapped by something and pulled out of harm's way. After giving it a second glacé, Kakashi realized that something was actually someone's tongue. What kind of jutsu is that? Kakashi thought to himself. Sakura was sat on the ground as the tongue retracted and shrunk into Naruto's mouth. I should have placed a seal on that, Naruto said, wiping his tongue with the back of his hand. Who are you? Kiba asked. Naruto flipped into the air and landed on the shore, half his foot on the lake's surface. Makaze no Naruto. Zabuza stated, it's good to see you again. Unfortunately, you're not in time to save this one. The clone slashed through Naruto. Dobi, Sasuke thought. Baka. Sakura thought at the same time. That looked like that hurt, Naruto said from his spot in the tree. Shadow clone. Kakashi questioned himself. How'd he learn that? Naruto removed his left glove, revealing a seal on the right palm. He began running towards the clone at high speeds. Lightning sealing method. Byakurai. Kakashi's eyes widened as he saw something akin to his own Chidori form into Naruto's palm as the boy thrust his hand forward. A blast of white lightning rushed towards the clone that dodged quickly. The blast, however, continued to where the real Zabuza and Kakashi were. Water style. Water encampment wall. The clone of Zabuza performed the attack, causing a large wall of water to form in time to stop the blast from breaking the prison. A large steam covered the area after the two attacks met. What power? Sakura stammered. Just who is this guy? Sasuke thought. Naruto put his glove back on and gave a low growl. He did not have a lot of lightning sealed to use that technique multiple of times, but Zabuza had unlimited water. He had to find a way to get past the clone. But how? Is that the best you can do? You've grown weaker, Zabuza taunted. I told you that you weren't strong enough to defeat him, the fox chastised. Now what? Naruto smirked. We show them why we're referred to as Makaze no Naruto. Naruto held a hand seal. Kid transformation. A puff of smoke surrounded Naruto, followed with a wave of chakra. When the smoke cleared, there stood a blonde chibi fox on its hind legs with 9 tails behind it. Team 7 gaped while Zabuza and Kakashi both noticeably tensed. That idiot. He just turned to some stupid fox no bigger than Akamaru, Kiba called. We're doomed, Sakura added. Dobi, Sasuke muttered angrily. That chakra, could it be that he's learned about it yet? Kakashi thought. Damn, this kid is pulling out the stunts early, Zabuza thought. The fight with Hitaki has left me tired. Naruto nodded. All right, time to do this. Naruto held a hand seal and his cheeks noticeably expanded before his now enlarged and stretched tongue shot out. This again, Zabuza shouted as the tongue shot underwater. Stop him. Zabuza's clone came directly for Naruto, who stood still. Move. Sakura and Kiba ordered in unison. Naruto grunted before dodging the attack. He was forced to retract his tongue in the process. Zabuza's clone continued his attack, coming directly for Naruto. Time for your swift style, Kyuubi said. Hi, Naruto thought. The sword sliced Naruto, only for his image to shimmer out of existence. That wasn't a clone, Kakashi thought. He dodged that at nearly twice the speed of sound, but how is that possible? Naruto's chibi fox body appeared behind the clone in a small whirlwind, only to vanish again once Zabuza attempted to gut the fox boy again. Take this, Naruto shouted, head-butting Zabuza's clone in the gut, causing it to disperse. Shit, Zabuza thought as Naruto vanished again. Lightning sealing method. Zabuza saw Naruto in front of him now. Byakurai. Zabuza's eyes widened. Haku, Team 7 and Tazuna watched another explosion of mist erupted after the sound of shattering glass. Once the smoke cleared, Naruto was now in his normal form with Kakashi standing beside him. He freed Kakashi-sensei. Sakura said happily. He got away, Naruto panted. Naruto's eyes drooped, tired. Naruto fell towards the water before Kakashi caught him. Naruto, sensei would be proud, Kakashi thought. XXX. Naruto saw the dark sewer that led to his tent. He figured that there must be a reason he was summoned here, so he went to talk to the Baka Fox. He soon came to the usual room where a statue of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, stood guarding the forbidden passage that unleashed the Kyuubi's yin chakra. But his attention was towards the large cage that held the beast. "Alright QJII, what do you want?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi growled. "You insolent fool. You chose to transform into that pathetic transformation, drawing out more chakra than needed, when you could have just transformed into the real thing. And risk you hurting the one-eyed guy and the others? I'll take my chances," Naruto said. "Why? Are these mortals of any use for you?" the fox questioned. "No," Naruto replied. "But I couldn't let that rat Zabuza get away without a fight. Besides, you know that I have Uzumaki blood in me. We always find a way to end up on top. Might I remind you that 2 of the last Uzumakis are out to kill you?" Kyuubi asked. "And the last time we ran into Hiriko, we were lucky that Jiraiya was nearby or else." Naruto was silent for a moment. Hiriko Uzumaki was an old man with a serious problem. He had dreams of starting the 4th Great Shinobi World War just to prove a point. With his seal that allowed him to use the dark release, he was a powerful foe. Naruto had attempted to redo the seal on himself, but could not. So he settled with the lightning sealing method and another that he had picked up in Tsunade no Sato. "Your skills are improving," Naruto beamed at the compliment, "but that does not make you immortal." Yeah, say it don't spray it," Naruto responded nonchalantly. "Besides, we lived, didn't we? I had the fight in my hand this entire time. You're lucky that you have that swift release at your knowledge," the fox told its jailer. "If not, you would have been sliced in half. And even then, you can only use it for a limited time because it tires you out. You need to find a way to use it without killing yourself or else they'll change your name from Mikaze no Naruto to Kamikaze no Naruto." Kamikaze no Naruto, it has a nice ring to it. Naruto was grateful that the cage stopped the clawed hand that would have crushed him like it was meant to. Instead, Naruto laughed. "See you around QJII. And might I suggest cleaning up in here once in a while? It's kind of dirty." The fox watched the boy's retreating figure with a dark smirk. "One day, I shall have the pleasure in meeting you on the battlefield, Naruto Uzumaki." XXX Naruto opened his eyes. He could sense several of living creatures around him. 7 human, 1 dog, and fleas. Lots and lots of those little buggers. "He's awake." Naruto recognized the voice as the pink-haired Screecher from earlier. He sat up to see her and her team along with the old man he assumed to be Tsunami's father, Tsunami, and a boy that he had no recollection of. "Are you alright?" Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. "Fine. Thanks for carrying me here, but I have a job to do." Naruto attempted to move, but hissed in pain. He removed the glove on his left hand and saw the lightning seal nearly burning into his skin. "That's not good." "Do you need something for that?" Tsunami asked. "Yeah," Naruto replied. "Can you hand me my scroll?" Without another word, the woman left the area. "This sucks." "Wait, if you're a wanting man too, then why are you after Zabuza?" Sakura asked. "And how can such a small fry be such a big threat?" Kiba added. Sasuke did not say anything seeing that his teammates had asked both questions that he wanted to know. Though, he would have asked the blonde how he had become so strong instead of how he became such a big threat. Sasuke knew that threats came in all shapes and sizes, friend, foe, or family. "Here it is," Tsunami said, struggling to carry the large thing back to Naruto. It was much heavier than it appeared. Naruto took the scroll and opened it, placing his left hand on a handprint of the same appendage. The seal began to glow bright green as Naruto gave a small sigh of relief as the seal on his left hand became clearer. A dark red chakra outlined his hand before disappearing. "That's better," Naruto said, slipping his glove back on. Lightning restored and hand healed. Naruto then hopped off of the bed, startling everyone. "Now, onwards to find Momochi." "Wait just a minute, Naruto," Kakashi said, gaining a curious frown from Naruto. "We have to talk, alone." Naruto then spotted the one thing he should have seen from the start, that cursed Hiat. "So you're Leaf Nin huh? Come to take me back?" Naruto said. "Well, I'm not. I'm not here for that. Besides, I'm too tired to do anything about it anyway," Kakashi said. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a critical eye before sighing. "Good. Now, this way." Naruto followed Kakashi, strapping his scroll on his back as he walked out the back. The two were eventually in the back of the house near the docks. So, I take it that you know most of everything, right? Kakashi asked. Naruto shrugged. Most of it. There are still some things I don't know. And what about Konoha? Any chance you'll be returning there? Kakashi said. Naruto looked at the sea in front of him. There are people there that worry about you. The Hokage, for instance. Naruto was silent before smirking beneath his mask. I take it that the law still stands. No one knows about the Uzumaki clan. No one talks about the nine-tailed fox. I guess you're right to be angry at that, though, how you obtained the information is still far from legal. Naruto shrugged, but Kakashi continued. But for the sake of your rising bounty, I advise that you either lay low on this mission or afterwards. I'll go home as soon as this is over, I promise, Naruto said, but until then, I have a mission to do. Zabuza Momochi will be defeated. Sure, Kakashi said. XXX Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura sat with one another after dinner outside. This guy is a nuke nin, and from the sounds of it, a pretty strong one, Sasuke said. We will need to take him seriously if we want to take him down. Why not just wait for Kakashi-sensei? Sakura questioned. You saw how fast he moved. He could be the one really after Tazuna. Sasuke said. You saw it yourself. He had a clear shot and Zabuza just disappeared. If he wanted to kill him, he would have. Kiba nodded. Makes sense, but what about that stupid fox move? If he transforms, then we're out of luck. Sasuke-kun can beat him. Sakura screeched. Beat who? The voice caused all three to jump in fear and whip their heads towards Naruto sitting in a branch above them. Yo. Kiba pointed. How'd you get there without me sensing you? Do you know how many foxes actually slip by a dog's noise a year? Let me tell you, a lot. Naruto said, causing Kiba to growl. What? Who are you? Sasuke asked. Oh, that. Naruto said before jumping into the air and landing in front of the three with a weird stance. I am the heir of seals. I am the next sage of toads. The wielder of the strongest power known to men. I am the feared Mikaze, Naruto Uzumaki. Kiba, Sakura, and Sasuke stood annoyed as they swore they saw flames rising behind Naruto. Sakura's left eye twitched. That's really annoying. Naruto fell, anime style, onto the ground, face first. He did that to impress her. So you're some stupid nuke who everyone is looking after? Kiba said as Naruto hopped to his feet. But you're just a kid like us. How can you be that feared? Oh, that's easy. I'm stronger than you, Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head. You're not stronger than Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. There's no possible way that you are. Huh? Sasuke-kun. Naruto said as he eyed Kiba and then Sasuke. He walked to the Uchiha and stared at him. He then closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He doesn't look that tough. Now it was Sasuke's turn to be furious. How dare this dobe down the last of the Uchiha? He would pay dearly for that mistake. How about a spar then? Sasuke said, knowing that the blonde still had to be tired from his bout with Zabuza. Right here, right now. Nah. Naruto said, turning around. Maybe next time. The statement threw Sasuke into a deep rage. Running through hand seals at lightning speeds, he inhaled deeply. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he exhaled the large fireball towards Naruto. That showed him. Sakura thought. Wham! And that's why Sasuke-kun is the best, Inner Sakura added, holding a V for victory sign. Sasuke ended his attack to see that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Rule of a missing nin, Naruto said, a kunai pressed lightly against Sasuke's neck. Never let your guard down. Sasuke quickly spun around with a punch. The blonde ducked the blow, thinking that it would be much more fun tiring the Uchiha out before he finished it. Though he was a bit tired from the earlier bout, he could easily tap into the fox's chakra and use the swift release, if push came to shove. Sasuke's foot connected with Naruto's side. The pain was bearable as Naruto landed a punch on Sasuke that knocked the boy backwards. Naruto did a hand seal before his cheeks puffed up. Not that creepy tongue move again, Sakura thought with a quiver as she remembered how she was saved earlier. Naruto shot his now extended and expanded tongue at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged it, only for the muscle to quickly turn and pursue. How do I dodge this guy's tongue? Sasuke thought before freezing. That did not come out right. Sasuke threw several kunai at Naruto's tongue. Naruto quickly retracted it, seeing that he did not want any harm coming to his favorite muscle. He would never be able to taste ramen again if something were to happen to his tongue. Don't forget about me, Kiba shouted, piercing fang. Kit, now is time for that secret technique of yours. Kyuubi said as Naruto dodged the attack. Right. Naruto said holding a hand seal. Ninja art. Beast mimicry transformation. Two tails. A puff of smoke surrounded Naruto before quickly vanishing. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba stood a bit horrified at the new Naruto. His blonde hair had grown and now had a much redder tint to it. His arms and hands were covered in a fine red fur, ending at his elbows. Two red tails were behind him, like his earlier transformation, though his eyes were red with fox slits. His mask dropped onto the ground, revealing feral whiskers on his face. What is this? Kyuubi asked. I feel my power slipping into yours, but my will will not go into your mind. Call it a precaution. Naruto thought. Now, Naruto said to his two opponents. Are you sure you want to do this? Dobi. Sasuke called before doing the great fireball jutsu again. Wind release. Fox twister. Naruto called, whipping a tail in front of him. A twister appeared, absorbing Sasuke's attack. The twister disappeared, taking the flames with it. Naruto then ran for Sasuke. He's fast, Sakura thought as she moved to help her crush. Piercing fang. Kiba called. Forgot about him. Naruto thought, flipping over Kiba. Guess I should give him something to play with. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto said, creating another copy of himself. Now, let's differentiate between ourselves. You got it, boss. The clone said, doing a hand seal. Kid transformation. The clone transformed into the chibi fox from earlier. Let's go. Right. Naruto said, going for Sasuke again. Naruto's clone looked at Kiba and did a hand seal before shooting its tongue towards the Inuzuka. This again. Kiba thought, dodging the attack. Meanwhile, the real Naruto dodged Sasuke before swatting Sakura away with a tail. He mentally groaned as he was using this extra chakra for nothing. XXX. Inside of Naruto's mindscape, the legendary beast chuckled menacingly. That Gaki's divided himself, making it easier for my will to take over. Since he's using both transformations that merge our bodies partially, this should be much easier. The fox said as a line of red chakra went for the door with its yin chakra sealed inside. Soon, I will have my revenge. The red eyes of the Kushina statue began to glow, forcing the Kyuubi's chakra to retract away from the door. Curse you, Kushina Uzumaki. It seems as only Naruto can open that door. The fox stated. Mark my words, Uzumaki. I will never fully merge with your son. Do you hear, my Kushina? I will wipe out the Rikudo's descendants one by one, starting with the cursed Uchiha clan. The eyes stopped glowing and Kyuubi could swear he heard the woman's childish laughter from when the two first met years ago. I hate this clan. Kyuubi muttered. XXX. Naruto had no clue on what the Baka fox inside of him was shouting about, so he continued to focus on Sasuke and Sakura. Take this, Cha, Sakura called, coming in with a kunai. Pathetic. Naruto thought as he twisted Sakura's arm and flipped her onto her back. Naruto felt a strain the chakra from his clone. Trying to restrain the fox while using its power is starting to become a burden. I have to dispel my clone. After dispelling the clone and learning Kiba's fighting style, Naruto smirked. He could feel his chakra returning to him at a fast rate. Now, Sasuke called. Naruto saw Sasuke and Kiba come for him. Using a small boost of chakra, he used his swift release. Swift flying god technique. A move inspired by his father and his great UNLCE Hiriko, and dodged both as his body shimmered out of existence. Where'd he go? Kiba asked. Don't move, Naruto said. Kiba and Sasuke both saw Naruto standing over Sakura, his left clawed hand generation a sphere of white lightning as he pointed the palm towards the pinkette. One move and I blast her into the next life and then some. Sasuke debated about this for a moment. She was weak, she did get in the way, but she was his teammate. He would be no better than Itachi if he killed her for the sake of his own gains. You jerk. Fight us without using dirty tactics, Kiba ordered. If that's how you feel, Naruto said as the lightning began to grow. Wait. Sasuke said. We yield. Naruto knew Sasuke was lying, but went along with it anyway. Fine. Kai. In a puff of smoke, the boy had reverted back to his normal self. Surprisingly, and annoying in Sakura's case, the mask was replaced around the lower half of Naruto's face. Now, let's pretend that this never happened, okay? Sure. Sasuke said. Once the lightning was resealed, Sasuke made his move with a barrage of shuriken. Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought as she knew that some of them would hit her. Naruto stood frozen for a split second before removing the glove from his right hand. Iron sand. Iron dome. Naruto shouted as a dome of black sand covered Naruto and Sakura. No way, Kiba thought. Sasuke growled. That Dobi outsmarted me again. Once the sand went back into the seal on the palm of Naruto's right hand, Naruto glared at Sasuke. What the hell were you thinking? You could have killed her, Naruto shouted angrily. Sasuke did not respond as Naruto's chakra built. He could already tell that this was going to hurt. You want to know why they call me Mikaze no Naruto? Naruto said, his eyes now red and 3 tails of red chakra sprouting from his back. I'll show you. Wind release. Devil Storm Jutsu. The 3 tails whipped in unison, creating a black spiral that shot into the air. Sasuke and Kiba watched the black twister turn in midair before descending on Sasuke. The attack hit the ground, sending debris and dust flying everywhere. Even Kiba, who was just standing near Sasuke, was blown by the power. The tails receded and Naruto stood panting. That move was to be used only in a dire situation and he could only use it up to 2 times a day, and afterwards, he would not be able to use the swift release. Kakashi now held Sasuke in a tree, saving him from the attack. Naruto, I will discipline my students. Kakashi said, giving the blonde his infamous, yet creepy, eye smiles. Okay? Whatever. Naruto said, turning around. I'm going to take a nap, don't bother me. Naruto walked off, leaving the team to stand there in a mixture of shock and fear. Sasuke, Kakashi said in a grave tone. Never, ever, pick a fight with him again, understood? Under no circumstance will you fight him unless I am there to make sure that it is a spar. Or what? Sasuke asked. Or he'll kill you. Kakashi answered, gaining a gasp from Sakura. Now that he pictures you as an enemy, he will not hesitate to kill you, even if that means breaking the bones in his body to do so. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura stammered. What was that weird sand? He's traveled around and learned how to seal certain attacks. He wears these seals on his body to fight, such as the lightning sealing method we saw earlier and the earth sealing method you saw just now. Kakashi said. He's undoubtedly one of the strongest ninja in his age group and could give a low Jonin, high Chunin a run for his money. Then why don't you take him down and take him in? Sasuke asked. Kakashi eyed Sasuke. Given his heritage, I doubt that when Naruto chooses to fight me one-on-one, I won't stand a chance. This caused all 3 of Kakashi's students to gape. That, plus the Hokage has given us strict orders about how to encounter Naruto. Never go in with the attempt to kill. He will pick up on it and defend himself. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sakura murmured. A seals master, Kiba added. Adobe. Sasuke finished, and I will defeat him. Wait to see. Naruto woke up and dispelled the 2 clones used for guarding. So Kakashi has check on me twice, huh? Oh well. Naruto thought before hopping out of the tree. He raised his hands into the air and several paper seals flew up his sleeves. Time for breakfast. Naruto unstrapped his large scroll and sat it down before unrolling it. He eyed the seals that stored his food. He grimaced at the fact that he was low on ramen. He would have to steal and seal some later. So, begrudgingly, he settled with a perfectly sealed sandwich. When Jiraiya told him that seals would allow all foods to live up to 10 times their normal rate, he was a little skeptical at the idea. Now, he used it full-heartedly. Naruto looked up to see Tsunade. Kakashi told me to inform you that his team has gone off for some training. They're in the woods by the lake if you want to join them. I'm fine. Naruto said before looking at Tsunade. Say, do you know where an old compound is? Has this swirl on the gates? Tsunade paused to think before shaking her head. Sorry, I can't help you, but I'm sure my dad could, Tsunade said. Naruto groaned. He did not want to ask the drunken old man, but seeing that he had no other choice, he ate his sandwich quietly. Is everything okay? Last night, we heard your fight with Kakashi-san's team, Tsunade said. Naruto grinned beneath his mask. Everything is fine. They just caught me off guard, that's all. After finishing his sandwich, Naruto rose to his feet. Now, where is old man Tazuna at anyway? XXX Tazuna wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead before he went back to work on the bridge. He was about to begin hacking away on another stone to shape it perfectly before a voice nearly caused him to have a heart attack. Yo. Ak. Tazuna flinched before eyeing Naruto's half-masked face. Baka. You almost caused me to chip the block. Really? Oh, Naruto said. I'm looking for a compound here. Compound? What would you know about any compound around here? Tazuna asked. Naruto smirked. Trust me. I would know. Now, where is it? It's important for my mission. Tazuna glared at Naruto. I'm not telling you where the last remains of our once lavishing country lies for you to defile it. I thought you were going to say that. Naruto said, rubbing his chin in a thoughtful manner. How about we make a deal? I send in a few shadow clones to help with the bridge if you tell me where the Uzumaki compound is. The name of the clan seemed to cause all of the elder men to stop their work and stare at Naruto. Did I say something wrong? The blonde asked, looking around. What do you know about the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade asked. Well, if I knew something about them, I wouldn't be asking you about where their compound is, now would I? Naruto retorted. But if you must know, I ran into Hiriko Uzumaki a few years back. So that's how I learned of the clan's origins. You have no right. I have all the right. Naruto cut off. Now tell me where it is or I'll turn this island upside down myself in search for it. Tsunade and Naruto glared at one another as some of the men began to close in on Naruto. Using the fox's chakra, Naruto sent a killer intent that told the others that he meant business. Tsunade, not wanting more enemies than he already has, sighed. He reached into his pocket and handed Naruto a map. There. I hope you find what you're looking for, Tsunade said. Thanks. Naruto said before eyeing the map. This way. With that, the blonde dashed off quickly. He'll never find it. One of the men said. Those seals make it completely hidden from everyone. Tsunade sighed. That's what I'm hoping. XXX Sasuke sat on a tree branch and watched Kiba struggle and fail to run up the side of the tree, and Akamaru doing nothing more but barking. Come on, Kiba Baka. We all have to get strong if we're going to take down Naruto. Sakura called from a tree branch beneath Sasuke. I'm trying. Kiba barked back. Give me a break, will ya? Kakashi eyed his teammates before he felt a chakra signature zipping past. What are you up to, Naruto? Kakashi thought. XXX Naruto paused and looked around. No gates. No walls. No houses. Just trees, grass, dust, and a view of the sea. This is where it's supposed to be, Naruto said. I sense an extreme amount of chakra in front of you, the fox stated. I do too, Naruto said before putting his hand on the ground. 5 elements grave seal. Seals that appeared to be chains raced along the ground to invisible locations. Naruto watched the chains wrap around previously unseen seals before the chakra was repressed. A large wall appeared in front of Naruto. Bingo, Naruto said before creating a shadow clone. Stand guard and keep the seal up. Hi, the clone said as the real Naruto hopped over the wall. Naruto looked around the area. There were several statues of different animals. More importantly, they were statues of the Biju. Looks like they weren't stupid, Naruto said, walking towards the largest building. They knew what they were dealing with. Naruto could hear a low growl coming from his tenant. Something wrong, QJII? No, the 9-tailed fox replied, though Naruto was far from believing him. Naruto opened the door and felt a chilling wind brush past him. He stepped into the building before candles lit up around him. Weird, Naruto said. The fox sat quietly. He had been here before. He knew why the candles lit up. Only one with Uzumaki blood would get the candles to light. They made sure of that. Anyone else would get a rainstorm of kunai and shuriken, followed by the erupting flames from the sealed floor panels. Yes, he had witnessed the destruction of this cursed clan far too many times. Naruto walked towards a large wall inside of the building that had a carving in it. He studied the carving, seeing a picture of a young Madara Uchiha fighting against a young Hashirama Senju. Behind the Senju were several trees, growing like a tidal wave above the Shoden Hokage. Behind the Uchiha stood the 9-tailed fox. Naruto continued to study the carving and saw a woman fighting the Biju. Evidently, this woman sealed the fox within her. He continued looking before he saw a carving of the woman inside of his mind. The one the fox referred to as Kushina. She seemed to have had the fox sealed in her after the first woman. Who are these people, QJII? Naruto asked. My former jailers, the fox answered. Not important, so let's get out of here. They were all Uzumaki. Why have you been sealed in only Uzumaki? And what does the Uchiha or the Senju have to do with this? Naruto questioned. Tell me, fox. I can't. I can say that it is more than a coincidence that my second and third jailers were Uzumaki. As for Mito, the woman you see at the top, she was just a strong combatant and caught me at a weak moment, Kyuubi explained. Naruto began focusing on the information and what he had heard from both Jiraiya and Hiriko. XXX flashback. Hiriko looked at the downed 8-year-old Naruto. Your father was a powerful opponent. You remind me a lot like him, Hiriko said. You still lack that Uzumaki spirit, though your mother seemed to have passed something down to you. End flashback. XXX flashback. Hey Ero-sensei, a 10-year-old Naruto began. If my mom was the Uzumaki, Why aren't there many pictures of her? You seem to have a lot of my dad. Jiraiya looked down at his godson and grinned. That's because the Uzumaki clan like to live in secret. Jiraiya said. Don't worry though. Your mother is with you every step of the way so long as you draw breath. Like the fox in my head? Naruto asked. Jiraiya chuckled. Exactly like the fox in your head. End flashback. XXX. She's my mother. The statement nearly caused the Kyuubi to flinch. He cursed Jiraiya teaching this boy to investigate. So, this Kushina chick is my mother. That's how I'm an Uzumaki. That's why I was chosen for you. Naruto said before turning around. I wonder what else is in here. I'm serious, Kit. Get out of here while you still can. Kyuubi growled. Not until I find out everything I can. Naruto replied. About you. About the clan. Hiriko's dark release seals. Nagato's freaking eye thingy. There's got to be secrets in here about it somewhere. You're playing with fire, the fox warned. Your clan was not as humble and nice as you may believe. Sure, they fought for the better of the world, but they were known for sealing me into their clansmen. And I am not a good influence. Ah, you worry too much. Naruto said, opening a door. Naruto immediately ducked several of spears that would have impaled him. The fox sweat dropped. Okay, so maybe you do have a point. Naruto stuck his hand into the room to ensure his safety before stepping inside. He looked around to see dust and ash everywhere. No way am I going to be able to look at this entire place by myself. Naruto said, ungloving his right hand. Sand clone jutsu. The black sand poured out of his palm and shaped into a perfect clone of Naruto. The two split as the real Naruto headed directly for the dresser. Dark chakra is in there. The Kyuubi informed. Yeah, I feel it too. Naruto said, opening a drawer. There was a small book covered in cobwebs and dust. Naruto blew the dust off of the book and opened it. Just some boring book about the Tsuchigumo clan. Baka. The Tsuchigumo clan is one of the last remaining clans built on Fuinjutsu. The nine-tailed fox chastised. You should find where there if you want to know more about your worthless clan. Seeing that they're probably an enemy, I guess I should. Naruto said, pocketing the book. I wonder what else is here. Thought that pervy sage said that they were a secretive clan. Surely there's a secret passage around here some. Boss. The sand clone said as a flight of stairs appeared in front of it, descending into a basement-like area. Well, that was convenient. Naruto said, walking to the steps. Well, here goes nothing. Naruto and his clone began to descend into the dark and dusty area. Alright, Fox, since you've clearly been here, Naruto said. Where the heck are we? Wish I could tell you. I honestly don't know. Neither Kushina nor Mito were allowed down here. Kyuubi said. If Mito was here, then it was before I was sealed inside of her. I see. Naruto said before candles along the walls lit up. Okay, that's creepy. Negative energy. The fox said. On it. Naruto said, walking towards where the chakra was coming from. Naruto's sand clone followed him, though both were thoroughly spooked. I wonder what Kakashi is doing. Naruto thought. XXX. So, you're saying he left for the Uzumaki compound? Kakashi asked Tazuna. Yeah, and he was real passionate about finding it. Tazuna said. Even if he finds the location, he'll never find it. They've hidden it from all outsiders. Do you know exactly where? Kakashi asked. Tazuna pointed. Good, watch after my students. Before Tazuna could say anything, the copy nin vanished in a swirl of leaves. Tazuna grunted. No respect. XXX. Naruto had found several of old scrolls containing bits and pieces of information, but none of what he wanted to find. There were several instructional scrolls about how one could seal fire or water or even chakra reserves. But none of that intrigued the young Uzumaki. He was on a mission. Get strong or die. I don't see anything on that creepy eye thingy, Naruto said, or anything about the dark sealing method. Maybe he created it, Naruto's sand clone suggested. Yeah, but there has to be some basics to it, Naruto said. Kind of like using the earth sealing method for the Sandame Cage's signature iron sand. Right. The clone said. A wave of killer intent washed through the area. What was that? I don't know. Naruto said before a figure came through the wall like a ghost. Ah, what the hell is that thing? Why is its eyes wrapped? How can it see? The clone asked. The creature held its hands towards the two blondes, revealing eyes in its palms. That's disgusting. That's a te no mi, the fox explained. It seems that whoever summoned it left it here to guard something. So if I want answers, I have to get through that thing? Naruto asked. Great. I knew this was going to be tough. Alright boss, so what do we do? The sand clone asked before looking around to see Naruto running for the steps. Yubaka. Naruto was close to the steps before they simply vanished. What's going on? Naruto asked. Someone or something dispelled your clone. Your seal is weakening and the clan's defense seals are taking affect. The Kyuubi said. I told you to leave while you could. Yeah. Naruto said as he turned to see the demon and his clone coming for him. He removed his glove from his left hand. Good thing I charged up last night. Naruto held his palm in front of him. Lightning sealing method. Byakurai. The blast shot through the sand clone and landed on the Tei no Mi. After the sand clone reformed beside Naruto, Naruto ended the attack. See? That wasn't so tough, Naruto said before the Tei no Mi regenerated in front of him. Or I could be wrong. The eyes on the hand of the demon began to give off a powerful chakra before blasting it towards Naruto and his clone. The two dodged it before scurrying down a corridor. How do we beat that thing? Naruto's sand clone asked. I don't know. It just keeps regenerating, Naruto called before hopping over the beam. And it's gaining on us. Stop. The Kyuubi ordered. I sense the origin, that way. Naruto followed the fox's directions before they came to a closed door with a large glowing seal on it. Better get rid of this, Naruto said. Wait, there's a dark consumption seal somewhere, the Biju said. The only way to defeat this is to destroy it physically without using chakra. I got this, Naruto's sand clone said before punching the door, becoming a pile of black sand. Naruto's sweat dropped. I guess it forgot that my chakra is what keeps it shape. Naruto resealed the sand into his hand and replaced his glove. Oh well. I guess this is it. The Tei no Mi slowly took aim at Naruto. Naruto watched with a waiting eye, preparing to dodge any way possible. He was not out of tricks yet. The demon launched an attack towards Naruto before Naruto's body shimmered away. The seal on the door absorbed the attack before blasting it back towards the being. Naruto reappeared in the spot he was previously in, seeing that the foe was no more. Alright, Naruto said before turning to the door. A 5 elements grave seal will only open the door, but it'll suck my chakra dry. So I'll have to go in there using no chakra at all. Straight man power. Don't break a nail. The fox joked. Naruto punched the door. His fist stayed on the door before he quivered and removed his hand. Ow. Naruto said holding his sore left hand. Stupid door. I got something for that. Naruto removed his glove, disregarding the fox's rants. Lightning sealing method. Byakurai. Naruto's palm met the seal before being thrown backwards. Naruto slid on his back before rolling onto his feet, ignoring the burning sensation from his hand. The door opened. What? Naruto said to himself. Baka, did you check to see if that was a blood seal? Kyuubi asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I guess I forgot, heh. The fox went on to ramble about stereotypes of blondes and how it could be true if one based it on the great Makeis no Naruto. Naruto walked into the room before the door shut and locked. Freaky door. Freaky room. Freaky compound. Freaky clan. Naruto shouted before looking around. Whoa, the library. Calm down, kid. They all look the same, the fox said. Maybe instead of doing research for your perverted sensei, you should actually pick up a book. Says the fox that has a photogenic memory and uses those images for Kami knows what. Naruto replied looking around. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created 3 clones. Alright, time to see what we can find. Hi. The 3 clones said going through the scrolls on the shelves. What do you expect on finding? Kyuubi questioned. Anything that will help me take on Hiriko. Naruto said. And then, it might not be bad to find a way to survive without Ero Sennin. Oh, and a way to stop you once you finally find a way to override the seal. You're smarter than I take you for, the fox responded. Yeah, and you're stronger than many people take you for, Naruto said. I can't take any chances. XXX Kakashi looked around the clearing. There's definitely a chakra signal coming from this area, but nothing. Kakashi thought before sighing. And I really wanted to rest. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, the compound coming to life as soon as he did. Did that just respond to my Sharingan? Kakashi asked himself. XXX inside, Naruto saw several of seals appear along the walls. What's going on? Naruto asked. My guess is that someone has triggered an alarm of some sort. The Nine-Tailed answered. It might be best if you left. Now. I can take care of a few bandits. It's in my job description, remember? Naruto said. Now, let's continue our search. XXX Zabuza hissed in pain. Though Haku's demonic ice mirror rose in time to shield him, but the attack was still powerful enough to blast through and nip his arm. I am sorry Zabuza-san. I was unprepared for his attack, Haku said. It's not your fault. I should have known that he would use that to save Kakashi. Zabuza said. I should have finished him off while I had the chance. Do you want me to take him out? Haku asked. If you can. Zabuza said. He held that swift release longer this time. He's faster and unquestionably stronger. If he catches you, it will surely be the end. I will keep my distance, Zabuza-san. You don't have to worry about me, Haku said. Zabuza looked at Haku. You are going to kill someone, even if that meant going against your own wishes? Naruto will not stop until you're dead. I will make sure that you are safe, Haku stated. Do so, Zabuza said, and leave Kakashi to me. I will kill him myself. Hi, Haku said with a bow. Zabuza grunted in pain again as he checked his arm again. Was it just sheer coincidence that Naruto hit his right arm or was it planned? The blonde did seem to be fighting a lot more disciplined since their last meeting. Zabuza smirked. Maybe this would be fun after all. XXX Kakashi looked around the room before stepping inside. He eyed the floor, seeing hundreds of seals scattered about. Creating a shadow clone, Kakashi ordered the clone to walk across the floor. At first, everything looked okay, but before long, hundreds of kunai fired from the ceiling. The clone went to dodge before flames shot from the floor, effectively dispelling the clone. That looked painful. Kakashi thought. After the attacks stopped, Kakashi realized that he would not be able to go inside the building, at least not through this entrance. He backed away and began searching for another way inside. One way or another, Naruto got inside and will not let his sensei's son die on his watch. Noop nin or not. XXX Naruto read the scrolls that were there with his clones. Once he had a sufficient amount of knowledge, he dispelled his clones, one at a time to avoid a massive knowledge rush. Those were painful. Now, to get out of here, Naruto said before going to the door. He paused. Blood seal. Naruto bit his thumb and placed it on the door unlocked. Ha! Naruto opened the door to see 3 Tainomi in front of him. Not good. XXX Kakashi had no clue on what was going on, but he heard shouts, screams actually, and explosions coming from beneath him. Naruto, Kakashi said doing hand seals before biting his thumb. Summoning jutsu, in a puff of smoke Pakun stood in front of Kakashi. Pakun, I need you to find Naruto. Naru who? The pug asked. Sensei's son. Kakashi said revealing a cloth with Naruto's sweat on it from the previous day. Here's his scent. Find him. The dog sniffed it before walking around. He soon stopped. Right down here. Pakun said. Kakashi nodded. Thanks. Now here comes the hard part. XXX Naruto flipped over another one of the demons and continued running. Why are they after me? Naruto shouted. It's not you who they're after, it's me. Kyuubi replied. They can sense me inside of you. Well, do something. Naruto called. I can't, your forsaken seal stops me from ripping them and you to shreds, the fox barked. Naruto groaned. Stupid fox baka. I heard that, Kyuubi roared. Okay. Running isn't going to do me justice, and I can't use the grave seal because I'm nowhere near where the original source of chakra is. Naruto said before sliding around a corner. He soon stopped once he saw 10 more of the cursed demons. Oh, give me a break. Naruto prepared himself for a swift release, knowing that it would seriously tire him out, until he heard something that sounded like cracking earth. What is that? Naruto thought before a light poked through the ceiling. Oh come on, not another one. Rakery. Naruto saw the lightning-based technique blast through the demons. The Tei no Mi turned towards Kakashi before disappearing in a puff of smoke. What was that about? Naruto asked before Kakashi looked at him. Are you alright? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. Fine. How'd you find me? The compound should have been invisible. Kakashi grinned beneath his mask, the Sharingan. Naruto frowned in thought. XXX flashback. Naruto and his clones went through the library and its scrolls. Say, QJII, Naruto said. Why is it that the Uchiha don't seem to be in any of these scrolls? Did they hate the Uzumaki clan or something? Seeing that the Uzumaki were cousins of the Senju, they would have to be relatives of the Uchiha as well. The Kyuubi replied. Someone must have gotten here after the destruction of Uzu no Kuni and took them. Possibly the same person who activated those to know me. So, how would they get in here? They would need blood of an Uzumaki, right? Naruto asked. I don't have all the answers. Find out for yourself, the fox said. Naruto's eyes squinted as he thought. An Uchiha or Tsuchigumo could have gotten into here and placed seals everywhere. But, like the blood seal to reach the library, that would mean only an Uchiha or Tsuchigumo could stop those demons. I need Arrow Sennin, Naruto muttered. End flashback. XXX. So are you ready to get out of here? Kakashi asked. Hi. Naruto said before peering up through the hole. Let's go. XXX. Sakura and Kiba collapsed on the ground after helping the bridge builders for the majority of the day. Orochimaru lied next to Kiba, just as tired as he was. Sasuke, on the other hand, stood over his two teammates, glaring at them. It was not that tough, Sasuke said. Up yours Uchiha, Kiba retorted. You guys look wiped, Naruto said, causing the three to jump in surprise again. Yo. Damn it. Sakura said before landing a punch on the blonde. Stop doing that. Kakashi watched Naruto land in a very odd fashion before turning back to his students. So, how was your day? Kakashi asked. He can't be serious, Kiba thought. Our day was horrible. Sakura shrieked. After doing your training for nearly 5 hours straight, we get put to help a bunch of old guys build a bridge. My back hurts and I'm nearly out of chakra. You know, Sakura-chan, Naruto said as he stood up. You should be happy to get that kind of training. It'll show the next time you're in a bout. Sakura crossed her arms. I don't see you helping? Of course. I carry this. Naruto said, sitting his scroll down in front of him. We could always change. You carry the scroll all day and I'll carry some blocks. I'm sure that'll be good. Where have you been? Kiba asked his sensei accusingly. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Naruto and I found a little girl's kite stuck in a tree and we got it out for her. It took both of you to get it? Sakura asked, her left eye twitching annoying. Who does he think he's fooling, Shanaru? Inner Sakura yelled. Actually, Naruto said, gaining Team 7's attention. We went to find a mythical compound that stays hidden unless one can disrupt the chakra flow from the building, got attacked by legendary demons, and escaped through an underground cavern. Team 7 were all silent, trying to process that before Sakura spoke up. You must think we're idiots. But no, Naruto, Kakashi said, interrupting the blonde. We should tell the truth. We were simply sparring with one another. Given our high chakra levels and dangerous attacks, we went somewhere away from everyone else to avoid hitting a civilian. Oh. Kiba and Sakura said in unison. Sasuke, on the other hand, sat quietly. He sparred seriously with the Dobi. There must be more to this Naruto Uzumaki than he's telling us, Sasuke thought. How about we get something to eat? Naruto asked. My treat. Well, since you insist, Kiba said, jumping to his feet. Let's go, Orochimaru. Yip. The dog barked in compliance. It has been a long day, Sakura said, following into step behind her hyper teammate of the mysterious blonde. Coming, Sasuke? Kakashi asked. HN. Sasuke replied before following his sensei. QJII, Naruto thought. You know more about the Rinnegan, don't you? What gives you that idea? The fox attempted to stall. I know you do. It only makes sense, Naruto replied. So, tell me this, how does one obtain it since the scroll only told me what it did? Now that is something that I can't tell you. The Kyuubi told his jailer. The original Rinnegan and the ones afterwards were made differently. One was the first dojutsu. The others were Kekkei Genkai. Naruto nodded as he continued to walk on. The next time he saw Jiraiya, they would have to think about this. One way or another, he would find his answers. His life depended on it. Naruto sat meditating in the backyard of Tsunade's house. He was secretly calming himself down after a long talk with Tsunade. Naruto did not mean to call Inari a spineless brat, but it was the first words he could think of that summarized the boy. And dinner was ruined because of that, and Naruto was forced to talk to the boy. Earlier this morning, Tsunade had scolded Naruto more for his actions, and now here he was. Keeping himself calm. Keeping the fox locked in. Naruto groaned. She interrupted his sleep and now she's interrupting his meditation. I hate to bother you, but could you run to the market for me? We're low on milk. I guess I could. Naruto said, standing up. And while I'm out, I'll try to contact Arrow Sennin as well. Tsunade handed Naruto some money, though the blonde refused it. Save it. I'll get it myself. Thank you. Tsunade replied before Naruto began walking off. XXX. Stupid loser and his stupid lazy status. Kiba muttered. If he's so great, why does he get to stay back and just sit like a rock? It's not like you could do anything about it, Sakura replied, gaining a growl from her teammate. She's right. Sasuke said. If what Kakashi said is anywhere near accurate, Then he has some hidden power. Probably just some bloodline that he unlocked earlier than normal. Yeah, right. I've never heard of an Uzumaki clan, Kiba said. Probably just some made-up alibi to hide who he really is. Probably. Sasuke said. But until we know for sure, just keep a distance from him. I don't like him. He's a rogue and Kakashi thinks that he is capable of befriending someone. Me neither. He thinks he's so much better than everyone else, Sakura said. Kiba paused. Hey, Akamaru, do you smell that? Akamaru barked. Yeah, it's definitely him. Who? Sakura asked. Zabuza, Kiba growled. XXX Naruto walked down the street, whistling a tune, as he carried the milk with him. Gama-chan had gotten a generous refill from some jerk who was picking on a few kids. Naruto chuckled. A few more donations and I'll be set for another few months. You're no better than he was. The fox remarked. Yeah, Naruto replied. At least I fought someone bigger than me to take their money. Not necessarily stronger than me, but clearly bigger than me. Kid, I'm sensing some negative emotions. Evil intentions. Your friends are in trouble, Kyuubi announced. I feel it too. Damn it. I just got this milk, Naruto shouted before running towards the source of the problem. Naruto hopped into a tree branch and began traveling branch by branch, hopping from tree to tree. He narrowed his eyes to see if he could spot the source. Fortunately, and unfortunately, he did. Please, leave him alone. Tsunade cried before one of the three men kicked a beaten Inari again. Stop, I'll do anything, please stop. Hey, anything huh? The man holding onto the back of her hair said with a smirk. Well, since it has been a long time since any of us has been with a lady, how about being our bitch for a few, I don't know, months? Long enough for Gato-sama to kill the rest of the rebels here and rid the world of you scum. As long as Inari gets, Byakurai. The powerful white blast shot through one of the man's stomachs, leaving a large hole. The man fell onto the ground, a pool of blood surrounding him instantaneously. What the hell was that? The largest of the three asked. That was me. Naruto said, now standing a few yards away from the remaining two. What do you think you're doing? Hey, it's another one of those brats. The man holding Tsunade said. Igor, take him out. With pleasure. The large man said, walking up towards Naruto. Naruto's eyes shot towards Igor as Igor froze. Wait a second, blonde hair? Blue eyes? You don't think that this is that brat, do you? Igor asked, looking to his ringleader behind him. I don't care if he was the brat of Kami. Take him out, the man replied. Igor shrugged and went to strike for Naruto, who shimmered away. It is, Igor shouted. It's Mikai's no Naruto. Shit, the second man said, revealing a kunai. Sorry babe, I'll have fun with your body later. Mom. Inari shouted as the man swung the kunai for Tsunade, who sat frozen. Inari closed his eyes, waiting for the sound of tearing flesh. It never came. In fact, there was the sound of a grunting man and his hyperventilating mother. Inari opened one eye to see black sand around the man's entire body. Iron sand. Iron Kasalti prison. Naruto shouted as the sand crushed the man. The sand retreated into seal, leaving the dead man lying beside Tsunade. Naruto glared at Igor. This is the part where you run to tell Gato that I'm coming for him. Igor turned around, only to be facing 10 blondes. I lied. Inari could only watch as the blonde brutally beat the last man, finishing the fight with a quick slash across the large man's throat. As the blood splashed against Naruto's shirt, Inari could only think about what Naruto said to him the previous night. XXX flashback, you're foolish if you think you can defeat Gato. Inari called as he pointed directly to Naruto. You'll just die like everyone else. You stupid spineless brat. Naruto shouted as he punched Inari in the gut. If you'd stop being so afraid and stand up once in a while, maybe you can actually protect those you care about instead of watching them die. Kakashi quickly restrained Naruto as Tsunade checked on her son. Why do you do that? Sakura yelled. You wouldn't understand, Naruto said as Kakashi released him. I was like you, Inari. Scared, running away from everyone. Always hiding. I damn sure didn't gain the respect I have by staying that way. Grow up. Naru. Was all Tsunade could say before the boy stormed outside. She huffed before following him. Inari rubbed his cheek, tears falling from his face. He's right about one thing, Kakashi told Inari. He was a lot like you once upon a time. End flashback. XXX, I'll get strong, just like you, Inari thought as he stood up. Inari wiped his bloodied lip and grabbed his crossbow. Inari, what are you doing? Tsunade asked her son. Mom, I have to fight back, Inari said. I have to avenge Kaiza and save you and Grandpa, I have to. Naruto walked to Inari. No, leave him to me, you'll just be killed. Inari grunted and surprised Naruto with a punch in the gut. This caused Tsunami's eyes to widen in fear. Her son was a dead man. I can't run away anymore, I have to fight, and as long as I fight to protect my family, I will be strong like you and Kaiza, Inari said. Naruto chuckled before ruffling Inari's hair. That's right, kid. Now, if you can round up some more villagers, I will see you at the bridge, Naruto said. Inari saluted Naruto. Right, Inari ran off. Naruto, please, don't make him do this. Please, stop him, Tsunami said. Naruto looked at the woman. I can't. He's starting his journey of becoming a shinobi. Naruto smiled. But I won't let anything happen to him. That's a promise of a lifetime. Thank you, Tsunami said, bowing towards Naruto. No problem, Naruto said. Oh, by the way, Naruto sat his scroll down and opened it. He hummed in thought before unsealing the milk he had recently purchased. He held it out to Tsunami. Here's your milk. Tsunami smiled. Thank you. XXX, I can hardly see in this stuff. Kakashi thought. And I can hardly sense Kiba and Sasuke. I told them to stay put. You're getting worried, Kakashi. Zabazaz echoed throughout the mist. I can practically smell the fear coming off of you. Really? I didn't know what fear smells like. Is it appealing? Kakashi replied. I'm actually keen to daffodils. Stop mocking me. Zabuza shouted as he swung his blade for Kakashi. Kakashi caught this and dodged, though his arm was cut in the process. You're getting slow. Kakashi dodged the blade again and landed a punch onto Zabuza, only for Zabuza to splash into a puddle of water. Water clone, Kakashi said to himself. If he's not here, then where is he? Sakura stood in front of Tazuna, shaking a bit. Kiba and Sasuke had both left to fight Haku. That left her to protect the old bridge builder by herself. Please be okay, Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought. I got you, Zabuza shouted. Damn, Kakashi thought. Shit, Tazuna thought. Oh no, Sakura thought. Blood splattered onto the ground. Sakura stood frozen, clutching the kunai that would have done nothing in her hand, staring at the blood. Next time, Naruto said, staring at Sakura, I suggest you move. NN Naruto. Sakura stammered. Sakura saw the blade buried into Naruto's back. Naruto. Hey, trust me, this isn't the worst I've felt, Naruto said. Kakashi came for Zabuza, who quickly withdrew his blade and disappeared into the mist. Kakashi took chase, giving the son of his sensei a worrying look as he did. Naruto, you need help, Sakura said. Baka, what do you think you were doing? Where is Sasuke? Naruto asked. There with Haku, but where? Naruto asked in a more firm voice. Sakura pointed to the dome of mirrors she had spotted. Stay put. Naruto turned around, revealing that the cut was healing and his scroll was somehow still intact. Naruto jumped off, heading for the ice mirrors. I'm coming for you first, Haku. We can finish this once and for all, Naruto thought. XXX Gato sat in his office, looking at the Ryo on his desk. Then a frightened man ran in. Gato-sama, the man said. Mikaze no Naruto has been spotted fighting Zabuza Momochi. Gato smirked. Good. That takes care of both of them without me doing anything. The Mikaze and the copy Nin are working together, the man said. Gato rose from his seat. Gather some men. We're going down there to make another example of heroes in this village. Hi. The man said before leaving. XXX Kiba and Sasuke stood back to back while Akamaru lied beside Kiba, several of needles sticking out of the pup. This feels like the worst acupuncture ever, Kiba said. This is no time for jokes. Sasuke said, his newly awakened Sharingan staring at the mirrors. He's coming out again. I'm ready, Kiba said. There, Sasuke said pointing. Piercing fang. Haku dodged Kiba easily and threw a barrage of thin needles at Sasuke. Sasuke was able to dodge some, but the rest stabbed him. Kiba turned with his attack, coming for the back of Haku. Haku quickly reformed into a mirror, causing Kiba to bounce off and land on his back. Kiba looked up to see several of needles coming for him. This stinks, Kiba muttered before Sasuke covered Kiba. Uchiha? What are you doing? I don't know, I just did. Sasuke said before falling over. Make sure you kick his ass for me. What? No way, man. Get up, Kiba shouted. Kiba, Sasuke called as more needles came for Kiba. Iron sand. Iron dome. The black sand covered Sasuke and Kiba. He found his way in. Haku thought. Now the real fight begins. Kiba looked at Naruto. You? Why couldn't you come earlier? Kiba shouted, though Naruto stayed focused on the mirrors. Hey, I'm talking to you. Come on Haku, we both know that you're not going to kill them. Naruto said. Why not just let them leave? They are here to stop Zabuza-san's job. I must stop them. Haku replied from his mirror. I see that you have recently learned a new move, the Byakurai. If you think it's strong enough to shatter my mirrors, then you're wrong. Let them go and we'll see. Naruto said, removing his scroll. What do you say? No. Haku called, coming for Naruto. Naruto dodged Haku and Haku fused with another mirror. I see that you're already tired. This will make my job easier, Naruto-kun. You wish. Naruto said while smirking. I picked something up while reading one of Ero Sennin's books. Something that makes a great defense. What is it? Haku asked. Naruto's gloves began deteriorating into thousands of pieces of paper. The slips of paper began to stick to the mirrors. What is this? Haku thought. I don't need to find you to blow you sky high, Naruto said. By the way, this will hurt. Kiba's eyes widened as he saw the paper slips ignite. The area was surrounded by smoke. When the smoke cleared, Haku's mirrors still stood. You don't think that you were the only one who's trained, did you? Haku shouted, coming for Naruto. Haku was able to slash Naruto's arm, aiming for the earth sealing method on Naruto's now bare right hand. Naruto held his hands up and, much to the surprise of Kiba, the paper slips returned, reforming his gloves. Byakurai is a one-shot move at this moment, Naruto thought, and the Devil Storm Jutsu will most likely miss him if he's still able to move around. I need to injure him like Ero Sennin did. Naruto sat down in the center of the area. What is he doing? Kiba thought before looking down at Sasuke. Uchiha, I swear that I'll get even with that cross-dresser. Haku began circling Naruto as Naruto simply meditated, secretly doing hand seals. Naruto's cheeks puffed slightly as the boy sat quietly. What are you doing? He's going to kill you sitting like that, Kiba shouted. Naruto ignored Kiba. He then opened one eye to see Sasuke's motionless body and then Akamaru's. Naruto smirked. Same old Haku, Naruto muttered before Haku came for him. Now. Naruto's tongue shot out towards Haku at lightning speeds. Haku saw this and quickly changed directions, only for his left leg to be caught and wrapped by Naruto's tongue. Here's my chance. Kiba thought as he took a soldier pill. Yeah, this will do. Piercing fang. Kiba shouted, twisting his body towards Haku. Naruto's eyes widened before he quickly retracted his tongue in time for Haku and only Haku to be hit by the wild Inuzuka's attack. Naruto quickly stood up and ran towards the mirror Kiba was currently drilling Haku into. Lightning sealing method. Byakurai, Naruto shouted. Kiba jumped into the air, leaving Naruto to aim freely at Haku. The two glanced at one another for what they knew could be the last time. XXX flashback, Naruto groaned. Tomorrow's my 12th birthday and we're spending it sneaking around Kiri. This is boring. Be luck you get to see it. The nine-tailed fox shot back. If it were up to me, you'd die where you stand right now. Naruto ignored the fox as he walked around the streets. Many people stopped and stared at him, his status of being the Mackay's having risen in the last few months. He never really thought that playing pranks and defeating bandits was such a big thing. He was wrong. Mackay's no Naruto, a voice said, causing the blonde to freeze in his step. My master wishes to speak to you. Master? That's okay. Naruto said, his hands now folded behind his head. Tell him that he can have an autograph later. My master does not want an autograph. He wants you to work for him. Become his fighting tool so that you may have a reason to live, Haku said. Naruto eyed the boy. Thanks to Jiraiya's special training, Naruto could easily tell male from female, no matter what they looked like. That's stupid. Naruto said. Why would I only live to fight for some guy who should probably get off of his fat ass and do it himself? Tell him that if he wants to speak to me, come find me face to face. As Naruto walked off, he seriously overlooked two things. 1. Haku was boiling red with anger. 2. He never knew that Zabuza was Haku's master. These two things would set the tone for the fight that ensued exactly 10 minutes from now. End flashback. XXX. Take this, Naruto shouted, punching Haku with extreme force instead of using the lightning-based move. The mirror behind Haku shattered and the boy rolled on the ground. The other mirrors began to shatter, one by one until Kiba stood, cradling his injured dog. Haku stood up, his mask falling from his face. Let's be honest, Naruto-kun, Haku said. We wear our masks to avoid people seeing how weak we are. Naruto frowned a bit. You don't like killing as much as I do, yet you can allow it to show. That's the reason behind your mask. Partially. Naruto said, doing a hand seal. The other reason is because I don't want to be reminding of the beast inside of me. But yours is a good reason too. Haku's eyes narrowed. Ninja art. Beast mimicry transformation. One tail. Kiba watched Naruto transform in his feral state like the first night where they fought. Although, he now had one red fox tail behind him instead of two. Weird. Kiba thought. Come on Haku. You and I both know that there's still more fight in you, Naruto said. Haku revealed several needles. If you wish. Kiba watched the two run at one another at high speeds. Naruto threw a punch for Haku, but the ice user dodged it, tossing the Senbon needles at Naruto. Naruto's tail swatted the needles away before he pursued Haku, running on all fours. Is this guy some kind of half-fox or something? Kiba thought. Naruto went for feral swipes at Haku, who began flipping backwards to dodge them. When there was enough space between them, Haku stomped on the ground. Thousands of needles made from the water of the melting ice mirrors behind Naruto launched for the half-fox. Naruto raised his right hand, the iron sand appearing in front of him in the form of a wall and blocking the needles. This gave Haku a perfect chance to attack, and he did. Naruto turned his face in time for Haku's foot to meet his cheekbone. Naruto rolled on the ground before sliding on all fours. Haku came at Naruto again. Naruto began to dodge Haku's combinations, a feat Kiba only saw Sasuke doing after his teammate activated the Sharingan. Naruto ducked under Haku's foot and went for a leg sweep. The ice user leapt into the air, only for Naruto to spit his tongue towards Haku. After wrapping his opponent by the waist, Naruto flung Haku towards the ground and then retracted his tongue. Haku stood up in time to see Naruto running towards him. The water beneath Haku's feet became ice, and with a simply push, Haku dodged Naruto at twice the speeds he was formerly running. Crap. Naruto thought before Haku's needles landed in his back. Kid. I can't continue to heal you like this. You're going to have to block or dodge, the fox berated. This evens out our speed for the moment, Haku said to Naruto. Only for a moment, Naruto said before his body flickered out of existence. Swift release. Haku thought before Naruto appeared behind him, but he's still tired. Haku was able to skate away from Naruto, Naruto disappearing and going into pursuit for the smaller boy. This is amazing, Kiba said as the only visible thing was Haku skating on ice at high speeds, dodging blurs of black and red. Baka or not, that Naruto kid can put up a good fight. He refuses to use Byakurai or the Devil Storm Jutsu. He must be saving that for Zabuza-san. Haku thought as he continued to dodge Naruto. If I can tire him out, he'll only be able to use Byakurai. Swift release. Phantom barrage, Naruto's voice rang. Haku sensed Naruto's charge and began to dodge before a force knocked him into the air. No way. Haku thought. Kiba watched as Haku's body began to jerk and bounce from place to place in the air, confused on how Naruto was doing it. Then the boy in question appeared directly behind Haku, upside down. Naruto flipped once, throwing Haku onto the back of his head, neck, and upper back on the ground. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that was awesome, Kiba said. Naruto stood over Haku's body, his red eyes staring into the brown eyes of his opponent. I can't hate you for your loyalty, Haku, Naruto stated. And I do agree with you to a degree. When someone is protecting another, they become extremely powerful, but... Kill me, Haku said. Naruto stiffened. I won't. Your will to live trumps mine. If I cannot defend Zabuza-san from those who are stronger than you, then I have no reason to live. Haku said. Come on, Naruto-kun, kill me. There's no reason to kill you. Naruto said, turning around. Who knows, someday in the future, we might actually be friends. You're going to kill Zabuza-san, aren't you? Haku asked, catching Naruto before he leapt off. I never go back on my word, Naruto simply said before leaping off towards Kakashi and Zabuza's battle. Haku closed his eyes. XXX flashback, you live to serve Jiraiya-san, right? Haku asked as a beaten Naruto got back on his feet. I live to serve no one. Naruto replied. I'm going to be the strongest shinobi that ever lived and no one will look down on me again. I won't stop until I reach my goal. Haku's right eyebrow rose. But to do that, you will have to kill other great shinobi like myself, Zabuza-san, and Jiraiya-san. Not kill, defeat. Naruto said, but if anyone attempts to kill me, Naruto's eyes became red. I will have no trouble killing them, believe it. End flashback. XXX, I can't let Zabuza-san die, Haku thought. XXX Kakashi rolled out of the way of the blade again. This has to end soon, Kakashi said to himself. I don't know how much longer Kiba and Sasuke can last. You should worry about yourself, Zabuza called. Kakashi eyed Zabuza before both men were thoroughly stunned. That brat! Zabuza shouted as his legs were wrapped by Naruto's tongue. Zabuza clutched the decapitating carving knife. I'll cut your tongue off if I have to. Rakery! Kakashi shouted. Zabuza froze as he saw Kakashi's arm coming for his chest. To the average person, Kakashi was traveling at high speeds. And that still remained true for a shinobi. However, Zabuza could see Kakashi moving in a slower pace with extreme accuracy. This slow pace did not mean that Zabuza could have dodged it, no, it was just the trained eyes of a ninja. Then he caught something he never saw coming. Naruto's eyes flinched as the metallic taste of blood splattered on his tongue. Damn it! I forgot that seal again, Naruto thought before he saw Haku standing in front of Zabuza, Kakashi's hand poking out of his back. Naruto retracted his tongue, spitting out the blood as the other three combatants stood frozen. Haku, Zabuza said. Sorry Naruto, looks like there's a change in your plans, Haku said. Haku, Naruto thought. Thanks, Zabuza said before swinging his blade for Kakashi. Loser. Zabuza's body jerked harshly as Naruto's fist connected with his face. Zabuza rolled on the ground as the boy now stood with three tails around him. Wind release, fox twister. Kakashi witnessed the strong attack land on Zabuza, the swordsman's body being beaten and cut by the wind before being thrown to the ground. Kakashi looked down at Haku and closed his eyes. Naruto must relate to him, Kakashi thought. Zabuza lifted his head, only to hear the crunch of his arm. Zabuza shouted in pain as he turned to see black sand around it. He lived to serve you, to one day gain your respect, Naruto said as he stood in front of Zabuza. And you just used him, you're a coward. Zabuza laughed. Your words mean nothing to me, but if you must know the truth, I saw hope in Haku. Liar, Naruto said as he applied more pressure with his sand. I have no reason to lie, Zabuza said. Haku understood what he was doing and he did it willingly. I would have never forced him to kill if he did not want to. Naruto's left hand began releasing lightning from the seal. Go ahead and kill me. Whether you believe it or not, I put faith in Haku. You lying coward, Naruto shouted, ready for the final blow. Bravo. Naruto stopped and turned to see a group of men surrounding Gato. What a heartwarming ending. Gato, Zabuza muttered. Well, if it isn't three famed ninja in one place. Copy Nin Kakashi, the demon of the hidden mist Zabuza Monchi, and the Mikaze himself. Gato said. Sadly this will be our last meeting ever. Men, take them out. Zabuza struggled to his feet before Naruto handed Zabuza his sword. If you meant what you said, Naruto said, then do Haku's final will. Destroy the man that has been using you this entire time. Despite having to use his left hand, Zabuza grabbed the sword. Gladly, Zabuza said. Zabuza ran directly for Gato, leaving Kakashi and Naruto to watch. The men around Gato began throwing kunai and shuriken at Zabuza. Zabuza made no attempt to block them, as he continued for Gato, his speed decreasing. Soon, Zabuza was on wobbling legs as he held his sword into the air. Like I said, no one orders me around, Zabuza said falling. Haku, I've failed. Zabuza fell, face first in front of Gato, his sword leaving a small cut on the man. That was pathetic, Gato said. Men, take the rest of them out. Hi. The men shouted. A wave of killer intent washed over everyone as they turned to Naruto. It's about time kid, let me have some fun, Naruto said in a deeper, demonic voice. What was that? Sakura thought. His power, it's frightening, Tazuna thought. Now I may have my way with you meatbags until he feels that the job is done, Naruto said before smirking, revealing his lengthened canines. Naruto held a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. In a puff of smoke, there were hundreds of the demonic-looking boy glaring at Gato and his men. Amazing. Kakashi thought. You made a dear mistake, mortal, Naruto said. You have sealed your fate. The clones quickly dashed for the men as they scattered about the bridge. Kakashi could only watch as the real Naruto stand, smirking evilly. Kakashi could only watch the nine-tailed fox take over his sensei's son, knowing that there was nothing he could do. And this is where I beat you, Naruto shouted, his voice back to normal as he did hand seals. Wind release, devil storm jutsu. The black tornado launched into the air before coming towards Gato. "And no. I won't die by a brat like you," Gato shouted before the strong wind attack dispelled the clones and sent bodies flying everywhere. "Whoa," Sakura thought as she shielded her eyes from debris. When the attack stopped, Gato's body was scattered everywhere, a small crater where he once was. Kakashi turned to see Naruto wobbling. "Haku, Zabuza, live free." With those final thoughts, Naruto collapsed on the ground. "That brat killed Gato-sama," one of the men said. XXX Naruto opened his eyes to see that he was back in Tsunade's house. He turned over to see Sasuke lying on the floor beside him. He did not have to think hard to know that Sasuke's death-like state was the work of Haku. "You were a real good guy and a strong shinobi," Naruto thought. Sitting up, Naruto spotted his scroll rolled up by the doorway. He slipped it on and then left the room. "So you're up?" Kakashi said with a grin. "The bridge is nearly completed." "That's good," Naruto said. "And Haku and Zabuza?" "Buried," Kakashi answered. Naruto nodded before going towards the door. "You're leaving? I thought you were going to come back to Konoha for a while." "I can't. I have something else to do," Naruto replied. "But tell G-san that I'll be coming back after a while." "Where are you headed?" Kakashi asked. Naruto grinned beneath his mask. "Don't worry." Naruto walked out of the house, causing Tsunade to walk in from the kitchen. "Was that Naruto?" Tsunade asked. Kakashi nodded. "Yeah, he's off to wherever it is he goes." "Oh, and I didn't get to thank him either," Tsunade said. XXX Tazuna grinned as he watched the other bridge builders and a few other civilians work diligently, putting the last pieces of the bridge together. He eyed his grandson helping as much as his young body would allow. "He looks happy," Naruto said, walking up to the old man. "He is," Tazuna said. "I don't know what you said to him after last night, but he's really gotten back his confidence." "HN," Naruto said before setting his scroll onto the ground and unrolling it. He unsealed a small book. "Make sure that he gets this." "A book?" Tazuna asked. "Yeah, it's Ero Sennin's first book," Naruto said. "It'll help him, trust me." "And where are you going?" Tazuna questioned. Naruto grinned. "Don't worry, old man. I'll be back around to make sure no one else has taken over this place." Tazuna watched Naruto walk away, heading for the bridge. It seems that even in small numbers, the Uzumaki clan is still as dangerous as ever, Tazuna thought. "Naruto," Sakura called. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see Sakura and Kiba running towards him. "How are you even alive? That sword cut right into your back," Sakura exclaimed. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Well, I shielded most of it with some sand, but I was unable to get enough to block the entire thing. But I'm fine, believe it." "You sure gave Gato a bite in the ass," Kiba said. "Well, training will do that for you," Naruto replied. "If you ever need me, well, just hope that I'm in the area." Kiba and Sakura sweat dropped as Naruto laughed and walked off. "I wonder what's beneath his mask," Kiba said. Sakura groaned. "Just another mask. He's worse than Kakashi-sensei." "Yeah, but I'll beat Naruto one day," Kiba said. "Right, Akamaru?" "Yip, yip," the pup replied. Naruto smiled as he made his way across the bridge. Naruto yawned as he made his way out of his bed. Thankfully no one was around to see the frog pajamas he wore with the nightcap to go along with it. Thankfully, he slept with his mask on. He walked to his refrigerator and opened it to get some juice. It had been months after the battle on the bridge and Naruto has been living rather peacefully sans the few bandits that he passed on the way home. Jiraiya had stopped by a few times giving him news about the upcoming Chunin exams in Konoha, though Naruto really did not care. "Give me a break," Naruto muttered before dodging multiple shuriken that were aimed for him. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created 4 clones that quickly jumped through his window. He pursued his clones and looked around. "Alright, come out, I know you're there," Naruto said. To his surprise, 5 ninja appeared. "Sound nin," Naruto thought, seeing the headband on a boy with 6 arms. "Naruto Uzumaki, right?" a sickly-looking boy said. Naruto nodded. "My name is Kimimaro Kagaya. We've met before, remember?" XXX flashback. A young Naruto nearly ran as he tried to keep up with Jiraiya. "Oi, Ero-sensei, where are we going?" Naruto asked. "To see an old friend of mine," Jiraiya said before the two walked past a woman and a young Kimimaro. "Stay close." Naruto looked behind him at Kimimaro, who had done the same act. The two parties stopped. "It's good to see you again," the woman said. "Or do you not remember me, Jiraiya?" I know who you are. Jiraiya said. Is that his son? The woman asked. Yes, and currently my student. Jiraiya replied. I see that you found a new Anko. The woman's shoulders jumped. Sleep lightly, Teme. You too, Dobi. The woman said as the two began walking away. Naruto and Kimimaro looked at one another before Naruto waved and ran to catch up to Jiraiya. Kimimaro frowned at the act before a small smile came on his face and he ran towards Orochimaru. End flashback. XXX. You were with that weird lady. Naruto said before a clone brought his large scroll to him. So what do you want? Don't think that you're going to fight us all. A boy said with a smirk. You wouldn't last 5 minutes with us. Wouldn't think about it. Naruto said opening the scroll and pressing his hand onto it. A puff of smoke surrounded Naruto and when it was cleared, he was fully dressed. Now, where were we? We came to ask for your services, Kimimaro said. Lord Orochimaru wants. Oro-teme. Why would I work with him? Naruto asked. HMPH. Don't know why he wants this little shithead anyway. The redhead girl said. Just what's so special about him anyway? Naruto grinned beneath his mask. I'll show you why. Naruto did a pose. I am the future seal master of Mount Myobokuzen. The boy that many girls want to start clans with. I am. The feared Mikaze, Naruto Uzumaki. A strange lightning bolt shot behind Naruto on the ground, causing 4 of the 5 teens to stare annoyingly at Naruto. That is, before the redhead bopped Naruto on the top of his head. Don't ever do that shit again, Tayuya shouted. Why is it that it's only the girls that get annoyed by that? Naruto thought as the fox chuckled at its jailer's predicament. Before Naruto could stand up, the girl grabbed his collar and hoisted him into the air, shaking him violently. The 6-armed boy's sweat dropped. Seems as if Tayuya likes him. We don't have time for this, Kimimaro said, causing the girl, Tayuya, to drop Naruto. Despite his antics, Naruto is a respectable shinobi, able to take out all 4 of you one-on-one. Doubt it. Saken, don't be stupid. You, Kidomaru, Jirobo, and Tayuya are only effective as a team. Kimimaro cut the boy off. Now, Naruto, Lord Orochimaru needs your assistance. A fist of black sand punched Tayuya away from Naruto, causing Saken, Kidomaru, and Jirobo to tense up by how serious Naruto had become. What does he want? Naruto asked, his arms crossed. There is an invasion on Konoha, Kimimaro began. You would be a valuable asset to our success. And why would I want to help him take out the hidden leaf? Naruto questioned. Because they shunned you. Kimimaro responded, they deserve your scorn. You deserve vengeance. Naruto eyed the other 4 members carefully. What do you think, QJII? Naruto thought. You could possibly take the fat one out without trying. The other 3, you will have to put the effort into. Kyuubi replied. And then Kimimaro, he's a Kagaya, so look out for his Kekkei Genkei. So he wants me to do what exactly? Naruto asked. Kidomaru smirked. He wants you and your pal Gara to destroy the village completely. Gara? You mean the Yondaime Kasuke's son? Naruto replied. Kimimaro nodded, gaining a laugh from the blonde. Good luck with that. There are only 2 people living that have the Iron Sand release. Kimimaro said. You and Akasuna no Sasori. Your sand defense is the only thing that can nullify his. That, and your status of a Jinchuriki would. Kimimaro was interrupted by a fit of coughs, gaining a frown from Naruto. Excuse me. I have been feeling ill lately. Terminal illness. The Kyuubi said. If you learn how to speed the process up, you may get out of here alive. Naruto said. Anyway, he wants me to go into Konoha, fight a guy that nearly killed me to get the Sandame's scroll, and then somehow escape from hundreds of Enbu. No matter how good I am, I don't think that I'm that good. Duh, Kidomaru said. Just another question, Naruto said. If Oro-teme wanted me to do this, why not come himself? Why did he send you 5 instead? Surely he doesn't think that I can beat him. No, he is currently undergoing a change, Kimimaro said. Look, are you helping us or not? Saken asked. I'll think about it. Naruto replied, gaining a few sweat drops. Why, you stupid piece of shit? Tayuya shouted, running directly towards Naruto. The 4 boys watched Tayuya throw a punch at Naruto, only for him to catch it. Naruto's eyes connected with Tayuya's before his left hand began to generate electricity, shocking her. The girl was forced to her knees. If this is the best you can do, I see why you need help, Naruto said. Arrogant little punk. Kidomaru called before firing several small arrows of webs towards Naruto. Naruto shimmered away before appearing behind Kidomaru. Both Jirobo and Saken flinched as Kimimaro stood calm. That is a neat technique, Kimimaro said, appearing beside Naruto. Your speed is quite admirable. This little shithead is as strong as Kimimaro says, Tayuya thought. Naruto's clones began to dispel. I will be in Konoha in 4 days. That's a yes? Kimimaro asked. Yes, Naruto said, walking towards his house. And tell Orochimaru, I'll be expecting a hefty pay. We will, Kimimaro said before pointing to Tayuya and then Jirobo. Tayuya and Jirobo will stay with you until it is time. Naruto frowned. We cannot allow you to tell someone else of our plans. It is a safety measure. Fine. But I'm not feeding him, Naruto said, thumbing towards the large Jirobo. Why, you little Jirobo? Kimimaro interrupted. I will personally kill you if this does not go in Lord Orochimaru's favor. That doubles for you, Tayuya. The redhead scoffed and rolled her eyes. And that's only if he doesn't kill you first. Saken. Kidomaru. Let's go. Naruto watched the 3 boys leap off, following them by their chakra trails for as long as he could. You got anything good in there to eat? Jirobo asked. Naruto groaned. It was time for an emergency trip to the store. XXXA figure lurking in the shadows watched Kimimaro, Kidomaru, and Saken from a distance. What did they want with Naruto? The voice asked itself before leaving for Naruto's place. Time to see for myself. XXX. Naruto was absolutely speechless as Jirobo had nearly cleared his entire stash in his refrigerator. He was partially happy that he forgot to unseal the things he picked up on his way to and from Wave. Laziness sometimes worked in his favor. As for the girl, Tayuya seemed to be busying herself with constant jabs and mocks towards Naruto and her teammate. Occasionally she would give him a stiff middle finger or a roll of her eyes, but currently, she was too busy looking at Jirobo with disgust. I'm going to meditate, Naruto said, standing up. Don't go running off, Jirobo said as he paused in his consumption. We'll just find you. I'm sure, Naruto muttered, walking out of the house. Naruto moved to a space away from his home and sat down. A large seal appeared around him that temporarily made him invisible and unheard. What is it? You're getting good. Naruto smirked. Come on, Itachi. You give me more credit than that. Itachi Uchiha stepped onto the seal. I spotted some of Orochimaru's men leaving this way, Itachi said. I thought that maybe something had happened. They want me to help them take out Konoha, Naruto said. This gained a glare from Itachi. I know, it's not like I want to do it either. Then why are you? Itachi asked. I'm not, Naruto answered. Getting me into the village via Orochimaru will throw off the snake's suspicion. Once we have him cornered, then we can rid the world of that snake once and for all. Don't underestimate Orochimaru, Itachi said. Naruto nodded. As for your recent mission to Wave, you saw Sasuke, right? Again, Naruto nodded. Has he reawakened the Sharingan? Fortunately, Naruto said. He used it against Haku, though with the inexperience that he had, it just delayed the inevitable. Haku still knocked him out. Itachi stood quiet for a moment. Not to start anything, Naruto continued. But your brother's become a teme. He's all arrogant and thinks highly of his clan. He attempted to seriously injure his teammate in exchange for impaling me and probably collecting on my bounty. Then his hatred has grown, at least for Nuke Nin, Itachi said. The Sasuke I remember would have tried to protect this teammate. He has the potential to be far greater than I am. Naruto smirked. So should I worry about him coming to fight me to capture QJII instead of you? Not if I am successful, Itachi said. Good luck then. I kicked his sorry ass once and I can... Naruto was abruptly stopped by the killer intent followed by the activation of the Sharingan from Itachi. What I meant was... Itachi smiled. You will take care of him, Naruto. I am sure. Itachi's smile dropped. I must go. But before I do, Yakumo Kurama was injured during her last mission with Squad 8. If you want access to the Forest of Death, then I suggest you use that to your advantage. Naruto squinted, but nodded anyway. Before he had a chance to ask, Itachi deteriorated into a flock of crows and flew off. The seal around Naruto slowly vanished as he hopped to his feet. I must get to Konoha, Naruto said before turning around to meet the brown eyes of Tayuya. Gah. Wham. What was that for? For scaring the hell out of me, Tayuya replied. Just where the hell were you? Here. Wham. Ouch. Kyuubi sat silently as he remembered an event very similar to this one. Kushina, the fox muttered. Get your fucking ass back up there, shithead. No way am I going to lose sight on someone so pathetic, Tayuya said. I can't. Naruto said.
I just got information about Konoha and I need to get there ASAP. How did you get that information? Tayuya questioned with a chilling glare. I have this really cool seal, and it allows me to see what I want. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. The glare harshened, making him sweat a little. Do you want to see it? What did you see? Naruto fought to retain the loud sigh of relief but grinned beneath his mask. I can pose as a leaf nin, Naruto proclaimed. Tayuya's glare did not falter as he began to explain. You see, one of a Genin team's teammates was injured and they need a replacement. Since me and the old coot running the place go way back, I can easily gain his trust and be put on a team. Simple, right? And what about us? Tayuya asked. I guess you'll just have to wait outside the village until then. Naruto said. No point in risking the entire mission over the simple stupidity of one loudmouth girl. Though, she is kind of cute. Fine, go, but hey. Tayuya shouted before Naruto shimmered from in front of her. Shithead. XXX. Now running full speed towards the direction of Konohagakure no Sato, Naruto idly thought about the secrets that they could learn from his home. So he paused, doing a few hand seals, and then slammed his hands on the ground. XXX. What do you think is in there? Jirobo asked. His secret's fat ass. Now, open it. Tayuya ordered as Jirobo punched the door down. The two froze as Tute no Mi stood in front of them. Damn, this is bad. XXX. Thank you past Uzumakis of all kinds, Naruto said before running off. XXX. In Konoha, the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at his desk eyeing the papers of Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga. He felt bad that the two of them would not be able to become Chunin because their teammate was critically injured doing a mission. They both showed potential. Spying on me now, Hiruzen said with a small chuckle. I didn't think that I'd make one of your books. Even in your old days you're still as sharp as ever, Jiraiya said from a corner in the room. I came to see what was going on for the upcoming Chunin exams. I saw a team from Suna, the Kage's son. This is the start of a new alliance, Hiruzen said. I take it that Naruto did not come with you. Jiraiya grinned. Ah, you know he's big enough to watch himself. He doesn't need me half the time. And the other half? Hiruzen asked. Relax. The Gaki is probably just lying around, resting. Jiraiya said. You must have heard about the run-in in Wave Country. He says that Kakashi was a real help in defeating Zabuza and Haku. I heard. The Hokage said. I also heard that he was in search for the Uzumaki compound. I thought you said that even you couldn't find it? I can't. Jiraiya stated. Then again, Naruto's intel surpasses my own to a degree. He's made several of friends while traveling with me. And what of the Kyuubi? Hiruzen asked. He and Naruto's relationship is proving. I still don't know what seal Kushina used to retain the fox's yin chakra, but it has been completely repressed. Jiraiya explained. When Naruto slips into the demon's grip, only the yang chakra is used. Still, only with half of its chakra, it's still quite powerful. I bet. Hiruzen said. XXX. Naruto sneezed once more. Damn, someone must be talking about me a lot. Naruto was currently still running towards Konoha. His mind was set on what he was going to say to the Hokage. Though he did not hold anything personally against the old leader, he clearly did not want a sob fest. Naruto then thought about Orochimaru. If the Snake Sanin were able to do whatever it is he truly has planned, then this could spell the end for the Hidden Leaf. Though Naruto was not affiliated with the village in almost any and every way possible except his birthplace, he did not want to see it destroyed. He needed it standing for his final prank. If I keep this up, I should be in Konoha in no time, Naruto said, but I might want to go with caution. No telling what they will do to me now. Or me. The fox added. If you can find any way possible for them to harm you without harming me in the process, I'd love to hear it. Naruto said. The nine-tailed fox had no response, causing the blonde to smirk. I didn't think so. You might want to hurry. If those two from Orochimaru catches up to you, you might be put into a battle. The fox said. While their normal strength seems minimal, I'm sure that even you saw the mark on the girl's neck. Yeah, it creeped me out and gave me a good idea at the same time, Naruto said. I just wish someone or something could keep them preoccupied. XXX. Tayuya and Jirobo were now in pursuit of Naruto. The redhead had already expressed her intentions on either castrating the blonde or just strangling him to death. Jirobo silently prayed that she chose the second one. He would put no man through the first pain. Stop. The calm voice of Itachi said. The two stopped dead in their tracks as the Akatsuki member stood in front of them. Where is he? He who? Tayuya asked. Naruto Uzumaki.
He's not here, Jirobo said. We're looking for him as well. Shut it, fat ass. Tayuya hissed before turning to Itachi. Just what the hell do you want with the shithead anyway? I thought you Akatsuki cocksuckers only did jobs that would be considered S-ranked? He is the Kyuubi no Kitsune. I am hired to capture and extract the beast from him. At the sound of this, both sound nins tensed. They would have to protect the missing blonde from Itachi Uchiha. The Itachi Uchiha. Now, where is he? We don't know, and even if we did, we wouldn't tell you shit. Tayuya proclaimed. Though the more sane side of her was beating herself against a wall. She activated her curse mark. I see you mean business, Itachi said, closing his eyes. Tayuya, the genjutsu user of the Sound 5. Third next to Kimimaro and Saken respectively. Tayuya frowned. How did he possess such information? Itachi opened his eyes, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Let me show you what a real genjutsu looks like. Shit. Close your eyes, fatso. Tayuya ordered as she closed her eyes and biting her thumb. Summoning jutsu. She's going to fight me blind. Intriguing, Itachi thought as he stared at the 3 doki. Tayuya began playing her flute, causing the doki to run directly for the Uchiha. Orochimaru's pawns show a lot of potential. Itachi easily dodged the doki as Tayuya continued playing, using the slightest of sounds to find Itachi. Jirobo activated his curse mark into level 1 and opened his eyes. Seeing Itachi caught up with Tayuya's doki, Jirobo shot his hands into the ground before lifting a large piece of earth over his head. He launched the piece of ground towards Itachi, who smirked. Itachi skillfully flipped over the attack, his hands running through hand seals at blinding speeds. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Jirobo quickly jumped out of the way, grabbing Tayuya as he did so. The girl huffed angrily before her continuation with her attack. Itachi landed on the ground and saw the doki release a white worm-like substance from their mouths, heading for him. Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan quickly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan before he dodged the attack. His speed picked up drastically, Tayuya thought. Itachi appeared in front of Jirobo, who froze. Hirobo's eyes connected with Itachi's briefly before Itachi landed a spinning kick on the large boy that sent him flying backwards. Jirobo looked to see Itachi now behind him, hitting him into the hair. Several of crows flew past Jirobo before balling up and reforming into the Uchiha. Itachi landed a kick directly on Hirobo's face, causing him fall head first to the ground. Fuck, he's not playing around, Tayuya thought. There's no fucking way I'm going to survive this. It's all shithead's fault. Itachi was now in front of Tayuya, hitting her with a punch that caused her to slide on her back. Tayuya rolled to her feet, her skin beginning to darken. Her cap fell off, 5 horns sprouting from her head. Tayuya played her flute again, her doki now moving at twice the speed they previously were. The sound of Itachi's cloak ripping into shreds reached Tayuya's ears and she smirked. His chakra signal was gone. She opened one eye to see his cloak ripped and on the ground, blood everywhere. Huh. So maybe he was overrated, Tayuya said before dispelling her doki. Shit. A large fireball blasted in front of Tayuya, sending her rolling backwards. You should tell Orochimaru that the fox is ours, Itachi stated. He will know what I mean. With that, the Uchiha disappeared in a flock of crows, knowing his job was done. Naruto would be able to sneak into Konoha now without the Sound Fives interfering. He could protect the village like his father wanted. XXX that night, a figure crept around the gates of Konoha. Several of Anbu saw said figure and moved to attack, only for the thing to disappear on contact. While many of the civilians had no clue on what was going on in their village, the shinobi and Hokage did. What do you want us to do? Kakashi asked Hiruzen standing with the other Jonin sensei. Let him enter. Keep an eye on him, Hiruzen said before the 4 Jonin sensei disappeared out of the room. Wonder why he came, Jiraiya said from the windowsill. It must be important. XXX Naruto looked around the village. He had snuck into a maximum of 4 hidden villages: Tsunade, Kusagakure, Hoshigakure, and Getshugakure. Out of those 4, only one of them was actually tough getting in and out: Tsunade. Now as he scaled the buildings and alleys of the Hidden Leaf, he realized how inexperienced he really was. Sure, staying out of sight was easy. But staying out of sight and reaching his goal was harder, and the Leaf Anbu only made things worse. Okay, Naruto said to himself. Several of clones have dispelled and the Hokage's office is just up ahead. Kakashi has a Sharingan and can predict where I'll appear with swift release. So that means that I'm down to the one thing I do best. Naruto held a hand seal. Transform. Naruto transformed into a masked Anbu officer that appeared in his early 20s. Naruto grinned beneath his mask before hopping towards the Hokage's office. So far so good, Naruto thought. Hey! Naruto cursed his luck before turning to see the purple-haired Anko. His face went red as he eyed the fishnets that barely covered her breasts. Where are you going? Naruto was silent as he thought of an excuse. Bathroom break? You really are pathetic. Go. Anko said before Naruto went to leap off. By the way, I'm only doing this because the Hokage said so. Had I been anyone else, you would have been killed on sight, Naruto. Naruto gulped before hopping away. I bet he'll look hot when he's older. Anko thought as she licked her lips. Perfect. XXX Hiruzen waited in his office as the door opened. He exhaled a plume of smoke as the Anbu officer walked in. The crazy snake lady is still crazy, Naruto said, ending his henge. And the other shinobi are still clueless as ever. I thought sneaking in here would be a lot easier, it wasn't. I'll have to teach you that later, Jiraiya said. But first, as we practiced, I need to know who you are. Naruto sighed before slowly slid his mask down, enough to show just one set of whiskers on his face. He replaced his mask with an annoyed look. The marks only reminded him daily that even with all the safety precautions, the fox still had power. It's good to see you again, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said. But I'm curious as to why you are here. One of your teams needs a replacement, Naruto said, causing both Hiruzen and Jiraiya to stare at him wide-eyed. And here he is. You? Hiruzen said. Seriously? Wow, I thought you came here to finally reveal to me what your final prank was, Jiraiya said. Naruto shook his head. Later. But for now, I came to help and to warn you. Hiruzen frowned. Orochimaru will be here. I don't know how. I don't when. But he will be here. How do you know this? Hiruzen asked. The pause caused the Hokage to feel tense. He asked me to help with the attack. What? What have I told you about him? Jiraiya shouted. He didn't personally come to me, Naruto replied. He sent his guards, the Sound Five. Anyway, Gara and the Sand are somehow in on it. And if I don't do my part, Gara will most likely drown this entire village with his sand. The room grew noticeably quieter. For Hiruzen, he strongly thought about what his former student was up to. It must have been something important if Naruto returned to the village. For Jiraiya, he was thinking about the last meeting the sons of the Yondaime Hokage and Yondaime Kazekage had. Naruto had no idea on how to use the iron sand and barely escaped with his body in one piece. Jiraiya made a mental note to teach Naruto the summoning technique, but till this day the boy had yet to learn it and used Jiraiya's toads to send messages for him instead. You want to be put on a genin team? Come on Gaki, give yourself some credit here. I've seen you take out some pretty strong guys, Jiraiya said. Yeah, but in the bingo books, I'm just a genin. Not even a chunin. Taking this exam will not only save the village, but give an accurate description about me. You want to come in as you are? The teams will wonder, Hiruzen said. You are the Hokage. Lie and tell them that I've been reinstated or something, Naruto said. Either way, I need access to the entire village. I can't get inside the Forest of Death without taking a part of the exam or sneaking in. And I really don't want to do the second one. Fine. Tomorrow, I will announce your reinstatement first thing. Until then, I suggest you stay out of trouble, Hiruzen said. Naruto grinned beneath his mask. Ah, don't worry, I won't do anything out of the ordinary. That's what I'm afraid of, Hiruzen said. XXX Tayuya and Jirobo both made it to a nearby secret base of Orochimaru. Neither wanted to be the one to tell their master the news, but both knew that if he found out through another source, they would surely die. What are you two doing here? A woman named Krin asked the two beaten children. Tayuya glared at the green-haired woman and muttered two distinct words. Itachi. Uchiha. Krin's light purple eyes widened at the name. What was he doing there? Krin shouted. How the fuck should I know? He came looking for that shithead Naruto and just attacked out of nowhere, Tayuya shouted. Oh dear, Krin stated. Orochimaru-sama hasn't fully recovered from surgery yet. I have not received any other messages from either of them. The last I heard, he had selected a trio to single out Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother. And who are they? Tayuya asked. Dosu, Zaku, and Kin, Krin said. Tayuya gave a single nod. She was not really friends with any of the three, but from her perspective, they carried out Orochimaru's plans to the best of their abilities. In fact, they put in more effort than the Sound Five Sans Kimimaro did. Of course, they did not have to go through the laborious missions that Tayuya and the other Sound Five did, so she could not praise them for everything. Where is the boy? Krin asked. Tayuya paused. Did she really want to admit that they had allowed Naruto to run off to Konoha? Never. He went to infiltrate Konoha. We figured it'd be a waste of time trying to sneak around, fat ass. What? Jirobo called. Shut it, fat ass, Tayuya shouted. Krin's facial features showed her confusion. He went to infiltrate the village? To gain information. That shithead knows that if he tries anything, I will castrate him, Tayuya said. The air of fright caused Krin's eyes to go from the redhead girl to the larger boy beside her, who was slowly pushing his legs closer and his hands automatically shifted below his stomach. This girl needs counseling, Krin thought. XXX, the place had the stench of mold and must, showing that the caretaker truly did not care for the place. The floors creaked every step he took and the walls had an assortment of color on them at odd spots. This is perfect, Naruto said. Perfect? This place isn't any better than the sewer I'm in, the fox berated. Naruto shrugged. You'll get used to it. Once I do this, Naruto opened his large scroll and looked around. Where'd I put it? Ah, here it is. After doing the proper hand seals, Naruto slammed both palms onto the seal. Furniture shot up from everywhere. Here we go. You are an idiot, Kyuubi said, though the fox was highly surprised by his jailer's resourcefulness. Now, for that smell, Naruto said. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto created 3 clones. Go to the store and get some cleaning stuff. We'll need seals around this place just in case I was followed. And finally, you have the most important job of them all. We need to find some ramen and pronto. Hi. The 3 clones said before leaving to do their missions. So now that you're finally back, I am curious as to what you are going to do next, the fox said. I'm going to do my mission, Naruto said. I'm going to fight Sabuka no Gara and try to keep as many people standing as I can. I'll make these people see just what a cool shinobi I grew up to be, believe it. The hundreds-years-old fox gave a slight chuckle. Despite his cockiness, clumsiness, pervertedness, and sheer stupidity, Naruto was also quite observative and beyond the word stubborn. His ninja attributes were well beyond those in his age group. If there was one person who could make the people of Konoha pay, it was Naruto. And just in case he needed help, Kyuubi would be right there waiting. Jiraiya looked down at the bundle of blonde lying on the bed. Sure, Naruto's seals stopped most people from getting to him, but being a seals master, Jiraiya could easily bypass some of them. Others needed more effort to unseal. Raising his left and right hand into the air, holding a ladle and pan in the hands respectively, he clanged the 2 kitchen utensils. Ah! Naruto shouted as he jumped 5 feet in the air and crashed onto the floor. Damn it, Ero Sennin, what was that for? Did you forget you had a team meeting earlier today? Jiraiya asked. Team meeting? Jiraiya's sweat dropped. He clearly gets this from Kushina. Team 8? Your deal with Orochimaru? Ring any bells? Jiraiya said. A light bulb seemed to appear above Naruto's head. Oh yeah. Now I remember, Naruto said as he hopped to his feet. Jiraiya watched Naruto's eyes become thoughtful slits and the light bulbs soon flickered off. Now where was I supposed to meet? A gleam shone in Jiraiya's eyes. I'll show you where. XXX Kurenai looked at her 2 healthy students. They were still a bit shaken after the mission to a village near the border of Hai no Kuni and Kusa no Kuni had taken a turn for the worse. It would be a while before Yakumo's legs would be in good use and it had taken nearly everyone to calm down her inner demon. Kurenai sighed. The girl had showed so much potential in surpassing Kurenai in the field of genjutsu. But with a weak body plus the ambush from those bandits, it seemed as if Yakumo's ninja days were limited. Kurenai-sensei, Hinata stammered. Kurenai gave her student her full attention. What are we doing here? We're getting a substitute member to take the Chunin exams. Kurenai explained. From what I heard, he has the potential of becoming a Chunin, but he was never really made into an official ninja. Oh, Hinata said. Shino tilted his head upwards. What is that? Shino stood like that for a few more seconds before stepping slightly to his immediate left, allowing Naruto to crash safely in between Hinata and Shino. You've got to be kidding me, Kurenai thought as she looked at the swirls in Naruto's eyes. I take it that this is our new teammate, Shino said in his stoic voice. Hinata's eyes widened. It's him. Kurenai watched Naruto stand up and brush himself off, muttering something that had something to do with perverts, old men, young girls, and frogs. Putting the clues together, she assumed that Naruto was referring to Jiraiya. He was the only one that fit the bill. Ahem, Kurenai cleared her throat, gaining Naruto's attention. I take it that you're my new student. Naruto gave Kurenai a critical eye before grinning. Yep, Naruto Uzumaki, believe it. The name did not sit well with any of the other 3. Makei's no Naruto. Interesting, Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked. Is something wrong? No, Kurenai said, gathering herself. Due to his short time in Konoha, Kurenai had never met the blonde nor has she ever seen any pictures of him. Asuma had done his job as to dodge the subject anytime the two were around the Hokage or Kakashi, and Guy seemed to be completely lost on the topic. We were going to do some light training for today. I want to know how well you can work with your new teammates, Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga. Naruto looked at both of his teammates before looking directly at Hinata. Have we met before? Naruto asked, causing the girl to blush fiercely. IDD don't think so, Hinata said, poking her index fingers together. Naruto said, now standing directly beside Hinata. I'm sure I've seen you somewhere, like a forest or hot spring somewhere. Hentai. Naruto was sent into a tree with a crushing blow. You will not be spying on any ladies at the hot springs while you're my team, got it? Kurenai asked. Hi, Naruto said. Boy, she's crazier than that redhead, Naruto thought. Plus, she's hot. The fox groaned as it went to heal the wounds on Naruto. This was going to be a long day. XXX Team 7 stood in the Hokage's office. They were given the day off while Kakashi had some important mission to take care of. Of course, none of them really complained about that. Since coming back from Wave Country, they had been working like dogs, no pun intended in Kiba's case. I have called you three here for an important message, Hiruzen said. Naruto Uzumaki is now a temporary member of Team 8. What? He's a criminal. Sakura called. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke. I know. I have hired him for a mission. What? You're the Hokage. Why don't you just get up and kick whoever's ass back to wherever they came from and come back here? It's not like you have anything better to do, Kiba said. The killer intent radiating off of the old man caused Sasuke to cringe with his two teammates. Unlike Kiba, Sasuke kept all his thoughts in his head. Like he had mentioned earlier, age meant nothing. Like I was saying, surprisingly, the Hokage's voice was as calm as ever. Naruto will be taking a part of the exams with Team 8. I want you guys to make sure that no one attacks him. Why? Isn't he strong enough to just kill whoever? Kiba asked. That's exactly my point. Hiruzen responded. I do not want anyone, especially a genin, to try and apprehend him. Not until his mission is over. And what exactly is this mission? Sasuke asked. S-ranked. The response made the three children groan. They were all familiar with the ninja system and knew that anything above C rank was practically none of their business. Now, you may go and enjoy your time off. I'm sure when Kakashi returns, he will want to train you for the time lost, Hiruzen said. Hi, Hokage-sama, Sasuke said with a bow before leaving, Sakura and Kiba following him. This stinks. So the guy is a bit strong, he doesn't get special privileges, Kiba said, gaining an agreeing bark from Akamaru. He's not getting special treatment. He is doing his job, Sasuke said. Whoever is here, I'm guessing they are stronger than us and therefore, Naruto was called. Sakura nodded. That makes sense. He is still a kid and can sneak into the exams with us without drawing that much attention. Exactly. Sasuke said. Unfortunately, the target must be a kid as well. Someone who will be taking a part of the Chunin exams. So what are you planning, Uchiha? Kiba asked. Sasuke smirked. We find the target before the Dobi does. With the training Kakashi has given us, I'm sure we can take them down. Right. Sakura said happily. Kiba gagged. Fangirls were never his thing. XXX Kurenai panted as she stared at Naruto. He had proven to be as strong as the Hokage had stated. And now that he had Hinata and Shino behind him, he was near unstoppable. His one weak point, Genjutsu, was nullified by his teammates. And what they lacked in, he had a seal or technique to cover. They were a near-perfect team. There still was the matter of Hinata's shyness. Man, she's fast, Naruto said. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. But she's tired now. Now I can move in for the K attack. Naruto ran for Kurenai, who waited patiently. In just 15 minutes, she understood the blonde's attacks in and out. He liked to appear to come from one place and then appear somewhere else. And if that plan did not work, he would go for a distant attack, using shadow clones in that strange, yet effective, tongue maneuver. Finally, if all else failed, he went on with a frontal assault. He was as creative as his father, clever as his mother, and perceptive as ever. But, he was still a hormonal boy. Naruto threw a punch as Kurenai, whose body burst into petals. Seeing his teammate in the open unguarded, Shino moved to help him. This advance was stopped when he sensed Kurenai coming from another direction. The trees. Shino thought. You missed, Kurenai said to Naruto. Yeah? Well, take this, Naruto called as he threw a few kunai at Kurenai. Kurenai dodged the 4 flying objects, the last one nipping her wrist barely. The tape around arms began to unravel, causing Naruto and Shino to pause in their attack. The tape began to slowly deteriorate into pink petals as it detached from Kurenai's arms, slowly going to her shoulders, and finally her body. Naruto's eyes widened. I think I hit the jackpot. Kit. Duck. The fox barked. Naruto blinked out of his stupor and dodged the fist that was coming right in front of him. He wondered how she was able to dodge his senses, and then he remembered his anticipation of seeing a topless Kurenai. Stop thinking about mating with your superior and defeat her, the fox bellowed. She's tougher than I pegged her for, Naruto said. When Ero Sennin said that Konoha had tough chicks, I didn't think he meant this tough. Use your swift release and annihilate her, Kyuubi growled. Naruto just rolled his eyes. Leave it to the fox to think about killing. You're not quitting on me, are you? Kurenai asked. Shino and Hinata regrouped with Naruto, seeing as they stood a much better chance with him than they did on their own. He surely lived up to his name. Alright Kurenai-sensei, it's time to take this up a notch, Naruto said. Beautiful or not, you're really strong. Thanks for the compliment, but that's not going to help you now, Kurenai said. Now show me everything you've got. XXX Tayuya and Jirobo stood in front of Kabuto and the other members of the Sound Five. Only Kabuto and Kimimaro had the stones to glare at the redhead eye to eye, and that was for a good reason. Despite Sakin and Yukon's bloodline that gave them the edge over Tayuya, she was still frightening. But for sick, twisted characters like Kabuto and those without emotion like Kimimaro, she was just another girl with an attitude. This seal, did you see it? Kabuto asked. For the millionth time, no, Tayuya replied. The rat just told me what he saw and left. Then Itachi attacked. Itachi? And you survived? Kabuto said. Something doesn't add up. Lord Orochimaru is not pleased with this, Kimimaro said. With Naruto in Konoha, he could very well tell anyone there about our plans. That does not bode well for us, and it is your fault. An edged bone grew from Kimimaro's forearm. And as promised, I shall kill you both for that. Now, Kimimaro, we can't have that, now can we? Kabuto said, stopping the other boy. Tayuya and Jirobo will just have to go with us to the village. Besides, what village is going to listen to a criminal that houses the very demon that destroyed them? So that's it, huh? We go to Konoha like planned? Kitamaru asked. Kabuto smirked as he pushed up his glasses with his middle finger. Everything went according to plan. XXX Naruto lied on the ground and Shino could swear he saw hearts in the blonde's eyes. Though Shino was not a genjutsu user, he knew how to defeat the famed Mikaze no Naruto. A genjutsu showing a really attractive woman, a harem just to be on the safe side. It seemed as though Naruto gained many of Jiraiya's strengths, he also gained the pervert's weakness too. Shame. Are you alright, Naruto? Shino asked. Ero Sennin, never going to believe it, Naruto muttered in his dazed state, remembering the sight of Kurenai's breasts. Kurenai smiled. I'm sure even he knows that those were the real deal. Shame that he's so young. Hinata stood blushing. She was unable to keep up with Naruto and Kurenai's fight, much like Shino, but she did catch the final move her sensei pulled. While Shino put it as a simple genjutsu that knocked Naruto out, Hinata saw the extra effort that Kurenai put into the genjutsu. I think that's enough for a while. Take a lunch break, Kurenai said. I must speak to the Hokage about our new teammate. Hi sensei. Hinata replied before Kurenai disappeared in a swirl of pink petals. Shino stared at Naruto. We have to find a way to snap him out of the daze Kurenai sensei put him in. Do you have any suggestions? Hinata shook her head. I don't know a lot of things about him that would stimulate his mind. Anyo, maybe something to eat, Hinata suggested. That would help. Shino said. But what does one such as him eat? Hinata gave another shrug. Maybe if you were to use one of your palm strikes, that would wake him up. Hinata gave a gasp that told Shino how much she detested the idea. How could she hurt the boy from the woods? The same boy that when she was 4 gave her so much strength. Shino, on the other hand, went for another strategy. Calling a beetle to do his bidding, he sat the bug on the edge of Naruto's nose. The bug seemed to wait for a moment before clamping down. And what happened next frightening both Leaf Genin. A hand of black sand quickly crushed the beetle as Naruto sat up. I hate bugs, Naruto muttered before looking at Shino and Hinata. Where's Kurenai-sensei? She left. It's our lunch break, Shino said, but I'm curious to know just who you are. If I'm to work with a marked criminal, I at least need to know why. Do you agree with that? I guess I can tell you. Naruto said before sighing. Well, it started here in Konoha. XXX Kurenai walked into the office of Hiruzen Sarutobi where the man was standing at his window, hands behind his back, looking at the village. He hasn't gotten into that much trouble, has he? Hiruzen asked. No, Kurenai said, closing the door behind her, but I'm not so sure about having him around. Neither Shino nor Hinata can fully trust a guy that is known to be a murderer. Hiruzen turned to face Kurenai. So you came to learn the truth? Kurenai nodded. Very well. I will tell you what you need to know. Kurenai watched as the elder man moved to his seat and sat down. He inhaled deeply on his pipe as he closed his eyes before releasing a puff of smoke. Naruto Uzumaki went into the academy at 5 years old. Hiruzen said. He also left the village at the same age. XXX flashback. 5 years old Naruto walked into the classroom filled with older students, though that did not seem to bother him. In fact, he sat in an empty seat and waited with a huge grin on his face. No matter what happened next, he would become a genin in a few months. Good morning. Mizuki's words died in his throat as his eyes peered on one Naruto Uzumaki. It looks as if we have a new student joining us. The students all looked at Naruto. The smaller boy wanted to shrink into his orange jumpsuit, though he sat with a smile on his face. Introduce yourself. Okay, Naruto said rising. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And what do you want to be, Naruto? Mizuki asked. Naruto smiled. I want to be the next Hokage. The class went into an uproar. Hey, it's not funny. You're right, Naruto. Mizuki said, putting a hand on Naruto's head. Now, take a seat. We'll begin shortly. Naruto sat in his seat and crossed his arms. I will become Hokage, Naruto muttered. You wait. End flashback. XXX. And that was the first mistake I made. Hiruzen said to Kurenai. Mizuki hated Naruto, as did all the others who only saw him as the biju he carries. Kurenai gave a nod. Now, that was something she did know about the boy. He held the nine-tailed fox within him. I should have known that he would have done what he did. And what did he do? Kurenai asked. Hiruzen exhaled another plume of smoke. Naruto was having some trouble in the fields of Genjutsu and Taijutsu, so Mizuki told him to base his fights on ninjutsu. XXX flashback. Are you sure, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto asked as he stared at the large tower. Oh yes. If you can read just one of those ninjutsu, you will be Hokage in no time. Mizuki said. Naruto began to buzz in anticipation. But, because I know you have trouble learning hand seals, give me the scroll and I'll teach you what you want to know. Deal? Hi sensei. Naruto responded. SSH, now remember, you can't get caught. Mizuki said. Naruto nodded before dashing off. Sucker. Naruto easily slipped past the Anbu, something he has been doing quite a lot nowadays for Mizuki's extra credit. His grades showed it though, so he was not complaining. Plus, he could apply the same techniques when the students had to spar against one another. It's here somewhere, Naruto said before he came to a door. Aha. Naruto twisted the knob and pouted. It's locked. Naruto stood at the door for a moment before an idea popped in his head. The key that Hiruzen wore around his wrist, that had to be it. Now Naruto snuck towards Hiruzen's bedroom. He knew where it was and knew that there were two Anbu in front of it. Now his problem was getting past them. He snapped his fingers again and held a hand seal. Sexy jutsu. Naruto said. The two Anbu stood at the ready. The rise of chakra meant that someone was there and that someone was going to get the ass kicking of a lifetime. Unfortunately, seeing a lovely, naked, blonde woman was the last thing they thought they were going to see, and coincidentally, the two jumped at the same time, knocking their heads against one another, and fainted. Naruto ended his jutsu and smirked. Bingo. Naruto whispered before going into the bedroom. There, the Hokage slept peacefully. Naruto crept to the nightstand and spotted the key lying unguarded. Thanks, G-san. Grabbing the key, Naruto made a beeline out of the room and headed for the locked room. He put the key into the lock and opened the door. His eyes immediately widened. There was not just one scroll here, but hundreds. His small mind could not stay focused. And instead of grabbing the one that Mizuki told him, he began to read more. The secrets of the fourth Hokage, Naruto said happily before opening. Outside the room, Hiruzen stood with Kakashi. So, this was your way of showing him, huh? Kakashi asked. Yes, Hiruzen said. Though Minato told me not to tell him, I think we both knew that with his determination and Kushina's curiosity, he was bound to find out on his own. Hiruzen gave a grin. I just helped a bit. What do you think he'll do? Kakashi questioned. My guess is he'll confront me. If anything else happens, I have already sent for Jiraiya. He will know what to do, Hiruzen said. HN. Kakashi muttered. End flashback, XXX, and he learned about the ceiling, or at least the parts that I knew of. Hiruzen concluded. That night, he left me a note and left the village. But, he left before he was actually made a genin. How will he be able to take a part of the exams if he never formally graduated from the academy? Kurenai asked. Hiruzen opened his eyes. When his description was put into the bingo books, those afraid of the Kyuubi attacking marked him as an S-ranked missing nin. I reasoned with them, saying those exact same words. The least I could do was making him a genin. I'm lost. Kurenai said. Do you know that many S-ranked genin? Kurenai shook her head for no. The other villages lowered their prices and expectations of him, now that he was ruled a genin, and a fresh one at that. I had to protect him any way I could. Kurenai stood, processing this entire thing. This scam was larger than the Uchiha massacre. Though no one died in this one, the life of a child was ultimately changed because of this. Who knows how Naruto would have grown up if he had stayed in Konoha? Kurenai blinked. Sir, why did he leave again? Hiruzen shrugged his shoulders. I wish I knew. XXX, and before I knew it, Ero Sennin had caught up to me. Naruto concluded. Which was great seeing that I was hungry and he had a bunch to eat. Shino thought silently. There was something that did not add up. Naruto snuck into the Hokage's bedroom and the key that he was looking for was just lying around and the scrolls that he came for were near the first ones near the door. That was strange. And was even stranger was that Naruto refused to tell what he learned from the scrolls other than his shadow clone jutsu. There had to be something else. So exactly why did you leave? Shino asked. Naruto was silent for a moment and his face showed a serious one that frightened both genin. His face then relaxed and he smiled. Call it an intuition. Well, Shino said. There was no point in arguing with someone as stubborn as a mountain. We might as well get something to eat. And I know the perfect place, Naruto said with a sudden burst of energy. See you guys there. Before either had a chance to say anything, he took off quickly. He is very enthusiastic about eating, Shino said. Hi. Hinata replied. XXX, he is ready to be moved, Kabuto said to the sound 5. Kimimaro began coughing once more, gaining a look from all. Kimimaro, maybe it would be best if you sit this one out. I must serve. If you die, then you'll be no use to him. Kabuto interrupted. Besides, Naruto-kun is there to make sure that this will go by rather smoothly. I don't understand what's so important about him, Sakin said. So he's got a bunch of seals and the third's iron sand. Big whoop. I'm sure if Yukon were to fuse with him, it'll soon be over. Kabuto chuckled. You really are an idiot, do you know that? Sakin frowned. You don't want to fuse with one as unstable as Naruto. His other half would not like another person occupying his body and would destroy you instantly or your brother instantly. TCH. What are we talking about? The same dumbass with the goofy smile? Tayuya asked. You should never underestimate a true master of disguise like Naruto, Kabuto said in a serious tone. While he may appear to be flippant and cocky all the time, he is really observing everyone and everything around him. The only two people standing here that might be able to put a scratch on him are Kimimaro-kun and myself. You wouldn't last 5 minutes with him, Tayuya. This information caused Tayuya, as well as Sakin, to tense a bit. Kabuto, as strange as he was, knew his stuff. If he said it, then it must be true. That only made Tayuya angrier. To her, he was just a stupid shithead. It's time to move, Kabuto said. I will be in Konoha soon. Kimimaro, I'm ordering you to stay behind. I do not want your illness to progress further than it already has. This means that you are in charge of the Sound 4, Sakin. Why does he get to be in charge? Tayuya asked. Simple, Tayuya-chan. He is the strongest among you, Kabuto said. Any more questions? 1. Kidomaru said. What happens after Naruto does his mission, then what? My suggestion is that you leave him alone, Kabuto said. Tayuya crossed her arms and huffed angrily. She would make Naruto pay for Itachi's ambush as soon as his job for Orochimaru was done. And no one was going to stop her. XXX that night, after several, 12, bowls of ramen, Naruto walked around the village. Things had indeed changed. The people seemed somewhat happier. Either way, he was heading for one place and that was the academy. For some reason, he felt drawn to the place where he met that rat Mizuki. He nearly lost control of the fox just thinking of the man's name. XXX flashback, you knew, Naruto called to Mizuki, who was the only one in between him and his freedom. Mizuki snickered. That you were the Kyuubi brat? Everyone knows. What about my parents? Naruto asked. The fact that they abandoned you after the fox was sealed inside of you. Mizuki lied. No one but the Hokage knew the truth about Naruto's parents, and for some odd reason the old man was incredibly tight-lipped about that information. So, where is the scroll? I didn't get it, Naruto said before Mizuki swatted Naruto towards a tree. You stupid brat. I give you one simple thing and you fail at it, Mizuki shouted. Naruto stared at Mizuki. It would be the first time he felt betrayed, and he was going to make sure it was his last. His eyes went red as he rose to his feet. Do you want to know what I learned on those scrolls? First, I learned about the fox. Then I learned about my dad. And finally, I learned this. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto called. Mizuki's eyes widened as the area around him was covered in feral blondes. I trusted you and you used me. Well, no one will ever use me again. Believe it, Naruto shouted. End flashback. XXX Naruto flinched as he felt the chakra spike up behind him and turned to see his target, Gara. The two Jinchuriki stared at one another before Naruto grinned beneath his mask. So, Orochimaru asked for your help too, huh? Naruto said. The last time we met, Mother was unsatisfied with the little blood you left her, Gara said in his monotone voice. That will not happen again. Mother, huh? So you still refer to the Ichibi as if it was Kurora, huh? Naruto replied. Your siblings are watching, you know? They are no siblings to me, and I have a relationship with my Biju too, though the old furball would rather bite my head off than allow me to call him mother. Naruto interrupted. You and I, we are the same. Alone. Feared. Hated. And no one really truly understands what we're going through. However, I found out your weakness. You have no reason to live. The statement caused Gara's stoic eyes to narrow dangerously as the cork on his gourd popped off. Naruto removed his right glove as he prepared his own sand. My reason to live is to kill, Gara said dangerously. No, that's the demon's reason to live. To kill. To destroy. And you're his way of doing it. Naruto replied. Trust me. I have those urges too. You know nothing, Uzumaki. Gara said, and when the time comes, I will show you that my reason of existence is far stronger than your own. Naruto turned away from Gara. When we first met, I was just getting used to the Kyuubi's powers. I'm warning you, Gara. Don't let it control you. Why? Gara asked. I can save and help. The Ichibi, the Tanuki, I must kill any way possible, Naruto said before leaping away. Gara watched the blonde hop off of the academy roof before vanishing in thin air, showing Gara his new prowess. Gara, in turn, only gave a small, barely visible, smirk. Killing Naruto Uzumaki would truly be his greatest accomplishment. And his mother would be proud. The exams had begun and already, Naruto and his team had passed the first portion. Now the trio stood with the remainder of the genin listening to Anko explain the Forest of Death. As she spoke, Naruto's attention went to a team from Oto, the village Orochimaru had created. The girl and the spiky-haired guy did not concern him. His attention was with the one known as Dosu. Those sound waves proved to be a good offense against that Kabuto guy. Naruto's eyes then turned to Kabuto. The silver-haired boy was practically on par with a Jonin. Naruto knew that by appearance alone. This guy had the same look the Sound 5 had. Though they did not appear to be much by appearance alone, the way they carry themselves proved that they had experience. And this Kabuto had experience. He was too alert, too witty, and those chakra cards, Naruto smirked. It was a great thing that he did not have a card. Poor Sasuke seethed after realizing that Kabuto did not have a card on Naruto, but who would? Naruto then eyed Gara. The son of the Yondaime stood with his arms crossed, apparently not interested in Anko's speech. The Ichibi was strong and Naruto knew it. It had a hold on Gara and made the redhead do and say things that he probably did not mean. It only creeped Naruto out the way that Gara referred to it as his mother. Although, Naruto did not have much room to talk since he referred to the Nine Tails as Qjii, but that was different. First, both the Ichibi and Kyuubi were clearly males. Calling them mother, or any relative that was female was just wrong. Second, Naruto did have some sort of relationship with his destruction-crazed Biju while Gara was simply a puppet of the Tanuki. There was only one reason seeing Gara was a good thing. His sister was hot. And Naruto-kun, Naruto turned to Hinata, who had been standing beside him as if he were her life support. Shino-kun H has returned with our scroll. We can proceed now. Naruto smiled beneath his mask. Sure, Hinata-chan. Team 8 made their way into the gates with the others. Naruto kept an eye on the three that he had stated earlier, Dosu, Kabuto, and Gara, for as long as he could. No surprise that Kabuto masked his scent after a while, only verifying Naruto's suspicion. "We are looking for the Heaven Scroll," Shino said. "Although we can cover more ground separately, I believe that we should stick together." Naruto nodded. "You're right, but it might be best if we keep a space between ourselves." "Explain." The Aburame said. "With her Byakugan, Hinata-chan can keep an eye on both of us." Naruto began to explain. "While you can plant one of your female bugs on each of us to keep track." "And you?" Shino asked. "I'm trained at tracking people by scent. I can keep up with you too. Besides, Hinata smells like cinnamon. It's kind of hard not finding her," Naruto said, causing the Hyuga to blush. "So if we're all traveling in the general direction, just away from one another, we can cover ground and smoke out the competition at the same time." "You're using us as bait, aren't you?" Shino said. Naruto shrugged. "You're a target just as much as I am, if not smaller. Seeing one of us in the open will cause someone to attack. Hinata-chan can certainly take care of herself." Hinata's blush deepened. "And you can hold your own as well. This will draw out backup. Once you, Hinata-chan, or I have a lock on the other two teammates, we can surely take them out." "Seems simple enough. What do you think, Hinata?" Shino asked. Hinata gave a nod, using most of her strength from not fainting at two back-to-back compliments. Shino pointed a finger towards his two teammates, a female bug flying on both of them. "We will stay at least 20 yards away from one another, traveling north," Shino instructed. "Hinata, Naruto and I will take your sides. Naruto, you can take her left. I will take the right." Naruto nodded before hopping away. "You'll be safe, Hinata. I don't think Naruto will allow anything to happen to either of us," Shino said before leaping onto a tree branch and going into the forest. Hinata gave a sigh before she too began to head north. Without her Byakugan activated, she could only believe that Naruto and Shino were within the 20-yard radius. She had no doubt that Naruto would protect her if something went wrong. Her father had told her so. XXX flashback. Hinata was a bit worried about whatever her father had called her for. It was the day before the Chunin exams and he had already doubted her success. When she came to the training grounds within the Hyuga compound, she could see that her father was angry about something. "Yes, father?" Hinata asked. Heishi glared at her. "Since when did you hire that demon to be your guard?" "Anyo?" Hinata asked, confused. "You know who I'm talking about, Naruto?" Heishi snapped. Hinata had no clue on when or where Heishi met Naruto, but from the sounds of it, they do not like each other. "Do you know what he told me, Hinata?" Hinata shook her head. "He told me that you had the potential and defeated me. Do you know how absurd that is?" Hinata wanted to stand up for herself right then and there. Hinata wanted to say how right Naruto was. Hinata wanted to do a lot of things, but fear kept her in her place. "He has made it clear that he does not approve of my training regime and has told me to have more faith in you," Heishi said. "So I decided that you and I will have a spar to see just how smart that idiot really is for having faith in you." Hinata would go on to lose the spar, badly, but she did come away with one thing. Someone had faith in her, and a renowned shinobi who has made a name for proving people wrong. And so she would defeat her father. Even if that meant taking a beating every single day until she could. End flashback. XXX Naruto could sense Hinata was a few yards behind him, though she was ahead of Shino for some odd reason. His attention was soon stopped when a fist came from his peripheral. He dodged it in time and landed on a separate tree branch before eyeing the person who threw the punch. "Tayuya? What the hell are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "Think ass face. You know who is here and we're going through with our plans," Tayuya replied. "And my plan starts with me ripping your balls off and shoving them down your fucking throat." Naruto shivered. That sounded painful. Tayuya-chan. "Don't chan me," Tayuya snapped. "Yeah," Naruto replied. Arguing with her was like arguing with the fox. It was best to just ignore them. "I'm kind of in the middle of something, so could you postpone this little meeting, please?" Naruto sensed that Hinata and Shino were on their way to his location. "Your teammates have sensed that you've stopped," Kyuubi warned him. "If they see Tayuya here, they will wonder." "Right," Naruto replied to his tenant before flipping onto the ground. Tayuya followed him. "So," Tayuya said, "we can do this the easy way or the hard way, but I'm going to kick your ass for Itachi kicking my ass." Naruto gave chuckle. That Akatsuki can never predict them. Naruto sensed that Hinata and Shino were just a few seconds away. "Come here for a sec." Hinata and Shino rounded a tree and came to a complete stop. There was Mikai's no Naruto kissing some redhead. Naruto broke away and looked at the two. Oh, sorry for the false warning, but Naruto paused as he used his iron sand to stop Tayuya's foot from connecting to a very sensitive spot. You can go along. Hinata was speechless. Her hopes and dreams shattered in 10 seconds flat. Right. Shino said. Come on Hinata. Naruto, make it quick. I will. Naruto said as Shino and Hinata took off. That was close. What the hell was that for? Tayuya spat, now fully restrained by the black sand. What part of I fit in more than you did you not get? They can't see you here or they're going to start to wonder. Naruto said. Man, I thought you were part of Orochimaru's elite guards. You guys don't do a lot of recon missions, I see. You fucking rapist. I'll kill you for that. Tayuya struggled against her restraints. Listen, you're starting to become annoying. I have a mission I have to do. 2 of them to be exact. Naruto said. I really don't have time playing around, but Tayuya was thrown into a tree with the sand. If you insist, let's go. Finally. I thought you were never going to get serious. Tayuya said, black marks now apparent on her face as she activated her curse mark. Naruto chuckled. You sure are brash. Naruto held a hand seal. Ninja art. Beast mimicry transformation. 2 tails. Tayuya stood taken back a bit at Naruto's new form. He looked all the threat that Kabuto and Orochimaru had made him out to be while still keeping that cursed mask on his face. But she did not dwell on his appearance too long and hopped into a tree, preparing a song with her flute. Seeing this, Naruto held a hand seal, his cheeks puffing up, and shot his tongue after Tayuya. Disgusted and surprised, Tayuya began jumping away before the organ retreated back into Naruto's mouth. Let's see you survive this needle dick, Tayuya said as she played a tune. Naruto held his gloves in the air. The gloves deteriorated into several slips of paper and scattered around. He hated genjutsu for a reason, and this was a perfect way to get out of it. Blow everything up. Tayuya was able to stir away from the multiple explosion, though the smokescreen caused her to lose sight on her target momentarily. That is before the boy literally materialized in front of her and kicked her square in her jaw. Tayuya descended onto the ground and tumbled before regaining her footing. Using the blood from her mouth, she swiped her thumb in it and pressed her palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Tayuya called. Naruto eyed the 3 doki before smirking. This would be fun. Eat this shithead. Tayuya called as she began to play a tune. Naruto began to backpedal as the 3 large orge-like beings came and swung for him. He was able to dodge their attacks successfully, thanking Jiraiya for his get hit and die game that he made to raise Naruto's defense against greater taijutsu. It worked like a charm. Tayuya's tune seemed to change and the 3 monstrosities stopped in their tracks. She hopped onto a branch and gave a piercing glare towards her opponent. Not knowing what to expect, Naruto held a familiar hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu, and in an instance, there were 4 of the feral boy. Tayuya's eyes narrowed as she continued the tune with her flute. Naruto watched the doki open their mouths in a very eerie fashion before even creepier white worm-like beings came flying out of their mouths. Move! Kyuubi ordered. Naruto and his clones scattered as the 3 worms took chase on the original and 2 clones. Naruto, realizing that the numbers game had finally gone in his way, gave the mental order to the last clone to attack Tayuya. As the only clone not being pursued went for the redhead, one of the doki moved to stand guard, its forearm having 3 bone-like claws. 2 dorsal and 1 palmar. The clone attempted to stop its own momentum and change directions quickly, but that proved to be in vain and the doki sliced it and dispelled it. Huh. I thought they said that he was tough, Tayuya thought. Naruto gave a low grunt. This fight was starting to become both tiresome and boring. Although messing with Tayuya proved to be as entertaining as he pictured, she was still not using her full power, and that was bothering him. For whatever the odd reason was, he really wanted to see her at her strongest. Naruto gave his 2 remaining clones a command and they went into action. As he continued to back away, they zigzagged towards Tayuya. Sensing danger, Tayuya moved her second doki to protect her from the oncoming clones. While her attention was on the 2 attacking clones, Naruto removed his reformed left glove, lightning forming in his hand. Byakurai, he shouted, firing the blast in front of him. Tayuya's eyes widened at the mistake she had made. Her doki were aligned in a perfect line in front of her. That blast would take all of them out in fatal sweep. Forced to leave her spot or die, Tayuya jumped onto a higher branch. The blast had, as expected, dispelled her 3 summons as well as his shadow clones. The branches beneath her were all destroyed as well, leaving a scorch mark on several trees. Naruto licked his teeth. I missed, so he wants to take this up a notch, huh? Tayuya said herself, going into her second stage. I can do that. Naruto smirked. So, it begins. Tayuya and Naruto took off for one another. Tayuya, who was not a person who relied on taijutsu, arched her fist back. She was going to knock this arrogant bastard into next year. As for Naruto, he was excited to see her out of her element. This was exciting. Shithead. Tayuya shouted as she threw her punch. Naruto dodged the attack and looked over his shoulder as Tayuya landed on another tree branch. Sorry, Tayuya-chan. Naruto said as miniature explosions set off on the branch the girl was on and she descended onto the ground. For the second time during their match, Tayuya hit the ground. This time, Naruto pursued. Tayuya rolled out of the way as the boy's fist collided with the ground. Seeing the dent in the ground, Tayuya came to two possible conclusions. He was either really that strong physically or he could mold his chakra into his fists whenever he felt like it. The second one seemed to make more sense as she was kicked by him earlier and, although it hurt, it was nowhere near the level of that punch. Tayuya went to put her flute to her lips, but Naruto came for her again. His speed seemed to beat her own and she felt his fist in her gut. Feeling the wind leave her momentarily, she crouched down onto her knees. Itachi was the only one that could move this fast. Did that mean that he was on par with the Uchiha prodigy? You seem to forget what Kimimaro told you, Tayuya-chan. Don't ruin the mission or be killed, Naruto said before allowing Tayuya to drop to her knees. Now, let's forget about this and go on about our own ways. Naruto turned and began to walk off before he felt himself immobilized. His arms were forced into the air, and on further inspection, they were being held by wires from a ceiling. He looked around and saw an assortment of human bones. What the hell? Naruto asked himself as he began shouting in pain. The flesh from his skin was burning and when he went to look at his arms, he could see his skin melting away. Told him I'd kill him, Tayuya thought as she continued the melody. Naruto began to struggle with the chains. Must break free, Naruto said as his eyes began to glow red. Must break free. No way. Tayuya said before a wave of chakra burst from Naruto's body, disrupting the genjutsu. When she saw Naruto standing in front of her, he now had four tails whipping behind him, his mask now on the ground revealing his whiskers. What the hell are you? Your worst nightmare. Naruto shouted before whipping his tails, a large twister forming and coming for Tayuya. Tayuya was able to jump out of the way before a large hand made of black sand came for her. Shit. Tayuya said flipping over it and then jumping into the trees. Fine. Eat this shithead. Tayuya hit a high-pitched note on her flute, a wave of sound coming for Naruto. She watched Naruto fly backwards as the attack landed before his body simply vanished. Tayuya prepared herself as Naruto reappeared behind her. She was able to dodge the punch he threw, but one of his four tails grabbed her arm and slung her towards the ground. Bouncing off of the ground, Tayuya rolled to her feet and glared at the feral boy who simply gave a feral yell and exhaled a rush of flames towards her. Tayuya flipped backwards, dodging the attack. Her stamina was beginning to run dry and her future was looking even dimmer. I told you to go on about your day, but you wouldn't listen. Tayuya did not know whether to mock the boy or attack. So now I'm going to plow you into the ground. Tayuya was confused about the hand seals, but she knew the attack far too well once he called it. Wind Release. Devil Storm Jutsu. The attack launched into the air before turning towards its target. Tayuya remembered that Orochimaru had claimed this attack virtually impossible to dodge, though the Snake Sanin had already admitted that he knew one way to dodge it. Rashomon. In a split second, a wall was up in front of Tayuya and absorbed the attack. That did not mean that she could not feel or hear the wind blowing off of the wall. When the attack ended, the wall retracted to reveal Naruto in his previous position, crouching on all fours. That was close, Tayuya. Sakin asked. Another second and you would be another spot on the ground. Yukon added. Where the hell have you two been? This lil shithead almost killed me, Tayuya shouted. Orochimaru-sama's orders were for us to stay put, Yukon said. You went to find Naruto on your own. We're here to simply retrieve you and... Yukon was interrupted when a hand of red chakra grabbed him and slung him into a nearby tree, one of the few that were still standing. Sakin looked to see Naruto now walking towards them, or Tayuya to be more precise. You wanted a fight, and you're going to get one. Naruto said. No one is going to interrupt this battle, mortal. Mortal? Just what the fuck is this guy's problem? Tayuya asked Sakin. Didn't you pay attention to Kimimaro? This guy's the fucking Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Sakin replied, angered to be put in this position. And from the looks of it, he's not even in control of his own body. Damn, Tayuya muttered. Sakin dashed towards Naruto and arched his fist back. Naruto's red eyes cut towards Saken before the iron sand rushed to defend him. Saken's hand was wrapped around the sand before he was thrown to where his brother lied. With no one in between them, Tayuya braced herself for the worst. She would not go down crying or begging for mercy, she would go down as a shinobi. Lightning formed in Naruto's left hand as he made his way to her. A tail securely wrapped around her throat and lifted her into the air. "Hey, and you remind me so much of Kushina," the demon said before Naruto began shaking his head furiously. "No, Kit, stop it, I can't, she has to die." "What's going on over here?" a random Kusa genin asked before Naruto snapped his head towards him. "Byakurai." Tayuya's eyes did not show a hint of fear as the unsuspecting boy was blown into oblivion. Tayuya then turned towards her captor who smirked evilly. "Now, where were we?" he asked in his demonic voice before his second hand rose. "No, don't." Tayuya frowned as a mark appeared glowing from Naruto's stomach. "Curse you, Uzumaki." And with that, Tayuya was dropped to the ground along with Naruto collapsing. She slid backwards and stood up before glancing towards Saken and Yukon. The brothers had fused together and only Saken stood. "Well, that was unexpected," Saken said, "but we should get back before Orochimaru-sama learns that we left. I doubt it'll take him that long to find the Uchiha." "Hi," Tayuya said. "I'll kill the shithead later." Saken snorted. "Good luck with that one." XXX Shino and Hinata both felt the demonic chakra end, which was bittersweet. The good news meant that Naruto was now able to talk and the Kyuubi was retained. The bad news meant that he had either defeated his opponent or was defeated himself. "Why you don't think that?" "No," Shino interrupted his teammate. "We should set up camp here. Naruto will find us soon." Hi. Hinata replied. XXX Naruto glared at the cage where the Kyuubi no Kitsune was now behind fully. He had half the mind to open the cage and beat the fox, but his common sense told him how badly he would lose that match. "What the hell were you doing?" Naruto shouted in frustration. "I wanted to injure her, not kill her." "You are too weak. I did what you could not do," the fox retorted. "Yeah, well, if I'm so weak, then how come you can't find a way to break my seal?" Naruto asked. That's a very stupid question. Your cursed ancestors made that damned seal. Had it not been for her, I would have devoured your father and the rest of the village whole. The Kyuubi said. "And you should be thanking me. She didn't look like she was going to hesitate killing you." Naruto turned around. "Whatever, I can handle myself, and for the record, she does not remind me of my mother." "Loud, brash, foul-mouthed, hot-headed, and a redhead," Kyuubi said. "The only difference between your mother and that girl is their skills. Unlike you, Kushina could have mopped the floor with that redhead." Naruto turned to the statue of his mother guarding the yin chakra of the fox. "Just stay out of my head from now on," Naruto said before pausing in his steps, "and don't take that too literal." The fox growled as it lied back down. It would wait for another opponent to cause Naruto to lose his mind and make his move then. XXX Naruto sat up and eyed his surroundings. Trees were blown, burnt, and knocked down. He turned to his left to see what looked like half of a person's body. The memory of using Byakurai came to his mind and he realized that that was the Kusa genin. Walking up to the boy, Naruto closed his eyes and gave a small prayer before looking down at the boy. He smirked. "Well, at least I got a heaven scroll." Naruto pocketed the scroll and inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. "Follow the smell of cinnamon." And with that, Naruto took off after his team, XXX. That night, Orochimaru eyed the injured Tayuya. "Tayuya-chan," Orochimaru said. "Tell me exactly what my orders were." "Not to leave." Tayuya muttered just loud enough for the snake Sanin to hear. "Correct. And you did just that. Not only did you do that, but you did so to attack someone aiding us," Orochimaru said. "But I won't punish you. No, in fact, I will reward you for your disobedience." The other Sound 4 members present frowned. That did not sound quite right, but when Orochimaru gave his peculiar smirk, they knew that this reward was not going to be so great. "I originally had picked Kin for the position," Orochimaru said, "but I will use you instead during the final piece of my plan. You will become the Naidame Hokage." Tayuya knew what that meant, but nodded anyway. "Hi, Lord Orochimaru," she said before the man walked off, her other teammates following him. Tayuya sat on her knees frozen. She had just dodged death only to meet it again. She wanted to blame Naruto for her predicament, but somehow could not. Completely. Sure, killing him would have made this better, but it was her choice to find the blonde. Sighing, Tayuya stood up. She would face her death head on, but she swore that before she died, Naruto would fall by her hands, she swore. Hinata did not know when Naruto found them, or when he arrived at their campsite, but when she awoke the next day, he slept in a tree branch above her sleeping bag. But now the boy was awake and scouting the area while Shino and Hinata ate a small breakfast. He has the heaven scroll. Shino said to Hinata, we are to head for the tower.
Hi, Hinata replied quietly. About what we saw yesterday, Shino said. I don't think that we should think much of it. My analysis of Naruto tells me that he tends to flirt a lot. The redhead girl was probably being pursued and he was acting for the sake of her life. That would explain the rise of chakra we felt after we left. Hinata nodded, still remembering Naruto kissing the redhead girl. She swore she saw him hold her down with iron sand, but did not have enough courage to confront her blonde crush. The boy who she met in the woods years ago who was training to become the next Hokage. They were the same age, yet he had the strength and courage to enter the academy with her cousin, Neji. He did not care for what people thought of him. He would become great and never go back on his words. That was what he was saying to himself in the woods. And she had yet to forget it till this day. We're clear, Naruto said from behind Hinata, frightening the poor girl. Sorry about that, Hinata-chan. I tend to forget to make myself known to my teammates.
No problem. I should be more alert, Hinata replied. Actually, I was trained to sneak around. It was my fault for sneaking up on you, Naruto said. Shino, I need you and Hinata-chan to go to the tower without me. What? Shino asked. I have something to do, Naruto answered. I don't want you two to be hurt, and where I'm going, you will be. We are a team. We will follow you, Shino said. Naruto stared at the bug user before nodding. It was a rare and awkward thing to hear Shino the team player. He was usually the logical one and reminded Hinata of her limits while Naruto told the girl to push herself. For the few days he was here, this was how Hinata's training went. Shino told her when to stop and Naruto told her to continue. Oddly enough, she rarely listened to Shino. Fine. Come with me, but do not get spotted, Naruto said. I have a really bad feeling and if I don't find him soon. If you are referring to Gara, Shino interrupted. We have already passed him. He killed a rain team right in front of us. Naruto's eyes narrowed. When I was busy with Tayuya? Shino nodded. I thought so. We should hurry. Gara will pick up on my scent and follow me. Your scent? Shino questioned. Let's just move, Naruto said. XXX, this was bad. No, this was beyond bad. Kiba and Sasuke were both down and out from their recent battle with Orochimaru and she was left guarding them. Sakura Haruno. The pretty girl of the group. The girl that attempted to gain Sasuke's attention instead of training seriously. She was the one that was supposed to protect them. From what or who, she did not know, but she felt that they were close. And then they came. The sound team from earlier. Knowing that it was now do or die, Sakura wiped the tears from her eyes and rose to her feet. If she should die today, then she would not die hiding. She would die fighting. Like a shinobi should. XXX Naruto, Hinata, and Shino hopped through the trees, Naruto leading. His eyes were focused ahead of him, not really paying attention to his two teammates. There were two things bothering Naruto. Gara and Orochimaru. While he knew that he and Gara would eventually fight, Orochimaru left him confused. While the Sound Five seemed to have some way of finding Naruto both times while he has yet to find one of them. His resolution was to find any team from Sound and force them to talk. The sound of a scream caused Naruto to immediately change directions. He knew that voice. Sakura, Hinata said. Naruto put extra chakra in his jumps, leaving his team behind. You put up quite the fight. Naruto heard. He was now able to see a beaten Sakura on the ground. Kin, finish her. With pleasure. Kin said as she grabbed Senbon needles from her pouch. Told you that you weren't going to live. I doubt that. Sakura turned her head to see Naruto standing on a tree branch. The boy jumped into the air and landed in front of her. I'll give you just one chance to do two things. Leave Sakura alone and tell me where Orochimaru is. You're that kid. Dosu said. Makaze no Naruto. The overrated man that somehow killed Zabuza. I didn't kill him or his apprentice. I killed Gato, Naruto replied. Hey, you don't look like much, Zaku said. In fact, I can take you out now. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Then what are we doing talking? Zaku held a palm towards Naruto. Take this. Zaku shouted, an air tunnel coming straight for Naruto. Wind? Seriously? Naruto thought as he dodged the attack. It's not every day I get to fight someone with my affinity? Be lucky that you're alive to fight, the fox barked. Whatever. Naruto muttered before Zaku came rushing towards him. Oh come on. Sakura watched as Naruto simply punched Zaku in the stomach before another punch in the boy's face that sent him flying backwards. Naruto reached for the scroll on his back and sat it down. He opened it and took his left glove off before placing his left hand on a seal. Lightning was seen and heard before disappearing. Naruto put his glove back on and stood up straight, his scroll closing on instincts. So, Dosu said, you can seal lightning. Do you honestly think that that's going to help you defeat us? Of course. Naruto said, grinning beneath his mask. Kin, why don't you show him exactly who he's messing with, Dosu said. With pleasure. Kin said, tossing 2 needles towards Naruto. Naruto stood still as the 2 needles neared his face before colliding. He instantly began wobbling around, holding his ears. Looks like you can't even take that weak attack. My ears? Naruto thought. I knew your stupid enhancements were pointless. Quit whining and defend yourself, Kyuubi ordered. Naruto attempted to look at Kin, only to see 3 of her standing in front of him. Tayuya was pretty pissed at you. Kin said with a smirk. Says that because you ran off, she was attacked by Itachi. If I were you, I'd die now to spare yourself from the pain she's going to put you through. Despite his dizziness, Naruto still chuckled. Tayuya-chan and I had a small battle yesterday. I don't think she'll be trying anything for a while. Naruto said as he finally had a lock on Kin. And I'm guessing neither are you. With that said, Naruto's tongue shot directly for the sound Kunoichi, who dodged quickly. Dosu was about to move before Naruto's tongue changed directions and slapped the boy off of his feet before retracting into Naruto's mouth. As disgusting as it is, Sakura thought. A move like that is very handy. Naruto did not pause as he ran for Kin. He had to keep her from ringing those bells again. Due to his eyes narrowing on Kin's movements, he hardly saw Zaku rising and blasting another tunnel of wind towards him. Naruto caught onto it and jumped, though his foot was hit and he flipped violently before falling onto the ground. Naruto saw several senbon needles raining down on him and rolled out of the way. He can't take them all by himself, Sakura thought. I wish I could help. Time to put an end to this, Naruto said, removing both gloves. Sakura felt the wave of familiar chakra coming off of the boy. Alright you 3, it's your move. Cocky, aren't we? Zaku asked. How do you want to finish this, Dosu? He's apparently going to use that lightning. I say, take him out fast before he can get an aim on us, Dosu said. Right. Zaku said as he and Dosu ran for Naruto. What are you doing, Kit? You're refusing my chakra, the Kyuubi shouted. I'll beat them on my own. Watch, Naruto responded. Naruto waved his right hand in front of him, a wall of iron sand forming almost in an instant. The 2 sound nins separated, going around the wall. Naruto saw this caused the black sand to form a protective dome around him. Coward, Kin muttered before Naruto's tongue shot from the dome, heading directly for Zaku. Zaku dodged the organ as it retracted. How can he see inside of that thing? Zaku asked. I don't know. Dosu said, revealing his melody arm, but I doubt it is soundproof. Dosu came towards the dome, prepared to unleash a barrage of sound waves on it before a pair of hands grabbed Dosu's legs from underground, Dosu tripping and falling on the ground before a clone of Naruto dug its way up. One down. The clone said before the sand around the real Naruto shot for Zaku, and here goes the second. Kin tossed several of senbon needles at Naruto's clone, which dodged. Kin smirked and the real Naruto saw the thin lines of wire. Crap, Naruto thought as the sound of high-pitched bells rang his ears. Zaku saw the sand that was coming for him fall lifelessly on the ground. The real Naruto now held his head in agony as his clone did the same. Dosu took this chance to land a blow on the real Naruto, more sound waves bouncing off of Naruto's eardrums. You're no threat to us, Dosu said. You're no help to Orochimaru either. Sakura's eyes widened. Naruto is helping Orochimaru? No. Inner Sakura screamed as she cried anime tears of the thought of her second crush being evil. Naruto stood up slowly as the iron sand came towards him. So all of you can use sound waves. That sucks. Naruto said as he was covered in the black sand before it seemingly retracted into the seal on his right hand. Now. That's much better. Kin, do it again. Zaku said. I want him to be still when I blast him until the afterlife. My pleasure. Kin said before ringing the bells again. While his clone seemed to be in pain, Naruto stood unfazed, his eyes directly on Kin. What? My guess is that you're questioning on why that didn't work. Am I right? Naruto said a bit louder than he was normally speaking. I have sand in my ears. I can't hear a thing. Interesting. Shino thought as he and Hinata watched the fight. Now, Naruto said. Let's see what's faster. Your sound techniques are my swift release. Dosu frowned. He had never heard of such a thing. I'm sick of you, Zaku shouted before moving towards Naruto faster than Sakura's eyes could track. The speed of sound. Naruto's dead, Sakura thought. Zaku appeared where Naruto was before Naruto shimmered out of existence. I am impossible, Kin said. No one can move faster than the speed of sound. I have no clue on what you just said, Naruto said, now behind Kin. But I'm sure you're thoroughly shocked. Sakura watched as Kin swung to hit Naruto, only for him to vanish again. The boy reappeared in between Zaku and Dosu, facing Zaku. Sakura watched Naruto impishly stick his tongue out, taunting Zaku, who blasted a powerful beam of sound waves and wind towards Naruto, who vanished again. The attack landed on Dosu and the boy flew several of feet backwards. Ah damn it, Zaku said before he felt sand wrapping around him. By the way, Naruto said. You missed. Zaku was tossed towards Kin. The two collided and rolled on the ground for a while. You are a traitor to Orochimaru-sama, Dosu said. You're here to aid him, yet, you attack his own men. Naruto tilted his head to the side, black sand pouring from his ear. You're going to have to say that again, Naruto said. You're a traitor to. I am loyal to no one, Naruto said. Now, tell me where Orochimaru is or else. Or else what? Dosu asked. Naruto's eyes flashed red. You don't want to know. Shino and Hinata stood in their hidden spots, awaiting the opportune moment to help their teammate if needed. He was working with Orochimaru this entire time, Shino muttered. No Naruto-kun would never do that, Hinata replied. Hinata, Shino said. Your crush on the boy is simply diverting you from facts. He never denied working with Orochimaru and he knows that he is here. My guess is that this Tayuya was the girl we saw yesterday. Something must be wrong with their plans. Despite speaking in a low tone, Naruto heard both of his teammates. He then turned his attention to a few bushes where he could sense 3 more presences. One of the 3 was Ino Yamanaka, as only she smelled like flowers all the time. I'll give you one last time, Naruto said to Dosu. I'm not giving any information that would compromise our mission, Dosu said. Zaku. Kin. Let's go. Naruto caught Kin using the speed of sound technique. Knowing that continuing the use of the swift release would only force him to draw upon the fox's chakra, he only shielded himself from the blow that he had seen coming. Use my chakra and end this, the 9-tailed fox shouted. Naruto was going to reply, but he soon caught Zaku on the move. Using Kin's body as a battering ram, Naruto swung the girl at her teammate, who only caught her and set her aside. Time to use the phantom barrage, Naruto muttered to himself. Dosu ran for Naruto, his melody arm cocked back. Naruto waited for the right moment before vanishing. Where'd he? Before Kin could finish, she saw Dosu get knocked into air by an unseen force. Dosu's body was knocked around in the middle of the air before the blonde Jinchuriki appeared above Dosu and gripped Dosu's waist, flipping the sound nin and throwing him towards the ground. Zaku, thinking quickly, fired a blast towards the ground, creating a mound of softened dirt where Dosu was heading. Seeing this, Naruto fired his tongue towards Dosu and grabbed Dosu's legs, before slamming him into the ground next to the pile. Naruto landed, smirking beneath his mask. You honestly thought that I would allow you to soften his fall? Yeah right, Naruto said. This guy is amazing, Sakura thought. Cha, inner Sakura added with a punch into the air. How did he do that? Shoji asked Shikamaru and Ino. I don't know. Forehead said that he was strong, possibly stronger than Sasuke-kun. But I never thought that he would be that strong, Ino replied. Kit, you may fool them, but you can't fool me. You need my chakra. The fox told its tenant. Give me some time QJII. I can bluff just a little bit longer. Naruto responded. Dosu regrouped with Zaku and Kin. I don't know how long he can do that. Dosu said. My guess is that if we don't finish him now, he will eventually get the upper hand. Right, Kin and Zaku said in unison. Naruto eyed the 3 sound ninja. Each one of them would probably be easier if he singled them out, but to do that, he would have to use a shadow or sand clone and that was chakra that he had to save. Plus, the chances that one of his clones could be dispelled and Sakura would be left unguarded. Then he felt a surge of foul chakra coming from behind him. Sasuke. Naruto thought as he eyed the Uchiha who now sported black marks on the left side of his body. Oh great. Orochimaru got to him too. Sasuke looked at his hands before turning towards Sakura. Sakura, which one of these losers did that to you? Sakura sat on her knees, too afraid to say anything. The chakra coming from Sasuke now was completely frightening. It felt just as bad as the chakra she felt from Naruto when he fought against Gato in Wave. He bears a curse mark. Dosu thought, why would Orochimaru-sama want us to kill the Uchiha if he was going to give him a curse mark? Unless I did it to her, Zaku said, stepping forward. Sasuke glared at Zaku, Tomo occupying the last Uchiha's Sharingan. There's no hope in us defeating both of them, Dosu thought. Now's the time for a tactical retreat. Zaku, wait, before. Oh, I can handle him, Dosu. Zaku said, holding his arms forward towards Sasuke. Let's see how tough you are. Sakura saw the tunnel of sound waves and wind fire straight for her and Sasuke. She felt a pair of arms around her before she was placed at a different location. Her eyes went up to see Naruto standing with his arms crossed. Thanks, Naruto. Sakura said. Naruto replied. Sasuke was now behind Zaku, a sinister smile on his face. You missed, Sasuke said, grabbing Zaku's arms and placing a foot on the boy's back, pulling. Sasuke, that's enough, Naruto said, hearing the popping and straining of Zaku's joints. It's over whenever I say it is, Sasuke snapped back. Damn Tem, Naruto muttered as he closed his eyes. Sorry Qjii, looks like I couldn't handle it. Sakura felt the wave of chakra coming from Naruto, a red outline of chakra now around him. His mask fell to the ground, revealing the feral whiskers beneath each red eye. But I won't lose. Sasuke threw Zaku aside. I've always wanted to finally fight you on equal terms. You and I, we're quite alike. You are a mercenary, I am an avenger. We both need power to survive. Are you going to talk me to death or are you going to do something? Naruto asked. Sasuke chuckled darkly. You're such a doby. Don't you see it? Don't you see the power he has granted me? I'm no longer held back by my teammates. I have the power I deserve. Naruto saw the dark violet chakra swirling around Sasuke, but did not care too much about it. Well then, Sasuke said before coming towards Naruto. Oh man, Sasuke-kun is going to fight Naruto. Ino said. Go Sasuke. I'm pretty sure that this is not part of his mission, Shino said to Hinata. Naruto waited for the last moment before dodging. He was surprised to see the Uchiha hot on his heels. Man, what's with this guy all of a sudden? Naruto thought. It's the will of the curse mark, the Kyuubi explained. Just as my will and power is obtainable through your desire, his desire is power. That chakra came with a price. Fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu. Naruto saw the fireballs coming for him before realizing that they were to conceal shuriken. Iron sand. Iron dome. Naruto called. The black dome protected him from the attack. Iron sand. Iron bullet jutsu. Several darts made of the black sand shot for Sasuke, who dodged the attack effortlessly thanks to the Sharingan. The wall of iron sand descended and Naruto shot his extended tongue for Sasuke. Sasuke flipped over the attack and came for Naruto, who was currently withdrawing his organ. Time for swift release, Naruto thought. Sasuke came with a blow with a sharpened kunai. The blade went directly through Naruto as if the boy was made of the wind itself before Naruto's tongue was able to wrap around Sasuke's neck. Naruto whipped Sasuke into a nearby tree. How did he do that? Shoji asked. I don't know, Shikamaru said. Man, this is such a drag. Sasuke hasn't a chance with this guy. Ino promptly knocked her teammate on the head. Quiet, Sasuke-kun isn't defeated yet, Ino shouted. Naruto watched the hand seals and saw Sasuke inhale before exhaling a large fireball at him, one about the size of a standard Itachi fireball. Naruto dodged the attack with minimal damage, taking a small burn on his right arm. Seeing the Uchiha, Naruto ran head-on. I can see his every move, Sasuke thought. Naruto swung a punch, which Sasuke caught in his hand. Sasuke landed a punch on Naruto before sweeping the blonde off of his feet. This small victory was short-lived as Naruto used his left leg to kick Sasuke in the back of his knee, causing the Uchiha's knee to buckle. Naruto quickly got up and came with a powerful punch, though Sasuke ducked under it in time. Sasuke flipped away from Naruto and unleashed several kunai towards his opponent. Naruto countered this with shuriken of his own before holding his left hand towards Sasuke. Naruto's glove disintegrated into thousands of strips of paper that came for the Uchiha. Sasuke stood still and began dodging the strips. Amazing, Ino said. No doubt that Sharingan is the reason he can do that, Shikamaru thought. The slips of paper reformed Naruto's glove and the blonde glared at his opponent. Give it up, Sasuke.
You can't win, Naruto said. Sasuke smirked. I'm not the one tired. Naruto was unable to finish his sentence as Sasuke came for him. Naruto was able to block Sasuke's punch with his corresponding palm and the following spinning kick with his forearm. Naruto jumped after the sweep, already falling for the tactic once. Naruto retrieved a kunai just in time to block Sasuke's strike with a knife in his hand. The two glared at one another, red meeting red, before hopping backwards, putting space between themselves. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Lightning sealing method. Byakurai. The two attacks met in the center and seemed equally powered before Naruto gave one final push, his lightning-based attack slicing through Sasuke's fire. With a grunt, Sasuke put more power into the attack, though he knew he could not last much longer. Naruto gave another thrust that created an explosion. Sakura covered her face from the debris. When she removed her arm, she saw that both Naruto and Sasuke had been knocked backwards. The blonde began to stir before slowly rising to his feet. Like before, Sakura saw the bloodied hand of Naruto. It was the side effect from overusing his treasured jutsu.
You were pretty strong, Naruto said. It's time to end this. Wait, Sakura called out. Why, you can't kill him, I won't let you. It's not really up to you, is it? Naruto replied, a ball of lightning forming in his palm. I promised someone that I would look after you, but you're becoming a pain in the ass. Sakura quickly came and covered Sasuke's body. Oh, come on.
I won't let you kill him. Please, just take our scroll and leave, Sakura cried. Seeing Sakura lie protectively over Sasuke, Naruto ended the technique before placing his hand on the ground.
Uzumaki grave seal. Naruto called. The chains, made from the attack, shot directly for Sasuke and covered the boy in a chain pattern seal until the curse mark retreated. Naruto stood up straight and turned around.
When he wakes up, Naruto said to Sakura, tell him to thank you for his life. Otherwise, I would have finished him.
Thank you, Naruto. Sakura cried. Hinata. Shino. Let's go, Naruto said before leaping off. While Hinata followed Naruto almost instantaneously, Shino checked to see Sakura's predicament before following his teammates. So you're working for Orochimaru, huh? Shino asked.
No, Naruto said plainly. Due to his mask being discarded, his voice did not have the slightly muffled tone it always had and his anger could be heard clearly. My mission is from the Hokage. It is to stop Gara from rampaging through the village. That's not what it sounds like, Shino said. In an instant, Naruto had stopped and glared at Shino. Orochimaru asked me to fight Gara. The Hokage has asked me to protect the village from Gara. Is it starting to make sense to you now, Shino? Naruto asked angrily. My mission is to make sure that you don't die and that Hinata-chan proves her clan wrong. To say that Shino and Hinata were thoroughly shocked at his declaration was putting it mildly. Naruto sighed heavily, his blue eyes now fully restored and his whiskers now just 3 marks on each cheek.
Orochimaru has something big in store and I have to stop him, Naruto said in a calmer voice. That's why I'm here. Then we should hurry to the tower then, Shino said.
Right, Naruto said. Are you ready, Hinata-chan?
Hi. The girl said quietly before the three took off. Naruto eyed Gara from across the room. Neither Jinchuriki said anything, but those present could definitely feel the tension. Naruto regretted tapping into the fox's chakra, regardless the small amount, to take on Sasuke days ago. It seemed as if that sent Gara on a killing spree. The final team was brought in, revealing to be Team 7. I didn't think you guys would make it, Naruto said. Sasuke glared at Naruto, his fists clenched. Even with the curse mark he was unable to defeat Naruto. Thanks to you, Sakura said. Thank you for defeating the Sound Nins, Naruto. Naruto grinned behind his restored mask. Don't worry about it, Sakura-chan. I'm just happy I could help, Naruto said. You got lucky, Dobi. Sasuke finally voiced. Naruto smirked. I didn't even use a tail of power against you. It was you who got lucky, Sasuke. What's going on? Kiba asked confused. Naruto looked at Kiba. I forgot. You were knocked out. So this is Naruto, huh? Naruto looked to Kiba's left, seeing Kabuto. His senses nearly kicked into overdrive as he felt the foul chakra radiating off of the young man. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. You're the guy that got attacked by that sound team, Naruto said, thinking of a way to tempt Kabuto to release either some killer intent or information. Funny. I beat all 3 of them without breaking a sweat. You must be really good, Kabuto said, and Sasuke, Naruto added. What? Now that I am thoroughly surprised, Kabuto said. Sasuke-kun's card makes him a well-feared opponent. You must be lucky. I guess sound nins are weak. Naruto said. If you were able to defeat 3 of them and Sasuke-kun, then I suppose so, Kabuto said. 3 of them and an elite guard. Naruto said. I think her name was Tayuya or something. Said something about seeing if I was stronger than her leader and she just wanted to test me out. Some freaky twins saved her though. Kabuto's eyebrow twitched. He had always known Tayuya to be a bit rebellious, despite her loyalty to her team. Bingo. Naruto thought. We'll be over here, Sasuke said to Kabuto, though he glared at Naruto. Just in case the Dobi tries something. Naruto watched Team 7 walk away before turning to Kabuto. You're good, Kabuto said in a low tone. To think, I actually pinned Tayuya-chan to be that traitorous. I don't know what you're doing here, but I'm here to keep an eye on you and Sasuke-kun. Kabuto said. I know you've seen the mark. Quite remarkable, isn't it? When I find a way to stop you, I will. Naruto said. Until then, I have a job to do. Kabuto snickered. Then you'd better go do it. Naruto turned to leave, but Kabuto's hand stopped him. Might I suggest that you not test Sasuke's powers again? He might grow faster than we need him to. So you know, huh? Naruto asked. You and I are roughly on the same level. My knowledge in the anatomy and chakra network system puts me ahead of you, but not by much, Kabuto said. There is no way that Sasuke could have defeated you at full power, curse mark or not. You wanted to test him, didn't you? Naruto did not reply, just walking away. That guy must know where Orochimaru is. I better send a message to Jiraiya, Naruto said to his tenant. Later. We have more important business to handle, the Biju remarked. Naruto nodded and rejoined his temporary teammates. We are wanted in the next room, Shino said. Let's go then, Naruto replied. XXX Hiruzen's eyes scanned over the group. There were 15 from Konoha, 3 from Suna, and 3 from Put It Simply, way too much for the third portion. Hey, so these are those who made it, huh? Anko said. So what do you want to do, Lord Hokage? There's clearly too many to begin the third portion. I know. Hiruzen said. I could. No, not only are you injured from your bout with Orochimaru, but your portion is over. Hiruzen said. But we will need to hold a preliminary round. Anko nodded. Fine. Hiruzen rose from his seat. Congratulations on making it through the second portion. You should all be very pleased with yourself. Naruto eyed the other teams for a brief moment. The biggest threat would be Gara with Kabuto coming in second. Underestimating an unstable Jinchuriki was like signing one's death wish. He turned his attention back to the Hokage who was finishing his earlier statement. And this became the forerunner of the Chunin exams. But why do we have to fight to the death? Kiba asked. The strength of the village is in the strength of its shinobi, and that can only be tested when a shinobi battles for his or her life. Hiruzen answered. This exam does more than test who is worthy of holding the title Chunin, but also to decide which village is deemed worthy of missions. If a village appears weak, then it will lose its missions to other villages. Your personal dream and honor to your village is on the line now. The genin stood quiet. Now then, I will explain how the preliminaries work. Sorry to interrupt, Hokage-sama, a sickly-looking man said, landing in front of the group. My name is Hayato Gecko and I am the proctor for the third round. Hayato began coughing harshly. The genin gave him a mixture of disgust and worry before he cleared his throat. My apologies. Why do we have to have a preliminary round? Tenten questioned. The first 2 stages were far too easy this year and too many of you have passed. Hayate informed the group. The ruling is that only 12 genin shall be allowed to make it to the third and final stage. There are 21 of you. So how does this work? Naruto asked. Hayate coughed before answering. The preliminary round consists of a series of single elimination fights. Your opponents will be chosen randomly, so you may fight someone from your village or even your team. Hayate paused and coughed some more. You may use any force to assure your victory. There are only 3 ways one is proclaimed victor. I stop the match, someone else interferes, or your opponent is killed. Naruto's eyebrows rose. Well, this just got interesting. The fox chuckled. We can finally get some stress. I can't kill anyone from Konoha, Naruto thought. My hope is that I'll be paired with Kabuto. One of Orochimaru's men, huh? The demon stated. Tread lightly, he may be too much for you to handle. Naruto smirked. I doubt that he knows me as well as he says. If any of you want to withdraw, now is the time to do it, Hayate said. The second exam was taxing and many of you are still wounded from it. It may be a good idea to withdraw rather than fighting to the death. Naruto crossed his arms. Hey, it's going to take a little more than a walk through the park to stop me. He then looked at Sasuke, whose hand was on the back of his neck. That seal worries me QJII. That increase of power would be potentially dangerous if he goes against someone else like Sakura or if he somehow gets stronger. I withdraw. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he turned his head to Kabuto. Fine. I will have to ask you to leave, Hayate said. Hey, Kabuto, Kiba asked. Why are you quitting? You kicked those AIM nins' asses and don't look to be that banged up. Kabuto grinned. I haven't fully recovered from the fight, chakra loss. Plus, my left ear hasn't healed from the attack of the Auto Nin earlier. Sorry Kiba, but I don't think I can go on. Whatever man. It's your call, Kiba replied. Damn it, Naruto thought angrily. Please turn your attention to the screen as the first. Hayate was cut off by another fit of coughs. Competitors are chosen. The screen began flashing random names before the names Sasuke Uchiha and Yoro Ikado. Well, that's convenient. Naruto thought as the genin began to clear the floor and head to the balcony around the room. Here I was thinking that I wouldn't be able to see Sasuke's abilities with that mark. I don't know why you are interested in protecting such a weak meatbag from a clan of worthless, spineless, power-hungry people. Kyuubi remarked. Itachi should have done the world the favor in killing all of them, himself included. Naruto smirked. I take it that you and the Uchiha clan aren't best friends. I find your company more pleasurable, the fox answered. Hajime, Hayate called. Naruto watched the match, taking in every little detail. While Sasuke started the match strong, Naruto could tell something was not right. Sasuke had not activated his treasured Sharingan. That, plus Yoroi had allowed himself to be taken down without any resistance at all. Naruto's attention was now on the Leaf Genin as Sasuke put space in between them. Sasuke glared at Yoroi. My chakra, I see that you've noticed my special attack, Yoroi said. I can drain chakra from any touch, making your taijutsu useless against me, Yoroi said. Now, Yoroi came for Sasuke and the Uchiha was forced to take extra precautions on not to be touched by Yoroi. Meanwhile, Naruto watched with a slight frown. And they say that I'm the baka, Naruto commented to his Biju. Why doesn't he just set the guy ablaze with a fireball or something? Naruto continued to watch the match as Sasuke continued to dodge Yoroi's strikes. Then the Uchiha did something Naruto nor Yoroi had expected. He dropped to the ground and kicked upwards, hitting Yoroi right under his chin and launching him into the air. He's got him, Naruto thought. Why doesn't he follow up? Naruto then spotted Sasuke grab his shoulder for a brief moment. I should have known. Orochimaru. But Sasuke had only frozen for a second before he leapt towards Yoroi. Sasuke attempted a kick to Yoroi's side, but it was blocked. But, with momentum and determination, Sasuke spun and landed a punch in Yoroi's chest, knocking his opponent towards the ground. The others watched Sasuke land several fierce kicks on Yoroi with the last one in Yoroi's stomach that had enough force to crack a few tiles on the floor. Yoroi coughed up a splash of blood before lying on the floor motionless. Well done. Naruto thought. What are you talking about? Kyuubi asked. He used limited chakra to stop the likelihood of the curse mark from taking over. Kind of like how I use the kid transformation. It stops your will from taking over, Naruto explained. The fox gave a short bark of laughter. It seems that you become more and more observant every day. I will have much honor and pleasure being able to devour you when the time comes. Whatever. Naruto replied nonchalantly. The next match was between Kankuro and Masumi. As the two began, Naruto looked around. He had noticed that Kakashi and Sasuke were not present. I'll be back, Naruto said to Kurenai before walking off. The red-eyed woman frowned lightly. I wonder what he's worried about. XXX. So the seal has been worrying you too, huh? Kakashi did not have to turn around to know that it was Naruto and nodded. What are you going to do about it? Kakashi looked at the blonde. I placed an evil sealing method on him. This will keep the curse mark dormant as long as Sasuke has the will to battle it. Naruto said. I've heard that you are good at seals, Kakashi stated. A little, Naruto replied. I don't know a lot about Orochimaru's curse marks though. I can say that my Uzumaki grave seal can restrain it, though I'm sure that that was only possible because Sasuke was only in stage 1 of the curse mark. Naruto stepped beside Kakashi, eyeing the marks on Sasuke. When I learn how to use the dark consumption seal correctly, I'm sure it can help. Are you doing this for the Hokage? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. No, for a friend. You should leave, Kakashi said. You still have a match yourself. You're right. Naruto said, turning around. Naruto, Kakashi said, stopping him. Protecting the village, Even after they have shunned you and lied to you. Naruto frowned and looked at Kakashi, who gave him his signature eye smile. Sensei would be proud. Naruto stood frozen for a second, seeing this was only the second time in his life that he had ever heard that statement. Of course, when Jiraiya said it, he said that the Gaki would be proud, but they both referred to Naruto's father. Thanks. Naruto said with a grin. XXX. When Naruto returned, Kankuro had just defeated Masumi, Kabuto's second teammate. Is everything alright? Shino asked. Naruto nodded. Perfect. The screen flashed random names before Naruto, Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka was shown. Looks like you came just in time, Shino said. Naruto smirked beneath his mask. Great. Kiba was now standing on the floor with Akamaru. Alright Akamaru, Kiba said to his pup. It's time for us to show this guy just what we're made of. Payback for the land of waves. Yip, yip. Akamaru barked before Naruto appeared in front of them. Hayate frowned. So this is the Kyuubi kid, huh? I wonder what Lord Hokage has him doing, taking a part of these exams. He could clearly defeat all of these genin if he tried. Or both, Hayate began coughing. Ready? Naruto and Kiba nodded. Hajime. Naruto moved and took the scroll from off of his back, sitting it on the floor. I won't be needed that, Naruto stated. Kiba growled. This isn't like at Wave Country. We're much stronger. Naruto gave Kiba a nonchalant glance. Beast Man clone. Naruto watched as a puff of smoke covered Kiba and Akamaru. When the smoke cleared, instead of a boy and a dog, he was staring at two copies of Kiba. That's a neat trick, Naruto said. Double piercing fang. Naruto dodged the two attacks before the man-beast duo turned their attacks and came for Naruto again. Again, Naruto dodged their attacks. Sensei, Sakura said to Kakashi, who had recently rejoined the others. Naruto is in another league than Kiba. Kiba doesn't stand a chance. Have a little faith, Sakura. One mistake can change the entire match, Kakashi replied. Kiba and Akamaru regrouped away from Naruto. He can dodge pretty well, Kiba said. But I doubt that he can dodge from two separated sides. Let's go, boy. Naruto watched as Kiba and Akamaru began to run away from one another. He eyed who he figured was Kiba. He really did not put effort to tell the two apart, and waited. Piercing fang. Kiba called. The Inuzuka and his dog came for Naruto, this time from two opposing sides. Naruto vanished before either attacker hit him, leaving an afterimage that lasted for a second. Swift release. Kakashi noted, he's getting good at that. Naruto reappeared away from the two and shot his now enlarged tongue at one of the two Kibas. He can do Orochimaru's tongue technique, Enko thought. I wonder what he can use it for. Naruto was able to grab the neck of one opponent, but that left him open for the second one that came for him. Thinking quickly, he was able to throw a few kunai at the attacking man or dog. The brief delay caused Akamaru to transform back into himself, slipping out of Naruto's tongue. Bingo! Naruto thought as he retracted his tongue. Naruto quickly vanished from his spot. Damn, swift release. Kiba muttered before he was knocked into the air by an unseen force. So, Orochimaru in disguise thought. This is the famed swift release. Well, Naruto-kun, show me what you got. The others watched as Kiba's body jerked violently in midair before Naruto appeared behind Kiba, upside down, and grabbed Kiba's waist. Oh man, this is it. Shikamaru thought. It is the same move he did on that sound nin that just beat Choji. Naruto flipped, throwing Kiba towards the ground. Kiba landed directly on his back and Naruto landed a few inches away from him. He didn't even break a sweat, Ino exclaimed. Akamaru came towards Kiba and began nudging him. Don't worry, he'll be up soon, Naruto said to the pup as medics came to lift Kiba up. Naruto then went for the stairs to rejoin his team. On his way towards, he made a brief eye contact with Neji. Neji. Naruto. Neji replied as the blonde walked away. Yosh, Neji-kun, how do you know the masked youthful shinobi, Naruto? Lee asked. Tenten gasped. Is that the same one? Yes. Neji interrupted. The very same Naruto Uzumaki. XXX. Flashback. 2 weeks after the academy began, a young Tenten sat ready to learn as usual. Today, the new student sat beside her. She smiled at him. Hi. I'm Tenten, she said happily. The boy smiled brightly. Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, you're the boy who wants to be the next Hokage, Tenten said, remembering Naruto's introduction. Naruto nodded. You're going to have to get really strong then because I hear that Hokage knows almost every jutsu there is. Naruto laughed a bit. G-san's still an old man. I'll be able to beat him in no time, believe it. That's impossible. Neji, who sat on Naruto's other side, said. Huh? Naruto responded. With that kind of attitude, you are bound to stay a loser for the rest of your life. The Hyuga stated. With your talent, I wouldn't be surprised if a failure like Lee doesn't score better than you. Tenten saw the downcast expression Naruto had, seeing that everyone knew of Neji's near-perfect score in the class already. If you let people tell you what you can and can't do all the time, then you will be a loser. Tenten said, catching Naruto's attention. She smiled at him. You're just going to have to work hard and prove people wrong. Stand up once in a while. Hi. Naruto said with a grin. End flashback, XXX. Naruto glanced as the names on the screen stopped on Shino Aburame and Zaku Abumi. I doubt that his arms are at 100%, Naruto said to Shino. Make it quick. I will try. Shino said as he walked away. Kurenai smiled a bit. Seems as if Shino and Naruto have come to an understanding and finally trust each other. Shino stepped in front of Zaku. The fourth match will now begin. Hayate said. Shino stared at Zaku, who had both arms in a sling. Suddenly, Zaku's left hand began to twitch before he moved it out of the sling. This here will show Orochimaru-sama just how strong we really are. Dosu thought as he glanced at the snake Sanin in disguise. Orochimaru smirked before holding a hand seal, vanishing from his spot. Where's he going? Naruto and Dosu thought at the same time. One hand is enough to beat you, Zaku said as he ran quickly towards Shino. Shino stood still until the last moment, bringing a forearm to block Zaku's blow. You're in no condition to fight against me, Shino said. You're better off forfeiting now. Shut up. Zaku called. Decapitating airwaves. Shino was hit by the attack, rolling backwards. Got him, Kin thought. Shino-kun, Hinata thought. Naruto smirked. Well played. Come on and stand up, Zaku said. Shino stood up. He stood just as emotionless and indifferent as he did before. This did not sit well with Zaku at all. Why don't you do something? Stop pretending that you're... Zaku was cut off by the eeriest sound ever. Bugs, and hundreds of them. No way. Kin gasped as she stared at the walls. Hey. That all? A bunch of bugs? Zaku stated before moving his left arm. He could use it all alone? Ino questioned. Naruto's eyes narrowed. I wonder if this is Orochimaru's work. Speaking of which, where is he? XXX the Sound 4 stood in front of their leader as he told them of the new revisions of their plan. The Cage isn't doing what we need him to. He's holding back on a few resources. Orochimaru stated. We're going to have to eliminate him. Hi. The four said. Naruto-kun has made it to the second stage as well as Dosu. Orochimaru said. While I don't question Dosu's faith, Naruto-kun's alliance with us is questionable. It is most likely that during the month in between now and the finals, he will travel. I need two of you to keep an eye on him. I will do it. Saken said. Kidomaru and I will. No, Orochimaru interrupted. For her disobedience, I will put Tayuya with you. If she fails this time, Orochimaru glared at Tayuya. Allow Naruto-kun to beat her within an inch of her life. She will need to be alive for her next and final assignment. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Saken said. Kabuto glanced at Tayuya. Seems as if the fear of death has finally sunk in. If she attempts to fight Naruto again, Saken won't interfere like he did before. And regardless of the outcome of this mission, she will be used to resurrect the Naidame Hokage. Her future doesn't look too bright. Lord Orochimaru, Saken said. If Tayuya is used for the sacrifice, who will help us keep up the barrier? You have a point. Orochimaru said. Saken frowned. I'm sure he's thought of that before. So why is he making such a big deal about it? Is he toying with me? Tayuya thought. Seeing the confused faces on his team, Orochimaru then laughed. Did you think that I haven't planned that far ahead? Orochimaru said. I will have a replacement for her, if she fails me again. Tayuya's frown deepened. If you are successful on this mission, your life would be spared, this time. Hi, Lord Orochimaru. Tayuya said. Now go. I have to check in on one important piece. Orochimaru said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. I won't fail, Tayuya thought. XXX, winner. Shikamaru Nara, Hayate declared. Boy, for a coward, that guy sure is smart, Naruto thought. I wouldn't be surprised if I failed for one of his traps. That's because you're an idiot, Kyuubi responded. The next match was between Sakura and Ino. Naruto watched the match with much interest. He wanted to see how two girls who worried more about their looks than training would actually fare against one another. He was surprised that, although they were not really on par with the average kunoichi, they were very much dedicated to the fight. They're really going to beat the living hell out of each other, Naruto thought. And here I thought they were friends. The match continued for nearly 20 minutes with the two hitting everything that they had. Naruto was not impressed by their skill, but more like their commitment to win. Of course, he figured that Sasuke had a small role in this, and fighting for a guy that was knocked out was stupid, but their will was simply amazing. Who knew those two had it in them? The match ended with a draw, both girls laying the other out with a single punch. Asuma and Kakashi got to the girls afterwards to clear the floor for the upcoming matches. Naruto watched as Lee and Shikamaru neared them. They may have no particular skill, Naruto thought, but with that kind of determination, I wouldn't doubt that at least one of them could be the strongest kunoichi of their class. The next was between Temari and one of Naruto's former classmates, Tenten. Naruto was curious to see what Tenten had learned since the academy, since she was the first of his three former classmates to fight. The match was pretty one-sided, with Temari using her fan to blow all of Tenten's weapons away. Despite this, Naruto realized that Tenten's aim was pretty dead on. But, alas, the match ended when Temari trapped the brunette in a cyclone of wind that slashed and cut Tenten before allowing Tenten to fall on her closed fan. Naruto winced a bit, seeing as Tenten was the first and only classmate to ever give him a sense of hope. Temari then moved to drop Tenten onto the weapons that were scattered on the ground, only for Lee to save her. I'm not surprised that Fuzzy Eyebrows stuck with taijutsu. Hell, I scored better than him in genjutsu and I have absolutely no talent in that area, Naruto said to his tenant. True. Without me you'd be dead a long time ago, the fox remarked. After Temari was called back by Gara and Lee was able to give Tenten to the medics, the next match was chosen. It was between Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga. Finally, Naruto thought as he glanced towards Neji, I can see what he's made of. Oh no, Hinata thought. I can't beat Neji. Naruto and Shino looked at Hinata's frozen position. Hey, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, gaining her attention. Go ahead and make light work of this guy. Shino and I don't want to celebrate without you. But, Hinata began. I know all about the Hyuga prodigy. Naruto continued. But I was a dead last. A nobody. Worse than you. I just worked hard to prove people wrong. I agree. Give it your all, Hinata, Shino said. Hinata nodded hesitantly before making her way to the floor. She stared at her opponent, who was standing with his eyes closed for a moment. She was completely terrified of Neji, seeing as he was not known for the Hyuga prodigy for nothing. Heishi-sama tells me that you actually had the courage to spar against him, Neji said with a slight smirk on his lips. To think, you, someone born into the main house with no real talent, had the notion to go against someone who will always be superior than you are. Naruto watched as Hinata just stood there, Neji actually activating his Byakugan and settling into the Jiyuken. Look at you. You're weak. You're pathetic. You're not worth of carrying on the main house title, Neji said. And you get the courage from a loser like him? As the fox gave a low and sinister chuckle, Naruto growled. People can't change, Hinata-sama, Neji said. You were born sheltered and spoiled, therefore you will never be able to amount to anything other than being sheltered and spoiled. You were never meant to be a ninja. That's not true. And Naruto-kun change, Hinata said. And, IW will change as well. No, deep down, he is still the same idiot from the academy. Despite his rise of power, he has no clue on how to properly use it, or else he would have been Chunin by now, Neji said. He has changed his physical appearance and has trained some, but, Neji paused. He is still a failure. Naruto's eyes narrowed. So I suggest you give up now and don't embarrass yourself or our clan any more than you already have. Hinata. Neji grunted and turned to see the irate blonde. Kicked. His. Ass. Hinata only stared at Naruto before closing her eyes. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata thought before opening her eyes. Neji frowned. Her eyes have changed, she's gained bolder. Just like Heishi said. B brother, forgive me, Hinata said before doing hand seals. Byakugan. Fighting me is futile. Give up while you can, Neji said. No, Hinata stated, settling into the Jiyuken stance. Kurenai smiled. She's finally found courage, then let's begin, Neji and Hinata said in unison before going into a full-out Jiyuken battle. Naruto grunted. There's no way she can win, no matter how much I want her to wipe that stupid smirk off of his face. Losing faith in your teammate? The fox asked. No, I think that Hinata will one day defeat Neji, but right now, she doesn't have the confidence needed to beat him. Naruto responded. She's going to lose this, but I don't think she's going to go down without a fight. I've seen Neji fight before. XXX flashback. It was the first sparring session at the academy and no one was more excited than Naruto. He stood near Tenten, who was also happy to finally get to put some of the academy lessons to use. Currently, Neji was pitted against a boy whose name Naruto has forgotten. You are no match for me. Give up, Neji said. Bring it, the boy said, running towards Neji. Naruto watched as Neji landed a blurry of strikes on the boy. As the boy collapsed, Naruto saw him cough up a wad of blood. Like I said. Give up, Neji said, you're finished. End flashback. XXX. Naruto heard Hinata shriek in pain. His eyes watched her sink to her knee. There is no way that Hinata can defeat Neji, Lee said. Hey you, Naruto said, pointing to Lee. There aren't any quitters on this team. Hinata will continue. Hinata struggled to get to her feet. Naruto-kun believes in me. I must go on. Hinata thought. I have to show him that I'm strong. Hinata came for Neji again, only for him to hit her again in her chest, this shot causing her to fall on both knees. Give it up, Hinata. You're through, Neji said. You're only suffering continuing the match. No, Hinata said as she stood up. Why you're suffering more than I am. You're angry about the main and branch houses. What did you say? Neji grunted. Why you were born as a B branch member, a subordinate of the clan. Hinata stated. The side that is looked at as inferior to the main house. Why you? Neji shouted as he came for Hinata. He's going to kill her, Kurenai thought. This is bad. Guy thought. Stop. The match is over, Hayate called before Neji simply vanished. The crowd gasped as they saw Neji pinned against the wall, Naruto's hand tightly around his throat. To think I once looked up to you as a true prodigy, Naruto said. He's fast, Hayate thought. Still protecting those who need it. Hiruzen thought. You're more like your parents than you know. Naruto, Kakashi said, now standing behind him. Let him go. You'll only get disqualified if you harm him any further. You're right. So I'll make this short and sweet, Naruto said before pulling Neji towards him. When this is over, Neji swung for Naruto, only for Black Sand to stop his hand. I will pull that stick out of your ass and then beat you with it. Naruto-kun. Hinata thought before passing out. Send in the medics, Kurenai called. Why would you, a ninja with no formal ties to either Konoha or the Hyuga clan, stick your neck out for a failure like her? Neji asked before Naruto tightened his grip. Because I'm a failure, Naruto growled. That's enough, Hayate said. Remove from the floor or be disqualified. Naruto turned to the instructor, his eyes a blood red. The fox, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and Hayate thought in unison before Naruto simply dropped Neji. Fine. Naruto said before using his swift released back up to the balcony. Shino looked at Naruto. He was confused as to why Naruto had reacted the way he did when it was clear that Naruto's only goal was the mission. Could Naruto, an assassin with no real loyalty, actually care about Hinata's well-being? It seemed illogical, but after spending time with the blonde, Shino realized that logic was the last thing one used when trying to understand Naruto Uzumaki. The final match of the preliminary round was between Rock Lee and Gara, though Naruto hardly cared. His attention kept shifting to Neji, an action that did not go unnoticed by Kurenai. When Heishi told me that Naruto had actually confronted him about Hinata's treatment, I didn't think it was true. Now I'm starting to see what the Hokage meant. The will of fire still burns inside of him. Kurenai thought as she looked at the blonde. Alright Lee, it's time to take them off, Guy called. Let's show this guy your mighty flames of youth. Lee saluted Guy. Right Guy sensei. Naruto watched as Lee took off some weights that were hidden in his leg and arm warmers. He was curious before he saw the weights drop onto the ground, shaking the arena a bit. Guy, you're too much sometimes, Kakashi said. Naruto's eyes widened. There's no way he's been able to do all that with those weights on. Alright. It is time to finish this. Lee stated. You should not have called me a pathetic loser or Guy-sensei a ridiculous mentor. Naruto watched in amazement as Lee ran towards Gara at quick speeds. Despite Lee moving faster than the others and Gara's sand, Naruto kept a close eye on him. It's like he's doing the speed of sound technique without even trying, Naruto thought. Lee appeared in front of Gara and landed a punch on him that knocked Gara flat on his back. No way. Gara's never been hit since, Temari's words dragged on as she glanced over at Naruto. This kid just got lucky, Kankuro said as Gara began to stand, pieces of hardened sand falling onto the ground. And from the looks of it, his luck's about to run out. The Tanuki brat is barely in control of Shukaku. I can feel the chakra of his tailed beast rising from here. Kyuubi told Naruto. Naruto crossed his arms. Well, if we have to, we'll end this now and take down this building without whoever's inside with it. Wouldn't that kill the Hyuga girl as well? The fox questioned. To think, all of your whining would be for nothing. Hinata's family reminds me of my remaining family. Naruto explained, Nagato, Hiriko. Even we forgot that we are from the same clan and wish to kill each other. Hinata's dad has forgotten that she is his daughter first and a shinobi second. If you would just encourage her just once, then maybe she wouldn't stutter. That stuttering is annoying. Kyuubi agreed. Naruto then felt a wave of chakra shoot from Lee. So he's able to open the 8 inner gates. For a taijutsu-only fighter, he impresses me. The nine-tailed fox said. To do that is no small feat. Devouring the Leaf Village will be more pleasurable than I originally realized. Naruto just rolled his eyes lazily. The stupid fox would always have dreams about destroying the village. Then he caught on to something astonishing. Gara, being sent into the air by one of Lee's kicks. The power of Lee causing a strong wave of wind and debris that made everyone sans Naruto to cover their eyes. He's going for the hidden lotus. Naruto thought as he watched Gara bounce around the air from Lee's hits, the sand trying to follow Lee. It's time to finish this. Lee called before landing a powerful shot on Gara. Hidden lotus. No way. Temari gasped as Gara's body collided into the ground, another wave of debris blasting throughout the tower. He used that gourd to protect him, Naruto thought as the dust began to clear. Lee rolled on the ground. That should do it. When the dust cleared, Lee attempted to stand, only to get on all fours. He turned back to see Gara looking at him. There is no way. Lee muttered. Gara lifted a hand towards Lee, the sand slowly moving towards him. Naruto turned his eyes away, knowing what was coming next. Sand, coffin. Gara called. Lee attempted to escape, but his left arm and leg were caught in the attack. Now, Gara stated, you die. Naruto grunted before the sand that would have attacked Lee was dispersed. Gara stood up, unsatisfied that his attack was deflected. He's fast. Naruto thought before he turned to Lee, whose beaten body was slowly rising. His eyes show no life at all. He's standing unconscious. Lee, Guy said looking at his student, it's over, you don't have to fight. Kakashi glanced to see that Naruto had once again gone to the floor, his iron sand stopping Lee's body from collapsing. Naruto, Guy said. The match was over the moment you stepped in. Naruto said. I'm here to make sure your treasured student doesn't get killed. Naruto then pointed at Gara. Because I'm the only one that can stop him. Gara was silent before turning around, the sand reforming the gourd on his back. I quit. Too bad. Naruto stated, causing Gara to pause in his steps. Like I said, as soon as Guy stepped in, you were declared the winner. One way or another, you and I will have our rematch. I'll be waiting then. Gara stated, and this time, I will kill you. XXX Naruto closed his eyes as he stood at the village gates. So it's me and Neji, right off the bat. Naruto thought, and Sasuke has Gar for the final match. Boy, this Chunin exam hasn't really gone my way. Naruto glanced in front of him where Sakin and Tayuya stood. And to think I'm being babysat, they're about as annoying as Hirujii. Alright you two, let's go. I have quite the distance to travel. Keep up, Naruto said. Tayuya said nothing as she followed the blonde. If she screwed this up, her death would be sooner than she wanted. XXX Jiraiya was currently peeping on a few ladies at the hot springs, giggling pervertedly as he took notes down at lightning speed. You know, a woman from behind Jiraiya said, if anyone actually caught you right now, those women would be pissed. Jiraiya sighed and turned to see the red violet-haired woman with purple eyes. Jiraiya smiled a bit. Imitating your dead mother. That's a new one, Jiraiya said. Nah, I was some old man earlier. I thought if I kicked you in the nuts in his form, you'd be used to it you perv. Naruto replied. I'm leaving for a month to do some training. 2 of Orochimaru's guards are with me. But I want you to find that Kabuto guy, he's trouble. Jiraiya nodded. I see. Is there anything else? No, well, except for Orochimaru being inside of Konoha and Sasuke being branded with the curse mark, nothing. Naruto said. I'll give you more information when I get it. Wait a second. What are you doing leaving the village for your training? Jiraiya asked. I have to do some thinking. Naruto said. Don't worry about anything Ero Sennin. I'm just going to learn a couple of things and return, safe and sound. If the Akatsuki attacks, I'll contact you. Somehow. Someway. Jiraiya nodded. Sure. But for now, Jiraiya turned back to his peephole. I get to see these beautiful little ladies. Naruto grew an impish smile. Straight from Kakashi's handbook, Naruto thought. Secret finger technique, Naruto said. Jiraiya frowned. 1,000 years of death. The women in the hot springs were thoroughly frightened and confused as the white-haired hermit flew through the wall and splashed into the waters. Pervert. Jiraiya looked at the position of the sun once more. I wonder where he is. Hopefully he didn't forget that he has the first match of the tournament. Jiraiya thought. I wonder what he's learned. Jiraiya saw a few birds flying overhead. I wonder if he's going to show it all and let the village be destroyed. No, that doesn't sound like Naruto. Well, regardless, I have research to do. Don't fail me now, Gaki. With that, the toad sage moved from his spot against a tree and began heading for a waterfall he knew in the area. XXX Hiruzen looked at the combatants below. Neither Sasuke Uchiha nor Naruto Uzumaki are here, Lord Hokage. An ANBU told him. Should we disqualify them? Not yet, Hiruzen said. Go on with the exams, but Naruto's. He will show. Hiruzen said before giving Genma the signal. Alright, Genma said to the remaining genin in the exam. The same rules from the preliminary rounds apply to the finals. The only ways of winning is if your opponent forfeits, is killed, or outside interference. The match can also be stopped by me whenever I think that one contestant cannot continue. Are these rules understood? The 7 genin standing nodded. Good. Would you all take your place in the waiting area except for Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki? The crowd waited impatiently as Neji remained in the center of the arena with Genma, but Naruto was nowhere in sight. Many of the villagers had heard that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had returned and wanted to see him action against what they believed to be the genius of his time, Neji Hyuga. In the stands, a sand jonin leaned to the Kazecage's ear. They're running later than normal, Kazekage Dono, the man whispered. The Kazekage turned towards Hiruzen. This is a match that I wanted to see, Lord Hokage. The Kazekage said. Where is this so-called Mikaze no Naruto at? I haven't the slightest clue, Hiruzen replied. XXX. Shithead, slow down, Tayuya shouted in irritation. Blue eyes turned to her. I'll see you guys later. You're doing nothing but holding me back. With that, he held a hand seal. Swift release. Swift flying god. With that, Naruto promptly vanished from view, a cloud of dirt appearing in the direction he was going. Tayuya and Saken slowed to a stop, panting. They had been running for nearly 8 straight hours and were tired. Just how the hell does he do it? Saken asked. I don't know, Tayuya panted, but if we don't make it back, we're dead. Right. Saken said. XXX. Well, Genma said, since Naruto is not here, I have no choice but to diss. Did someone say my name? Sakura, who was in the crowd, sat up in her seat quickly as the boy simply appeared from nowhere. He now wore a long white coat that stopped inches above the ground with orange flames at the bottom, an orange spiral on the back. Beneath that was an orange armor that resembled that of the Shodem and Nidame Hokages. The large scroll on his back was gone as well. But that was not what really caused her to sit up. His mask is gone. Sakura said to Ino. Are those real? Ino questioned, staring at Naruto's whisker marks. Genma blinked. How'd he get there so fast? Hey, are we going to fight or are you going to keep standing there? Naruto asked Genma. Fine. Competitors, step towards the center. Genma instructed. The two did as they were told. Are both competitors ready? Then let the first match begin. Genma quickly removed himself from between Naruto and Neji. So, Naruto said with his arms crossed, here we are. You seem confident. Very well. Neji said, activating his Byakugan and settling in the Jiyuken stance. Let's see if you have improved since our last match then. Of course, like I said, once a failure, always a failure. I won't even use the swift release with you. Naruto declared with a smirk. Come on, bring it. Naruto ran towards Neji. Even without swift release, he's still fast, Sakura thought. Neji began to dodge Naruto's strikes and kicks. Neji had to secretly applaud Naruto's grow in taijutsu. While he was no might guy, he was surely better than he once was. He's about as fast as Lee with his weights on, Tenten commented from her seat. Naruto flipped away from Neji and held a hand seal. His cheeks puffed a bit before he fired his tongue at Neji. Now it was Neji who began retreating. Neji flipped and slid up the wall as Naruto's tongue whipped and cratered the spot Neji was previously in. Naruto paused and retracted his tongue, smirking a bit. You know something, Neji, I almost believed you, Naruto said. I almost believed that I couldn't change, but then someone reminded me differently. After I saw a merciless swordsman fight to his final breath to avenge his protege, I've learned something important. And what is that? Neji asked. That people can change. I used to hate this village and dreamed that one day it would burn to the ground. I used to envy people like you. People who were born geniuses and didn't have to train to get anywhere. Naruto said. But, now I've changed. I'm considered to be a genius now by people who only know what I have become. Why are you telling me this now? Neji asked. Because you hate your clan for the death of your father and for the fact that you're branded with some stupid seal. And you take it out on people like Hinata and disrespect others like Tenten and Lee. All three are people I admire. Naruto said. If I were still like that with the hatred you have, I wouldn't be here trying to save you or this pathetic village. In the stands, Sakura gasped. So, he was working with he's here to save us now, Sakura thought. Have you changed that much, Naruto? Tenten thought. Neji's no pushover, he's the toughest genin in the village. Defeating him will take more than that swift release of yours. Go ahead and try to overwhelm me with your shadow clones or your iron sand. It won't change anything. You were destined to lose the moment I was chosen to be your opponent, Neji stated. I'm not going to use either. In fact, I'm going to beat you on my own, Naruto said. Neji and Naruto ran towards one another now, both with the intent on seriously injuring the other. Neji saw an opening and went for a palm strike. The attack landed but had little effect on Naruto and the blonde was able to land a punch on Neji. Neji maneuvered his head to take as little pain as possible and slid backwards. Barely touched him. Naruto thought. I have to limit his range of movement. Naruto came for Neji once more and jumped into the air. Neji moved out of the way as Naruto's fist embedded in the earth beneath him. Naruto quickly recovered his hand and continued this wild onslaught, his hand slapping the ground every other strike. Give it up, Neji said, now standing in front of Naruto with a smirk. You will never touch me. Who said that I was trying to hit you? Naruto asked, holding a hand seal. 5 Elements Battle Encampment. Neji was surprised when he saw a barrier appear around himself and Naruto, limiting the battlefield and stopping anyone from outside from stopping it. With his Byakugan, he could tell that this barrier was pretty strong and somehow, Naruto managed to keep enough chakra to maintain it while appearing to be doing absolutely nothing. Is he going to kill Neji ni? A young Hanabi asked her father. Hiashi's eyes narrowed. I don't know. The Kazekage narrowed his eyes. He used those wild swings as a diversion to place seals around the Hyuga. The snake Sanin thought. Kukuku, Jiraiya, your apprentice surpassed my thoughts about him. Naruto smirked. Tell me something, Neji, have you seen anything like this before? Does it surprise you that I, a failure, have created a barrier that stops anything from getting through? Why? That makes this victory easier for me, Neji called as he ran for Naruto. Naruto flipped over Neji at the last moment, giving him enough time to do hand seals. Wind release. Thick fog covering. Naruto said. Neji watched as a thick fog blanketed over the area within the barrier. I can't see a thing, Ino said to Sakura. I hope Neji is alright. But then again, with those eyes, he can see everything. Sakura only nodded, rethinking about her battle with Zabuza. The hidden mist technique was enough to tamper with the sight of the Sharingan, so it could be possible that Naruto's jutsu tampered with the sight of the Byakugan. Of course, Sakura would not doubt it. Naruto was far stronger than he led people to believe with his carefree attitude and constant flirting. It was like when he was battling with Sasuke in the woods. He could have killed the last Uchiha if he wanted to. Neji looked around. Why can't I see you? Neji asked before he was punched in the face, sending his body crashing into the barrier, which sent a jolt of electricity through his body before he fell to the ground. You mean next to the fact that I used chakra in the fog? Therefore, all you're seeing is one large blanket of chakra. Perfect against you and dog breath up there. Naruto answered. Neji stood up only to be hit again. This time his body slid into the center of the barrier. For a genius, you sure are dumb. Neji grunted as he stood up, but he now had a general idea as to where Naruto was from the blonde's voice. He began to focus his ears into the oncoming footsteps. Rotation. Neji called before twirling. Neji felt that he had hit Naruto and the seal and fog slowly disappeared. Neji slowed down. Like I said, you're still a 1,000 years of death, Naruto called as he executed the technique on Neji. In the stands, the crowd was astonished as Neji flew into the air, holding his sword posterior. Hinata blushed. Whatever works, Naruto-kun. He's mocking the Hyuga clan, Hishi growled. Kiba,
who was sitting beside Sakura, dropped his head. That move is so embarrassing, Kiba muttered. Yeah, only because our sensei used it on you, Sakura replied. Gara frowned. What kind of jutsu was that? These leaf nin are crazy. Konkuro called. Just what kind of sick move was that? Tenten felt herself smiling. I shouldn't be laughing at Neji's pain, but that move was pretty original and hilarious. Hiruzen sweat dropped. Oh Naruto, you haven't changed a bit. Neji got up, his eyes glaring at Naruto. What was that? Neji asked angrily. Come and find out. Naruto said. Neji ran towards Naruto with a new resolve. His speed had nearly tripled. Naruto braced himself as Neji began throwing palm strikes towards him. While he was able to dodge some, he was unable to dodge them all. Neji landed a shot on Naruto midsection that caused the blonde to kneel a bit. Now that I have you here, Neji said, changing his stance, I can end this. Father, what is Neji-ni doing? Hanabi asked, looking at Heishi. A technique only learned by the head household. Heishi responded. Neji must have learned it on his own someone. Naruto stood up only for Neji to attack. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji called as Naruto toppled over. Like I said, Neji's no pushover Naruto. Tenten thought. You should have kept that fog and barrier up. Whoa. That was amazing, Ino squealed. Yeah, it was. Sakura said, more amazed at the fact that Naruto was hit than Neji's attack. Kiba growled. I get beat by this guy and then he goes out there and makes an embarrassment out of himself. Damn, that doesn't say anything good about me. It is done. 64 of your, Neji did not get to finish as Naruto turned into a log. What? How is that even possible? Replacement? Sakura, Ino, Kiba, and Tenten thought in unison. Is it my turn? Naruto asked from behind Neji. I'll make sure that you won't get up from this one. Neji called as he ran towards Naruto. Naruto dodged Neji's charge and unsealed a kunai from the underside of his right arm. He flicked the weapon towards Neji, who caught it between his middle and index fingers before throwing it back at Naruto. Naruto dodged the blade before thrusting his hands forward, sending thousands of slips of paper towards Neji. Rotation. Neji called again, spinning. The slips of paper flew back towards Naruto, who only smirked. Is this all you have left, Uzumaki? Pathetic sheets of paper? You hate your clan for what happened to your dad, right? An incident that you have no true knowledge about, Naruto said. What are you talking about? You don't know anything about it either, Neji retorted. I've been to Kumo. I know how pissed they were when they received Hisashi's body instead. Naruto said. But, as much as I hate Heishi, your father chose to die. How do you know this? Neji questioned angrily. You think those eyes of yours sees everything, huh? Sneaking into your compound is pretty easy. Overheard the council saying something about the right time to tell you, Naruto said before sighing tired sumly. It was really boring, but I decided to do a prank on your clan before I left. That is, until I heard about your dad, Hisashi. Says that he wanted to create his own destiny, even if it was death. He defied his brother and died in his place. I think it sucks that he had a son like you. You don't know what you're talking about, Neji shouted. My father was murdered because. Wrong. Like I said, I heard this a month ago. Hisashi wanted to die, Naruto said. Proving to you that people do change. Neji glared at Naruto. He grew up knowing that he had to do what the main house said. But instead, he defied them and took Hiashi's place instead. Lies. My father was murdered, Neji said before running towards Naruto. And now I'm going to show you why a nobody like you should never doubt the Hyuga clan. Neji shot a palm straight for Naruto's chest, only for Naruto to catch his wrist with a bone-shattering grip. Naruto then used his free hand to punch Neji backwards before running after him. Neji's body slammed against the wall before he spotted Naruto coming for him. He reached into his pouch and threw several of kunai towards the blonde, who was currently doing hand seals. Naruto jumped into the air before diving into the ground, his body becoming nothing but a shadow as he slithered towards Neji. Whoa, Sakura and Ino said in unison. Neji moved off of the side of the wall only to be caught by a serious uppercut that sent him flying into the air. That was powerful, Tenten thought as Naruto now stood in front of Neji. Naruto produced a small scroll and opened it. Summoning jutsu, Neji slowly rose to his feet and looked behind him to see Naruto clutching a strange sword. That sword looks like Samahada, Orochimaru thought, but how could a brat like him have that sword or even replicate it? Naruto clutched the handle of the blade. Is that made of paper? Neji asked.
Naruto smirked. Pretty cool, huh? This, Neji, is a blade that I asked for a while back after I was in Wave. It is called the Sword of Seals, but I like to call it Samikata. It is designed in the shape of and functions like the sword Samahata, but instead of shake skin, it is made of paper that cuts and shreds when in contact with an opponent. What's so important about your stupid blade? Neji asked. Well, you see, this thing here can seal elemental chakra and nullify most ninjutsu. So far, it's absorbed wind, fire, and lightning. Naruto said, lifting the large blade above him. This is going to hurt. Wind Shredder Jutsu. Naruto swung the blade in front of him. Neji's eyes widened before he was trapped in a swirling vortex with thousands of slips of paper that seemed to appear from nowhere. Neji's body was slashed by the paper while the wind pounded him within the vortex. After the attack, Neji's body fell limp on the ground. Naruto walked towards Neji. And for the record, Naruto said to Neji, I wasn't born a loser. My father was said to be a genius of his time and my mother was also a great ninja. My mother's clan goes just as far back as the Hyuga, if not farther, and was feared throughout the hidden villages. I am, possible. A winded Neji replied. Naruto smirked. Believe it. Someone who was failing in taijutsu and genjutsu and was struggling in chakra control was the son of two of Konoha's greatest shinobi. Weird, isn't it? You're lying. Neji said. How about you go into the afterlife and meet them yourself? Naruto stated, raising Samikata into the air. Tenten's eyes widened. Naruto, don't, he's going to kill him. Hanabi called as Heishi rose from his seat. Naruto-kun, don't. Hinata thought. Genma moved but stopped once Samikata was inches away from his neck. Naruto's glare went from Neji's body to Genma and finally Heishi, who had also jumped into the arena. You know you just cost him the match. Naruto said to Heishi. That one attack would not have finished him off, he could still fight. His life is worth more than the match. Heishi growled, his Byakugan activated. You're right. Naruto said, removing his sword from beneath Genma. Samikata dispelled and Naruto stretched. I'm going to the waiting area. I suggest you explain to him the truth about Hisashi. With that, Naruto began walking away, the crowd in silence. The demon brat had just defeated one of their most well-known up-and-coming genin with minimal damage. He had not even tapped into the fox's chakra. You did well, Naruto. Hiruzen thought with a grin. If only your parents were here to see. Tenten sighed in relief. Thank you, Naruto. He beat Neji? Ino said. Man, this Naruto character is tough. Sakura only nodded. If only you knew how strong. Once Naruto made it to the waiting area, he glanced at the Sand siblings. Oi, Temari, she looked at the other blonde. Was that as close as your wind scythe jutsu or what? Hey. You're still cocky, kid. Temari said. And you're still hot. Naruto replied, causing her to grunt and turn back to the arena. Aw man. Shikamaru yawned. Sasuke's still not here yet. You're right. Naruto said, and I thought that I had a bad sense of time. Since Sasuke Uchiha isn't here yet, his match will be postponed, Genma began. Naruto growled. That damn Uchiha gets more leeway than anyone I know. So would Shino Aburame and Kankuro please come down here, Genma finished. Hey, Proctor, I forfeit, Kankuro said. Go on with the next match. Naruto glared at the puppet user. So, it's going to happen today. Remember, you can only use that once and even then you'll have 20 minutes at the max. Kyuubi responded. Hi. Naruto replied. Well then, Dosu Kinuda and Shino Aburame come to the center, Genma said. So, I'm fighting the bug user instead. Perfect. Dosu said as he began walking for the stairs. Shino said nothing as he hopped the railing and jumped into the arena. Naruto watched as the two opponents met in the center of the arena. As their fight commenced, Naruto turned towards the Hokage and began to think about the previous month. XXX flashback. It had been a week since the preliminary matches of the Chunin exam and Naruto was currently in water country, meditating beneath the night sky. Saken and Yukon had proved to be a minor annoyance. He had to deal with them before peace was restored. Surprisingly, Tayuya had not said one word to him since leaving Konoha. Curious, he opened his eyes to see the doe-eyed redhead staring at him with the eyes of a hawk with murderous intent. If you hate me that much, why not just attack while I'm waiting on my sword? Naruto asked. Tayuya was still silent, only hardening her glare. It's really hard to concentrate with you staring at me. I'm not running off anywhere so you can stop. Naruto said. Still, no verbal response. Let me guess. Your life depends on this mission. A slight twitch from her left eye. Oh. So Habiteme must have heard about our meeting in the forest. And he's pissed at you for that? Did he really expect you to beat me? Naruto chuckled. The Teme has gone senile in his old age. Shut up. Tayuya finally called as she lunged for him. Naruto dodged her attack using the swift release and pinned her to the ground on her stomach, holding her arms against her back in a restraining manner. You know, this would be the third time you've tried to attack me, right? Naruto said nonchalantly. Get off of me, shithead. Tayuya growled. No, Naruto said, not until you tell me exactly what Orochimaru has in store for Konoha. Like hell I will. Tayuya replied. Seeing as you basically told me that if you failed this mission you'd die, Naruto began. I could just cut the middleman out and do it right here, right now. And the only way you could stop me is if you just tell me the truth. What is Orochimaru planning for Konoha? Tayuya would never, ever, betray her village, so she just sat quietly. Death was more preferable anyway. At least she would not have to hear from her annoying teammates or the more annoying blonde until they reached hell with her. In her opinion, people like her did not deserve to see paradise. As for Naruto, he was fighting off a laugh. He was bluffing. Killing the redhead was more trouble than it was worth, and he was definitely not the one to kill others without reason. Thankfully Tayuya did not know everything about the blonde, or she would have called his bluff and attempted to fight his grip. You know, if you look at it, Naruto continued, you're really in no position to fight. While Sakin and Yukon should be up in a few more hours, I doubt that they could stop the fox, which I will unleash because I'm not going to allow you to trap me in another genjutsu. Tayuya still laid quietly, her eyes closed as she attempted to count all the innocents she had killed. Now would be the perfect time to make amends, right? Look, I'll even offer to protect you from Orochimaru if he ever finds out. Just tell me. Protect me? The words escaped her as soon as they reached her ears. Bullshit. You and that pedophile sensei of yours will probably take turns ass raping me if I took that offer. Naruto chuckled a bit. As cute as you are, I don't think Ero Sennin will take that much of a liking in you. You are one of his biggest rivals' elite guards. Yeah, fucking right. Have you read those fucking books of his? Tayuya responded. A little, Naruto said offhandedly. Oh well, since you're not going to tell me. Tayuya's eyes shot open as she heard that sound. Electricity was above her, and unlike the first time this attack was meant for her, Naruto was in control of his actions. Say hello to the afterlife for me. No tears. No insults. No obscenities. She would go in peace with one thought in mind. Naruto and Orochimaru would pay. Hopefully at the same time in a slow and merciless manner. And by some yaoi fan at that. Yeah. That would be the perfect way for those two to go in her opinion. But before that came, the sound of cackling lightning ended and the weight that was previously on her back was not there anymore. Quickly jumping to her feet, she turned to see Naruto walking away. Oi, get the fuck back here, shithead. Tayuya called to him. I'm going to meditate in peace. Don't bother me unless you have important to say. Naruto replied. Standing in utter confusion, Tayuya could only watch Naruto sit a distance away from her, going back into his deep meditation. What the hell was that for? Tayuya wondered. End flashback. XXX. While Tayuya had been beyond loyal to the snake bastard, Naruto did get one important thing out of her and Sakin. The design of their curse marks. They were complicated seals, beyond his knowledge that's for sure, and he had spent many hours at night trying to learn how one applied and removed them. There was no doubt in Naruto's mind that when Itachi found out, there would be hell to pay. And while Naruto was confident in his skills, going against the Uchiha prodigy and surviving would only be possible if Jiraiya was with him and Kisame was not with Itachi. I wish I could have gotten some information for Uji-san, Naruto thought. Naruto heard a small explosion and looked below in the arena. Dosu's arm had punched into the earth, attempting to smash Shino's face into it. However, Naruto's temporary teammate was far more evasive than he appeared. You can't outrun my sound waves, Dosu called as he came for Shino once more. Shino held his hands in front of him, thousands of beetles flying for Dosu. Dosu stopped and changed directions quickly, now moving towards the wall. It is impossible to try and outrun them. They are everywhere. Shino stated in his stoic voice. No matter where you go, they will just follow you. Dosu backed against the wall until he felt something crawling on him. He turned his head to see the insects marching down the wall onto him. What the hell? Get them off of me, Dosu called. I gave you a chance to surrender and you chose to fight, Shino said. Naruto smirked. Good old Shino. Whenever in a pinch, those creepy ass bugs are there to bail him out. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. Maybe you should have been an Aburame. Although the bugs would be constantly moving inside of you, you definitely wouldn't have to do much work if you could train them properly. That's not my style. The buzzing from my own body would become too troublesome and I wouldn't be able to enjoy watching clouds. Plus, having beetles enter and exit through holes in my skin is just plain creepy. Shikamaru responded. True. Naruto said. You know, Shikamaru said. When I first saw you in the Forest of Death, I expected you to turn on Sakura and make quick work of Sasuke. But you didn't? I don't know much about you, Naruto, but I know that someone with your skills could have easily killed Sasuke back there. With a seal that can force another to rest, it wouldn't be that hard. Naruto nodded. True. My only question is, Shikamaru said, do you really think you can stop Gara? The question was loud enough for the Sand siblings to hear it and each of them glanced towards Shikamaru and Naruto. Naruto grinned. Believe it. XXX. Of all the times to get information on Akatsuki, the Toad Sage said as he looked at the information that was presented to him. Seems as if they're going to be on the move in 3 years. And here I thought it was something instant. Jiraiya sighed. Oh well, now I have to go back to my original research. XXX. Winner. Shino Aburame, Genma said as Shino came back to the waiting room. For a second there, I was beginning to doubt you, Naruto said with a grin. What took you so long? Shino did not respond, just staring out into the arena. The next match is between Shikamaru Nara and Temari, Genma announced. Hey, that's my cue, Temari said before swinging her large fan, causing a strong gust of wind to blow throughout the arena. She jumped onto her fan and rode the wind into the center where Genma stood. I was waiting for this all day. Is that so? Genma responded before eyeing Shikamaru. Shikamaru Nara, get down here. Man, because Sasuke isn't here, my match gets moved up and my opponent gets changed. This is such a drag, Shikamaru said. Go down there already, Naruto said, giving Shikamaru a push. Shikamaru plummeted to the ground only to be caught by a pile of iron sand. The sand slowly moved from beneath Shikamaru and back up to Naruto's right hand. This is such a drag. Why do I have to fight 2 girls back to back? Shikamaru asked himself as he stood up. I really don't want to do this. Hey Shikamaru, Naruto called. Don't let her looks fool you. She's one tough chick. Shikamaru smirked. Thanks for the advice, but I've seen what she can do. Shikamaru stretched a bit. Alright, I'm up. Let's get this over with. Ino, Sakura, and Kiba turned their heads to the sound of munching. There, Choji stood with a bag of chips in his hand, a sack of snacks on his arm. Is this seed taking? Choji asked. Ino shook her head and Choji sat beside her. Hey, Munch. Shikamaru's match, Munch, is up. Yeah. You've already missed Neji's and Shino's matches, Kiba said. Really? Munch? Who won? Choji asked. Well, Neji lost to Naruto and then Shino beat that weird-looking guy from Sound. Ino informed. I tell you, Hinata has to be the luckiest girl in the world. Both of her teammates won. Yeah, well you should worry about your own teammate, Sakura replied. Please. Shikamaru's got this one in the bag, Ino said before hopping up with excitement. Go Shikamaru. Use your ultra super cool techniques and bring this bitch down. Sakura, Kiba, and Choji sweat dropped as some of the other spectators witnessed this with confusion and fear. Man, she's scary, Kiba thought. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered before he caught Temari coming for him. Temari slammed her closed iron fan into what should have been Shikamaru. After the dust cleared, she realized that she had missed. You know, fighting a girl is really not classy for a guy. Then again, I never said I was a classy guy, Shikamaru said. Temari turned her gaze to see him standing on a kunai embedded in the wall, his hands in his pockets. Temari growled before opening and swinging her fan, another strong gust of wind following the act. When the debris cleared again, Shikamaru was gone again. You're good for running, I can say that, Temari said, but you can't run forever. Naruto only smirked at the statement. He had heard it before in the Land of Water. XXX flashback. Get your fucking ass back here, shithead. Tayuya screamed as she chased after Naruto, who was in possession of her cap. Sakin and Yukon both stood with amused smirks on their faces. I didn't think the kid had the balls to do that, Sakin said. He's dead, Yukon replied, as soon as she catches him. Naruto continued running, liking this idea of training. By putting gravity seals on him and having a really good reason to run, he knew his strength, speed, and stamina would increase to the point that he did not have to rely on chakra as much. Having a murderous Tayuya behind him who was seconds away from summoning her Doki, Naruto could only keep running no matter how tired he felt. You're a fucking good runner, but you can't run forever, And when I catch you I'm going to kill you, Tayuya shouted. Naruto grinned. Best idea ever. End flashback XXX. Naruto glanced to see Shikamaru behind a tree. Man, this is such a drag. With that fan of hers, I won't be able to get close enough for my shadow possession to work. Shikamaru thought as he clutched two kunai. Troublesome girl. Temari paused for a moment until she saw two kunai coming for her. She swung her fan, using wind to deflect the attack much like she did Tenten. Is that it? Temari asked before she saw Shikamaru's shadow extend towards her. Her eyes widened slightly before she began to backtrack. Soon, the shadow went back to Shikamaru, who was now standing beside the tree. I get it. You can use the shadows around you to stretch your own, such as the wall. Hey, you got me. Shikamaru responded. Temari drew a line in the ground with her fan. As long as I stay behind this line, he can't get me, Temari thought as she opened her fan. The match continued for another 15 minutes with Temari attempting to blow the Nara out of the arena, but he had done a commendable job staying rather unharmed. Now he was completely concealed within a bush, his eyes closed in concentration. Since Temari was no longer shouting or swinging her fan, he could think in peace. I knew, Munch, that he was, Munch, going to run. That's all, Munch. Shikamaru's good for. Shoji said while eating his fourth, or fifth, bag of chips. Yeah right, Ino said. Shikamaru's just thinking of a way to win. I mean, think about it, without him, we wouldn't have made it through the first round. Ino then placed her hands around her mouth. Hey Shikamaru. Get your lazy ass in gear and beat her already. Asuma sighed. She's still a loud mouth. Kurenai frowned. She has a point. Shikamaru's done nothing but run this entire match. No, Asuma said. He's just doing what he does better than anyone, Asuma smirked, thinking. Got it. Shikamaru thought as he opened his eyes. Temari stood still listening carefully. She heard a small rustling from the bush. I got you now, Temari shouted as she swung her fan. Shikamaru quickly got out of harm's way and held a familiar hand seal, his shadow heading towards Temari. Temari smirked. Did you forget? You can't go past this mark. Temari said smugly before his shadow passed the line, reaching for her. Due to her sharpened reflexes, she was able to dance around his reach until his shadow paused and began retreating. She drew another line. There. This should be it. Shikamaru turned his eyes towards the sky, seeing a passing cloud. Fighting this troublesome girl on such a nice day. This is such a drag. Shikamaru thought before dodging the wind Temari's fan again, staying against the wall. Hold still. Temari shouted swinging again. Shikamaru ducked behind what remained from the tree he was behind earlier. I'm not Tenten, but I should be able to hit them from here, Shikamaru thought. I just have to get her to move one more time. Shikamaru tossed several kunai in the air. Temari saw this and was about to blow them away before she saw his shadow coming at her again. And like before, it surpassed her mark, forcing her to retreat to her right, away from the kunai and away from his shadow. Again, his shadow withdrew. Now for part 2. Shikamaru thought. This is going to hurt. Shikamaru revealed himself, moving along the wall at a good pace. Temari smirked. Must be running low on chakra. Temari thought as she waved her fan. Shikamaru held a hand seal before the wind pushed him against the wall. He grunted in pain, but kept his concentration on his shadow. Ah, Shikamaru. What the hell are you doing? Ino called. I think he's losing. Kiba said before the blonde glared past Sakura to Kiba. What? He is. Hey Temari. Look out behind you, Konkuro shouted. What? Temari asked before she saw Shikamaru's shadow moving from the wall behind her. She began dodging again. How? When the shadow reached its limit, it went back against the wall. I get it. He used the wall's shadow to circle the entire arena. And to do that, he had to be pressed against the wall completely. He used my own attack against me. That was pretty clever. Naruto thought. He almost had her that time, Kurenai said. Maybe you're right about this Nara kid. He might not have the motivation to fight, but his strategies are practically flawless, Asuma said. And that's because Shikamaru Nara is Konoha's most cowardly, laziest, genius ever. Well, that last attack took a lot out of you, Temari said to the tired-appearing Shikamaru. She opened her fan behind her. Well then, I guess I should finish this. Any last words? Boom. Shikamaru said before a blast of bright light flashed behind Temari. The light was enough to temporarily blind many, but when they were able to see again, Shikamaru's shadow was successfully bound with Temari's. Shadow possession complete. What? How did this happen? Temari asked. Turn around. Go ahead, I'll let you. Shikamaru said as he turned his head. Temari was forced to turn to see the kunai Shikamaru had previously thrown in a few craters. Those holes in the ground were created by Naruto when he was swinging for Neji. What? Temari gasped. Had you been paying attention to Naruto's actual strategy and not the fighting, you would have known that he concealed seals within each crater before trapping Neji. Each one of my kunai had a flash bomb on them, so I had to time this right. Shikamaru explained. The longest it takes for a flash bomb to go off is 3 minutes. Many people don't use these flash bombs as the enemy has usually found a way to either disarm them or simply gone out of range. Temari was forced to turn to Shikamaru as he continued. You were so worried about the shadows of the wall and trees that you forgot that you cast one yourself. A pretty big one when you open your fan up too. Instead of stretching my shadow to connect with yours, I just had to find a way to get your shadow to come to me. Shikamaru concluded. Alright Shikamaru, Ino cheered. Amazing, Sakura said. No way. That coward actually outsmarted Temari? Kankuro questioned. Naruto grinned. I have to give it to him, I wouldn't have thought about that. Brilliant. Kurenai muttered. I told you, Asuma said as Shikamaru and Temari began walking towards each other, and the next move is checkmate. Shikamaru raised his right hand into the air, causing Temari to do the same. She attempted to do or say anything, but she could not. Let's get this over with, Shikamaru said before he and Temari began speaking in sync. We, Shikamaru, Nara and Temari, both forfeit. The crowd went silent before booing. Coward. A random man shouted. Well then, I declare this match a draw, Genma said. What? What the hell are you doing? Ino shouted before grabbing Choji's collar. Why does he have to be such a slacker? That's just Shikamaru for you, Choji replied. What, why did you forfeit as well? Temari asked as Shikamaru released his hold. Using the wall's shadow took too much of my chakra and it'll be troublesome for me to continue. Shikamaru said. At the same time, I just couldn't let you win after I went through the trouble of putting you into position. It'd be a waste of chakra and time if I just forfeited the match and let you continue as well. This slacker beat me. Temari thought. Shikamaru began stretching. That was so troublesome. And here I had thought of the next 200 moves. Man, what a drag. 200 moves, huh? He's a smart one, this Shikamaru. Sad he doesn't have the motive to continue. Genma thought with a small smile. Still, you gotta love the kid's style. Shikamaru made his way past the Sand siblings and stood next to Naruto and Shino. You're good, Naruto said. I probably would have fallen for that one. Yeah, well now the final match is about to begin, Shikamaru said. And Sasuke had better get here soon or else these people will riot. You're right, Naruto responded. Right, Genma said as Rado Namiyashi left for the box seats. We will have a short 10-minute break. Good, Naruto said turning around. Where are you going? Shikamaru asked. Out, Naruto answered. Don't worry, I won't miss my old friend's fight. With that, Naruto walked out of the waiting area. XXX. Neji sat quietly after reading the scroll that was given to him by Heishi. He was slightly angered that Naruto was right. His father did choose death instead of allowing Heishi to die. The door to the small medical room opened and there stood Naruto. What are you doing here? Neji asked. I came to see if I had to literally remove that stick up your ass and beat you with it, Naruto responded. Tell me, who is these great shinobi that you speak of? Who are your parents? Neji asked. I will tell you, but you must promise me that you won't tell anyone else, Naruto said. I can't have everyone knowing this. Neji gave Naruto a slight nod. My father's name was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Neji's eyes widened. And my mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki from the Uzumaki clan. That is impossible. The fourth Hokage did not have any children, Neji said. Take a good look. Yes he did, Naruto said. Neji only stared at Naruto with defiant eyes. His eyes then became to show his realization. The resemblance was a bit hard to deny, especially with the white coat that Naruto currently wore. But, like I said, that's something that only you, me, and the Hokage can discuss without punishment of the law, Naruto said. I see. A genius of his time and a woman from a shinobi clan had a son who was a failure, Naruto frowned. Who bettered himself in hopes of surpassing both of his parents. Your will is what helps you defy your destiny. Yeah, Naruto said, still not over being called a failure again. Anyway, I'm going to go see the Sasuke and Gara match. The next time we meet in battle, I hope it won't be that easy to piss you off and throw you off your game. I look forward to it, Neji said before Naruto left. Walking from Neji's room in the infirmary, Naruto smiled a bit. Still wish I had a cool dojutsu like the Byakugan. Naruto thought. I'd trade the fox for it. Why, you ungrateful meatbag? You hold the most powerful demon in history and yet you'd trade me for a useless dojutsu like that? You know, to be so powerful, you're sure having trouble breaking a simple seal, Naruto responded. You're useless. Kyuubi growled as he lied in his cage. Whatever, Naruto muttered. XXX, well, time's up. Genma thought as he stared at his watch. All this waiting for nothing. Damn. And it would have been a hell of a match too. Since Sasuke Uchiha isn't here, Genma paused as he felt chakra coming from behind him. Cutting it close, Kakashi, Hiruzen thought from the stands. It's Sasuke. Sakura and Ino squealed in unison. Great. Just a minute ago she was pissed about Shikamaru giving up. Boy, women are fickle. Choji thought as he glanced at Ino. In the arena, Kakashi smiled beneath his mask nervously. Sorry that we're late. Sasuke twisted his ankle while trying to retrieve his kite from a tree. I hope we're not too late, Kakashi said. Sasuke's eye twitched. He neither twisted his ankle nor owned a kite. Well, considering that we had to put this match at the end of the fight card as well as giving him a 10-minute break. Then we're right on time. Good, Kakashi said. Good luck in your match, Sasuke. With that, the copy nin used a leaf shunshin to leave the fighting area. Sasuke glanced lazily at Gara. Before we begin, are there any words that either competitor wants to say? Genma asked. Nope. Let's this over with. Sasuke said. Fine. Let the final match begin, Genma said before moving away from the fighters. Sasuke and Gara stood motionless for a moment before Sasuke ran towards Gara. Naruto's eyes narrowed a bit. He watched Gaara's sand come to the Jinchuriki's defense, only for Sasuke to disappear in a burst of speed. The sand hardly kept up with the multitude of kicks that Sasuke threw next and was unable to stop the punch that sent Gara soaring backwards. Fuzzy eyebrows. Naruto thought before he turned his attention to the stands to see the injured genin with his sensei. Gaara's sand had cushioned his fall. Gara stood up, his eyes fixed on his target, connecting with the spinning eyes of the Sharingan. There was another moment of complete silence until Sasuke came for Gara again. This time, however, the sand lashed out at Sasuke in the form of tendrils. The Uchiha was able to dodge them until he was at striking range. He landed a second punch followed by a kick to Gaara's chest before he was forced to retreat from the sand coming in on him. Sasuke has gotten faster, Shino said. Gaara's sand can barely keep up with him. Naruto crossed his arms. Don't count the little creep out just yet. He hasn't even begun to get angry. Naruto cut a glance towards Temari and Kankuro. And that's what I'm waiting for. Sasuke quickly ran through hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu, Sasuke called as he exhaled the large fireball. Excellent, his fire prowess is growing. Just like his brother, Orochimaru thought. Gaara's sand formed a protective wall in front of him as Sasuke kept the fire attack up. Soon Sasuke stopped and looked at the wall. The large sand wall became a tidal wave of sand, attempting to crush Sasuke. Sasuke was able to dodge and came for Gaara again, attempting to beat the sand used to form the wall to the sand genin. Before Sasuke was able to land another blow on Gaara, the gourd had become sand and launched for Sasuke. Sasuke dodged quickly before moving for Gaara again, but the sand had reached its owner and formed a sphere around him. Sasuke's hand hit the sand in vain. Spikes came from the sphere and Sasuke was forced to retreat. It's a good thing Sasuke has the Sharingan or else this match would have been over a while ago. Shino commented before Sasuke landed halfway up the wall, the spikes moving back to the sphere. You're right, Shikamaru said. Naruto grunted, I think he's going for it. Sasuke smirked before he began doing hand seals. Afterwards, he clutched his wrist as lightning warped around his left hand accompanied with the sound of chirping birds. His chakra, it's visible, Shikamaru said. Naruto only watched as Sasuke charged for Gaara, his hand dragging along the wall and ground, creating a small trench behind him. Spikes of sand shot for Sasuke who ducked and weaved, keeping a fast pace towards his opponent. As Sasuke neared Gaara, Naruto could only think of one thing. Chidori, Chidori, Sasuke shouted as he thrust his hand into the sphere. The crowd was in utter astonishment. No one moved. No one made a sound. Everyone just stared as Sasuke Uchiha had just used an assassination technique to break what could be known as the ultimate defense. Shikamaru and Shino then turned to Naruto, who now had a hand over his head. He's changing. Tamari stated. What's going on? Shikamaru asked before Sasuke forced his hand away from the sphere and flipped away from Gara. Something bad is about to happen, Shino said as his bugs began to stir within him. Naruto watched as a few spectators dropped forward in a tired fashion. Genjutsu, Naruto said before the iron sand broke from its seal and covered Naruto, Shikamaru, and Shino. What's going on? Shikamaru asked. Naruto did not reply. Hey Naruto, are you listening to me? This is the attack that Orochimaru was planning, wasn't it? Shino asked. Orochimaru. Attack. Aw man. What the heck is going on here? This is such a drag, Shikamaru said. So now what Naruto? Are you going to help us or help them? Shino questioned. Naruto stood frozen as he thought about the question. XXX flashback. A 5-year-old Naruto sat in front of Jiraiya, still confused as to why the Toad Hermit had agreed to look after him as well as respect Naruto's wishes about not returning to the village. Oi, pervy sage. Why are you helping me? Naruto asked. Jiraiya smiled. Because I made a promise to your parents and a real shinobi never goes back on his word, even if it is a promise that he doesn't necessarily want to do, like taking care of some hot-headed gaki. Naruto glared. I'm not a gaki you perv. Naya. Jiraiya only laughed as Naruto stuck his tongue out at him for being called a gaki. End flashback. XXX Naruto glanced at Shikamaru. XXX. Flashback. A young Naruto sat at the Hokage's desk with the Hokage's robes and hat swallowing him up. Hiruzen chuckled. Naruto, you aren't big enough for those robes yet. Ah come on G-san, if I'm going to be running this place, I have to get ready. Naruto said with a wide grin. Believe it. A part of being the Hokage means to forgive those bad people that attacked you and protecting them. Hiruzen said, causing Naruto's grin to drop. Even I protect the people that used to pick on me when I was a genin. You do? But they're really mean, they don't deserve it, Naruto said with a pout. Hiruzen grinned. I know Naruto, but as Hokage, you're going to have to protect all the people. Not just the ones you want to. Understood? I guess. Naruto said with his arms crossed and his narrowed to thin slits. But they should stop picking on me and calling me a demon or else I'll throw them all in jail. I don't think that there's a jail large enough for all of them, Hiruzen said with a laugh. Or maybe I can make them all eat yucky vegetables, Naruto said. This only made Hiruzen laugh more, hoping that Naruto had forgiven the village for the recent attack a group had done to him. End flashback. XXX. The sand around the trio slowly descended and went into Naruto's seal. They could now hear and see fighting around them. Naruto walked to the rail and crouched onto it. Neji, thank you, Naruto said before he simply vanished. Sakura looked around. Kiba, Ino, and Choji were all in a deep sleep. She could see the fighting all around her. The sand and the sound attacking the leaf. While she was well educated, it made no sense to her. Why would they attack Konoha? What was the big deal about the hidden leaf village? Die brat. Sakura turned to see a man descending on her. She screamed as she covered herself. Ah! Sakura opened her eyes to see the man stopping inches away from her, a stretched tongue wrapped around his neck. The tongue tossed the man over the rails into the arena below before Naruto landed in front of Sakura. 2 sound nins standing in front of him. What are you doing, Naruto-san? You are supposed to be helping us, one of the 2 men shouted. My dad gave his life saving these pathetic people, Naruto replied, and if anyone is going to destroy them, it's going to be me. Alone. Kakashi, who had just defeated a Sand Nin, paused. But until then, I'm going to do everything in my power to keep it standing. Naruto revealed a scroll and unrolled it. Summoning Jutsu. Sakura gasped as she was literally inches away from Samakata. The sword that had defeated Neji was now within her grasp. Now, Naruto said as he pointed his blade to the 2 sound shinobi. Prepare to die for attacking the village. Oh, and tell Orochimaru, I quit. The 2 sound shinobi stood frozen for a second before Naruto crouched. Swift release. Swift beheading, Naruto called. Sakura watched as no one moved. She waited and waited for Naruto to launch some sort of attack, but he did not move. Then his body simply vanished and was behind the 2 men, their bodies frozen. En Naruto? Sakura said before the 2 men fell to the ground, their heads toppling off. Where's Sasuke? Naruto asked. He went after Gara, Sakura said. Naruto, Kakashi said before tossing a sound shinobi towards Guy, who landed a bone-shattering spinning kick on the man. I can summon Pakun to get a scent on Sasuke. You. Orochimaru. Naruto said, his eyes locked on the barrier that the Hokage and the Snake Sanin were in. I'm going to save the old man. You have to stop Gara from destroying the village, Kakashi said. Take Sakura. Fine. Naruto said before dispelling his sword. He turned around and punched a sand Jonin with amazing strength that created the wall behind them. Sakura, let's go. Hi. Sakura said as she stood up. Naruto gave her a smile. I will make sure that you are alright. Believe it. Right. Sakura said as she left with Naruto. Do you think we can trust him? Guy asked Kakashi. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan. There's not an ounce of doubt in my body. XXX Naruto stood outside of the arena with Sakura looking around. What are you doing? Sakura asked. What's the situation? Naruto said to seemingly no one. Neji, Tenten, Shino, and Shikamaru landed in front of them. Sasuke has gone that way. Shino said pointing. Hishi-sama ran after Hinata-sama and her kidnappers. Neji said. So what are you going to do? I'm going after Sasuke and Gara. Naruto said. Neji, you and Ten-chan can go after Hinata. I know you want to redeem yourself to her. Neji gave a nod. Sakura, Shino, Shikamaru, you're with me. Troublesome, Shikamaru said. Let's go, Naruto said before the two teams split up. Hey, how do you know Tenten? Sakura asked Naruto as she attempted to keep up with him as best as she could. She was in my academy class when I was living here, she was my only friend, Naruto replied. Now, stay close, I can sense Gara ahead. Great. Shikamaru said lifelessly. XXX Tayuya grunted. Damn, shithead actually betrayed us. Within the seal, Hiruzen chuckled. Well, Orochimaru. It looks like your scheme isn't going exactly like you thought it would. The Sandaime Hokage said. The will of fire is still his philosophy after all. Orochimaru snickered. You think that I need his help to defeat you, old man? No, I just would love to see your face when he stuck the killing blow in you. No matter. I have other ways to kill you. XXX Naruto paused on a tree branch. What is it? Sakura asked stopping on a branch above him. We have people following us. Naruto said. You three go ahead, I'll catch up later. But you said that you had to limit the use of your swift release in order to fight Gara, Sakura said. Naruto smiled. You of all people should know that the greatest ninja tool is his or her mind. Sakura blushed slightly at the comment. Now go. I'll catch up later. And if you meet up with Sasuke and Gara, get Sasuke and get out of there. Right. Shino said. Let's go. Naruto watched the other three genin leave before hopping onto the ground. 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, Naruto paused. 9. 9 of them in all. Naruto smirked. Well then, let's go. 8 sound shinobi landed in front of Naruto. We have been ordered to take you out. The leader of the group said. You are no longer an ally to Lord Orochimaru. I think I know that. Naruto said as he held a hand sign, a thick fog beginning to cover the area. Too bad for you guys. The leader stood his ground as his vision began clouded with the thick fog. He heard a scream from his left, then his right. A curse from behind him caused him to turn around to see nothing but the large white cloud he was trapped in. A grunt came from directly beside him. The sound Jonin turned his head to see a man drop onto the ground. He knelt to survey the kill. He's using that sword. The Jonin thought as he eyed the large puncture wound in the dead man's back. Standing up, the sound Jonin grimaced. He's been studying the fighting skills of the 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. This fog is to compensate for the Hidden Mist technique as his sword mimics Samahata. Seems as if this brat was stronger than Lord Orochimaru thought. An eerie sound ran through the area. It was the sound that made any sane Suna and Otto Nin shiver. The sound of moving sand. The kind of moving sand that was only controlled by Gara. However, Gara was nowhere around. This was the iron sand. Sir. Get out of the sand coffin. Blood splashed on the face of the sound Jonin. He counted off in his head. Including himself, there were 4 left, 2 standing on the ground and 1 hidden in the trees. In other words, there were only 3 more victims Naruto had before he moved to the Jonin. Wind Shredder Jutsu. 2 left. 1 left. The Jonin blinked as the fog began to clear up. When it did, Naruto stood a few paces away from the Auto Jonin, a bloodied Samakata in his right hand tightly. The Jonin felt his heart pace quicken as the blonde's cold blue eyes turned to him. This was no Kyuubi no Kitsune. This was all Naruto. This was the child of the Devil Storm, Mikase no Naruto. Before you go, Naruto said as he turned towards the trees. His cheeks puffed before his enlarged tongue shot out. Shit, was heard from the trees before Naruto smirked. Naruto jerked his head backwards, reeling in the hidden man like a fish. Naruto's tongue released the man and retracted to the boy. The two sound shinobi stared as Naruto's eyes became those of the fox with a sinister glow. Why can't I move? The Jonin asked as Naruto neared them. You're paralyzed. As long as you don't take your eyes off of me, Naruto said, raising Samakata. You can thank Orochimaru for that technique, when you see him in hell, that is. XXX Shino, Shikamaru, and Sakura continued towards Sasuke's position. Shino glanced over at Sakura. You shouldn't worry about him, Shino said, catching the pinkette's attention. Naruto is strong enough to handle multiple of opponents at one time. It's not that, it's Sasuke, Sakura said. Sasuke going after Gara was a dumb idea, Shikamaru stated, and we chasing after him is dumber than that. Why is that? Sakura asked. Let's face it, you're a kunoichi with no particular skill. Sakura glowered at that. Shikamaru glanced at Shino. Your only weapon can be killed by spray. Shino only gave Shikamaru his normal casual glance, but he was secretly sulking as well. And I'm a slacker who would rather run away rather than fight. And here we are going after some weirdo that can control sand. Way to be positive. Sakura muttered. I have skills, somewhere, inner Sakura moped. The only person that can do something is back there, Shikamaru said. If we're not careful, we will die on this mission. Both Shino and Sakura nodded and looked forward. Shikamaru was right about one thing. Naruto was the only one strong and crazy enough to go against Gara. And because her two male counterparts were covered inside of Naruto's iron dome at the time, Sakura was the only one that saw whatever it is Gara had become. That arm looked, she shivered, he was unhuman. XXX Naruto flipped over another sand Chunin before driving Samakata deep into another's chest. A sound Chunin inhaled before exhaling a fireball. Naruto held his blade in front of him. Fire sealing blade. Naruto muttered. The kanji symbol for fire began to glow on the broad side of the blade as it began to absorb the flame technique. The enemy ninja stared in disbelief. Fire sealing method. Searing wave. Naruto waved his blade in front of him, causing a strong heat wave to shoot ahead. Two of the 5 enemies were unable to dodge it in time and was set ablaze. Naruto caught someone coming up behind him and was able to block the katana with his blade. Naruto was able to push the man away from him and eyed the 3 men that were around him. Clutching his blade, Naruto began to spin, similar to Neji's heavenly spin. Swift rotation. Naruto called before spinning at greater speeds. Naruto then slowed to a stop and watched the men's bodies fall to the ground disassembled. Where are they coming from? Well, Naruto paused and turned to see Dosu. It looks like instead of Sasuke, I have the pleasure of wiping you out. Naruto smirked. You and what army? Let me answer that. Naruto's smirk dropped as he saw a group of at least 30 men behind Dosu. This army. Naruto closed his eyes. No use in trying. A surge of chakra caused Dosu to grunt as he saw the red chakra around Naruto. Naruto opened his now demonic eyes, his whiskers more defined. With his senses heightened, Naruto could spot Asuma and Kurenai, though from their chakra signals, he could tell that they were waiting on his next move. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto shouted. In a puff of smoke, there were now hundreds of the blonde behind him, though only one carried Samakata. Dosu took a subconscious step backwards. Each clone began to give off an electric charge around their right hand. Lightning sealing release. Multiple lightning needle. Naruto said as he pointed Samakata forward. The clones thrust their hands forward, shooting needles made of pure white lightning towards Dosu and the others. Dosu, as well as several others, dodged the attack, only for the real Naruto to move. Swift release. Thousand Fist Mirage. In an instant, the clones vanished, causing Dosu's visible eye to widen. He stared at Naruto only for several of fists to materialize in front of him and punch him backwards. Dosu slid on his feet before he sensed someone behind him. He attempted to maneuver his body to dodge the attacker, but was kicked in the face, sending him flying into the air. Naruto appeared in front of Dosu. The two only stared at one another, Dosu's widened eye to Naruto's cold ones. Dosu felt his body be wrapped by some sort of paper. He attempted to struggle before Naruto flipped him upside down. Gravity Seal Bomb. Naruto shouted. Seals appeared on the paper around Dosu, increasing his weight tenfold and causing the drop to be 10 times as fast as it should have been. A large cloud of dust erupted where the two crashed. The sound and sand shinobi that were with Dosu and able to stand waited for a moment before they saw Naruto standing, his coat flapping a bit in the wind. Who's next? Naruto asked, baring his teeth. XXX Sasuke continued after Gara. His eyes locked on his target and his target's two siblings. How Tamari and Kankuro caught up to Gara before he did, Sasuke would never know, but he did not care. He was going to defeat Gara one way or another. He put a hand on his seal. Today, he would control it like he had been doing for the past month. XXX flashback training within the Uchiha compound at night. Sasuke grunted in pain as he fell onto his knees, a hand on the burning seal. No. You damn seal. Stop. Sasuke thought as he put all his will and power into restraining the seal. After a few moments, the burning ceased and Sasuke was able to pull himself up to his feet. Sasuke panted in exhaustion. Training with Kakashi and then extra training would do that to any shinobi. His eyes felt like they would soon drop out of his eyes from the training with his Sharingan that Kakashi had given him, and his left arm was still tingling from the effects of just one Chidori. However, Sasuke was doing a different training tonight. Alright, Sasuke said to himself. Kakashi says that the evil sealing method puts this thing to my mercy. It's my will that allows this stupid thing to grow. Sasuke closed his eyes and clenched his fist. And I have to muster enough hate, like Itachi said, enough anger to get this thing to work properly. The marks of the heaven's curse mark began to take over Sasuke's face. My hatred powers this thing, my will puts me in control. Sasuke did a few hand seals. Soon he had a fully powered Chidori. And my destiny gives me new life. End flashback. XXX Sasuke removed his hand from the seal and smirked. Alright. Let's do this, Sasuke said as he pushed forward. XXX within the arena, Guy and Kakashi now stood back to back. Your student has yet to return with Naruto, Guy said. Tell me, Kakashi, doesn't that worry you? Not at all, Kakashi said, his Sharingan glaring at the enemy a few yards in front of him. You must remember that while Naruto may house a sincere and deep despise for the majority of people in Konoha, there are some he is willing to protect. You should know. You were there when he saved one. His teammate, Hinata. I see, Guy said. He would have made a fine rival for Lee. Kakashi sighed. Now's really not the time, Guy. Yosh. Here we go. Let's see you keep up, Kakashi, Guy said before leaping off into action again. How the hell do I end up with Guy while Asuma gets Kurenai? Kakashi thought before going back into action as well. Lucky bastard. XXX Naruto ducked under a blow before Asuma slashed the attacking shinobi with his trench knives. Kurenai, Naruto, and Asuma regrouped. Just 20 left. Naruto said, a bit winded. You say that like that's an easy number, Kurenai replied. Naruto, Asuma said. Prepare that fire release of yours. Naruto nodded as Asuma did a few hand seals. Fire release. Ash pile burning. Naruto watched the ash fire from Asuma's mouth. He held Samakata in the air, the fire symbol seen on the blade. Fire sealing method. Searing wave. Naruto called as he waved his blade in front of him. The large cloud of ash burst into flames, destroying the enemies that were caught in it. The flames soon died and Asuma and Naruto stared at their handiwork. Well, I must say, you make one hell of a fighter, Naruto, Asuma said. Thanks, Naruto said before his eyes snapped to his left. Gara. What are you going to do? Kurenai asked her former replacement student. I'm going to defeat him, Naruto said. Don't worry, Kurenai-sensei. I'll do my best not to either overdo it or hurt someone in the crossfire. Kurenai smiled lightly. Hey, Asuma. Asuma now looked at Naruto. Tell the old man, he owes me a bowl of ramen for this. Asuma chuckled. Will do, Naruto. With that, Naruto ran off towards the direction he could sense Shukaku. I wonder what the village would be like if he actually lived here, Asuma said, rubbing his beard in a thoughtful manner. Kurenai smiled. Despite his cold nature on the battlefield, he's just a hyper, knuckle-headed boy who has a unique ability of changing one's view. You've really grown attached to him, haven't you? Asuma asked. What can I say? He's made Heishi open his eyes, he's gotten Shino to talk more, he's helped with Hinata's training, and he even gave Yakumo a pep talk. The kid is truly a hero, Kurenai said. I just wish he wasn't a pervert. XXX. We're closing in on them, Shino said. Sasuke and Gara are ahead, as well as Tamari and Kankuro. Great. That troublesome woman again, Shikamaru said. And here I've wasted a chunk of my chakra during the match. This is such a drag. What do we do? Sakura asked. Shino and I will take on Kankuro and Tamari. Shikamaru responded. You make sure that your teammate gets out of there alive. What about you two? Sakura questioned. We'll be fine, Shino answered. Just stick to the plan. I have a feeling that Naruto is nearing us. Sakura gave a nod. That's a relief. Shaw, Naruto-kun to the rescue, Inner Sakura called as she punched the air in front of her. XXX. Stop. Gara ordered. He has fought off the Shukaku's hold momentarily and had reverted back to himself. We're not going to outrun them. Them? Temari asked. Yes. Gara said before Sasuke landed on a tree branch. Uchiha. You two go ahead. I can handle him, Kankuro said. Are you sure? Temari asked. Kankuro smirked. I didn't have a match earlier, remember? I'm at 100%. And what? You think I'm not? Sasuke asked. Get out of my way. I only want to fight whatever the hell he is. That's my brother, you bastard, Temari called as she opened her fan. Temari. Gara said, stopping her. Let's go. Kankuro can handle the Uchiha. And if he doesn't? Gara glared at Kankuro. I'll kill them both. Sasuke-kun. The group looked to see Shino, Shikamaru and Sakura. Sasuke-kun. Thank Kami you're alright. Sakura said. We have to get back to the stadium, Kakashi-sensei said. I'm not going anywhere. Sasuke said, not until I defeat him once and for all. Of all the times to have that stupid pride, now's not the time, Shikamaru said. Get your ass over here and let's go while we still can. Talking isn't getting us anywhere, Shino said. He's going to fight Gara. Troublesome, Shikamaru responded. And here I thought that after the exam, I could go into the fields and stare at the clouds. Oh well, I guess it can't be helped then. Shikamaru looked at Temari. Hey, Temari, are you ready for your rematch? Damn right, slacker. And this time, I'm going to blow that stupid grin off of your face, Temari said. Gara took that moment to hop away. Sasuke went to pursue him until Kankuro's puppet, Karasu, appeared in front of him, causing Sasuke to change directions and pause in his advance. Hey, your opponent is me. Shino said to Kankuro. We didn't really get to have our match at the exams and I really wanted to see how you'd fare against me. I'll be with you in just a second, Kankuro said before turning to Sasuke. Now, let's take care of the Uchiha. Get him Ka. Shikamaru sighed. As pointless as it is, shadow possession complete. Shikamaru then looked at Sasuke. If you're going to go after Gara, now's your chance. What? What are you doing? Sakura shouted at Shikamaru. Someone's got to stop that guy from destroying the village. While I doubt Sasuke could do it, he surely could delay Gara's advance. Hopefully that will build up enough time for Naruto to get here, Shikamaru said. Sasuke really did not like the fact that Shikamaru had basically called him second best to Naruto, but left anyway. As soon as Sasuke was at a safe distance, Shikamaru released his hold on Kankuro. 3 on 2. We have the advantage here, Shino said. Are you blind? There are 3 of us as well, Kankuro said. Now let's show you what the hidden sand is made of. XXX Tayuya watched the match between the Hiruzen and the Senju brothers. Thankfully, Kin's failure in the Chunin exams had caused her to take Tayuya's place in the resurrection of the Naidame Hokage. After his arms were injured, Zaku's fate had already been sealed. Tayuya could see the old Sandaime Hokage getting beaten by the 2 previous Hokages and winced slightly. This man was once a man that Naruto considered a grandfather, and while she could kill anyone without as much as batting an eye, she knew that the death of the Hokage would do nothing less than cause Naruto extra grief. What the hell am I thinking? I'm a fucking shinobi. We kill for a living and my mission is to keep this up until the old bastard dies, whether shithead likes it or not, Tayuya thought before thinking about what Naruto told her in Saken. XXX flashback Naruto, Saken, and Tayuya sat around a small fire as the blonde ate a bowl of ramen. So, why do you even care for that village? Saken asked. From what you've told us, they all hate you. Naruto glanced at Saken. The Hokage. Now Tayuya questioned. What does the old bastard have to do with this? A flare of chakra told Tayuya to shush, and despite herself, she did. The old man is probably one of the reasons I care to save the people I do. He taught me a lot about the will of fire when I was younger, Naruto said. Hell, without him, I'd probably be dead now and you guys would be worrying about a rampaging 9-tailed fox. Well, too bad that we have to destroy the village, Saken said. Naruto did not reply, causing Tayuya and Saken to shift uneasily. You do remember your part, right? Fight Gara. I remember, Naruto said before rising. You know, Hirujai told me that when the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. In other words, destroying a few buildings and killing a number of people will never destroy Konohagakure no Sato. Not as long the will still burns in just one soul. Naruto paused. To destroy the village, You'd have to kill at least 4 of the strongest shinobi alive. Hirujii, Ero Sennin, Kakashi, and me. Saken and Tayuya both tensed at this. They had expected Naruto to attempt to attack whoever Orochimaru sent with him, and this would be the ideal moment. However, the blonde just smiled. But I know that killing all 4 of us at once, if one of us at all, is near impossible to do. Even for a man like Orochimaru, Naruto said. What the hell are you talking about, shithead? Orochimaru could kill you and ass-fuck your corpse for the rest of eternity, Tayuya said. I'm not stupid enough to fight Orochimaru head-on. I'd simply just use the swift release to get away. By the time he catches up to me, I'd be strong enough to finish him, Naruto said. Hypothetically speaking, Saken stated. If Orochimaru-sama were to kill any of the other 3 that you named, what would you do? That's a good question, Naruto said. Seeing as Jiraiya and Hirujii are the closest thing I've had to a father, I guess I'd go on a berserk rage until I killed him and all 4 of you, since none of you told me the plan in the first place. Just wondering, Saken replied before Naruto walked off. We're fucked. Tayuya muttered. End flashback XXX. We're so fucked. Tayuya thought. XXX. Get him, Kankuro said a bit maniacally as Kuruso came for Shino. The puppet slashed through the boy, only for Shino's body to deteriorate into a swarm of bugs. Shit, more bugs. Heads up, Tamari called as she waved her large fan in front of her. Sakura's body was blown against a tree before it poofed into a log. Replacement, they're going to keep popping in and out like that slacker did to me during our match, Tamari said. Well, too bad it's not going to work. Sakura panted quietly. How are we going to get past them? We're not. Not all of us at least, Shikamaru said. We're going to have to make a diversion so that one of us can go off to Sasuke. Agreed. Shino said. Sakura, Shikamaru and I will divert them for only a few minutes. You will go and help Sasuke. Sakura froze in her response. Now is really not the time for you to put anything between you and your undeniable loyalty to Sasuke. Shikamaru said. Go out there and help any way you can. We can take on these 2. Hi. Sakura said. All right, here we go. Shikamaru said, doing hand seals. Clone jutsu. Tamari and Kankuro waited patiently before they saw 3 bodies spreading apart. They're running, huh? This just got more amusing, Kankuro said, sending Kuruso after what he thought was Sakura. Take this slacker, Tamari shouted as she swung her fan towards Shino and Shikamaru. Tamari smirked when she saw Shikamaru and Shino collide into a tree. Got them. Me too, Kankuro said before Kuruso's attack went directly through Sakura. What? A clone? XXX. Sakura was now hopping between trees. Take care, guys, Sakura thought. Sasuke-kun, hold on, I'm coming. XXX. Sasuke was able to stop Gara by landing in front of him. Stop running. You'll only delay the inevitable, Sasuke said. So, are you ready to finish this? You're starting to annoy me, Gara said as his right eye changed to that of Shukaku's. But if you're in such a haste to die. Sasuke watched in slight horror as the gourd on Gara's back shattered and the sand began to cover Gara's body. The right half of Gara's face and right arm became that of a tanuki while a tail grew as well. This guy, he's just like Naruto, Sasuke thought as he envisioned Naruto's beast mimicry transformation. Yeah, it's just the same. I'd better see what he can do before I run in there. Gara watched Sasuke swallow a pill. Soon, Sasuke's demeanor changed to that of a more confident one. I'll have to thank Kiba for that one, Sasuke said, his Sharingan glaring at Gara. Now, let's finish this. Gara fired his right arm towards Sasuke, the limb extending to extraordinary lengths. Sasuke dodged the attack and tossed a handful of kunai at the Jinchuriki. Gara was able to swat the weapons away with a flick of his tail. Damn that stupid thing, Sasuke said as he did hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke exhaled the large fireball towards Gara, who only shielded himself with his right arm. With a wave of his arm, Gara dispelled the fireball, causing Sasuke to glare. So a little burn isn't going to work, Sasuke said. No matter, I'll just have to work harder. Gara saw as Sasuke vanished with a burst of speed. Sasuke came from Gara's left with a sharp kick that snapped Gara's head to the side, but Gara countered with a slap of his tail. Sasuke regained his balance and tossed 2 kunai at Gara. Again, Gara raised his right arm to capture the weapons. Got him, Sasuke thought while doing hand seals. Gara's eyes caught the sunlight reflecting off of something. He then realized what it was. Wires. Fire release. Dragon Fire Jutsu. Sasuke's flame raced down the wires towards Gara, engulfing his opponent like he had done to Orochimaru. Sasuke kept the attack up for as long as he could without too much chakric stress and then waited. A demonic hand shot from the cloud of smoke and dust towards Sasuke. Sasuke was able to dodge the clawed hand and move to a safe distance. When the smoke cleared, Gara's upper body resembled the Biju that he carried, only his lower body being normal. This isn't good, Sasuke said as Gara inhaled deeply before exhaling a large sandstorm towards Sasuke. Sasuke covered himself as he was blown backwards. Sasuke rolled on the ground for a few feet before he was able to come to a stop. His Sharingan picked up on Gara firing shuriken made from sand towards his direction. Sasuke was able to move out of the way of the attack. You think you're the only one with power? Sasuke asked the large demon. I have news for you, you're not. Alright Seal, give me more power, Sasuke thought as he put his chakra into the heaven's curse mark. Gara's eyes were focused on the symbols that began to take up Sasuke's face. The dark chakra that surrounded the Uchiha made Gara think that Sasuke could be something akin to a Jinchuriki, and that only fueled his rage further. Now, Sasuke said. Let's end this thing. Sasuke-kun, Sakura called coming towards the area. Sakura paused when she saw Sasuke's form. SS Sasuke. Get out of here Sakura. This doesn't concern you, Sasuke said, his eyes still focused on Gara. You're using it again, Sakura said as she moved towards Sasuke. Sasuke, you have to stop before that thing ruins your mind. It'll make you just like Orochimaru. Stay back Sakura. I won't warn you again, Sasuke said. Sakura paused before coming closer. She remembered that her hug seemed to snap Sasuke out of the rage the first time. It might do it again. Sasuke-kun, please. Sakura was seconds from embracing him before Sasuke's hand rose to strike her. Sakura froze before something stopped Sasuke. You reek of foul chakra, Teme, Naruto said before tossing Sasuke away from Sakura. Sasuke slid on his feet and glared at the blonde. Sakura-chan. Sasuke is right. You have to go. Naruto turned his gaze from Sasuke to Gara. What's about to happen here is something I don't want you to be a part of. You've done your job. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything, Sakura nearly cried. Naruto smiled. You're wrong. You've helped Shikamaru and Shino out in their battle as well as found Sasuke. You did more than what you were asked to do. While Naruto clearly found the area due to the presence of Shukaku, he still wanted Sakura to feel better about herself. Go. I'll handle it from here. Hi. Sakura said. Please, be careful, Sasuke-kun. Naruto waited for Sakura to leave before he glanced at Sasuke and Gara. So how about you say we get rid of the Uchiha and finish what we started in Suna? Naruto asked Gara. Gara inhaled deeply before using the Infiltrating Sand Cloud Great Breakthrough again, this time aimed for Naruto. Naruto was prepared to counter this until he saw Sasuke's fireball ignite the wind sand attack. Glass. Naruto thought as the iron sand formed a protective dome around Naruto. Sasuke saw Naruto on the defensive and moved towards Gara. His legs. Sasuke thought. Gara saw Sasuke's intentions and swung an arm for the Uchiha. Dodging the attack, Sasuke did a few hand seals before exhaling small fireballs at Gara. The fireballs slowly extinguished to reveal the shuriken that were concealed within them. The shuriken embedded themselves into Gara's body. Gara inhaled before giving a fierce roar, firing the shuriken back towards Sasuke. Thankfully, the combination of the Heaven's Curse mark and his Sharingan were able to give Sasuke the reflexes and speed to dodge the weapons. However, the powerful elbow from Naruto to his gut he did not see coming. Sasuke toppled on the ground as Naruto turned towards Gara. Alright. Let's finish this thing. Naruto growled pointing Samakata towards Gara. Sasuke was able to stand in time to see Naruto and Gara running towards each other. With one quick slice, Naruto cut straight through Gara's arm and landed on a branch in a tree. Sasuke was seconds away from admitting how pathetic Gara was for not seeing the obvious swing until the detached arm shot for Naruto. Naruto turned just in time to see the arm grab him and slam him against a tree trunk. Man, this thing is tighter than before, Naruto thought, but I'm stronger too. Sasuke was currently dodging Gara's sand shuriken before he and Gara sensed Naruto's rise in chakra. Byakurai! Naruto shouted as the lightning shattered his restraints. Naruto raised Samakata. Fire sealing method, searing wave. Gara spat out a flood of sand from his mouth creating a giant sand wall in front of him. While Gara was shielded from the attack, The area around Gara was not. Sasuke, who dodged the attack, watched as several of trees lit into flames. Gara inhaled some of the sand in front of him before exhaling a powerful ball of sand towards Naruto. Naruto was able to dodge the attack. Sasuke stood amazed as a row of trees were flattened by the attack. That thing, it's so strong, Sasuke thought. But my reason to live, electricity began forming around Sasuke's arm. My vengeance. Sasuke glared at Gara. It's stronger. Naruto spotted Sasuke coming for Gara. Idiot, Naruto hissed as he moved to stop Sasuke. Eat this. Sasuke shouted. Chidori. Gaara's eyes caught on Sasuke's attack. Sasuke was in striking range until a powerful fist caused his entire body to abruptly jerk to the left, the Chidori barely touching Gara. The sand the Gara meant to capture Sasuke and instead captured Naruto as Sasuke's body rolled on the ground. Without swift release, I wasn't fast enough to dodge that. Naruto thought. Great, and here I thought my standard speed was rising. Now is not the time to talk about your incompetence. Break free from this or we will both be mocked for eternity. The fox informed Naruto. Naruto rolled his eyes. For once, it would be good if you actually cared about my actual well-being and not your stupid pride at being beaten by the one-tailed demon. Naruto sighed. You're really no help at all, QJII. Sasuke stood up, managing to keep the Chidori still alive and blazing. He was beginning to feel the side effects of pushing out overexerting himself, but he had to defeat Gara and Naruto, and this was the only time that both enemies were at one place at one time. Sasuke took a running start at his target. Sakura, who was watching this, gasped. Jiraiya was not really surprised about the attack. Then again, unlike the majority of Konoha, he had known about it for quite some time now. But what he was surprised about was the fact that Orochimaru had planted spies within the Anbu to help launch the attack. Naruto must have been unaware about this, or he really wanted the village to be destroyed. Sometimes, it was hard to tell what the mind of someone as unpredictable as Naruto was really planning and plotting. A hiss caused Jiraiya to come out of his thoughts momentarily, a grin etched on his face. Alright, now it's time to show you the awesome powers of Jiraiya the Toad Hermit, Jiraiya said quite arrogantly, causing Ibiki to sigh. Some things will never change, Ibiki thought. XXX. Sakura's eyes widened. Sasuke. No, Chidori. Sasuke shouted as he plunged the attack into Gaara's chest, causing Gara to stand frozen for a moment. Sakura gasped. Did Sasuke kill him? Inside of Gaara's sand, Naruto groaned. Bite me. Naruto muttered before holding his slightly bleeding left hand in front of him, palm facing outwards. Lightning sealing method, Byakurai. Blasting his way out of the sand for the second time, Naruto turned to see Sasuke's arm being engulfed in sand as he was being pulled into Gara. I warned you, Naruto said as red chakra outlined his body. You should have listened. Swift release, swift beheading. Sasuke hardly saw Naruto blur past him, but saw a glimpse of the boy nonetheless. When Naruto's afterimage disappeared from view, the real Naruto was seen with his back towards Gara and Sasuke. Sasuke pulled his arm hard, removing it from the sand before he saw Gaara's arm on the ground. This guy is faster than I thought. Sasuke thought before Gaara's arm reattached itself. And this guy is just plain creepy. If you want to run, now is the chance, Naruto said as he dispelled his blade. Ninja art. Beast mimicry transformation. Two tails. Sasuke watched as Naruto transformed. He gritted his teeth. This Dobi was able to fight against Neji Hyuga and still have so much chakra left over. He used Byakurai twice, a move that Sasuke learned could only be used a certain amount of times a day, and seriously injured Naruto's hand in the process. Yet, here he was, able to go on as if he had been playing around this entire time. Gra. I will kill you, Uzumaki. Gara roared. Sasuke and Sakura both watched in horror as the Tsunade native began to grow at an enormous rate. What is he? Sasuke muttered. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said quietly. XXX Shikamaru sighed. This woman is seriously a pain in the ass. Just how does she move so fast with that giant fan anyway? She's even scarier than mom. Shikamaru shivered at the thought. Oh well, it's like dad always said. Women were made to be troublesome. Die, you slacker. Temari shouted as she descended on him. Shikamaru rolled out of the way as Temari's fan pummeled the earth that was his previous spot. Seeing his chance, Shikamaru grabbed two kunai and moved for Temari. He was not known for his close-range combat, but with a sensei like Asuma, one should assume that he knew some close-range fighting. He's actually striking, Temari thought in surprise as she turned around to prepare to move. Got him. Kankuro thought. Shikamaru saw a wire reflect light a half a second too late as he tripped over the wire and fell forward at an uncontrollable rate. The results were, as he would put it, troublesome as he found his lips smashing against Temari's as the two toppled onto the ground. "Hey! What the hell are you doing to my sister, you perv?" Kankuro shouted as he revealed himself from his location. "Got him," Shino said quietly as he pointed a finger towards Kankuro, hundreds of bugs flying towards the puppet user. "Shit." Kankuro mumbled angrily as he began to backtrack away from Shino's bugs. Shikamaru had rolled off of Temari and lied on his back. "It wasn't according to plan, but it worked out just as well," Shikamaru said. Temari grunted. "You, fucking, slacker, I'll kill you for that." Yeah, it's not like I haven't heard that one before," Shikamaru said as he crossed his arms behind his head, forcing Temari to do the same. "To be honest, I've always wanted my first kiss to be pleasurable by a girl that I desire. Not some crazy chick with a giant ass fan, a brother who wears makeup and another brother who's half insane." "You bastard," Temari shouted, "how dare you steal my first kiss?" Shikamaru yawned. "At any rate, you should really blame your brother for throwing his wire beneath me. I would have simply stabbed you." Shikamaru closed his eyes, causing Temari to close her eyes. "We're going to take a nap because fighting now is way too troublesome. Shino can handle your brother." "Hey, yeah right. As soon as you're asleep, I'll break this thing and kill you myself," Temari retorted. "Haven't you heard? I can hold this in my sleep, and while our shadows are connected, any damage I take, you feel." Shikamaru was bluffing a bit about the description of the jutsu, but from his natural lazy tone of voice, Temari did not pick it up at all. "So if I were you, I'd try to keep me alive until I release you from this hold, or else, you'll just die with me." "Damn, defeated by this slacker, twice in one day, it's shameful," Temari said. "Hey, I am right here, you know, troublesome woman," Shikamaru said. XXX within the village, Jiraiya paused in his fighting. "Shukaku," Jiraiya said as he saw the large demon in the distance. XXX Orochimaru snickered. "Kukuku, the time has finally come, Sarutobi-sensei. Gara has transformed and your village is about to be in ruins." Hiruzen panted as he had put space between himself and his former mentors. "You underestimate the power of the Hidden Leaf Village. The will of fire will never let you nor anyone else destroy it," Hiruzen said. Tayuya glanced at Saken, both of them thinking about what Naruto said. XXX. How the hell are you going to battle that thing?" Sasuke asked Naruto. Naruto looked at Sasuke before punching the Uchiha with all his might, sending Sasuke flying through several of trees. "Bastard," Naruto said before turning his eyes towards Gara. "Now then. I can only use my transformation for 20 minutes, meaning for now, I'll have to tire him out in this form without using the swift release that much. That gives me just one Byakurai to use, at maximum 2 Devil Storm techniques, and a few hundred Shadow clones. But if I don't use any of that, I still have the Foxfire and Fox Twister as well as a few others in Iron Sand. Plus my ceiling, yeah, let's go with Plan B." Gara let out an eerie roar. Naruto smirked. "Alright Gara. Let's see what you got," Naruto shouted. "Don't underestimate me," Gara roared before attempting to crush Naruto with one of his front claws. Naruto dodged the attack and began running up the large arm towards the head. "I'm going to knock some sense into you," Naruto shouted. Spikes and tendrils of sand shot for Naruto as he ran up the arm, but he was able to weave and dodge them as he headed for his destination. However, Gara simply swung his arm, causing Naruto to fly backwards. Naruto shot his tongue for a tree branch and pulled himself onto it before retracting his tongue. "Damn it, I need him to come out of its body to attack him," Naruto thought as he stared at the spot where Gara's body should have been. "He's still in control though, meaning I should be able to outpower him for a while. But once Shukaku's awakened, then it's my turn." The Kyuubi barked. "Right," Naruto said before exhaling a blast of fire towards the other Jinchuriki. Sasuke grunted as he lied on his back, he's still so powerful. The fire attack was able to cause some damage to Gara as the large tanuki began to growl in pain before dispersing the flames with a wave of its arms. Naruto waited for Gara's next attack. Gara raised his tail in the air before thousands of sand shuriken shot for Naruto. "Not good," Naruto said before he began to dodge the attack by weaving in and out of the trees. "Let's see how you like it, Iron Sand. Iron Bullet Jutsu." With a swipe of his clawed hand, Naruto sent hundreds of darts made of his iron sand towards Gara. However, unlike before, the sand began to disintegrate, revealing kunai with explosive tags on them. Gara defending himself with his arm before the tags detonated. Boom. Naruto said with a smirk. Gara growled before inhaling. Seeing this, Naruto inhaled as well, timing his attack perfectly. When Gara exhaled a powerful squall infused with sand, Naruto exhaled another powerful stream of fire. Gaara's wind was quickly ignited as Naruto's power came for him. Sakura watched as the large demon was set ablaze. Amazing, Sakura muttered. XXX. I finally got him. Kankuro said looking at Shino's downed body. Hey. I have to hand it to you. You put up a better fight than I expected. Kankuro attempted to move, but his body gave way and he fell to a knee. What the? You should always keep an ace up your sleeve, Shino said lifting his head up. My bugs have been eating away at your chakra ever since I allowed you send your puppet towards me the 4th time. But, my poison, Kankuro said. It doesn't matter. You're finished, Shino replied. Well done, son. Kankuro was surprised to see Shibi Aburame kneeling beside Shino. Rest now. The poison should be nullified any second. Kankuro allowed his eyes to drift shut. Wish Dad was that caring, Kankuro thought. XXX Kurenai sighed in defeat as Asuma scratched his head in thought. The two looked down on a sleeping Shikamaru and a sleeping Tamari beside him. Asuma said. At least he won, sort of. Just how does he expect to be a successful shinobi doing things like this? Kurenai asked. Asuma sighed. That's Shikamaru for you. Always looking for the easy way out of things. Asuma grinned. I guess we can chalk this up as his first lay, Kurenai? Kurenai simply rolled her eyes before turning to the distance where Gaara's Shukaku form was clearly seen. That's where Naruto went. Kurenai stated. I know, Asuma said. Since that thing isn't marching towards the village, he must still be alive and diverting its attention. I hope so, Kurenai replied. Give the kid credit. He is Mikai's no Naruto, you know, Asuma said. But he's still a kid, Kurenai snapped. If everyone stopped seeing him as the 9-tailed fox or Mikai's no Naruto, they would see that he's just a child. Much like Shikamaru is to Sasuke is to Kakashi. And Lee is to Guy. While I've obviously turned my attention towards Yakumo since she is a genjutsu specialist, I try to show all my students the same compassion. And Naruto is my student. Asuma responded. You're right, but I don't think now is the best time to go after them. We should get these two out of the way. This is the Kage's daughter. Right. Kurenai said. XXX. Dai Uzumaki. Gara shouted as he fired 4 large tendrils of sand towards Naruto. Naruto dodged the 4 tentacles as they pounded into the ground, flattening out the earth beneath them. If I'm not careful, this guy is going to level me, Naruto said as he held his hands forward. Luckily I'm smarter than that. Sakura watched as paper strips fluttered and shot for Gara. The paper began to attach themselves to Gara as Naruto held a hand seal. Gravity seal. Naruto called. Gara grunted as the gravity around him began to intensify. Soon, the large beast was brought down on its stomach. Here I go, Naruto said as he ran towards Gara. Naruto then jumped into the air. Take this. With one mighty punch, the earth beneath Gara's snout began to crack a bit. But that was all Naruto got to do as he began to backtrack from the sand that was swirling towards him. He used his own iron sand to protect him as he did so. Got him, Naruto said before Gara blew him away with a powerful ball of sand. Naruto. Sakura called. I knew it. Sasuke said as he attempted to move, however, his body began to ache severely. The chakra from the seal, it's leaving me. Sasuke took a shaking hand and reached it into his pocket, pulling out one more soldier pill. Now is the time to be right mutt. XXX flashback Kiba walked towards Sasuke and Kakashi, who were training for the Chunin exams. What do you want? Sasuke asked. If that's your reaction, then maybe I should go, Kiba muttered. Anyway, I decided to come by and give you something. Don't take it too personal because I still want to kick your ass, but, since I'm out of the exam and therefore can no longer face Naruto, I guess it's up to you. What are you talking about? Sasuke replied. Kiba revealed a capsule. The Inuzuka soldier pills. With it, I was able to force Naruto into using swift release because without it, I'm faster than him. I figured that your Sharingan could keep track with him and these babies here will help you keep up with him. That's very generous of you Kiba, Kakashi said with an eye smile. See? That bell training really did help your teamwork. Like hell it did. I got tied to a damn stump. Kiba shot back before turning towards Sasuke. Well? Are you going to take them or what? Sasuke took the capsule. Maybe you're not such a loser after all. Yeah, like I said, don't take this too personally because I will kick your ass one day. Kiba said. Now, I have to go help Han out or else she'll be mad and, well, it's not a pretty sight. Smell y'all later. With that, Kiba began walking away with Sasuke looking at the container of pills. Perfect, Sasuke muttered. End flashback XXX. Sasuke swallowed the pill and closed his eyes. Naruto was slapped by a whip of sand that caused the blonde to roll backwards for a moment before sliding on all four. I'm really getting tired of you, Naruto shouted as he held his left hand in front of him. Byakurai. Sand bullet jutsu. Gara shouted before firing the powerful sphere of sand towards Naruto. Naruto cursed as the sand attack shot through his lightning and jumped out of the way to avoid being directly hit. However, the attack was strong enough to knock Naruto off balance, sending the blonde into a tree which uprooted shortly after. Naruto rubbed his head slightly before rolling out of the way of Sasuke's foot. The missed attack was enough to dent the downed tree that Naruto was previously lying on. What the hell is your problem? Naruto called. I will beat you both. Sasuke called as he came towards Naruto with a kunai in each hand. You can't be bothered by the Uchiha. Kyuubi told its container. Kill Shukaku first. Fox Twister. Naruto called, whipping his two tails in front of him. A large twister was formed and made its way towards Sasuke. Sasuke began to backtrack until the twister was dispatched by a sand bullet from Gara. Sasuke turned his head to see Gara's upper body on top of Shukaku's head. Mother wants your blood, Kyuubi. Gara called. And mother will have it today. Naruto saw a hand seal and gulped slightly, feigning sleep. Naruto and Sasuke stood still as Gara's body went limp. A rise of chakra was felt coming from the large monstrosity before a psychotic laughter was heard. I'm awake. Ha ha ha. Now, Shukaku glared down at Naruto. You. Shit. Naruto cursed as he dodged a swipe from the now stronger opponent. Sasuke. Get out of here now. Sasuke stood speechless as he stared at the large demon. Shukaku crouched down, his face now inches away from Sasuke. He glared into his eyes before narrowing his own. An Uchiha, this is great. I'll kill you right now, boy. Shukaku laughed as he raised a claw above Sasuke. Say hello to the Rakudo bastard. Naruto shot his tongue out to wrap around Sasuke and sling the Uchiha out of the way of the attack. He then began to move towards Sasuke before the Uchiha could properly get up. What? Sasuke said before Naruto landed a knee to his face, causing Sasuke to slide across the ground. Naruto jumped towards Sasuke and slammed a palm onto his forehead. Uzumaki grave seal. Naruto called. Sasuke shouted in pain as the curse mark was eventually forced to retract. Naruto stood up straight only to be caught in a sphere of sand. He used his own iron sand to cover the inside of Shukaku's sand. The fox, you're so close to dying I can almost taste it, Shukaku said as it applied more pressure to Naruto. Kid, now is the time. Kyuubi said. Right. Naruto said holding a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. A clone was made within the dome. Keep the iron sand up. I have to go talk to mom. Right, boss. The clone said as it thought of the ultimate technique. XXX flashback. Naruto sat in front of Kyuubi's cage, only a week left before the Chunin exams were to continue. Gara is able to let Shukaku run wild, which makes him a strong opponent, Naruto said. And here we are unable to access your yin chakra. Blame your cursed father and your meddling mother, Kyuubi barked. That door won't open for either of us. Naruto shrugged. I say it's your fault. If you just bond with me and stop being so picky. I will never bond with a pathetic meatbag, the fox shot back. You do realize that it's probably the only thing that we can do to stop Gara, right? Naruto said. But if you'd rather for me to be squashed by the giant one-tailed raccoon, then I guess it's alright by me. They won't remember me as the idiot blonde that fought the tanuki. They'll remember me as the boy who held the strongest biju succumbed by the weakest. Kyuubi growled. You hold a strong point, Kit. Perhaps when you and I have a common goal I will willingly give you my chakra without my will. It's like Ero Sennin said. My will and your chakra will unlock the greatest power of all. Naruto said before pointing to the door that Kushina's statue guarded. That. Let's see if he was right. Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded as he stood up and walked towards the door. He looked over his shoulder and saw a line of red chakra coming for him. Once the chakra merged with his body, he put a hand on the door handle. Unlike earlier, his mother's eyes did not glow and force him to move backwards. Gripping the handle, Naruto slid the door open slightly. Yes, Kyuubi said sinisterly. My chakra. After that was said, the door immediately shut and the statue's eyes began glowing, causing much pain to Naruto and the fox's chakra to retreat back into the cage. Ah! Damn it QJII. We were so close, Naruto shouted. At least we know what we must do. Kyuubi replied. We must both desire the same thing with good cause to open that door. I must be submissive to your will and you must be determined to fight. Naruto nodded. However, even if you do unlock that power, my guess is that you'll have up to 20 minutes using it before it is sealed off again. A precaution that my first jailer made which stops me from breaking free. 20 minutes huh? Well, we'd better use it wisely, Naruto said. I'm going out to train with Samakata some more. We'll devise a plan later. End flashback XXX Naruto's body was giving immense chakra that made Sakura cringe from her position, even though he was covered in 2 layers of sand. We must be in unison, Naruto muttered. And the one thing we have in common now is to beat the one-tailed. I don't need much of the yin, but I do need some. The door inside of Naruto's mind opened slightly, causing the Kyuubi's eyes to widen. A bubble of dark red chakra came out of the door and merged with the seal on the floor. Kyuubi then applied some of its yang chakra to the seal as well. Naruto held a hand seal. Transform, XXX Kurenai paused as she heard a large explosion from Naruto's direction. She gasped. No way, it can't be, Asuma said. XXX. Within the arena, Kakashi and Guy, along with the other Konoha shinobi, had defeated most of the opponents when the explosion was heard. Sensei, Kakashi said quietly. Forgive me, XXX Hiruzen and Orochimaru both paused as Kusanagi poked through the third while he attempted to remove Orochimaru's soul from his body. The 9-tailed fox, Hiruzen said, but that could only mean. So Gara-kun killed Naruto-kun? That was unforeseen, Orochimaru said. Tayuya frowned. There was just no way Naruto, no matter how thick-headed, was killed by Gara. As much as she hated to admit it, but Naruto was one of the strongest ninja she had ever come across. No, it just did not make sense at all. Tayuya, get your head back in the game, Kidomaru called. Right. Tayuya said as she focused her attention back onto the barrier. XXX Jiraiya looked at the sight. The 9-tailed fox stood in front of the 1-tailed tanuki. His mind began racing through all possibilities on how this could have come to be. Of course, the most likely one was that Naruto's anger got the best of him and the fox finally broke free, killing the boy in the process. What many did not realize was that Naruto cannot die prior to the demon's extraction or else the fox dies with him. Therefore, someway, somehow, Naruto or someone else had to have summoned the fox to the battling area. Then Jiraiya caught something. The fox was not attacking, just standing there. Had this really been the Kyuubi, it would have gone into an uncontrollable rampage to avenge its defeat to the 4th Hokage as well as destroying Shukaku in the process. No, this demon, as angered as it appeared, looked tamed. A smile came on Jiraiya's face. Well done Gaki, Jiraiya said as he began to move to the battle between Jinchuriki. XXX. Well, Naruto, Kyuubi said. This is different. I can feel a mixture of our chakra as well as something else, I like it. Did you forget about me? Shukaku called. Drilling air bullet? Sakura watched the large fox leap into the air. The 9-tailed demon inhaled before exhaling a powerful blast of fire towards Shukaku, who actually rolled out of the way. When Naruto landed on the ground, he fired another stream of fire towards Shukaku. Shukaku formed a giant wall of sand to shield him. This is incredible, Sakura thought. He changed into the 9-tailed fox. Shukaku then began to fire multiple cannonball-sized sand bullets towards his opponent at high speeds. The fox lowered its head and began to endure the attack before 2 of its 9 tails whipped and conjured up a large twister, larger than any of the ones Sakura had seen Naruto do. Surprisingly, Shukaku only inhaled and sucked the twister into its large mouth before firing another drilling air bullet towards Naruto. With a swipe of his front claw, Naruto was able to use the searing wave that inflamed and disintegrated the ball of wind. This is getting too dangerous, Sakura said as she shielded herself from the blowing debris. I have to get Sasuke-kun out of here. Sakura began to move towards Sasuke's downed body, her pink hair catching Shukaku's eye. Another one to kill. How delicious, Shukuka shouted before firing multiple drilling air bullets towards Sakura. Sakura began to cover and scream before she felt something warm around her. She opened her eyes to see several of Naruto's tails around her and Sasuke. Naruto-kun, Sakura thought as she could hear the fox's roar in pain. Take this. Naruto, Kyuubi called as it began to form a large ball of white lightning in front of its mouth. Storm clouds formed above the fox. Byakurai. Due to Naruto's tails being around Sasuke and Sakura, they were safe from the heat that came from the attack. However, the tails did not stop Sakura from seeing the bright light it caused. Amazing, Sakura said. Shukaku was able to put up a wall of sand in time, but it did nothing but soften the impact as the lightning attack was able to break through and knock the large sand demon on its back. Naruto panted. I think we got it. Don't underestimate Shukaku. Kyuubi warned Naruto as the tanuki rose back to its feet. Lucky shot. Take this, multi-pay drilling air bullets, Shukaku bellowed. We haven't tried using all of my abilities just yet, Naruto told his tenant, hang on. Sakura was completely confused when the tails around her simply vanished. She looked around to see that the large fox was gone as well. She then caught something descended on the sand demon. Naruto. Sakura gasped before Shukaku swatted the fox out of the air with its tail. Sakura's eyes widened as the fox was coming directly for her and Sasuke. She felt arms around her before turning to see Jiraiya, who had moved her out of the way just in time. Man, I'm not as fast as I once was, Jiraiya said as he sat Sasuke and Sakura down, but you're safe now. You're Jiraiya, Sakura stated. That's right, Jiraiya replied before turning towards the battle. That fox, it's Naruto, isn't it? Sakura nodded. Hi. He transformed into it. Jiraiya grinned. I thought so. That Gaki gets stronger and stronger every time I let him out of my sight. Naruto shook his head before he saw the tanuki coming for him and sent his tails to stop him. The 9 tails all wrapped around Shukaku, slowing his momentum down to a complete stop. Naruto gave a smirk before firing his extended tongue towards Shukaku, wrapping around the demon's neck before slinging it elsewhere. He's got full control of it, which is impossible. There is no way that he mastered all 9 tails of the Yang chakra, Jiraiya said. Which only means that he and the fox were finally to agree on something after all. Naruto was able to roll onto his feet and glared at the tanuki. He charged at Shukaku and vanished before reappearing directly in front of it. He landed a powerful swipe with his front right claw that caused Shukaku to stumble backwards before Naruto landed a right blow that caused the demon to tumble backwards once more. However, Shukaku still rose. Kit, you're going to have to defeat it like a demon. Use the yin chakra and fire the tail beast ball, Kyuubi ordered. Right. Naruto responded. Shukaku caught sight of this and began to charge up chakra as well. Welt his isn't good, Jiraiya said grabbing Sasuke's down body. Come on Pinky, we'd better get out of here. Despite the annoying nickname, Sakura still followed Jiraiya as fast as she could. Once Jiraiya noticed that it was not fast enough, he bit his thumb before running through hand seals and slammed his hands towards the ground. Summoning jutsu. Sakura gave a surprised gasp as she felt herself rise into the air. She looked beneath her to see that she was on a giant toad. Gamahiro, Jiraiya said. We need to get back to the village ASAP. Sakura was frightened as she felt the toad crouch down, but Jiraiya's hair wrapped around her. I got you. Just keep the screaming to a minimal, would ya? I'll TRA, Sakura responded as the toad took one large leap towards the village. Now, Kyuubi shouted. The 2 large demons fired their respective tailed beast ball towards one another. The attacks met in the middle, the power decimating the landscape around them. Naruto used a tail to shield his eyes from debris as Shukaku was forced to cover as well. Why isn't anything working? Naruto asked the fox. Gara's allowed the demon to take over. The only way to repress that is to wake Gara up and then defeat him. Kyuubi responded. After that tailed beast ball, I can feel that we're slowly losing chakra. It won't be long before we're defeated. Not on my watch. Naruto replied before the large fox moved towards the large dust cloud. Sand shot forth from the cloud, grabbing Naruto's front legs, bringing the large fox down. Shukaku laughed only before one of Naruto's tails grabbed his throat. Naruto began to force his way onto his feet, fighting against Shukaku's sand. He took aim for Shukaku's eyes before spitting several iron sand bullets towards them. My eyes! Shukaku roared as it stumbled blinding. Wake up! Naruto, Kyuubi shouted as Naruto slapped Gara with one of his tails. There was a moment of silence before Shukaku growled. No, I was just starting to warm up, the demon cried as Gara shook his head and looked ahead. Uzumaki, Gara said. I'll kill you, now, Kyuubi ordered. I've been saving this just for the occasion, Naruto, Kyuubi called as 4 of its 9 tails began to form a sphere of black wind above it. Wind release. Devil Storm Jutsu. The black wind fired in the form of a twister above Naruto, shooting an opening through the thick gray clouds ahead. Gara could only watch as the tornado then shot from the clouds 10 times the size it shot up in, drilling onto the Jinchuriki. The wind was strong enough to blow Naruto back as well, leveling out more of the already beaten forest. When the smoke and dust cleared, the nine-tailed fox stood over Gara's down body and let out a fierce roar of victory. XXX. That boy, he did it, Ibiki said before smirking. You've earned my respect, Naruto. XXX. Asuma, do you see what I see? Kurenai said. Well, I'll be damned. He actually did it. Asuma replied. Guess there's nothing to worry about now, is there? No, Kurenai said with a small smile. XXX Orochimaru glanced at the sight as the Sound 4 and Kabuto escorted him out of the village. That brat has ruined my plans, Orochimaru said. I want him dead. Hi. The Sound 4 said in unison. Tayuya secretly smirked. I knew Shithead wouldn't lose. XXX Tenten crossed her arms with a small smile. Well, it seems as if Naruto did it, Tenten said. He defeated Gara. Hi. Neji replied. He truly is a genius, wouldn't you say? Tenten was baffled at Neji's words but nodded anyway. She then grew a bit overexcited. Let's go meet him, Tenten said. Maybe we could talk him into staying? Naruto has no intentions of staying in Konoha. Not now anyway. We'd only be wasting our breath. Neji told his teammate. But he will be back in the future. It is destined for us to meet again in battle. Because we've made a promise to each other that we will. I can't wait, Tenten said. XXX in a puff of smoke, Naruto's transformation ended and the beaten and bruised blonde now stood on his knees in front of Gara. Why are you so strong? Gara asked. Naruto smiled tiredly. I could ask you the same. Naruto then looked at the dark clouds. But it's because I will defend the people most precious to me. But you hate this village, Gara said. Not all of them, Naruto responded. Hirujii, Kakashi, my teammates, Old Man Tucci and his daughter Iyame. That's all it takes, just one person that you care about can give you power that you never thought you had. How did you overcome your Biju? Gara asked. I didn't. I bonded with him, Naruto replied. We both had the desire to beat you. Gara only lied motionless, not even his sand was reacting at the moment. Our fathers entrusted us with this power for whatever the reason may be, Naruto said to Gara. I used to believe that this thing was a curse. I was unaccepted by the villagers and people always called me a demon. But I got news for you. Crying like some little baby isn't going to make it easier. Gara's eyes narrowed slightly. People are going to think what they want to. Running away and wearing masks will never solve anything. Gara looked at Naruto as the blonde looked down on him with defiant eyes. The pain will only go away when you develop a bond with someone else, Naruto said, and Naruto's eyes began to droop. I'll be your first friend. With that the blonde collapsed to his side, the wounds on his face bleeding now. Naruto Uzumaki, Gara thought as his eyes closed. My friend. There was something wrong with this picture. Though he was accustomed to traveling and sleeping on the ground or in a tree, this felt absolutely comfortable. Not as comfortable as his own bed, but close enough. Blue eyes opened for the first time since his last battle to see a scene he had not seen in years. The hospital, Naruto muttered. Hey, he's awake. Naruto was slightly angry at himself for not putting all his senses to use before saying anything. However, when his eyes connected with Tenten's, he smiled slightly. Hey Naruto. Ten-chan, it's been a while, Naruto said as he attempted to move. He winced in pain. Ow, that's new. Transforming into the fox, Jiraiya said leaning against the wall beside the window. Pretty creative and dangerous. Why, if you had used any more of your chakra, you could have ended up worse than this. Arrow Sennin, what happened? Where's Hirujii? Naruto asked. The look in Jiraiya's eyes answered Naruto's question and the blonde shot his eyes towards his lap, his fist clenching the sheets on his sides. Tenten saw this and gave Naruto a reassuring smile. It's fine Naruto, Tenten said, you did everything you could. I should have gone after Orochimaru instead of Gara, Naruto replied. The maybe. You'd be dead. Jiraiya cut Naruto off. Don't blame yourself for Sensei's death. He died protecting the village. Remember, the true measure of a shinobi isn't how he lives, it's how he dies. And I don't know a more fitting way to die than that. Naruto nodded. While this lesson had been beaten into him, figuratively of course, he still thought it was unfair. Hiruzen was the only person Naruto knew that could see the best in people. Even Jiraiya had given up on Orochimaru a while back. I guess I missed his funeral, Naruto said quietly. Hi. Tenten said. I'm sorry Naruto, I know he meant a lot to you. Naruto closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. His chakra began to circulate throughout his body normally again. He realized that the transformation had done much more than bound the wills of himself and the fox, seeing as the fox had taken some damage from the battle. And the yin chakra was once again sealed shut tightly, not even opening to help with the recovery. Where's Gara? Naruto's question seemed to have snapped both Jiraiya and Tenten from their current daze. He was taken back to Suna. Tenten answered. After you defeated him, some Suna-nin ran out to retrieve him and the leaf came to get you. You're like some hero now. Naruto smiled lightly. No, just someone they want. Naruto then looked at Jiraiya and suddenly frowned. And why are you here, Ero Sennin? You usually berate me for being stupid and then leave. Unless there's something I missed. I'm charged with finding Tsunade and I could use your help. Plus, after seeing you use the tailed beast ball, I remembered that I should have taught you the Rasengan by now, Jiraiya said. Sure. Naruto said before his eyes snapped towards the door. Trouble. Where is he? An irate Danzo questioned with two root members at his side. Danzo. What do I owe the pleasure? Jiraiya asked with a smile. That seal that your apprentice used nearly killed the Uchiha. Danzo said. Do you know what that could have done to the village? If the last Uchiha were killed by your apprentice at that. Danzo's visible eye looked over a startled Tenten at the bed. Where is he? What? Tenten asked as she turned to see Naruto had vanished. Jiraiya chuckled. He's around here somewhere. I'll be sure to pass on the message. XXX Naruto stood in his former outfit, see Chapter 1, with the large scroll standing beside him. In front of him was Hiruzen's gravesite. I should have known what they were up to, Naruto said. I should have come to you like I originally thought instead of listening to Kakashi. But, I saved the village. I've forgiven them to a degree. I think that's all he would have wanted. Naruto turned to see Kakashi standing beside him. Naruto, forgive me for my orders. The village needed you more than. I know, Naruto said. Naruto strapped the scroll to his back and winced in pain. Shouldn't you be in the hospital? Kakashi asked. I'm fine. Naruto replied. I just used swift release too early. My muscles weren't ready for that type of speed yet. You know, Kakashi said. The survivors from Suna and Oto that witnessed you fighting claimed that the ghost of Minato had returned. Naruto smiled beneath his mask. Really? I guess they must have missed the part where I transformed into a giant nine-tailed demon. I guess. Kakashi replied. But many people wanted to thank you for your deed. Maybe that will convince you to stay. There are more people that need my help than the people of Konoha. But like I said in Wave, I will return soon. And hopefully it won't be because the village is being trampled by some giant sand tanuki. Naruto said before reaching in his pocket. He revealed a leaf he had and folded it up, sitting it in front of the tombstone. I'll be back for this someday. Keep it safe. With that, Naruto began walking away. Kurenai was right. Despite his fighting prowess, he is still a child. His dream of being Hokage is still in there, somewhere. Kakashi thought before turning to the sky. Sensei, I will teach him as you taught me, someday. XXX walking towards Ichiraku's ramen stand, Naruto glanced around to see several of the villagers already rebuilding some of the destroyed buildings. Hey look, it's the Makays. Naruto paused in mid-step. He was not used to fighting injured, seeing as most injuries would have healed by now. He reached for the only small scroll on his side that carried Samakata before he heard clapping. You sure showed him. Way to go, kid. Naruto stood in the middle of the street and heard the applauding. He then smiled beneath his mask, rubbing the back of his head a bit shyly. Jiraiya, who was watching the event from a nearby rooftop, only smiled. Go ahead, kid. You deserve it. Jiraiya thought. Naruto continued down the street with no real destination. He stepped into a ditch and looked down, only to see the large footprint of a toad. Stepping out of the footprint, Naruto continued down the street, thinking. His fight with Gara made him realize just how much he had not grown. Years of being known as one of the best shinobi of his time, and he still would settle with just the recognition of just one village. A village that he left and despised, no less. A village that, for the first year with Jiraiya, he had dreamt would one day be destroyed and would have to beg him to come back and help. But those were thoughts of his childhood. Now everything was different. While he wanted the village to suffer, but not to be demolished. And he certainly did not want Hiruzen to die. Before he could ponder more, the wall of a building being rebuilt began to fall. Thinking quickly, Naruto sent out his iron sand that kept the wall in place. Hey, thanks a lot, Naruto. One of the builders said before he and a few other men began to put the wall back in place. Once he was no longer needed, Naruto began to walk away from the reconstruction to hear he thoughts better. XXX Shikamaru opened one eye to see Naruto coming towards him. Realizing that the other boy was not in a hostile mood, He closed his eyes once more. His mother would be looking for him to help with the reconstruction soon, and he did want to sleep for as long as he could. Or at least have peace and quiet. So you lived with your fight against Temari, Naruto said. Shikamaru opened his eye to see that the blonde had somehow moved to a branch in the tree above him. That must have been interesting. It wasn't a total drag, despite me tripping and actually kissing the troublesome woman. I actually got a nap out of it, Shikamaru said. Naruto smirked. You kissed her, troublesome. I said that I tripped, right? Shikamaru replied. Kami, why doesn't anyone believe me? 'Cause she's hot. Naruto said. Yeah, well, I don't have a thing for hot troublesome women. Shikamaru said. My kind of girl is one that's not too pretty but not ugly either. And unlike Temari, my girl isn't loud, bossy, and just all around troublesome. Naruto responded. Did you like the kiss? Shikamaru began coughing, causing Naruto to smirk as a prank popped into his head. He was still sore and had to limit his use of chakra, but this was worth it. I bet if she came here right now you'd probably do it again. Yeah. Say what you like, Shikamaru said. You kissed my sister. Shikamaru's eyes went wide as he turned to see a pissed Gara. Gee Gara, Shikamaru replied. Well, Naruto said. If it isn't my new friend Gara. Told you I'd find him. What? You were leading him to me? Shikamaru asked angrily before he saw Gara's gourd open. Look, the kiss was accidental. I don't even like her like that. Do you think she's ugly? Gara asked. Shikamaru sat frozen. Just when he thought that he would be able to sneak away from his mom, this happened. And worst of all, Naruto was in on it. Two guys who he really did never wanted to face, in one place, at one time, on the same page. I'm going to kill you for stealing her first kiss, Gara said as sand began to move towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru attempted to move, but the sand was quicker. He looked up at Naruto, who simply shrugged. Shouldn't have kissed her and said it was nothing. Naruto said, everyone knows that you can't kill a girl's lover. She'd maim the poor bastard who tried that. Shikamaru's brain ran through situations where Naruto might be right. Surprisingly, he found one quickly. Ino and Sasuke are Sakura and Sasuke. The two girls would kill whoever was dumb enough to try and kill Sasuke, sans Gara of course. Then there was his own mother who, while troublesome, would probably go Sume Inuzuka crazy if someone were to hurt his dad. Maybe he's right, Shikamaru thought. Okay, I did mean something, Shikamaru said. What? Gara asked angrily as the sand tightened around Shikamaru. I, like, your sister, Shikamaru managed to get out. To be so smart, you fail to realize that Garazan isn't black. Shikamaru blinked as this, Gara, now sounded a lot like Naruto. He looked to see a shadow clone of Naruto grinning. Boy, we sure got you. Troublesome blonde, Shikamaru grumbled as the two blondes laughed with mirth. Of course, Naruto was too busy laughing to keep the iron sand up and Shikamaru was free to stand up. I hope you're happy. I'm going back to help with the building. I won't tell anyone that you tried to attack a Chunin. Naruto's laughter stopped. Attack a Chunin? Who? You? Shikamaru nodded. Are you trying to get back at me for that joke? I wish I was, but it seems that my strategies make me suited to be a leader. Therefore, I have leverage with the council. Shikamaru said, bluffing once more, but he knew Naruto knew very little about the council. Or at least, he was hoping. Therefore, attacking me would be almost as worse as starting your one-man invasion. It wouldn't end well. Naruto hummed in thought. There you are Naruto, Kakashi said, slightly startling Shikamaru. Jiraiya-san said to meet him in front of the village. He's ready to go find Tsunade. Right. Naruto said before hopping out of the tree and dispelling his clone. See you around sometime, Shikamaru. And next time, don't trip into the kiss. Girls hate that. Shikamaru only groaned in detest as Naruto walked away. Kakashi, however, was far from letting the subject drop. Tripping into a kiss. Kakashi stated. What a drag. Shikamaru muttered. XXX Tenten was beyond excited that she was chosen to go with one of the legendary Sannin to find another. Of course, she realized she was only chosen so Jiraiya could attempt to coax Naruto into staying within the village, seeing as she was Naruto's longest-known friend and the only one he made prior to leaving the village in the first place. Still, the chance to meet her lifelong hero was too big to pass up. Plus, she got to avoid Guy for a few days. No disrespect to the guy, but Tenten really got tired of the word youth. So, is she coming with us? Naruto asked from behind the bun-haired girl, frightening. Ah, Naruto. Where'd you come from? Tenten questioned. Alright, let's go, Jiraiya said. I'm sure you two have a bunch to catch up on. but Tsunade likes to move around a lot. Knowing her position now is probably all we'll have. Hi. Naruto and Tenten said before following the Toad Hermit out of the village. So why bring Ten-chan Ero Sennin? Naruto asked, causing Jiraiya's eyebrow to twitch. One day I'm going to beat some respect into you. Jiraiya muttered before looking at the blonde. I brought her along because she wanted to meet Tsunade, that's why. She and half of the other kunoichi in the village. So tell me what she's really doing here, Naruto responded. Curse this child's mind. Jiraiya thought. I wonder if all of my students became this perceptive. Oi! Ero Sennin. Naruto called before Jiraiya reprimanded him with a blow to the head. Hey, I'm injured, remember? Then maybe you should have stayed in the hospital while Tenten and I found her, Jiraiya countered. Perv, Naruto said, you probably let her tag along to get a peek. Jiraiya smirked. You forget that you're no better than I am. If Tenten had to guess, Naruto was gaping like a fish seen from how his mask was stretched out. It looked like it would rip anytime now. But the blonde quickly regained his composure and crossed his arms. Fine. Don't tell me. I'll figure it out sooner or later, Naruto said. Jiraiya only nodded. He knew Naruto would not sleep until he did. So, Naruto-kun, Tenten said. You became some super strong bandit killer, huh? I guess with that iron sand of yours and your sword, that'll be kind of hard to beat. Sword? Jiraiya questioned. Oh yeah, Samakata. Naruto answered. Some guy in Kiri made it for me. Kiri, so that's where you went. Jiraiya said. Good. I have some news on Akatsuki. Bad news, of course, but with a few more years of training, you can take it. Years, Tenten said in shock and confusion. He just took out Neji and Gara. What more training does he need? Well, if he wants to live against Itachi Uchiha, I would advise he learns how to dispel genjutsu better. Jiraiya said in a straightforward tone. He, in a term where you children can understand, sucks in the area. Naruto crossed his arms and glared angrily at his godfather. So therefore we'll be working on that for a year and then on to something else. Now, I just need to find a genjutsu master. Forget about a genjutsu master, Naruto said, now walking beside Jiraiya. What's the news on the Akatsuki? I can't tell you now because it's only speculation, but once I get word that it is a fact, I'll tell you, Jiraiya said. Naruto frowned. It could be too late by then you'd better keep up with your training. Jiraiya said before patting Naruto's back. The boy yelped in pain and fell to his knees, his back arched. So your body hasn't healed completely, Jiraiya then smirked evilly. Prepare for some payback for that trick you did at the bathhouse. XXX Orochimaru hissed in pain once more. How did this happen? Orochimaru said. The plan was perfect. I had that old fool right where I wanted him. And Gara transformed. But, the sound 4 and Kabuto noticeably flinched at the pause. That kid, he ruined everything. While I understand your frustrations, I must advise that you take it easy for a while. Your hands are unserviceable at the moment, Kabuto said. You think I didn't know that? Orochimaru retorted as he looked at his hands. I will be able to use them again. That old fool may have delayed the inevitable, but Konoha will be destroyed. A sound Chunin made his way into the room and knelt. Lord Orochimaru, Tsunade has been found, he said. Excellent. Orochimaru said. Kabuto, let's go, but. Let's go. Orochimaru repeated. I will not miss the chance at the only person that can heal my arms. Right. Kabuto said as the two left the room. You think Tsunade would heal Orochimaru's hands? Kitamura asked. She'd have to be an idiot to say no, Saken said. Besides, Tayuya's boyfriend is. Saken would never finish his sentence as Tayuya's foot met his groin with extreme speed and power, her curse mark already seen on her. Shithead ain't my fucking boyfriend, and I'll kill the next motherfucker who says it, Tayuya growled. Saken only let out a high-pitched sound as he slumped to the ground. Tayuya turned around and marched out of the room. Kitamura smirked. You were trying to make a joke, weren't you? Saken barely nodded and Kitamura laughed. Leave the jokes to me next time. XXX back in Konohagakure, Sakura gasped as she saw Sasuke open his eyes for the first time since his defeat to Naruto, again. Sasuke-kun. You're awake. Sakura said. Sasuke stared at her. Where are Kakashi and Kiba? Kiba went to help with the rebuilding of the village while Kakashi had some patrolling mission. Sakura said. You had all of us really worried. Naruto's seal must have done more than it should have. He beat Gara, didn't he? Sasuke asked. Yeah, but what does? And how did I get here? Sasuke interrupted. Jiraiya-san brought us here. Sakura stated. Us? Now Sakura was a bit unnerved by the questions. Why yeah. After Naruto used that seal on you, you passed out in the middle of Naruto and Gaara's fight, right before Naruto transformed into a large nine-tailed fox. Sakura explained. Sasuke's eyes narrowed at the last piece of information before Sakura continued. While Naruto was able to stop Gaara from killing us momentarily, he then had to turn his attention to Gaara. Jiraiya-san got us out of the area before they literally tore it apart. So he beat both of us. Sasuke said. He saved us, Sasuke-kun. Without him, Gaara would have killed us both. Sakura cut her crush off. There just wasn't anything anyone could do once he transformed into that thing. Sasuke looked at his hands in his lap. I froze again, first with Orochimaru and now with Gaara. Sasuke said. How am I going to be able to kill Itachi if I keep getting scared? Sakura sat quietly, trying to think of anything to calm Sasuke down. She realized that there was nothing, so attempted to grab his hand in support. However, she froze when she saw the marks of the Heaven's Curse mark on Sasuke's left hand. Sasuke, seeing that Sakura had noticed it, quickly recalled the mark's powers. You should be helping with the reconstruction, Sasuke said. Huh? Oh yeah. Sakura said, standing up from her seat. I'll be back in a while. HN. Sasuke replied before Sakura left. The power was stronger last time, but, when it was forced back, it took more of my own chakra away. Or, it could be the side effects of those pills. Sasuke thought. Yeah, that's what it is. Those pills. Sasuke then heard a small explosion coming from outside. Something isn't right. XXX Itachi stared at Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, the latter two with their eyes closed. Kisame smirked. Come on Itachi, let's just kill them, Kisame said. Leave Kakashi. He has some use to us, Itachi replied. The other two, you can do as you please. No problem, Kisame called as he ran towards Kurenai and Asuma. Dynamic entry, guy, Kurenai said. Kisame flipped onto his feet and slid beside Itachi. Who the hell is this guy? Kisame asked. I am the Leaf's green beast, might Guy said before looking at a defeated Kakashi sinking into the river. He grabbed his rival and sat him on the ground. What happened to him? Genjutsu. Kurenai explained. Genjutsu huh? It must be that Sharingan. Guy replied as he moved back in front of Kurenai and Asuma. Alright then, it's time to show these two what the power of youth is all about. Guy. What are you doing? If you look into his eyes, you'll get caught in his genjutsu, Asuma said to the younger Jonin. That would be so, but I'm not looking into his eyes, Guy said. I'm looking at his feet. Kisame gave Itachi a strange look. It may seem unorthodox, but after years of training with Kakashi I have learned almost everything about the Sharingan and have learned to predict an opponent's next move merely by watching their feet. Itachi stood quiet for a moment. Tell me why you four would risk yourself for a shinobi who is no longer associated with your village. What is he talking about? Guy asked. They're after Naruto. Kurenai explained. They want the nine-tailed fox. Guy's eyes narrowed. I see, well then, Asuma, Kurenai, open your eyes and look at his feet. We're going to stop them right here, right now. Fighting them like this is easier said than done, Asuma said. We don't have the training for this like you do. There's no need, Itachi said, gaining a surprised reaction from the Leaf Jonin and Kisame. Naruto isn't in the village. Fighting you would be pointless, especially when our target could be moving farther away. Kisame, let's go. We'll have to find the boy ourselves. Kisame growled. You three got lucky. Next time I'll be feeding one of you to Samahata. Let's move, Itachi said before they quickly dashed off, seconds before Anbu came into the area. Where are they? The cat-masked Yugo asked. They're gone, Guy said. They were after Naruto, but he's not here. The demon kid? What for? A hawk-make Anbu asked before Kurenai sent him a death glare. He's not a demon kid, she corrected harshly. We need to get Kakashi some help, Asuma said, trying to pacify Kurenai and save a member of the Anbu at the same time. Right. Yugo said. You two, get Kakashi out here. You three, you're with me. We're going to search for them. Don't. Guy said. What, Guy, what are you talking about? Kurenai asked. He's with Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. If those two are unfortunate to actually find Naruto, it will only end in their defeat, Guy said. Remember, you were only his teacher for a few days. Jiraiya has been watching him since leaving the village. The two of them know how to work with each other better than you and Yakumo, Kakashi and Sasuke, Asuma and Shikamaru, and me and Lee, possibly combined. He's right, Kurenai, Asuma replied. Kurenai nodded. Hi. XXX relaxing against a tree outside of a post station, Naruto closed his eyes as Tenten sparred with his clone. While Tenten had been more than pissed that Naruto had sent a clone to spar against her, he reasoned that his real body could not take much pain since he had yet to fully heal. Not wanting him to be harmed more. Though she doubted that he was still in much pain, Tenten agreed. Naruto was near sleep before he heard his clone scream at a ridiculously high range. Opening his eyes in frustration, he saw his clone running around while millions of weapons came down like bladed raindrops. Naruto frowned before seeing Tenten controlling said weapons, a positively evil smirk on her face. Naruto dispelled his clone, gaining information on the conversation between said clone and Kunoichi. Dear Kami, Naruto said as he rose to his feet, Ten-chan, he didn't mean to bring your loss to Tamari up, it's just. Shut up. Tenten called as she caused her weapons to go to the real Naruto. Iron Sand. Iron Dome Jutsu. Naruto called as the iron sand moved to form a protective dome around Naruto. Man, she has some anger issues. Naruto caused the sand to drop and turned to see the annoyed look on Tenten's face. I can't believe that you're so angry about that, Naruto said. Come on Ten-chan, I know for a fact that Tamari just got lucky against you. Lucky to have that fan, that's for sure, Naruto mentally added. Well, maybe you shouldn't allow your clones to be so annoying, Tenten said. Naruto nodded. Sure, but I think that's enough training. Naruto smiled. You might actually do more damage to me than Gara did if you continue. As if. You have that swift release. It makes you almost invulnerable to taijutsu. Tenten stated. And what you can't block with that, you can block with your iron sand. And once that happens, you're back on the offensive. It's not that simple. You have to know your enemy better than that, Naruto said. Now, how about some ramen? My treat. Sure. Tenten said as the two began walking away. I wonder if Jiraiya-san will actually find some information about Lady Tsunade. Naruto snorted. That old pervert? He's probably peeping on some poor woman. I hope not. Tenten said as she thought of a way to maim the old pervert if he was peeping. XXX Sakura was worried. No scracked that. She was beyond worried, apprehensive, and concerned about her missing teammate. Sasuke had left the hospital without checking out and now she was wondering where he had run off to. During the Chunin exams, Sasuke had seemed possessed by determination when facing off against Gara and Naruto, so much that the curse mark took over with ease. There's no way Sasuke-kun is becoming dark like Neji says. That stupid Byakugan can't see everything. Sakura reasoned in her head. The foul chakra is coming from the curse mark Orochimaru gave him. That's it. Rounding a corner that led to the Uchiha compound, Sakura was met by Ino. Forehead. What are you doing here? Ino asked. I'm here to check on my teammate. Sakura responded. What are you doing here? Checking on Sasuke-kun. Glad to know that you only see him as a teammate. I knew sooner or later you'd wise up that he's clearly into me, Ino said. So, are we going or what? Whatever Ino pig, Sakura stated. Sakura was really not in a mood to argue with her friend enemy. The reason was because she was still worried about Sasuke. He was changing and she wanted to know if he was alright. If not, then it would not be long until Orochimaru had Sasuke. One way or the other. XXX the claimed, last Uchiha, was not in his compound. No, he was in the forest where Naruto and Gara fought. The damage looked more like the village cutting down trees to extend the village walls. Walking around, Sasuke stopped at a large crater and looked down into it. The small emptied pond showed a spiral-like pattern at the end. Sasuke recognized that as the damage caused by the Devil Storm Jutsu. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke stared down at the center of the crater, the curse mark taking over once more and lightning forming around his left hand. With a roar of frustration, Sasuke shot the Chidori into the center of the bowl. I will get stronger, and I will beat all three of you, Sasuke said, especially you, brother. Tenten sighed as she could not get any sleep. The anxiety that had built inside of her when Jiraiya asked her to come and meet Tsunade was keeping her wide awake like a child on Christmas Eve. Instead, she got out of bed and moved to see if Naruto was still on the couch. However, the blonde was gone. Naruto, Tenten said. After realizing that he had left the room, Tenten changed into her clothes and moved to find him. She went to the spot where they were training earlier and found Naruto meditating. Naruto. What are you doing? Tenten asked. Naruto opened an eye. That old perv actually found a woman interested and he woke me up to tell you that he won't be back until morning. I decided to let you sleep while I meditate. Why? Tenten questioned. She woke me up, Naruto said. his opened eye turning red before he sighed heavily and resumed meditating. It's almost like taking my ramen. Oh, Tenten said with a nod. She had learned that Naruto worshipped the noodle dish, and while he was able to eat something else, nothing came between Naruto and ramen. Tenten then sat beside him. Guess I'll join you. I knew you would. Tenten's eyes shot open. That was not Naruto's voice. She whipped her head to see the blonde glaring at her with the Sharingan. You let your guard down too. The blonde quickly rolled out of the way of several spheres of iron sand. You came faster than I expected. Naruto. Tenten gasped as she saw another Naruto. But, then who are you? Using genjutsu on her, that's just plain pathetic. Naruto said. Tenten watched as the Sharingan-wielding Naruto transformed into Itachi. Too bad your partner smells like 3-week-old fish. I could find you guys blind. Hey, so the brat does have sort of super nose. Kisame said before jumping down from the tree and landing behind Itachi. Tenten gasped as she crawled backwards towards Naruto. Oh look. His girlfriend is scared stiff. Don't worry about it, Ten-chan. The worst that will happen is that I'll unleash all of Kyuubi saving you and killing these two. Naruto said in a casual tone. Who are they? Tenten asked. The tall weird-looking guy is Kisame Hoshigaki. Naruto began. Swordsman of the Hidden Mist. Pretty dangerous. But, the one on the right. The smaller one. That's the Uchiha prodigy himself. Sasuke's older brother, Itachi. Tenten frowned. If you think what Sasuke can do is pretty great, this guy was an Enbu at Sasuke's age now. Tenten's eyes widened. There's no way we can beat these two. With that attitude, no, Naruto said as he closed his eyes. But, Naruto opened his red-slitted eyes. With a bit of confidence, we can at least take out one of them. Kisame snickered. The kid has spunk. Kisame revealed a rapt Samahata. I'll just knock him out. What do you say, Itachi? Chan. Itachi responded. We need to make this quick. We do not want Jiraiya to find us. Tenten, Naruto said in a serious tone. We're going after Kisame first. Stay at a safe distance and I will fight him head-on. I trust that your aim is good enough to hit him when I need it. Hi. Tenten replied. While Tenten was still very much frightened, her and Naruto's life was at stake. She would have to put aside this fear for a moment. Tenten hopped back, counting the paces in between her and Kisame as she did so. Well then, Kisame said. Naruto and Tenten tensed. I guess I should be ashamed for fighting an injured Gaki like yourself. But I don't. Kisame came for Naruto at high speeds. Tenten's eyes widened as the blade of Kisame sliced Naruto's arm before the boy poofed out of existence. Shadow clone. Tenten thought. Oh right, now's my chance. Tenten summoned a handful of kunai and tossed them towards Kisame with great precision. Kisame caught onto the attack and swatted them away with Samahata. You were really going to let them hit me, weren't you? Kisame asked Itachi. You challenged them both. Are you telling me that you can't defeat them? Itachi replied. I got it. Kisame said, coming for Tenten. A wall of iron sand appeared in front of Tenten. Tenten stood stunned as Naruto was now in front of her, his eyes focused on the wall. Move. Naruto called. Tenten hopped back as Naruto forced the sand to fall towards Kisame. Kisame backtracked as he did a hand seal. Water clone jutsu. Kisame called. Naruto made the iron sand move around himself and Tenten. Tenten, get out of here. The farther you go, the better chance you have. The clone can't go but so far, Naruto stated. But what about you? Tenten asked. I'll be right behind you. Go, Naruto said. Go. Tenten made a quick dash and Kisame's clone went after her. Naruto vanished from his spot, his body still a bit sore and the swift release doing nothing but causing it to ache more. However, he had to protect Tenten at all costs. Die bitch. Kisame's clone shouted, swinging a cloned Samahata. The blade collided with Samakata. What? That's new, Itachi thought. Tenten paused momentarily to see that Naruto had brought out his sword. However, she also saw his arms struggle to match Kisame's strength. He was still sore from the battle. Alright brat, I'm getting tired of you, Kisame shouted. Lightning sealing method. Thunderblade, Naruto called. The kanji for lightning appeared on the broadside of Samakata before the blade began to give off an electric blue glow. Naruto gave a push with his sword that gave off a thunderous sound as well as shocking Kisame's clone. He beat the clone. Tenten thought while running now, and here I am running, I wish I was of some more use. Damn, my body aches like hell. Naruto thought. Maybe I should have listened to that old perv and waited until tomorrow to use swift release. But your tenketsu are ready for my chakra. Kyuubi responded. We aren't dead yet. Right. Naruto said to his tenant before red chakra outlined Naruto's body. Let's do this. Naruto said with a glare towards Kisame. XXX Sasuke dropped to his knees, sweat pouring from his forehead. THTH 3 times, Sasuke gasped for breath. He had just completed 3 completed Chidori without the aid of Kiba's pills. My body, it feels like, it's going to bust. Sasuke collapsed on the ground, gasping for air now. He had overused a jutsu even though he was ordered not to, and now the side effects were taking effect again. This time, however, he did not have any pills in reach to supply him with more chakra. Closing his eyes, Sasuke pictured 3 people. They were his brother, Gara, and Naruto. They were there, mocking him. Itachi killing his clan, Gara rampaging through the village, Naruto killing Sasuke. They were all mocking Sasuke on things he could not stop, the last one something that Sakura had done. Grunting in annoyance and pain, Sasuke put his palms onto the dirt and pushed. Slowly and painfully, he rose to his hands and knees. The thought that Sakura was the reason he was alive made him believe just how weak he was. When Shikamaru had told Sasuke this information, Sasuke at first thought the young Nara was just playing a prank. Despite his laziness, Shikamaru willed the energy to do a prank or two. But when Choji and Ino confirmed it, as well as Shino, there was no denying. Sakura Haruno had saved Sasuke's life. He was weak. Never, again, Sasuke said to himself as he pushed himself up to his feet, reaching towards his wrists. Sasuke unstrapped the weights and allowed them to crash into the ground before untying those around his ankles. This worked for Lee, it'll do double for me. Sasuke turned towards the moon. And then I'm coming for you 3. XXX Naruto was kicked backwards, sliding on his feet all the way. Once he came to a complete stop, he came at Kisame again. Like the first 10 times, Kisame blocked every strike Naruto did with Samakata before knocking the blonde backwards again. While you're better than a lot of kids your age, you're not strong enough to take me on yet, Kisame said. So how about you get serious before I have to kill you? We can't kill him until the fox is extracted, Itachi stated calmly. Right. Kisame said. I need him to look me in the eye, Naruto thought. Lightning sealing method. Multiple lightning needle. Naruto held a hand in front of him as the attack shot for the former Kiranin. Kisame was able to dodge with rather ease, an amused smirk on his face. Iron Sand. World Order. Kisame was thoroughly surprised before he began dodging spikes that came from the large sphere of iron sand in the sky. He was mildly surprised that he did not catch onto it earlier, but remembered that he was so focused on Naruto's swordplay that he had forgotten about the iron sand that was previously around them. 4 spikes came for Kisame, but Kisame slashed them with Samahata, his smile gone and a scowl on his face as several spikes separated him from Naruto. Naruto held a hand seal as he cheeks puffed before firing his tongue forward. Intrigued, Itachi watched the organ twisted and turned throughout the maze of spikes as it headed for Kisame. I'll cut your tongue off, you stupid brat, Kisame said as he lifted Samahata. Kisame went for a strike before the tongue darted to the left. Stay still. Naruto retracted his tongue as he stared at the swordsman. There was no way he was going to win this without more use of the swift release. His thoughts were abruptly shortened as Kisame began slashing his way towards Naruto. Naruto felt the tingling feeling surge through his body like he did every time he used the swift release, followed by small painful pinches. Swift release. Swift flying god technique, Itachi thought before Naruto vanished. Kisame looked around as the iron sand fell onto the ground. He attempted to use his sense Naruto out. Byakurai. Kisame was able to dodge the attack before looking around. Where is he? I can't sense him anywhere, Kisame said. So, he's made the transparency seal that fast. His sealing techniques are becoming better, Itachi thought. Kisame looked at Itachi. Can you see him? Kisame asked. Itachi nodded before pointing. Great. Damn you, Itachi. Naruto thought before dodging Samahata. Where'd you go, Ten-chan? XXX Tenten paused. She could not find Jiraiya anywhere. Sitting against a tree stump, she took a kunai and marked the bark so she could find her way back to the spot just in case she found Naruto. You ran far. Tenten gasped before staring up at Itachi. But this is where your running ends. What do you want with me? Tenten asked. Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. You are in the way with our plans, Itachi said. I shall dispose of you now. Tenten gave a scream. XXX Naruto stood with 3 shadow clones as he heard the scream. Tenten. Naruto said. All right. Kisame saw a tail of chakra from behind Naruto. I have to save a friend, so I'm going to have to be quick.
Let's see you try, Kisame said. Naruto prepared Samakata. Swift release. Swift beheading, Naruto called. Kisame waited for Naruto to move before the boy was behind him. I told you. Kisame gasped before his body splashed into water. Water clone. Naruto thought before Kisame slashed him. Try again, brat. Kisame called before Naruto puffed out of existence. Shadow clone. Swift release. Swift 1,000 years of death. Naruto shouted, jabbing a kunai up Kisame's rectum, sending the shark man flying into the air. Naruto smirked at his handiwork. Hey. And Sasuke said that was a dumb technique. Your friend is in trouble. The fox reminded. Right, Naruto said before turning around and dashing off. I'm coming, Ten-chan. XXX Tenten gasped as she planted her back against a tree. I can't outrun him. Not with that Sharingan, Tenten thought. I shouldn't have left Naruto. Itachi inhaled before launching a moderate-sized fireball towards Tenten. He had no real intentions of killing her, though he did have to make it look that way or else. Fire sealing blade. Naruto called as he appeared in front of Itachi's attack. Itachi watched as the fireball was sealed inside of Naruto's sword. Fire sealing method. Searing wave. The attack landed on Itachi, his body beginning to burst into flaming black feathers. Good work, Naruto, Itachi's clone said before dispelling completely. Are you alright? Naruto asked. Yeah, Tenten said, thanks. Naruto frowned. He didn't use Tsukuyomi on her. What is he trying to tell me? Did you forget about me? Kisame asked. This is it, water release, great excavation? Naruto brought his left hand behind him, taking aim. Lightning sealing method. Byakurai, Naruto called before firing the lightning attack towards the large drilling torrent of water. Tenten covered her eyes as the two attacks met. When she removed her hands she saw that Naruto was looking around. Did you get him? Tenten asked before Kisame's elbow met Naruto's face and the blonde began tumbling on the ground. Naruto. Alright, brat, playtime is over, Kisame said angrily, his rear still sore. You've embarrassed me for the last time. Naruto stood up and glared at Kisame. You're right, Naruto said. Look into the eyes of the great Mikaze. See your own defeat. You think, Kisame's words slowed to a stop. What is going on? Tenten, now, Naruto said as he grunted, sweat running down his face, while I have him trapped. Tenten paused. What was Naruto doing, and what happened if she missed? She would die. Tenten. Naruto called. Tenten then acted. Summoning a katana in each hand, she came for Kisame and swung one with all her might. The result was something that caused Naruto to smirk. Kisame stood frozen. He was able to break Naruto's paralyzation just in time, but Tenten still left a scratch on his face. It was not a deep cut, but it still drew blood. That small movement of his head was just enough to come out a precise strike with just a cut. I lost my focus, Naruto thought before blinking. I can move again, Kisame said. Say good night, girlie. While Tenten was still frightened beyond definition, she did not flinch. Instead, she kept a look of determination on her face. She was a shinobi and her friend was there to help her. Plus, it did not hurt that said friend was a well-renowned shinobi who could move at high speeds if the worst should happen. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto said, producing two clones. Retrieve the sand, quickly. The two clones nodded before running off. Naruto then gripped Samakata. Get ready, Tenten. Right, Tenten said before Naruto came for Kisame. Kisame was not an expert swordsman for nothing. He knew that as soon as Naruto was close enough, Tenten would strike as well, and he was right. Now backtracking, Kisame was able to stop the strikes from the three opposing blades with moderate difficulty. While Naruto's blows were more power than anything, Tenten's strikes had speed and accuracy. Kisame was grateful to have his mastery in the field of swordsmanship, or else the combined forces of Naruto and Tenten would have been too great for him. Unfortunately for Naruto and Tenten, Kisame was still stronger, and with new vigor Samahata grew wider. This allowed Kisame to push both Naruto and Tenten away with a swing swipe. While Naruto was more than aware of Samahata's special abilities, Tenten's right forearm was brushed by the shark skin and the girl yelped in pain and fell to a knee. You okay? Naruto asked the girl. Kisame sneered. Only got a piece of her. I wanted the whole thing. And Naruto. What's wrong with me? Tenten asked as she began to pant. My chakra, it's leaving me. It's his sword. Naruto answered. Like mine, it absorbs chakra. That one little swipe on your arm did more than you think. What can we do now? Tenten asked. Naruto's two clones returned. Iron sand shot forth from their bodies,
merging into Naruto's seal before the two dispelled. "We fight on," Naruto said before Samakata dispelled. "What are you doing?" Tenten asked. "I can't beat him in Kenjutsu. It's not one of my strong points," Naruto said. "Ninjutsu is. Plus, I can use my swift release anytime he gets too close." Tenten nodded. "That made sense. What I need for you to do is to gather what remaining chakra you have and take aim. He will slip up and we have to take advantage of that." "Hi," Tenten said, rising. "I'm ready when you are." "Right then," Naruto said, holding a hand seal. "Let's make this into my playing field, Iron Sand, Black Desert Jutsu." Kisame waited as the sand began to burst out of Naruto's right hand while he continued to hold the hand seal. The area around and behind Naruto became completely covered in the sand, creating a black sheet around Naruto and Tenten. "Why don't you just change into the giant fox?" Tenten asked as she felt uncomfortable with the iron sand around her. It reminded her of Gara. "Because we're not on the same page right now," Naruto answered. "I want to protect you and defeat this guy. He wants to kill you all." Naruto did a hand seal. Kid transformation. In a puff of smoke, Naruto had transformed into the chibi fox form. But this transformation is way much better. Kisame smirked. "You're right, it makes it easier for me to kick your ass." Naruto inhaled before firing a stream of fire at Kisame. Itachi, who was watching from the trees, observed this attack with a raised eyebrow. "Pretty strong," Itachi thought as his partner dodged the attack. "Naruto. He's sinking into the ground," Tenten pointed out. "Underground shark jutsu," Naruto muttered. "Don't worry though. He'll learn soon enough why this new iron sand technique is the best one yet." Itachi focused his Sharingan on the sand and then closed his eyes with a smile. "Well done," Itachi thought. "You've finally predicted the moves of an S rank. You're on your way to becoming something great, Naruto." Kisami's body launched out of the ground with a hand made of iron sand coming after him. He slashed the sand with Samahata and it fell to the ground harmlessly. Naruto whipped his tails in front of him, creating a giant whirlwind that became infused with some of the black sand. Again, Kisame was able to dodge the attack. "Now's my chance," Tenten thought as she threw 4 kunai at Kisame. "Shit," Kisame thought before 4 more kunai blocked Tenten's. Naruto and Tenten turned their heads to see Itachi. "The genjutsu failed. Jiraiya is on his way here," Itachi said. "We will have to get him another time." "Grr, right," Kisame said before attempting to move his leg. "What the?" Naruto had transformed back into his normal self, a hand towards Kisame as the iron sand wrapped around his ankle. "I'm going to kill you," Naruto said as the iron sand quickly began to cover Kisami's body as the former Mist Nin attempted to slash at the black grain. "There's no use, you're mine." "Not so fast, Naruto," Itachi thought as he closed an eye. "Amaterasu." Naruto caught on to the black flames and immediately used the swift release to get out of the way. He had seen Amaterasu once and swore that he would never see it again until he had a counter for it. However, this allowed Kisame to break free of the iron sand and leap off with Itachi. "Naruto," Tenten said with her head down, "I'm sorry I wasn't much use to you. While you and Neji just seem to get stronger, Now's really not the time for you to lose your confidence, Ten-chan," Naruto said as he summoned Samakata. "I wonder, Fire Sealing Blade," Naruto called as he struck his swords into the black flames. Naruto grunted as the handle began to heat up, but soon, the fire was absorbed. "Well, I'll be damned, that worked." "So, you managed to fight off the Akatsuki, huh?" Jiraiya said from a tree. Naruto smirked behind his mask at his godfather. "I'm impressed. Of course, I could have done it too. Killed them while I was at it." "Yeah, well they were holding back. Big time," Naruto said. "We got lucky." Tenten then wobbled before collapsing onto the ground. "Tenten." Naruto began to check on the girl worriedly. He found no wounds on her sans the one Samahata left, but that did not look fatal. He checked her forehead to find out that she had a fever. His eyes closed as he thought of the one possible cause of this. XXX. "So you didn't put that little bitch in Tsukuyomi?" "What, getting soft?" Kisame asked as he followed Itachi. "One today was enough. Besides, the genjutsu I put her in was enough," Itachi replied. "She might have looked fine during your little meeting, but she will be down for a while." Kisame frowned. "And why didn't you help back there? We could have taken the fox and gone out of there." "You're foolish to believe that. He was ready," Itachi said. "One move with swift release and the most we would have had was a kunoichi from the hidden leaf. That would not have gone well for us." "Why?" Kisame asked. "If Konoha learns about us before we're ready to strike, it will halt Leader Sama's plans. Plus, from what we know, Naruto has amazing tracking ability and you have high chakra. He would search for us and Jiraiya would come with him. Itachi explained. That is a fight that we would not win. Jiraiya is already strong enough to take both of his own alone. Adding someone who has swift release, a sword, iron sand, and the nine-tailed fox will be nothing more than a death wish. I guess you're right, Kisame said. Itachi replied. We'll try again at some other time when Naruto has separated from Jiraiya. What is he hiding? Kisame thought. XXX Sasuke lie on his back. He felt his heart stopping. He saw his world darkening. His body was growing numb by the seconds. All in all, he was dying. He knew the feeling from when he protected Kiba from Haku's needles. Damn, this is, how it ends, Sasuke muttered. All be because, he began coughing up blood, used it. His eyes went shut. You're weak. Sasuke's eyes shot open at that voice. It was not Itachi's voice nor Gaara's or Naruto's. No, this voice was that of his father's, Fugaku Uchiha. You are my son. Sasuke was looking around to find his deceased father but saw nothing. Get up. Show me that you're stronger than all of them. The fate of the Uchiha clan is in your hands. You can't die now. Father, Sasuke muttered. Itachi should have killed you when he had the chance. You will never avenge me now, not if you die. I'm trying, father. I can't. You can. You are Sasuke Uchiha. The curse mark began to take over Sasuke's body. You are a prodigy. You will single-handedly kill Itachi and restore honor to our name. And you will lead this clan to greater heights. Even greater than I have. Sasuke clenched his fists. Rise, my son, and show me your true power. It felt like his body was lit on fire as Sasuke rose to his feet. He walked towards a small fountain and looked at his reflection in the moonlit water, a smirk gracing his face. Perfect. Tenten groaned before opening her brown eyes. She reached onto her forehead and grabbed the cool wet rag that was placed there. She removed the rag and sat up. On the mattress next to her was Naruto, his mask removed and a rag on his forehead as well. Naruto, Tenten said before giving him a small tap. Naruto, come on, wake up. Tenten had no clue on what was wrong with him, but his breathing seemed to be normal. Everything seemed to be normal except his sweating forehead. Naruto, please, come on. Tenten said, still trying to wake him. The door to the room opened and revealed a woman Tenten did know. Instinctively, Tenten grabbed a scroll. Who are you? My name is Shizune. Shizune introduced. Naruto-kun was poisoned by Lady Tsunade last night and I have been trying to help him. He and Jiraiya-san were both poisoned, though Jiraiya was able to walk out earlier. How long have I been out? Tenten asked. 4 days. The answer caused Tenten to momentarily freeze. 4 days? She has never missed that many days of training. He's had a clone watch over you every day, you know? Shizune said with a small smile. No one was allowed to be close to you, especially Jiraiya-san. Shizune's cheeks reddened a bit. He, didn't want your assets to be used in the next book. Tenten's eyebrow twitched. Pervert. A small toad appeared in the room causing Tenten to shriek a bit and toss a kunai at it. Hey, watch it, the orange toad said before eyeing Naruto. Oh, so the brat's finally been put down, huh? Wouldn't have happened if he just signed Pop's stupid contract. The toad hopped towards Naruto. What's that stuff called again? Oh yeah. Hey kid, your uncle just ate the last of your secret ramen stash. Shizune and Tenten's sweat dropped, as if that would work. What? Naruto shouted as he jumped into the air, looking around frantically. Where's that no good son of, Naruto paused once he saw the disbelief on Shizune's and Tenten's faces. Oh, hey Shizune-chan, Ten-chan. Where are Jiraiya and the hag? Hey, down here. Gamakichi said. Naruto looked down before growling and picking the toad up. You again? I thought I told you never to bother me again or become dinner? Naruto shouted. Jiraiya's in trouble. Gamakichi said quickly, cooling Naruto's seemingly strange rage. He and Lady Tsunade are fighting against Orochimaru and Kabuto. It doesn't look good either. Naruto sat Gamakichi onto the ground before grabbing his large scroll and strapping it onto his back. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a black mask before putting it on. Let's go. Naruto said. XXX Sasuke's eyes stared at the damage that he had caused. At first, he seemed bewildered. This power was not the power he was used to. Then he grinned. This power came from him. He was now the powerful one. And soon, those who had once dared to stare him eye to eye will fall. Soon. XXX Naruto continued to dash towards Jiraiya's scent with Tenten and Shizune following him the best they could. I can't believe I'm risking my life to save that stupid hag. Naruto thought. After the hell she put me through, she deserves it. XXX flashback. Naruto stealthily followed Jiraiya as he watched his mentor step behind the curtains of a local stand. Grunting in frustration, he held a hand seal. Transform. He called before transforming into a grown man with black hair and red eyes. Walking towards the stand, Naruto could hear the conversation better. It's kind of complicated, Jiraiya said. You see, he has a natural affinity for wind, which is one of the two elements needed to complete it. The second element was lightning, which he sealed into himself later on. To use the swift release to its full affect, Naruto must force the two elements to mix and blend perfectly within himself and then shoot off towards wherever. Tsunade hummed in thought. That brat is a little too strong, don't you think? He forced me to use a fist against him. Speaking of the bet, Jiraiya said, you will hold your end of the bargain up, right? If he masters the Rasengan, you will return. What I'm confused about, Tsunade stated, is why he doesn't just do it. He clearly has the chakra for the move. Well, it's like this. Because Kushina sealed the yin chakra within Naruto after Minato sealed the yang, Naruto's body constantly pumps chakra. I mean, it's like your standard Uzumaki multiplied by 30. Tsunade nodded. The boy did have a lot of chakra to waste. The Rasengan isn't about building all of your chakra up into a sphere. It's more complicated than that, and that's what Naruto's downfall is. All of his attacks are high chakra consuming moves. Shadow Clone, Swift Release, Byakurai, Devil Storm. All of them would drain a normal shinobi out if they tried to do all of those moves in one day. While Naruto does have the power needed for the Rasengan, he doesn't have the control. He's used to giving the attack one big push and that's it. I guess you're right, Tsunade said before sipping her sake. He doesn't really hate you for the fact that you considered Orochimaru's deal, you know, Jiraiya said. He was just being a bit emotional. Is that what you call it? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya grinned. I'm sure that if Orochimaru told Naruto that he would bring Sensei back, Naruto would probably do it in a heartbeat, isn't that right, Naruto? Naruto, still transformed, sat down beside Jiraiya. You should have known better to sneak up on two of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya stated. How's Tenten? Tsunade asked. Better, Naruto said, his pride still a bit hurt that she had knocked him senseless with a single punch. The man working at the stand sat a cup of sake in front of Naruto. Tsunade's eyes narrowed before slipping a bit of poison into her own drink. Hey Gaki, Tsunade said, catching Naruto's attention. How about a little wager? One quick game of cards. If I win, you pay for our drinks and hand me yours. If you win, I'll pay for the drinks and hand you my drink. I don't think Naruto should be, unless you're afraid. Tsunade cut Jiraiya off, showing the cards to Naruto. What? You're on, Naruto said. Jiraiya watched Tsunade quickly shuffle and deal the cards out to Naruto. While he began shaking off the buzz, he soon saw Tsunade lose. He attempted to stop Naruto from downing Tsunade's cup, but it was too late. Ha! Take that! Naruto's eyelids slowly dropped before he fell face first into the counter, his transformation ending. Holy crap! That guy was just a kid, the employee shouted. Don't worry. They'll be alright. Tsunade replied. When a brunette with a pig comes by here looking for me, have her take them away. And tell her that I'm sorry, but the opportunity was too large to pass up. With that, Tsunade left the stand. End flashback, XXX. I'll make sure she lives this so I can be the one to finally put that old hag to rest, Naruto thought. Naruto. Look there, Tenten said, pointing. Naruto stopped and looked at the crushed wall. I'm going to go ahead and see what's going on, Naruto said. You two come as quickly as possible. Right, but Naruto's afterimage soon shimmered out of existence, causing Tenten to sigh. Never mind. XXX Orochimaru gave a sinister chuckle as he dodged Jiraiya once more. Dear Jiraiya, you haven't improved much over the years, have you? If anything, the age has made your taijutsu worse, Orochimaru stated. Jiraiya panted. Damn, that poison hasn't completely left my system. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, who was on her knees, staring at the blood on her hands. He then glared at the laughing Kabuto. Bastard. Orochimaru must have filled him in about Tsunade's fear. And you call yourself a medic nin, Kabuto said, pathetic. So, we finally get to do battle. Orochimaru and Kabuto looked to see Naruto standing behind Kabuto. It took a while, don't you think? Naruto, what are you doing? Your body is still affected by that poison. You can't take on Kabuto. Jiraiya ordered. Naruto smirked. I'm not fighting Kabuto. Naruto's blue eyes glared at Orochimaru. I'm taking him down for what he did to Hirujii. This caused the others to stare in disbelief before Naruto came for Orochimaru. The snake Sannin was able to dodge Naruto, but the blonde continued to pursue. Stay still. Naruto called as he began to throw several of blows towards Orochimaru. This kid's taijutsu has grown since the Chunin exams. Orochimaru thought before Kabuto came in between Naruto and Kabuto. Kabuto was able to land a kick on Naruto that sent the blonde sliding backwards. Before Naruto was able to get back on the offense, Kabuto came for Naruto, who glared. I got you now. Naruto called, changing his stance. Orochimaru's golden eyes widened. Swift release, 400 palms. Naruto's hands began to move in a blur as he landed multiple palm strikes on Kabuto, who was unable to break free of the attack. Naruto then took aim and landed the final blow in Kabuto's chest, sending the sound nin tumbling backwards. Amazing, Jiraiya stated quietly before Naruto began coughing a bit. Damn it, I knew it. Even with Kyuubi healing him, the injury he sustained during the battle with Gara never healed, and adding the stress he put on his body using the swift release and the poison from Tsunade, even he can't last long. Kabuto began laughing as he stood up. Naruto watched the medic take a pill before smirking. That was quite the attack, Naruto. Kabuto said. So maybe you do learn from your opponents. Too bad I have to kill you right here. Kabuto, before you do that, I need your assistance, Orochimaru said. Right. Kabuto said, moving beside Orochimaru. Great. Jiraiya said, doing the same hand seals as Kabuto. Summoning jutsu. Naruto stood his ground as he watched Orochimaru and Kabuto raise into the air on the head of Manda. Why have you summoned me, Orochimaru? The snake hissed. So, we're going against him again, Jiraiya? Gamabunta asked before spotting Naruto. And the little pipsqueak is still alive, I see. Well, this just became more interesting. Kabuto, finish off Naruto. I can take it from here, Orochimaru said. Hi. Kabuto said before doing what he was told. Hey, Boss Toad, Naruto called to Gamabunta. If you lose to this snake, I'll fry you up myself. Is that so? You sure haven't gained any respect since we last met, Gamabunta said. Naruto was going to respond before he spotted Kabuto coming towards him. Raising his right hand towards Kabuto, he unleashed a large tendril of iron sand that shot for Kabuto. Orochimaru's right hand was able to safely maneuver away from the iron sand. Naruto, Tsunade, Jiraiya called. Naruto turned to see Manda moving towards Tsunade. Stopping the cough that built up in his chest, Naruto used his swift flying god technique to remove Tsunade from harm. However, due to his injuries, his landing was rough and the two slid on their sides for a few feet. Are you okay? Naruto asked as he rose to his feet. Why'd you save me? Tsunade questioned. Because protecting people is what makes people stronger, Naruto said, his red eyes staring at Orochimaru. Or did you skip that lesson with Hirujii? Tsunade stared up at Naruto in disbelief. This blonde gaki who had been in the village for roughly 6 years before running off was giving her a lesson on the will of fire, a philosophy that her ancestors created? Forgetting something? Kabuto asked before dodging several of kunai. Naruto smirked. Took you a while. Just waiting for the perfect time. Tenten replied before moving beside Naruto, a staff summoned in her hands. I'm so happy to finally meet you, Tsunade-sama. Talk when the battle's over. Naruto stated. Right now, our job is to take out Kabuto. The guy from the Chunin exams. I knew something was off about him, Tenten said. Naruto gave a snort of laughter. Go and I'll cover you. Right. Naruto said, taking off towards Kabuto. Tsunade watched as a poisoned Naruto attempted to fight against Kabuto in strictly taijutsu. It did not take a genius to realize what Naruto was doing. He was trying to focus his chakra in cleansing his body of the poison. The fight looked pointless. Kabuto was just too quick for Naruto. I'm coming, Naruto, Tenten said. Tsunade did not even bother to see the outcome of that matchup. She instead turned her attention towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Despite his hands being sealed, Orochimaru looked to be in complete control while Jiraiya was hardly able to stand. Lady Tsunade, Shizune said with a cloth in hand. Lady Tsunade, are you alright? Jiraiya, what is wrong with you? You can hardly stay on my back, Gamabunta stated. Poison, never, treated, Jiraiya panted out. Manda hissed before coming towards Gamabunta once more. Gamabunta crouched and leapt into the air only for Jiraiya to slip off. Jiraiya-san. Shizune called. Perfect, Orochimaru said as he extended his neck towards Jiraiya, the blade of Kusanagi appearing from his mouth. This better work, Jiraiya thought. And just like that, Naruto was in between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Kusanagi stabbing the blonde in the back before he and Jiraiya crashed into the ground. Orochimaru retracted his blade and neck with a satisfied look. Well, at least I got him for ruining my plans, Orochimaru stated. Tenten gave a yelp as Kabuto's foot met her face and she was sent sliding backwards on her back. Kabuto, why don't you stop playing with your meals and finish her already? Orochimaru said. Do not dispose of her body though. I did promise Manda a hefty meal and every bite counts. Right, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said moving for Tenten. Seeing that she was the only person to do something, Shizune inhaled before firing several needles in front of Kabuto. Kabuto was forced to retreat a bit before the needles stopped firing. Looks like I missed one. Kabuto said, I think I'll take care of her first. Be quick. Orochimaru ordered. XXX inside of Naruto's mind, he sat in front of the large gate that held Kyuubi. If you die, I will never, quiet, Naruto said angrily as he stood up and moved to Kushina's statue. Okay mom, I don't care if the fox is really thinking the same thing or not, but I have poison in my body and it'll only get worse if I don't have more chakra, so open up now. The eyes of Kushina's statue turned red before a force knocked Naruto back into the Kyuubi's cage. Naruto's back bounced off of the cage before he fell onto his hands and knees. Even after death, she demands respect. I should have devoured her when I had the chance, the fox stated. Naruto stood up before slowly making his way to the statue. I can't use the fox's chakra without him taking over my body. Please. I need the pure yin chakra. Naruto said to the statue before another force knocked him towards the cage. Naruto growled as his features became that of the fox's. If that's how you want to play things. Kyuubi chuckled darkly. That's right Naruto. Take all my chakra and my will. Naruto was seconds away from walking out in his Kyuubi-fied trance before a force stopped him once more. He turned his head towards the statue, growling more before running on all fours towards the statue. Some way, somehow, the vision of a hurt Tenten and a beaten Shizune appeared in front of the statue that caused Naruto to pause. No, destroy that thing. Unleash my chakra. The fox shouted. Damn it you weak ape. I said destroy it now. The three tails behind Naruto became solid as he fell to his hands and knees once more. He glanced at Kyuubi, now in his beast mimicry transformation. Kyuubi watched in horror as a small orb of his yin chakra came out and fused with Naruto. Nice try. Naruto said before rising. Now, it's time to go save my friends. XXX while Orochimaru was currently busy with Gamabunta, Tsunade only glanced at Naruto. Just like every Hokage, he had wasted his last minutes of his life trying to defeat the unbeatable. Just like every Hokage, he was going to die by a bigger and stronger force. Just like every Hokage, he was a fool. Kabuto looked at the down Tenten. Well, I guess I can't distort you and test on you later. A kunoichi with that accuracy would have been favorable to Lord Orochimaru too. Kabuto reached for Tenten. Too bad. Before Kabuto's hands touched Tenten's body, the leaf kunoichi's body was surrounded by iron sand. What the? No way. Tsunade mumbled as she saw Naruto's body standing, his right hand extending towards Tenten, controlling the iron sand. Get away from her. Naruto said angrily as his three solid tails whipped behind him. Hey. So you're finally up, huh? Kabuto said as Naruto began running for the sound nin. You're in no condition to fight. Kabuto paused once Naruto vanished. Me? Naruto's first connected with Kabuto's face and it sent the older shinobi flying backwards. Forgot about me. Orochimaru shouted as Manda came for the blonde. Naruto smirked before looking of his shoulder. The look on Orochimaru's face was simply priceless as the slug princess landed a powerful uppercut on the bottom of Manda's mouth, temporarily stopping the strike. Gamabunta, seeing his time to strike, launched for Manda with his blade drawn. Instinctively, Manda dug beneath the surface, Gamabunta missing by mere inches. About time you got out of your rocker granny, Naruto said with a smirk. I'll kick your ass for that later brat, Tsunade said. Just remember to kill Kabuto. Naruto nodded before Tsunade placed a hand on his shoulder. With limited swift release. The less you use the more time I have to properly cure you of that poison. Who says I need to use swift release? Naruto said holding a hand seal. Iron sand, black desert jutsu. Tsunade was more than startled as the black sand began to wash over the scenery. This isn't good. Kabuto thought as he watched the bodies of Shizune, Jiraiya, and Tenten sink into the sand. He's now able to protect them and focus on me at the same time. What is this Gaki? Gamabunta asked. Just a little precaution. Don't worry about it. Naruto replied. I'm ready whenever you are Grandma Tsunade. Right. Tsunade said after completing hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Katsuyu appeared beneath her. Alright Naruto, it's your turn. Right. Naruto said, holding another hand seal. The ground began shaking a bit before Manda shot from beneath the ground. Kabuto, thinking Naruto was too focused on Manda, charged for the blonde. Naruto was able to dodge before causing several spikes to protrude from the ground. Kabuto began to flip and dodge the attack as Naruto kept focus. You're not getting out of this so easy. Naruto shouted as a large wave of iron sand rose for Kabuto. Kabuto was able to get out of the way and rolled on the ground. He gave a sigh of relief to feel the ground beneath him instead of the black sand Naruto was currently controlling. Kabuto did a few hand seals. Dead Soul Jutsu. Kabuto called as 4 zombie-like clones of Kabuto came from beneath the ground and came for Naruto, each with their hands glowing with chakra, preparing a chakra scalpel. I got you. 4 clones of Naruto made of the black sand appeared, grabbing the 4 soulless clones. Not yet, you don't, Naruto said. Manda, why don't you take care of the little blonde kid first? Orochimaru said. Jiraiya's Toad and Tsunade are actually pretty easy to take. The snake gave a hiss before plunging for Naruto. Naruto, look out, Tsunade called. I got it Gaki. Gamabunta called as he swung his blade for Manda, only for the snake to catch it in its mouth. Naruto watched the struggle between Gamabunta and Manda momentarily before his eyes caught Kabuto coming for him once more. Naruto prepared his body for the swift release. Instead, Tsunade landed a punch on Kabuto that sent the other medic flying backwards. That's from earlier, Tsunade said. Naruto looked to see purple marks on her forehead. Finish these clones. Right. Naruto said. Iron Sand Burial. The 4 undead clones of Kabuto began to sink into the sand. Once they were, Naruto clapped his palms together. Sand Coffin. Manda slung Gamabunta's sword towards Tsunade and Naruto. Naruto grabbed Tsunade and instantly used the swift release. He was able to get them away from the attack, but he was still in Orochimaru's strike range. The snake Sanin fired his extended tongue towards Naruto. Seeing this, Tsunade moved and grabbed her former teammate's tongue. With one strong tug, Orochimaru was reeled into Tsunade's fist, sending him flying into the air. Meanwhile, Naruto was focusing on the chakra in his hand, remembering Jiraiya's words. Gather chakra in your palm like Byakurai, force it to shape like iron sand, rotate it like devil storm, keep chakra flow like shadow clone. Naruto repeated in his head as the Rasengan steadily grew. Soon he was holding a Rasengan in his hand. Please don't blow up like last time. Hey Granny, Naruto said to Tsunade, how far can you throw me? Tsunade smirked. Don't get too cocky brat. Tsunade grabbed Naruto's collar. Give him all you got. With that, the slug princess tossed Naruto towards Orochimaru. Get him Naruto. Tsunade thought with a small smile. Orochimaru glanced at the blonde coming towards him. This is for Hirujai, Naruto shouted. Rasengan. As a last resort, Orochimaru shot Kusanagi from her mouth in attempt to impale the blonde runaway. Instead, Naruto simply took the blow in one arm while driving the Rasengan with the opposite hand. I am possible, Orochimaru shouted before an explosion came from Naruto's hand, sending the two sprawling towards the ground. Naruto smiled as his chakra began to deplete. Hey, and he wasn't even here to see it. Naruto thought as he closed his eyes. Tsunade moved in to catch Naruto. However, the iron sand rose and did it before she could. Confused, she looked around to see Jiraiya, Tenten, and Shizune rise from beneath the iron sand. Shizune held her head. Lady Tsunade, what happened? It's not over yet, Tsunade said as she glared at the large snake Manda. Gamabunta and Katsuyu moved in front of Tsunade. Orochimaru, you are weak. Get up, Manda hissed angrily. Orochimaru slowly rose, wounded. Kabuto quickly came beside Orochimaru. I think we should leave before Jiraiya wakes up, Kabuto said. Orochimaru gave an uncharacteristic growl. You're right, the man said before eyeing his teammate. You've made a terrible mistake, Tsunade. I will get my arms restored and then I will burn Konoha to the ground, with you along with it. Manda dismissed himself as Kabuto used a shushin to leave the vicinity. Tsunade looked down at the Naruto. What now? Shizune asked as she looked at Tenten, Jiraiya, and Naruto. Tsunade sighed. I guess we heal those two idiots and their teammate. Tsunade then grinned. And go back to Konoha. Hi, Lady Tsunade. Shizune said with a smile. XXX. Days later, Jiraiya eyed Naruto as the boy made and dispelled a Rasengan as he walked down the path, the Shodem Hokage's necklace around his neck. Alright brat, you don't have to keep rubbing it in, Tsunade stated. Whatever. Naruto said before stopping. Tenten frowned. Naruto, what are you doing? I'm not going back to the village. Naruto answered. I have to do something else first. Oh, okay. Tenten said. Just what are you up to? Jiraiya asked. Don't worry about it, you old perv. Just make sure I don't come back and you and Granny has any kids, Naruto stated. A vein pulsed on Tsunade's forehead. What did you say? Naruto smirked beneath his mask as he began walking off. See you later, Naruto said with a nonchalant wave. Jiraiya chuckled. He sure has Kushina's charm, wouldn't you say, Haim? Brat, Tsunade stated. Let's go, I have a debt to pay. Jiraiya gave a small frown. What are you thinking? You never pay off a debt, not even to me. Call it payback, Tsunade said. But when I finally get tired of this job, the first person I'm nominating is Naruto Uzumaki. Are you sure about that, Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked. Tsunade smirked. Do you know anyone better? Besides, if he's forced me to do it, why can't I do the same? Now why haven't I thought of that? Jiraiya asked himself. Oh well, I guess we should hurry up. Many people are waiting to see the new Hokage. Right. Tsunade said, staring towards the village. There were two things on his mind at the current moment. One of those things was a question that he would have to wait because the person he wanted the answer from, Itachi, was nowhere to be found. Then again, there was no scroll to pull out and summon a member of the Akatsuki at any time. His second thought was something, more like someone, much closer than Itachi was. That person was Gara. Well, QJII, here we are. Sanagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the sand. Naruto said to his tenant. Let's hope this works. A Jinchuriki aiding another to control their beast. It's shameful, Kyuubi remarked. Naruto sighed. I still don't know what the big deal is. So I'm helping him gain better control of the Ichibi? It seems like a win-win to me. Explain to me how, Kit. The fox said. It'll be that much easier to beat him if he challenged me to a rematch. Naruto said blandly. Think about it. If Gara didn't have Shukaku and I didn't have you, I'd probably mop the floor with him, but since Naruto was cut off by 4 kunai that he dodged, his eyes turned towards the 2 sand shinobi who attacked. Makaze no Naruto, you are wanted by the Wind Daimyo for stealing the 3rd Kage's Iron Sand Scroll, one of the 2 said. You mean this? Naruto asked as a wave of iron sand washed over the 2 shinobi. Man, they should have seen that one coming. More are on their way. Kyuubi said. Now I get to watch how the almighty Naruto sneaks into a village where he is unwanted. Naruto smirked. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. 3 more Jonin arrived to see the 2 original Tsunanin lying on the ground, no signs of Naruto or the iron sand. Nothing. One of the 3 said. I'm going back to the village. You 2 stay out here and keep an eye out. Yes, sir. The other 2 said before the apparent leader made his way back towards the village. XXX Tamari and Kankuro watched as Gara sat quietly on the roof of a building. Neither of them wanted to get too close as he had dozed off twice and both times had partially transformed into Shukaku. Of course, compared to when he used to fully transform into Shukaku when he went to sleep, the partial transformation was nothing, but it was still a frightening power. Naruto Uzumaki is in the village, Gara stated. What? Tamari asked. I hope he isn't here for a rematch, Kankuro said. We can't have you 2 destroying the village. Gara was quiet before giving his brother a glance. I would never hurt a friend. The statement caused both of Gara's siblings to stare incredulously at the redhead. Gara knows what a friend is, Tamari thought. Gara rose from his spot. I'm going to go meet him, Gara said before vanishing in a swirl of wind. Damn it. I hate it when he does that, Kankuro said. Now Baki is going to jump on our asses because he goes on another killing spree. I don't know, Kankuro. Something may be different about this, Tamari said. Gara called Naruto a friend. Yeah, and he also called a giant sand demon our mother, Kankuro replied. Tamari glared at Kankuro. This is different. I think Gara really believes that Naruto is his friend. Then Naruto must have knocked him in the head one too many times. Our brother has finally cracked. Kankuro said. So let's go find him before another battle ensues. Whatever Kankuro. Tamari said before the two leapt onto another room and began to search for their brother. XXX the shadow slithered into an alley before reforming a solid Naruto. Naruto popped his neck. Man. I don't know how Ero Sennin does that for hours, Naruto said before he sensed a familiar chakra nearby. Well, you found me. What are you doing here? Was Gaara's first question. I came to help with your problem with Shukaku. Naruto said turning to face the redhead. I think I might have a solution to half of your problem. Half? Gaara asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, half. I haven't fully controlled the Baka fox. Naruto heard the fox give an angered growl in his head, but ignored it. So I can't help you completely control the raccoon. I can, however, strengthen your seal to help you get some decent sleep and more control. Why would you risk your health to help me? Gaara questioned. Naruto grinned beneath his mask. Because I said that I'd be your first friend and that's what friends do. Gaara only stared at Naruto for a moment before he felt the Ichibi rampaging in his head. He grabbed his head in pain. No, stop it. Gaara growled at Shukaku. Naruto saw this inside. And Ero Sennin said that we have problems. Your obsession with ramen is a problem, the fox remarked. Naruto ignored the fox as he turned his attention back towards Gaara. The redhead seemed to have gotten everything back under control, but Naruto knew better than to jump to any rash conclusions. Is there anywhere where I can do the sealing? Somewhere private, Naruto said. He's going to kill you, Shukaku said to Gaara. Gaara shook his head. No? Naruto asked. No, I know a place. Gaara said. I was shaking my head to Shukaku. Good. Lead the way and I'll follow, Naruto said. Gaara nodded before vanishing in a swirl of sand, Naruto vanishing using his swift release. XXX in Otogakure no Sato, the Sound 4 had just been briefed about a mission. Apparently, Sasuke had somehow achieved his second stage of his curse mark, something that was near impossible. The mission is simple. Infiltrate Konoha and find the Uchiha, Saken said. Gee, that doesn't sound hard at all. Tayuya replied. Just how the hell do you expect us to find the faggot-ass Uchiha without causing a big scene? She has a point. Without Kimimaro, if the Anbu finds out, we're done for, Kidomaru added. You don't think I know that? Saken shot back. We'll have to scout to find the best way in. Of course they'll be more prepared because of the invasion. And now that the Uchiha has been branded. What if they've hired the Makays again? Kidomaru asked. Then I'll deal with him. The Sound 4 looked at Kabuto. Not that Orochimaru-sama has any doubt in your abilities, but with Kimimaro currently unable to travel with you, I will make sure that you don't fail this mission. How when you couldn't even defeat that shithead while he was poisoned, Tayuya remarked. Kabuto looked as if he was going to attack before he gave a small smirk and pushed his glasses up. I'll admit, I underestimated Naruto during our battle, Kabuto said, but the facts state that he's beaten you twice. Tayuya growled at that. And normally I would have killed you for such a stupid statement, but seeing as Sasuke will need multiple wives to carry his clan's Kekai Genkai. No way in hell I'm becoming anyone's bitch. I'm a fucking elite guard for a fucking reason, Tayuya shouted. For now, Kabuto said. Just remember that the name of the group is the Sound 4 and once Sasuke joins one of you will be removed. For maternity leave, of course. The redhead grunted in annoyance but knew that she could not take Kabuto on by herself. Now, before we go, Kabuto said. I suggest you all pay attention carefully to my plan or else you'll just be killed. Understood? The other four merely nodded. If they were going to do this, they had to do this right. And who better to help them than Orochimaru's right-hand man? XXX Tamari and Kankuro looked around. Are you sure we should be here? This place gives me the creeps, Kankuro stated. Catacombs. Get used to it. Naruto replied as he and 6 clones drew a large seal around himself and Gara. Now would you shut up already? I'm trying to do this right. Kankuro grunted. Just because you're some sort of mercenary doesn't mean that I can't kick your ass right now. You're right, Naruto responded. It's the simple fact that I'm better that you won't. Kankuro gave another growl as he reached for his puppet. Kankuro, don't. Gara said, stopping his older brother. He is tempting you into a fight. It is the same tactic he used on the Hyuga at the Chunin exams. Ready, boss. One of the clones stated. Right. Naruto said, pulling his mask down. Now, this is the tricky part. You have to fall asleep. What? Both Tamari and Kankuro shouted. Naruto gave the two a stern look. I know the risks and if anything should happen, Naruto paused. Something that I can't handle that is, Do not wake him up until I'm out of this seal. What say? Kankuro stopped as a large red seal with 7 prongs began to glow around Naruto and Gara. Oh, that seal. A small seal that resembled a 4-bladed pinwheel appeared in front of Naruto and Gara, who were facing one another. Alright, Naruto said, placing a palm on the smaller seal. Now Gara. Feigning sleep, Gara said before slumping down. Naruto gave a clone a nod. Seal of 7 generations, the clone said. Force entry to the mind, Naruto said before slumping over as well. Kankuro looked at Temari. Now what? Temari grabbed her fan. We wait. XXX Naruto looked around. The path towards Shukaku was a lot different from the sewers that led to Kyubi. While in his mind, the fox was in a sewer-like area. Shukaku's domain reminded Naruto of a demonic temple. The walls were all aligned of pictures and symbols that Naruto figured were either victims of the one-tailed tanuki or containers. Naruto turned a corner, following his tenant's lead to the demon. He continued to walk quietly while scanning the walls. There was something wrong with the symbols. They were becoming more and more like seals. Ha ha ha. Now that you're asleep, I'm taking over. Shukaku. Naruto muttered before running into a large room. Whoa. The room seemed like an altar with Shukaku sitting in the middle of the floor, a seal around him. What caught Naruto's attention was the fact that lower half of the large tanuki was trapped inside of a tea kettle. What? What are you doing here? The Ichibi shouted as Naruto made himself apparent. Where is Gara? Naruto asked. Here, Gara stated. Naruto turned to see Gara standing without the gourd on his back. The redhead looked completely stoic, though Naruto could see the fear in his eyes. Right, let's do this thing. Naruto said. You're in my mind. I can kill you. Shukaku shouted before pouncing for Naruto. Naruto dodged the large tanuki. Stay still so I can rip you limb by limb. Gara, Naruto said. This is your mind and he's a jailer of it. You own him. Make him stop. Gara only watched as Naruto continued to dodge the swipes from Shukaku. I can't. What? What do you mean you can't? Naruto asked before being swatted by Shukaku's tail. Gara watched as the tanuki attempted to grab Naruto, only for the tea kettle that was planted in the center of the room to stop him. Shukaku glanced at the kettle before growling. Damn thing. Move. Shukaku shouted as it continued to stretch for Naruto. A wall of sand rose in front of Naruto. What the hell? Shukaku turned to see Gara's defiant stare. What are you doing, you worthless brat? I'm not going to let you kill my friend, Gara said. Shukaku moved from Naruto to Gara, its snout directly in front of the boy. So you've grown a pair of balls, have you? You're lucky I can't kill you or else I die, Shukaku stated. Seal of 7 generations, Naruto called, slamming his hands onto the ground. Chains shot up from beneath Shukaku, wrapping around his forearms and neck. The large demon began to fight against his new restraints, causing Naruto to sweat a bit. This looked so easy on paper, Naruto muttered to himself before addressing Gara. Gara, you have to give me time. Beat that stupid thing. Gara was confused at first. Just how did Naruto expect him to do that? With no real form of taijutsu or genjutsu, Gara's only known abilities came from the very thing he was being pitted against. This isn't anything like the first time I confronted Kyubi, Naruto said quietly as he thought about the event. XXX flashback. A 10-year-old Naruto walked into the confines of his mind to speak the 9-tailed demon fox. The reason? While it has been years since Naruto has learned about his tenant, Jiraiya had warned him about approaching the fox with both hatred and fear. While Naruto denied being afraid of the fox, Jiraiya made sure that the mental connection between the two was severed until he felt otherwise. And this was that time. Naruto stepped towards the large gate, seeing nothing but eternal darkness behind it. That is, until 2 red eyes appeared. This was followed by a set of large sharpened teeth. You, that cursed man's child, the fox began. Why have you come here? I came here to talk, Naruto said. If you're going to talk in such a quiet tone, step closer so I can hear you better, Kyubi stated. Seeing no harm, Naruto took a step closer towards the cage, only to retreat when a set of claws nearly struck him. Stumbling backwards, Naruto fell in a seated position away from the now snickering fox. You're nothing like your father. You're weak. A coward. The large demon said to Naruto. Leave. Naruto frowned before standing up. Listen here, you stupid furball, Naruto began. You're in my body, so therefore you owe me rent, and whenever I need your chakra, you'll give it, got it? The fox laughed. You couldn't handle 1/10 of my chakra. Well, when I die, you die with me. Naruto said, ending the nine-tailed fox's laughter. So I don't think you have much of a choice. To think, me, the great Kyuubi no Kitsune, forced to reside in such a small body in halves. Kyuubi said. Alright Naruto. I will give you my chakra. After your bout with Hiriko, I doubt that you'd be alive if it weren't for me anyway. Naruto gave a low growl. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in Konoha anyway. I never told you to leave Runt. In fact, I kept you alive before starvation could have taken both of us to our graves. The fox retorted. You should be thankful. How can I be thankful for having an ancient furball in my head that attacked a village for no reason? Naruto called, throwing his hands in the air. Kyuubi's eyes narrowed. I wouldn't expect a pathetic whelp like you to know what truly happened. Naruto stood quietly before sitting in front of the Kyuubi. I got time, tell me. No, why would I waste my breath trying to convince an idiot like you? The Kyuubi questioned. Because whether you like it or not, Naruto replied. We're stuck with each other until one of us dies. Naruto sat with his arms crossed and his eyes in tight slits, making the fox believe that he was indeed as stubborn as his parents. I will never forgive you for sealing me into such an annoying boy, Kushina. Kyuubi muttered. Oi, who's Kushina? Naruto questioned from his seat. The great demon fox just sighed. While he had no intention in telling Naruto of his lineage just yet, he realized that the blonde would continue to ask questions until he passed out. Oi, did you hear me? Naruto asked. Quiet boy, answer the question? End flashback XXX. Naruto smirked. That damn fox could keep a secret, that's for sure, because it would not be for another 2 years until he found out that Kushina was his mother. But his attention was now on Gara, who was being slapped around by the giant tanuki. Ha ha ha. Is this all you got? I knew you were weak, but this is just plain easy, Shukaku mocked. Naruto began to sweat a bit. Damn, he's stronger than I expected. I just hope Temari and Kankuro are ready for the worse. XXX. Temari and Kankuro were currently watching the two downed Jinchuriki. What do you think is happening? Kankuro asked before Gara's right half became that of Shukaku's. You had to ask, Temari hissed as she opened her fan. Kankuro said nothing as he went to retrieve Karasu. The two stopped in their attack as they watched a red chakra outline Naruto. So which one do we hit? Kankuro asked. Naruto said not to wake Gara up until after he leaves the seal. Temari answered, we wait. Kankuro sighed. Yeah, man, this is so boring. XXX. Naruto was happy to see that 7 large circles surrounded the Ichibi. The seal was slowly making process. Slowly. Gara gave a quiet groan of agony as he stood up. Hey Gara, Naruto said. This is still your mind. If you just imagine the power to defeat him, you'll get somewhere. Naruto paused before muttering the last part. Hopefully. While Gara appeared to be considering this, Naruto knew differently. When he imagined that he could hit the Kyuubi with Byakurai, the fox had nearly shielded himself with chakra. And when he imagined that he could open the door containing the yin chakra, he was thrown backwards multiple of times. Ha! He can't defeat me. Shukaku called. You're right, I can't. Gara said. But I know what can. Naruto frowned as he saw a swirl appear above Gara's head. Said swirl became that of a wormhole before 2 giant orange paws shot out. Soon, the Kyuubi no Kitsune stood above Gara. Oi, QJII. Is that you? Naruto questioned. How could it be when you're looking at it? The fox barked. Obviously, your friend has imagined my form into his consciousness. Why didn't I think of that? Naruto thought. Oh well, while he's distracted, I better finish this seal. You again? I'll kill you for earlier. Shukaku shouted before the large replica of the 9-tailed demon fox pounced for the 1-tailed tanuki. Gara and Naruto watched the two roll in battle like 2 rabid animals instead of powerful demons. They continued to claw and bite at one another while Naruto focused on the seal at hand. Soon, 7 large pillars shot up from around Shukaku and the imaginary Kitsune disappeared as well. What the hell is this? The Ichibi called. Naruto grinned. It's finally finished. XXX. Kankuro and Temari watched in confusion as Gara's body became normal again. The red chakra around Naruto slowly vanished before the blonde opened his blue eyes. Naruto gave his clones a nod before they dispelled and he stood up slowly. The seal around him and Gara vanished and Gara fell forward onto the ground, asleep. What the hell did you do to him? Kankuro asked. Helped. Naruto answered. I can't seal a biju, but I can reinforce a seal containing one. And that's all Gara needed. Temari frowned in question. But how did you know what to do? Chio Obasan has informed all of us not to tamper with it because Shukaku could break free. I got the idea from Kakashi's evil sealing method. Naruto answered. When I was battling against Sasuke and Gara. Sasuke was able to draw upon his curse mark at will. So, I took that idea and basically mixed it with my own seal. The 8 trigrams sealing style. And there you have it. The seal of 7 generations. So, he can sleep peacefully now? Temari asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Just as long as someone doesn't add another seal on him that could disrupt his chakra flow. When I used the grave seal on Sasuke, it knocked him out cold. I don't know what would happen if someone attempted to stop or disturb Gaara's chakra. Why'd you help him? Kankuro asked. Kankuro, Temari chastised. Yeah, I know. I should be happy that he helped our little brother, but I still want to know what his deal is, Kankuro said. Neither of you know what it feels like to be truly alone. Naruto stated. When the first person you put your trust in betrays you, when no one will come near you as if you have a disease, no, you don't know what it's like to be truly alone. Temari and Kankuro only stood quietly as they looked at Gaara. Both felt a bit ashamed seeing that Gaara is their brother. And while they did not have the best family, they were still a family, regardless of the Shukaku. After their moment of silence, Kankuro asked another question. How'd you get into his mind? Huh? Oh, it's a seal I perfected while searching for the Godem. Naruto answered. You see. XXX flashback. Naruto stared at Tenten's unconscious form in front of him, a frown on his face. Something wrong? Jiraiya asked. No, just thinking. Naruto replied as he took his large scroll and opened it. I'm going to try that Yamanaka seal I was developing on her. Really? Jiraiya stated. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I tried it on someone awake only to be thrown out. Now I can try it on someone unconscious. Jiraiya watched Naruto draw the seal in front of Tenten while keeping his eyes on the girl. Force entry to the mind. Jiraiya watched the blonde slump onto the floor. Well, at least the side effects are the same. The toad hermit thought. XXX Naruto looked around. Where the hell am I? Naruto stated before grinning. It worked. I did it, ha ha. I knew I could. Naruto's cheering stopped when he heard giggling. Curious, he followed the sound to the scene. No way. There, in the domain that was Tenten's mind, sat the bun-haired brunette against another brunette. A smirk came onto Naruto's face. This is great Neji-kun. Tenten said. I know, Ten-chan. Neji answered. Naruto's smirk only grew. He had just formed his latest prank. Now he just had to return to Konoha to do so. End flashback XXX. And that's how I did it. Naruto concluded. Temari and Kankuro looked baffled for a moment before Gaara stirred in his sleep. Both Sand Shinobi tensed before Naruto held a hand up to them. He's just dreaming. Something I'm sure he hasn't done in years. Naruto told them. No need to get worried. Naruto retrieved his large scroll before pulling his mask up. You're leaving? Temari said. Naruto smirked beneath his mask. Well, not if you don't want me. Naruto dodged a kunai. Yes, I am. Brat, Temari muttered. Hey, what if this seal of yours doesn't work? Kankuro stated. The Shukaku will be unleashed and... Do you think it would be named the Seal of 7 Generations if it didn't last long? Naruto responded. Smart ass, Kankuro murmured. When Gaara wakes up, Naruto said. Tell him that I'll visit more often. Now that I've repaid my debts, I think Suna is a better place for me to hide out at. Repaid your debts? You stole a scroll containing the Iron Sand secrets, Kankuro said. Naruto shrugged. If you guys would have read it, you would know it and thus the scroll becomes useless. Kankuro was going to reply before Naruto left via swift release. I really hate that guy. Kankuro said to Temari. Temari replied. How are we going to get Gaara to a bed? Kankuro sighed. I don't even know. XXX walking out of the village while finishing his recently bought bento, Naruto thought about returning to Konoha to see how the village managed with Tsunade as a Hokage. She was no Hiruzen, that was for sure, but he knew that she would probably do a good job nonetheless. Naruto looked at the direction towards Konoha. I should probably make sure that Granny Tsunade hasn't demolished those annoying pricks yet, but I'm sure it'll be there when I want to go back. Naruto said to himself. For now, I'm going to take a long nap. You're worse than that Nara kid. Kyuubi stated. Naruto only smiled beneath his mask as he began his trek back towards his home. Naruto yawned as he lounged in a hammock in the backyard of his home, his arms folded beneath his head and a copy of Icha Icha lying on his chest. Currently, he wore a white t-shirt with an orange spiral on the front with orange jogging pants. This is what he considered his casual appearance. He was seconds away from dozing off when he sensed something absolutely annoying atop of him. Grunting, he shot his tongue out of his mouth that wrapped around the toad. Hey, what have I ever done to you? Gamakichi called. Naruto sat Gamakichi on the ground and sat up, glaring at the toad. Let's see, Naruto replied. You took a bath in my ramen broth. I will never forgive you for that. Come on kid. That was years ago, Gamakichi said. Whatever. Naruto replied. What do you want? Oh, well Jiraiya said to come to Konoha. Something about finding out where Hiriko is located. Gamakichi explained. Naruto sighed. Now, oh well. I guess I should find out what the old perv wants. Naruto hopped out of the hammock and stretched. Man, this break was shorter than the last one. You might want to hurry as well. There is also some information about one of Orochimaru's labs. I forgot if he said sea country or wave country or water country, but it's one of those, Gamakichi said. You're useless sometimes, Naruto muttered. Oh well, I'd better get going now. Right. I'll give Jiraiya the message, Gamakichi said and then dispelled himself. Naruto looked at the sky with a small frown. Jiraiya's been trying to get me to stay around Konoha for some reason, the blonde Jinchuriki thought. I don't know about you QJII, but I'm seriously getting irritated by this. Then maybe you should destroy the village already and stop running to them for help, the Kyuubi responded. Naruto grinned. Wish I could, but they pay too much for the easiest job. Besides, I owe Sasuke a proper ass kicking. 2. Counting the one I owe Itachi. But since I can't defeat him just yet, I'll take it out on Sasuke instead. The world would be better without those wretched Uchiha. All of them. The nine-tailed fox stated. Your friendship with Itachi has clouded your judgment. After Nagato spared me, Itachi saved me. There was no way that Jiraiya could have found me in time. Naruto retorted. I trust Itachi far more than I trust Sasuke. You may have a point. Kyuubi stated. XXX flashback. Naruto woke up in a fit of coughs before settling down. He looked around to see that he was in a cave of some sort. He noticed that he was lying on a mat with a few candles lit to light the area. Where the hell am I? Naruto muttered as he sat up. Earth Country. Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin before his head turned to the source of the sound. Remain calm. I'm not here to kill you. Naruto pointed. You're wearing that robe. You're with Nagato. Itachi gave a small nod. Yes I am. Naruto hurriedly stood up and got into a defensive position. He felt his body tingle a bit as he prepared a swift release. Obviously, that Shinra Tensei from Nagato hurt a lot more than he expected. You challenged him for what reason? Itachi asked. That's none of your business. Naruto shot back before pausing. And why'd you save me? Sit. We have a lot to discuss, Itachi said. Naruto hesitated but did what he was told anyway. From what Nagato's Diva Path had told him the previous week when the two actually fought, Naruto understood that everyone within Akatsuki could take him down. I'm going to tell you the truth behind the genocide of my clan as well as something else. In return, I want you to do me a favor. Something that involves my brother and Konoha. I hate that place. Naruto growled. I'm not doing anything for that village. This isn't the time for your petty grudge. Listen to me. Itachi ordered, yet his voice hardly rose in pitch. Now, are you ready to hear what I have to say? Naruto was going to deny and use swift release but his eyes caught the anger in Itachi's Sharingan. Figuring it best to listen and live another day, Naruto nodded. Good, now then. And just like that, Itachi revealed the secrets behind the Uchiha massacre, the pieces he knew of Naruto's birth, as well as other important secrets that he had learned as Anbu. And all Naruto had to do was agree to Itachi's request. Even if it disgusted him at the time. End flashback. XXX Naruto had put on his black outfit with his scroll attached to his back and sighed heavily. I wish there was some sort of national holiday for mercenaries, Naruto said as he took off for Konoha. That way, I'll have at least one day to myself. XXX the following day, Tsunade rested her head on her desk. She was seconds away from dozing off before the door opened abruptly. Lady Tsunade. Shizune called. Taunton, who was also napping on Tsunade's desk, flailed in the air before falling on the floor, followed by the Hokage herself. Shizune would have commented on how sleeping on the job was both unprofessional as well as setting a bad example for the kunoichi who looked up to Tsunade, but remembered the problem at hand. Mizuki escaped from his cell. Mizu who? The tired Hokage asked as she pulled herself up into her seat. Naruto's former academy teacher. Shizune nearly screamed. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Oh, Tsunade then closed her eyes. I need a team to find Tsubaki as well as Team Kurenai and Team Guy. Hi. Shizune replied before leaving the room. I hate to sound like the typical Nara but, Tsunade said to Taunton. This is becoming troublesome. Taunton gave an oink in agreement before curling up and falling back to sleep. XXX Naruto was disappointed. He had successfully snuck into the village without them putting so much up as an alarm. He was really looking for a great reason to show up at the Hokage's office with an Anbu escort. Then again, he had transformed into a man that appeared to be a retired ninja. While any other village would have jumped on a ninja, retired or not, Konoha was a lot friendlier and put the appearance of age over skill. Walking towards Ichiraku for some ramen, Naruto paused when he saw 5 familiar ninja dashing off towards the woods. Lee. Slow down, Tenten called. Yosh. I will be the first to find Mizuki-sensei. Lee replied. And if I cannot do that, then I will do 300 laps around the lake with 2 boulders strapped to my back. You'd drown, Tenten chastised before they got out of earshot of Naruto. Naruto's eyes flickered red before he vanished, leaving nothing but kicked up dirt from the speed. Tsunade would explain what this was about one way or another. XXX Tsunade had finally gotten back to her paperwork, though she was still much tired. She yawned before turning an eye towards her door. At least you use the door, Tsunade said. Better than that old pervert you call a godfather. Where is Mizuki? Naruto asked, his henge now dropped. Tsunade eyed him. Naruto, you can't go after Mizuki. You're not on the Konoha ninja ranks. Besides, I actually have information about an old friend mine, Hiriko. I don't care. Where is Mizuki? Naruto repeated. Stubborn brat, Tsunade muttered. Truth is I don't know where he ran off to. That's why I have squads 8 and 6 to find him. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself. Mizuki is a criminal and has been proven to be a follower of Orochimaru. Whether or not he is in custody of Konoha does not stop me from collecting on his bounty. Naruto said in a professional voice. I'm sorry Granny Tsunade, but this is just too personal for me to let you handle it. Before you go, Tsunade said, there's something I think you should like to know. Yakumo's recovery was a success, as well as Lee's. Naruto paused in his step. She wanted to thank you. She's currently resuming her genjutsu training with Kurenai. Naruto debated on whether or not he should check in with the injury-prone girl before or after killing Mizuki. I'll find her later. With that, Naruto's body shimmered out of existence. Well, I better get up and stop him from killing Mizuki and the legendary stupid brothers. Tsunade thought. Then again, maybe I should let him relieve some of that weight on his shoulders. Tsunade eyed the paperwork on her desk. Yeah. He can handle it by himself. XXX Hinata, Shino, Lee, Tenten, and Neji were currently in a few bushes, staring at the legendary stupid brothers. Alright, Neji said as he scanned the two with his Byakugan. This won't be easy, they're strong. I say we give them a full-on onslaught, Lee said. Quiet Lee. Do you want them to hear us? Tenten whispered fiercely. Creeping, Lee muttered. And will you stop saying that? Tenten added. Well, what do we have here? Mizuki stated as he sat on a tree branch. A couple of leaf genin. My former students at that. Lee was the first to emerge from the bush. Yosh. Now that we have successfully snuck up on you, I will defeat you and your teammates with my flames of youth. Lee said, causing Tenten and Neji to sweat drop. We didn't sneak up on them, Lee, Tenten mumbled. Fujin, Raijin, handle them. Mizuki said. Lord Orochimaru's plans cannot be hampered. Mizuki gave a thoughtful look before snapping his fingers. If we're delayed any longer, it'll be that much longer before your food is delivered. Lord Orochimaru, Shino repeated quietly as Mizuki dashed off farther into the woods. These guys don't look happy, Tenten said. Neji settled in the Jiyuken stance. It doesn't matter. We have been instructed to take them down one way or another, Neji said. Get ready, Lee. Wait, remember what Tsunade-sama said, Tenten said to Lee. You can't open any of the 8 inner gates for a while. It does not matter. I will still defeat them, Lee said. Watch me. Lee quickly dashed for Raijin. Leaf Hurricane. The attack landed on Raijin's face, however the large man hardly blinked. Hey Raijin, I think they're trying to stop us from getting our food, Fujin said. Raijin blinked. But Mizuki promised us a meal from Oro. Neji charged for Raijin, preparing for the 8 trigrams 64 palms. He was knocked back by a strong blow from Raijin. Neji ni. Hinata said. I have to stop them, Shino said as multiple beetles flew towards Raijin and Fujin. Hey, Raijin, bugs. Fujin said. We should squash them, Raijin said before clapping his hands. Yeah, squash. Fujin replied clapping his hands as well. The two brothers clapped their massive hands, sending a shockwave that knocked the beetles backwards, as well as blowing debris into the others' faces. Beetles thrown in my face, Tenten thought as she shielded herself. Hey big brother, Fujin said. I think it's time to take them out. Right. Raijin said. Neji grunted. The look in their eyes were in over our heads. XXX Naruto grunted before delivering a knockout blow on another prisoner. Damn it. Granny Tsunade didn't tell me that all the prisoners escaped. I wonder what else she forgot to tell me, Naruto thought. Your former teammates are up ahead, Kyuubi announced. Right, Naruto replied. I'm getting tired of not killing them. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto called as he summoned Samakata. The remaining 3 prisoners all stared at him as the kanji symbol for fire appeared on the blade. Fire sealing method. Searing wave. The 3 prisoners were incinerated in a matter of seconds and Naruto looked ahead. It's official. I'm pissed. Naruto stated before jumping off. I'm going to finish Mizuki one way or another. XXX Hinata stood on trembling legs. Tenten, Lee, and Neji were thoroughly beaten while Shino was seconds away from being tossed to the ground. This is boring. Raijin said. You're right, Fujin said as he tossed Shino onto the ground. Let's play something else. I'm getting hungry. Raijin said before looking at Hinata. Do you think she tastes good? I don't know. Let's find out, Fujin replied. Hinata froze as she saw the two making their way towards her. Oh no. What am I going to do? Hinata thought. Clobber, the 2 brothers shouted as they descended their fists onto Hinata. Hinata gave a small scream. Hinata, Neji and Lee shouted. Oh no. Tenten yelled as the ground quaked where the 2 brothers' fists landed. The dust cleared to reveal the 2 legendary stupid brothers standing with their grins on their faces. You know, the 2 brothers looked towards their right to see Naruto holding Hinata. If you're going to take on Team 8, you might as well take me on too. Even if I don't necessarily care about teamwork. Hey, who's that big brother? Fujin asked. I don't know, he looks kind of weird, Raijin replied. Naruto sat Hinata down and glared at the 2 brothers. I'm only going to say this once, Naruto said. Where's Mizuki? Who does he think he is? I think we should clobber him, Raijin said. Ooh. Me first, Fujin said before running towards Naruto. Say nighty-night. Naruto quickly jumped away from Hinata and Fujin followed. Naruto caught Raijin attempting to come up behind him and smirk. From the looks of it, these 2 were not that smart, meaning this was going to hurt. A lot. The 2 brothers collided into one another after Naruto vanished from his spot. Ow. That hurt, Raijin said. Sorry, he moved, Fujin responded. Not bright at all. An arrow Sennin calls me a baka, Naruto thought. You are one. Doesn't mean there aren't bigger ones, Kyuubi replied. Oh well, Naruto said. I can't sit here all day. Naruto began to build up his chakra. I have to find Mizuki fast. XXX Tsunade had finally completed the paperwork on her desk and gave a pleased smile before her door swung open, blowing and scattering the loose sheets in the wind. Tsunade sent a death glare at the perpetrator who was none other than Iruka Amino. You'd better have a good damn reason my papers are scattered across my floor, Tsunade growled. Sorry Lady Hokage, but we found several of the escaped prisoners and some of them are dead, Iruka said, beheaded even. Tsunade sighed. I knew that brat was up to no good. Do you know who did it? Iruka asked. No, Tsunade said rising, but I'm going to go find out. Is that a good idea? Rumors state that they were killed by the swift beheading technique and there's only one person we know that can use swift release. Iruka said. Mackay's no Naruto. Tsunade began walking towards the door. If it is him, I'll straighten the brat out, Tsunade said. In the meantime, Tsunade glared at Iruka. Clean up this damn mess. Yes ma'am. Iruka replied fearfully as he saluted the irate Hokage. Tsunade marched out of her office, slamming the door behind her while mumbling about troubling blondes. Boy she's scary. XXX. Clobber, clobber, clobber. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto continued to dodge the 2 brothers as they attempted to pound him into the ground. He held his right hand in front of him, causing iron sand to head directly for the legendary stupid brothers. Eat this, Naruto said as the sand shot into Raijin's mouth. Naruto opened his right hand and glared at the larger man. Iron sand. Naruto. Naruto paused and turned to see the Hokage. Don't do it. To the Leaf Genin's surprise, Naruto dropped his hand and the iron sand went back into the seal on his right hand. Though, the boy looked far from satisfied. In fact, He looked as if he was going to attack the Hokage. What do you want, Granny? I'm in the middle of— Tsunade landed a punch on Naruto's head that sent the blonde into the ground instantly. Naruto-kun. Hinata thought worriedly at Naruto's dazed eyes. Out for the count. Tenten thought. I've told you about calling me old brat. Tsunade said before lifting Naruto up with one hand. Now, get it out of him. Now. Why the hell should I? Naruto asked. You want Mizuki? Then you'll at least spare these two. Tsunade replied. They tried to kill me. Naruto protested. Do it, Tsunade ordered. Hag, Naruto muttered before moving his fingers slightly. In a rather disgusting display, Naruto's iron sand shot from Raiden's mouth and reformed with the seal on his hand. Happy? Very. Tsunade said, dropping the blonde on his backside. Now, go find Mizuki. He is yours. Naruto frowned. Wait a sec. Are you actually letting me get my frustration out on him? After all that crap? Don't make me change my mind, Tsunade said. Naruto quickly got up and dashed off before she eyed the stupid brothers. Now, on to you two, Tsunade said. The 5 genin looked surprised as the 2 large men began cowering in fear as Tsunade walked towards them. Remind me never to make her mad, Tenten muttered to the others. Ditto. Roger. Hi, indeed. XXX Mizuki looked at one of the dead Chunin that was sent out to fight against him. He then caught Tsubaki in uniform, a kunai in her hand. Mizuki laughed. This is it. This is what it's come to. You? Tsubaki stood quietly. Tsubaki, you should head home. I don't want to stand like them. I can't condone your actions, Mizuki. You're going back to prison, Tsubaki said. Actually, he's going to become my paycheck, Naruto stated as he landed in front of Tsubaki. Mizuki growled. The 9-tailed brat. Naruto pulled his mask down. Miss me, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto questioned, baring his now lengthened fangs. I should have killed you when I had the chance, Mizuki said. What am I saying? I do have a chance. Naruto saw strange stripes taking over Mizuki's left side. Tell me, have you seen power like this before? He has a curse mark, Kyuubi said. He's one of Orochimaru's pawns. I know. Too bad my seal is 10 times better, Naruto replied. Yes. Naruto answered Mizuki, causing him to growl. I've seen that power before. Hell, I've defeated everyone with it to my knowledge. But have you seen power like this? Red chakra began to outline Naruto, forming 2 tails behind him. You're going to pay for what you did. Mizuki watched as the demonically enhanced boy growled at him, the 2 red tails of chakra whipping behind him in a hostile manner. This only furthered Mizuki's anger as Naruto had truly become one with the being he hated most in the world, the 9-tailed fox. Bring it on, you bastard demon, Mizuki challenged. Naruto inhaled before firing a stream of fire towards Mizuki, which the man dodged quickly. Mizuki threw his Fuma shuriken towards Naruto. Got him. Mizuki thought as the shuriken went straight through the afterimage. What? Naruto appeared in front of Mizuki. How? Naruto's fist knocked the former Chunin sensei towards the ground before landing in front of him. Mizuki looked up, only for Naruto to grab the man's collar and hoist him up. To think that you were the only other person I trusted in this village, Naruto shouted as he threw Mizuki into a tree. And you used me, for Orochimaru. Naruto's red eyes bore into Mizuki's black ones. All that time I thought you were actually a friend, and yet, you were the worst of them. You're still as dumb and naive as you were back then, Mizuki said as he pulled on nearly invisible chakra strings. Naruto heard a familiar clicking coming for him. His eyes narrowed as his iron sand quickly went to defend the area where you wanted it to, his left. Mizuki's eyes widened as his puppet was immediately covered in the black sand. Iron sand. Iron casualty prison, Naruto said. Mizuki heard a loud crunch before the sand went into a seal on Naruto's hand. He eyed his now disassembled puppet that had noticeable piercings in the body, legs, arms, and headpieces. He then looked at Naruto, who was glaring at him. You wanted to see a demon? Well, here I am, Naruto shouted. Mizuki stood up before smirking. You think that's real power? No, Lord Orochimaru has given me real power, Mizuki said as the markings began to take up his entire body. Naruto watched as the man morphed into a large tiger-like being. Naruto only crossed his arms, annoyed. Is that all? Naruto asked as Mizuki ran towards him. Mizuki swiped at Naruto, only distorted an image of the blonde. Seriously, I thought you were going to put up a better fight. Mizuki turned around only to be hit by a jumping knee to his face that stunned him. As Mizuki was stumbling backwards, Naruto changed his stance. Here's a message from your prized student. Naruto shouted. Swift release, 400 palms. Tsubaki watched in amazement as Naruto's hands moved in a blur, landing what she assumed since she could not count them, 400 strikes, the last one sending Mizuki off of his feet. I'm not done with you, Naruto said, shooting his tongue out for his former sensei. Mizuki chose the moment to use the underground projection fish technique and sunk into the ground, dodging Naruto's tongue. You were so stupid, Naruto heard Mizuki say. The blonde looked around, trying to find where the man was. You believed every word I said. You thought that I would want to be your brother. Huh? I only used you to get close to the Hokage. You were my meal ticket in getting close enough to kill the old bastard. Show yourself. Naruto roared, two more tails sprouting behind him. Tsubaki watched as Naruto crouched onto all fours, his skin slowly peeling. Look at you. You're nothing but that demon fox, Mizuki said. Stop it, Mizuki. Can't you see what you're doing to him? Tsubaki nearly cried. Nothing compared to what I'm about to do to both of you, a whisper said in her ear. Tsubaki stiffened as she felt Mizuki hold a kunai to her throat. You should have taken my advice, dear. Naruto turned his head towards Tsubaki to see Mizuki. In one quick leap, he had closed the space between the former couple and himself. He's so fast, Tsubaki thought as Naruto swiped at both of them. Mizuki shoved Tsubaki in front, allowing her to take the full blow while he backtracked. Naruto's eyes looked at Tsubaki's downed body for a moment before growling further. The Jinchuriki began shaking his head furiously as a glow came from the necklace around his neck. Seeing this as a sign to attack, Mizuki landed 3 powerful blows on Naruto that knocked the demonic boy backwards. Mizuki laughed as he walked towards Naruto. All that power and you're still weak, Mizuki mocked before snatching the Shodai's necklace. Oh. The Senju necklace. This will sell for a fortune. XXX flashback. Hey Mizuki-sensei. Naruto called. I think I finally got it down. Watch. Naruto held a hand seal. Go ahead and watch. Mizuki sighed before flicking a small pebble towards Naruto as he prepared to switch out with a substitution technique. A puff of smoke surrounded the blonde and a few seconds went by before Naruto ran around, holding his sore forehead. Ow. I almost had it too, Naruto said. Mizuki grinned. Don't worry about it, Naruto-kun. With your potential, you'll be able to do that and more. With your help, I'll be Hokage in no time, Naruto exclaimed. What are big brothers for? Mizuki asked with a smile. End flashback. XXX. A fist made of red chakra knocked Mizuki away from Naruto. The Tiger Man flipped in the air before sliding backwards. The blonde sat up before crouching with a slightly altered appearance. Naruto's arms and legs were covered in the fox's skeleton while the skull was around his head. Mizuki was confused until he saw 6 tails instead of 4. Shit, Mizuki muttered before he felt a claw slapping his face. Mizuki rolled onto the ground before standing up once more. That damn swift release, plus this demonic form, he's... Naruto raised his head towards the sky, forming a large ball of chakra before firing a blast towards Mizuki. The man was able to dodge it and threw his second Fuma shuriken towards Naruto. Naruto roared, knocking the shuriken to the side and onto the ground, rendering it useless. Damn him, Mizuki thought as he eyed the damage of the tailed beast ball. Naruto ran for Mizuki again on all fours, causing the Chunin to prepare himself for a strictly taijutsu battle. However, the Jinchuriki vanished, leaving a flare of red chakra. Mizuki's eyes widened again before he felt something grabbing his waist. He felt the burn from Naruto's chakra that pulled him towards the 6-tailed boy. I hate you, Mizuki shouted before Naruto landed a powerful punch on Mizuki that sent him flying through 2 trees. It's the 9 tails, subdue him and take her to the infirmary. Naruto turned to see several Leaf Jonin and Chunin around him. XXX within his mindscape, Naruto was gasping for air as the fox chuckled. That's it, Naruto, let out your hate for Mizuki, Kyuubi said. He was my brother, Naruto gasped. He lied to you, he attempted to kill the Sandaime. He wanted to kill us, the fox said. Naruto fell onto the floor in front of the cage. They're going to kill you if you don't think quickly, Kyuubi said. You need the yin chakra. I need the yin chakra, Naruto repeated before he slowly rose, to survive. For revenge on Mizuki, he's escaping, Kyuubi told him. Naruto reached the door and opened it. I won't let him escape, Naruto declared. XXX. The Konoha shinobi that surrounded Naruto watched as the chakra shroud around him grew noticeably darker. Could it be? One Jonin asked before a tail swatted him and a few others backwards. Take him down. Naruto began dodging several of kunai by leaping backwards. He fired a larger version of the fox fire towards the group, burning 2 of the accounted 15. Naruto slid on the ground before whipping his 6 tails, forming a large twister that came for the group. Watch out! Naruto saw Tsubaki's body being pulled into the vortex and moved to grab her. What is he doing? Another Chunin asked as Naruto stood over Tsubaki to keep her from being dragged into the tornado he formed. Once the wind died down, Naruto bared his teeth towards the group. Is he protecting her? Kill the damn thing! A Jonin shouted before firing a fireball towards Naruto. Naruto did not move from his spot and the Jinchuriki and Tsubaki were covered in fire. Idiot! There's a Chunin beneath him, another Jonin chastised. 2 tails whipped the fire, dispersing it before Naruto let out another ferocious roar that knocked the group backwards. The demon-enhanced boy then vanished. Where'd he go? That way. I have a lock on his chakra. Let's move. XXX Mizuki was running for his life. Literally. He knew that if Naruto caught him, he would surely die. The forest would be his way out now. He would go to Orochimaru in hopes that the mission was completed. The Sound 4 were safely within the village. Mizuki ended his thoughts and dodged left, barely avoiding a powerful tailed beast ball that took out several of trees beside, behind, and in front of him. Mizuki landed on the ground to see Naruto closing in on him fast. Why won't you just lie down and die somewhere? Mizuki shouted before Naruto reappeared in front of him and grabbed his throat, a burn growing around Naruto's hand. I hate you. Naruto stared into Mizuki's eyes, seeing his reflection in them. XXX flashback. Naruto opened his eyes, seeing the destruction of the village around him. He sat up and gave a saddened look. No one got hurt. Well, no one that didn't deserve it. Naruto looked to see Jiraiya standing with his hand held out. Naruto took his hand and let the Toad Sage pull him onto his feet. The bandits aren't mutilated. You can cash in on them if you want. I'm a monster, Naruto muttered. Jiraiya frowned. What did you say? I'm Ao, Naruto said as he rubbed his sore head. You're not a monster or a demon. You're a human being, Jiraiya said sternly. And no matter what the fox or anyone tells you, you'll never be one either. But, I destroyed this small village. I let the fox take over and now look, Naruto shouted. Then I guess you shouldn't let the 9-tailed fox take over again, Jiraiya replied. Remember, getting stronger doesn't necessarily mean physical training. You have to build up that brain of yours as well. Jiraiya smirked. Ironically, it's where you and the 9 tails join and yet it's your weakest muscle. What the hell is that supposed to mean, you perv? Naruto shouted. I'm just saying that you're not that bright, Jiraiya said, but I'm sure you already knew that. I'd rather be a little slow than a pedophile pervert. I told you that I'm not a pervert. I'm a super pervert. And who the hell are you calling a pedophile, Yugaki? Perv. Brat. Perv. Jiraiya just smiled. Glad to see you're back to normal. Naruto was going to shout something back before he realized that his previous anger towards the raping bandits was gone and he was actually calmer. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder. And since you're about to get a paycheck, how about we go to dinner? Your treat. But it's always my treat. Naruto whined as he thought about how empty Gama-chan would be after the meal. Because you eat more than I do, Jiraiya said, and plus, for that stupid thought, you're lucky I don't make cultivate a field without the use of swift release and shadow clones. Naruto began to sweat. Right. Sorry pervy Sage Ao. Stop calling me that. But you are a perv, end flashback. XXX. N ninja art. B-BB stem mimicry transformation, the demonic boy said as he released Mizuki, F5 tails. In a puff of smoke, Naruto had transformed into a cross of his human form and his Jinchuriki transformation. His normally blonde hair had an orange tint to it as he fused with the Kyuubi. His arms were completely covered in dark organ fur, his hands resembling the fox's. 5 solid orange tails lied on the ground behind him. Naruto was breathing heavily before he took a deep breath and glared at Mizuki with his dark red eyes. To think that you almost had me, Naruto said. I almost let you get a hold of me, you stupid fox. Mizuki threw a punch at Naruto, who caught it effortlessly. You're lucky there's a small price on your head, Naruto said. Otherwise, I'd rip you to shreds. Mizuki was going to respond before Naruto knocked him into the air. The fur on Naruto's arms shot up after Mizuki and wrapped around him like the paper slips from Naruto's gloves seconds before Naruto jumped after Mizuki. Naruto flipped Mizuki upside down. Now you die. Gravity seal bomb, Naruto shouted before he drove Mizuki's body into the ground. XXX Tsunade paused as she heard a loud thump, Jiraiya told me not to baby you. Tsunade thought as she looked towards the area where she heard the commotion. Tell me that you didn't let the fox take control of you. XXX Naruto ended his transformation and looked down at Mizuki with a mixture of anger and sadness. There lied his former sensei, former friend, and former brother. Sure, prison had made Mizuki more toned, but there was no mistaking it. The man that taught Naruto about smiling to hide your true pain was now dead by his hands. For what it's worth, Naruto said to the dead body of Mizuki. You are the real demon, not me. Before Naruto could say or do anything else, a dart made its way to his neck. Over here. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not think of who it was. His world grew darker and he fell to the ground. At least, I killed Mizuki, was the blonde's last thoughts before slumber took over. XXX cold. That was the one thing that described his environment. Cold. The second world would be hard. Yeah, cold and hard. Jail. Naruto thought as he sat up. Damn, how'd we get here? You let your guard down and now we're locked up. Kyuubi responded before giving a sinister laugh. Now you can feel my agony of being locked behind a set of bars. Whatever. Naruto replied as he stood up. My scrolls are missing, that's not good. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked to see Yakumo. The girl gave him a small bow. Thank you for your words, Naruto-kun, as well as allowing my team to compete in the Chunin exams. Naruto grinned. Think nothing of it, Yakumo-chan. Naruto then stepped towards the bars in between them. Now, can you tell me where my stuff is? It was confiscated by Anbu, I think, Yakumo said. I'm sorry, I was doing my training with Kurenai-sensei at the Kurama compound. Don't worry, I'll get out of here soon. I hope, Naruto said. Naruto noticed Yakumo staring at his face and frowned. Is something wrong, Yakumo-chan? Huh? And no, the girl blushed. It's just my first tea time seeing your face. Naruto smiled. Take that, Jiraiya. My whiskers are a chick magnet. Those are my whiskers. The fox barked. Kurama-san, your time is up, a guard said. Hi. Yakumo said. Sorry, Naruto-kun. No problem, Naruto said as Yakumo left. Naruto heard his stomach growl. Hey, guard. When's breakfast? You slept past breakfast. The guard replied. Naruto slumped. This is going to be a long day. XXX Sasuke stared at his room one final time. Tonight was the night that he left this forsaken village. Once he made his way to Orochimaru, he would finally gain the power needed to defeat Itachi, Naruto, and Gara. We're out of food, Jirobo announced from the kitchen. Sasuke grunted. This would be the third time he had to make a trip to the market. You fat ass. Stop fucking eating every fucking thing, Tayuya shouted angrily. Sorry for eating the bacon, Tayuya. You're always hungry, Tayuya snapped. Sakin glared at the two. You're making too much noise. If the Anbu find us here, we're dead for. No shit, Tayuya said sarcastically. Sasuke left his room and entered a sitting room where the others were at. Tayuya's glare towards Jirobo was all the evidence Sasuke needed to know about getting in between her and her morning breakfast, or at least bacon. Sakin and Yukon sat next to one another, Yukon shaking his head in disgust and Sakin staring out of the window. Kidomaru came into the room with a serious expression on his face. Kabuto has given me the orders, Kidomaru said. He will distract the Anbu. What was wrong with the first plan? Sakin asked. Makei's no Naruto is in the village, Kidomaru stated. Damn, Tayuya muttered. Where is he? Sasuke asked angrily. This isn't the time for your grudge. We have to get you to Orochimaru-sama and fast, Sakin said. His powers could give all of us a run for our money. And if he transforms into the fox like he did during the invasion, we're dead. We should take the alternate route then, Yukon said. It's longer, Sakin said. But safer, his twin replied. If anything happens to Sasuke on our way back, we might as well forget about returning. We take the route we know best, Sakin stated. No matter what, Kabuto will pull through. The commotion Mizuki caused yesterday had the entire Anbu after one guy while we were able to sneak in. Now it's time for Kabuto to pull his part. Let's hope you're right, brother, Yukon said. XXX. Naruto sat in his cell meditating. He had no real rush to leave the village. He would at least humor himself in some over-the-top escape. Maybe a few he'd injure a shinobi or two to make it appear that he was trying to hurt them, and an explosion. Yeah, an explosion would make them remember him forever. You know, brat, I should have you hung for the hell you've put me through. Naruto opened his eyes and smiled at Tsunade. The Hokage sighed. Tell me what happened out there. Naruto's eyes looked towards the floor. I almost lost control of it, Naruto said quietly. Tsunade's eyes widened. What made you lose control? Where was the necklace? Mizuki took it. Naruto said, and once it was off, I just felt anger, hatred, betrayal. Tsunade merely nodded. Kakashi and Jiraiya had filled her in about Naruto's brief years in Konoha. She understood that despite his maturity on the battlefield, Kurenai was right. He was still just a child. He has wants and needs just like any other child has. And at the time, as well as right now, a simple friend was what he really needed. A true friend, that is. I'm sorry about your shinobi, but they were in my way, Naruto said. Once both yin and yang chakra flowed through my system, the only thing I cared about was protecting Tsubaki and killing Mizuki. Naruto paused before glancing up at the Hokage. How is she? She's fine. A Chunin at the scene filled me and her in on everything. He said that you stood over her so that she would not be harmed by your attack. Tsunade said before grinning. I'm proud that you have some control over your tenant. Really? Thanks, Ba-chan. Naruto replied with a sheepish grin. Just as I thought. All it takes is for one genuine compliment. Tsunade thought. Still, I wish he wouldn't make me seem so old. I'm going to return to my office to figure out who let the prisoners out in the first place. I suggest you sit tight for a while. Tsunade said. And don't say anything smart. I know exactly about all of your escapes. Naruto grinned as Tsunade walked off. He sighed and continued meditating. He had gotten his meal after unleashing a small amount of the fox's chakra that made his point clearer to the guards. Negative emotion, the fox warned. Naruto opened his eyes and saw no one new. The two guards that stood near his cell were still there and no one else, though he could feel another presence. Whoever it is must be someone trying to sneak around, Naruto thought, and if they're that smart, I don't think that they'll come to attack me. So you're the Mikaze, a mere child. Naruto looked to see a man walk into the room. My name is Danzo. This man, his chakra, it's like a darker version of his chakra, Kyuubi stated. His who? Naruto questioned, only to receive a low growl from his tenant. What are you doing here? Naruto asked Danzo as he was secretly wondering why the fox had become so alert all of a sudden. I hear you are loyal to the man who pays you the most. I have an offer for you, Danzo said. Naruto lifted an eyebrow. Listening. I will pay you to kill a man who I'm sure you're more than willing to kill. Danzo said. I want you to take out Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto only stared at Danzo with 1,000 thoughts rummaging through the blonde's head. Thoughts such as, how did Danzo know Kabuto and why did Danzo want him dead? Questions that he would probably hate the answers to. No, I won't do it, Naruto said, not until you give me a legit reason. Danzo hummed in thought. You're a lot smarter than people give you credit for, however, I think you should know that I was a friend of the Sandaime. Kabuto was the one that triggered the invasion. He helped orchestrate it. He helped kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto closed his eyes and took in a heavy breath. XXX flashback. Naruto sat in the cave, listening to Itachi's story. This Danzo character, who is he? Naruto asked. The leader of a group of Anbu called Root. Itachi said, he is also a key figure behind the Uchiha massacre. I left him with the order to make sure that nothing happens to Sasuke. Of course, Danzo has never been a trustworthy person. Naruto frowned in thought. Why haven't I heard of him? I've been in Hiruji's office more times than the old man himself. Danzo is a shady character and likes to work in the dark, Itachi informed. He is known to align himself with people such as Hanzo and Orochimaru to do what it is he wants to. Whatever he believes is best for the village. He doesn't sound like someone I'd like to meet, Naruto replied. If you do, Itachi said. Listen to him. He will likely do one of two things. Get you to help him or attempt to destroy you. If he does the first, deny him. It will not be anything good. If it is the second one, get out of there. You aren't strong enough to defeat Danzo yet. Naruto only nodded. So far, everything Itachi had told him had been true and he did not have any reason to doubt the Uchiha yet. If Itachi said that he was not strong enough to defeat Danzo, then he would not fight him, at least, not now. End flashback. XXX Naruto opened his eyes with a smirk. Tell me something, Danzo, Naruto said. What threat does Kabuto pose on you? Is it because he's Orochimaru's right-hand man? Or does it have something to do with your own personal goal of becoming Hokage? What are you talking about? Danzo asked angrily. You're no friend of Hirujii, or at least you're not a friend that he spoke fondly of. Naruto said. More importantly, a friend of mine has told me about you. How you aligned yourself with Salamander Hanzo and Orochimaru. Danzo's visible eye narrowed. You're trash. You don't know what you speak of, demon, Danzo said. But if you want to make an enemy out of me, I'll make sure that it is the last thing you do. Naruto smirked. I'll be sure to bring you to Itachi after I'm done with you. I'm sure he'd like to kill you himself. Danzo only grunted before leaving. QJII, what is wrong with you? You're acting weird. Naruto questioned his tenant. Just stay away from him or we'll both be finished, Kyuubi responded. Hi. Naruto said. XXX several Anbu fell onto the ground with one standing in the middle of the downed bodies. The sound 4 with Sasuke landed behind the masked man. Go. The Anbu member said. Saken nodded before leading his team and Sasuke away. Now, it's time for my piece of the puzzle. XXX Naruto was disappointed. He had spent an entire day in a cell and had not concocted the perfect prank on the village. Who's that? What do you want with his scrolls? Naruto's eyes opened in time to see the 2 guards fall onto the ground, and Anbu moving towards his cell with his 2 scrolls. Well, isn't this ironic? Naruto frowned. That voice was eerily familiar. Don't tell me you don't recognize me, Naruto. The man took off his mask to reveal Kabuto. And to think, we had such a great time before. You. What do you want? Naruto asked angrily. I'm here to help. I figured, it was me that put you here. Maybe I should help you get out. Kabuto said. Besides, wouldn't you like to know that I led the Sound 4 into the village and they have taken Sasuke? I figured you'd want to go and stop him. Naruto rose to his feet. What's your game? You wanted to test Sasuke's powers at the exams, right? Kabuto said. Well, I merely want to see if you have the power and control to take out all 4 members of the Sound 4 and then bring Sasuke back. Of course, that's easier said than done and I doubt that you can stop them now. Not without pushing yourself with swift release. Naruto watched as Kabuto dropped the large scroll and the smaller one in front of the bars and moved away. We will meet again, Naruto, and with that, the medic left. Naruto knelt down and pulled the smaller scroll through the bars and opened it. Summoning Jutsu. Samakata appeared in his hand. No time to play around. I made a promise and I will keep it. XXX Sasuke was currently in the middle of the Sound 4, Saken and Tayuya in front with Kidomaru and Jirbab behind him. As soon as that pink-haired bitch wakes up she's going to sing like a fucking canary. Tayuya stated. I still say we should have killed the bitch. Bad enough that asshole took out some of the damn Anbu. Shut the hell up and just focus. Saken ordered. No telling who they're going to send after us once they find out. Fag, the redhead muttered. Hey guys, Jirobo said. Remember what Kidomaru said? Naruto was in the village. Where is he now? Still locked up from what we know, Kidomaru said. Let's not push our luck. Right. Saken said. Shit. I'm sensing someone moving in on us fast, Tayuya said. Me too. Saken replied. And there's only one person I know who can move that fast. I'll stop him, Kidomaru said. You dumbass, he'll just blow right past you, Tayuya remarked. We're going to have to kill this bastard together. Sasuke stopped, causing the Sound 4 to stop as well. We're going to kill Naruto once and for all, Sasuke said with his Sharingan activated. And I wanted the killing blow. Both Tayuya and Saken were quiet. Saken then sighed. Fine, he's yours. XXX Tsunade looked at the bars. What did he do to break free? Tsunade asked. I don't know. One of the guards that were previously watching over Naruto said. A heat wave went throughout the entire area and then it was gone and so was he. The flames that he used felt like nothing I've felt before. Tsunade only smiled. I guess we couldn't hold him forever. Just come back soon, Naruto. Lady Tsunade, the Uchiha is missing. A Jonin shouted as he ran into the prison area. We think that the Makays may have taken him. No, he hasn't. Tsunade said. Go find Kakashi and tell him to get here ASAP. And make sure that no one else hears about this. Right. The man said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto, let me be right about this, Tsunade thought. XXX Naruto hopped through the trees of the forest, angered that Sasuke would abandon his own teammate like he did. Despite her incapability of being a true kunoichi, Sakura had put her life on the line for the Uchiha twice in Naruto's book, once when Naruto was going to kill him, and twice when Gara, Shukaku was actually going to do it. Where'd they go? Naruto thought before his foot hit a wire. Oh boy. Several explosions went off in the area. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood with iron sand retreating into his seal and few charred marks on his face. That didn't go as expected, Naruto thought as he exhaled smoke. The fox gave a sigh at its container's incompetence. Again, despite all his skills, he was still an idiot. Suddenly, Naruto felt his arms wrapped in tight wire. Using a finger, he inspected this wire and realized that it was sticky. What the hell is this stuff? Naruto questioned. It's my spider web flower, Kidomaru said, landing in front of Naruto. For someone who is claimed to be on boss level, you appear to be nothing more than a minor character. You dumbass, Tayuya muttered. What? Kidomaru asked the girl as his team and Sasuke were all staring at him while staying in the trees. Hey, Naruto said, putting a hand on Kidomaru's shoulder. What are we looking at again? Kidomaru quickly jumped away from Naruto as the one he captured dispelled in a puff of smoke. How the hell did you do that? Kidomaru shouted. Do what? Get a shadow clone stuck in an obvious trap while walking up behind you, Naruto replied. Cocky bastard, Kidomaru mumbled. Naruto eyed the other members and Sasuke in the tree and sighed. So I guess it's true then. You are maintaining the Uchiha tradition and abandoning your home, Naruto said. Sasuke grunted. You don't know what you're talking about. Naruto just sighed. Why does everyone say that to me? We're not going to fool around with you, Saken said. Naruto glanced to see all 4 sound shinobi and Sasuke activate their curse marks. He merely smiled. What's so funny? The fact that I have all 4 of you here in one place. I thought I would have to chase you down one by one, Naruto said as his eyes reddened. But it makes no difference. I will kill you all. Tayuya flinched slightly. I knew killing the old bastard was a terrible idea. Fuck, where is that asshole at? 2 tails made of chakra were now slapping the air around Naruto as he glared at Saken. So, which one of you sorry bastards are first? Naruto growled. Kidomaru crossed a pair of his arms while pointing at Naruto with another hand. I'm your first opponent. Game on, Kidomaru said before spitting a web at Naruto. XXX Kakashi walked towards Tsunade's desk with a grave look in his right eye. It's true. That fire was Amaterasu if what the guards said was true, Kakashi said. But how Naruto used it is confusing. Only a Sharingan wielder could create Amaterasu, let alone extinguish it. You're right. But he did. Somehow. Tsunade said. Anyway, I called you here because there is a spy within our Anbu. Your old pal, Kabuto. This got the Sharingan wielder's attention. I don't doubt that Naruto went to stop Sasuke for whatever the reason may be, but Kabuto sneaking around the village is unacceptable. I'm on it, Kakashi said. Tsunade gave Kakashi a confused look. You're not worried that the Makays know Naruto is out after your treasured student? Kakashi was silent for a moment before giving Tsunade his famous eye smile. Not at all. XXX Sasuke grunted as he watched Naruto toy with Kidomaru. Damn it, Kidomaru. Stop fucking around already, Tayuya shouted, though even she knew what the outcome of this battle was going to be, especially if they all tried to face Naruto one-on-one. Alright, time to take this to the next level, Kidomaru said as he entered the second stage of his curse mark. Let's see you beat this. Summoning jutsu. Naruto eyed the large spider. This is it, game over. I'm done playing, Naruto shouted as he quickly ran towards Kidomaru. This is for G-san. Sasuke took the moment to launch a fireball at Naruto, who dodged it immediately. Damn. They have the numbers game, Naruto thought as his red chakra flared. That pisses me off. Kit, above you. Kyuubi warned. Naruto looked over him to see a large spider web where Kidomaru and his summon sat with a large egg sac. This is where we end this, Kidomaru said, cutting the sac opened. Naruto watched as several large spiders rained down on him. Swift rotation. Naruto called as he knocked the spiders and webs away from him. When he slowed down to a complete stop, he was instantly knocked aside by one of Hirobo's punches. I knew that wouldn't play fair. Jirobo, who had gone into his second stage as well, did a few hand seals before slamming his hands into the ground. Earth release. Earth Dome Prison, Jirobo called. Naruto watched as he was being inkazed inside an Earth Dome. Isn't this ironic? Left one prison to enter another, Naruto thought. It's absorbing our chakra, Kyuubi stated. Finish this battle with him and the others before you're forced to take on the yin chakra again. I don't want you wasting my chakra so foolishly. Naruto nodded. Hi, QJII. Tayuya, be prepared to hit him with a genjutsu once Jirobo has absorbed enough chakra. Saken ordered. Sasuke, be ready. Once he's immobilized, we'll only have one chance at this, so make it count. HN, Sasuke said. Naruto looked around the dome before sighing. Alright Fatso, you got me. I'm trapped, Naruto stated. Jirobo growled. Who are you calling fat, you pipsqueak? Naruto removed the glove from his left hand. Got you. Naruto thought, pumping chakra into the seal. Lightning sealing method. Byakurai, Naruto called, palming the wall. To the other members of the Sound Four's dismay, a strong blast of lightning broke through the wall, taking one of Hirobo's arms with it. The dome crumbled instantly, leaving a smaller dome of iron sand that revealed Naruto once the blonde was saved from all falling debris. My arm! Jirobo shouted. That bastard took off my arm. Yukon separated from Sakin. We still have him outnumbered. Yukon said. Let's use that and hurry up. Sure, Sakin said as he and his brother entered the second stage to their curse marks. Iron sand. Black desert jutsu. Naruto called, the black sand spilling and pouring everywhere. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto produced 4 clones. Let's get them. Right, boss. The 4 clones called before jumping towards Jirobo, Tayuya, Sasuke, and Kidomaru. Split up. Yukon ordered as Tayuya and Sasuke leapt away from the twins, 2 of Naruto's clones in pursuit. Sakin and Yukon both glared at Naruto. How do you want to do this, brother? Sakin asked. As quick as possible. Yukon responded. Right, Sakin stated. XXX, Tayuya grunted as she hopped through the trees, the Naruto clone following her still on her heels. The redhead had gone into her second stage while running, cursing along the entire way. She cursed Orochimaru for his sick obsession for the Uchiha. She cursed her team for not moving out earlier when they had a better chance. She cursed Kimimaro for being sick. She cursed Naruto for attacking. But most importantly, she cursed herself for not taking Naruto's earlier offer. If he was there to protect her instead of kill her, maybe things would have been different. Maybe. Tayuya looked over her shoulder to see that Naruto had simply vanished. She turned around only to be met with a heavy left punch that sent her flying several trees backwards. She was able to regain her senses and pulled herself onto a branch, glaring at the blonde. Taking a hand, she wiped the blood from her lips and did hand seals. Summoning jutsu. She called, summoning her doki. These guys again, huh? I guess that's about right, Naruto said with a small smirk. You know, you should really blame yourself for this problem. If only you just told me what was going on. Tayuya brought her flute up to her lips, her mind already playing out all the possible ways she could live this predicament. Of course, she was not looking for a victory, which angered her to no end. But she had come to accept Naruto as one of the few shinobi that were stronger than her and could kill her at any moment. Ready whenever you are. The shadow clone stated. XXX Kidomaru stopped on a branch while Kyodaigumo was a few branches above him. Alright, I think now's the best time to attack, Kidomaru said. Now, where is he? Hey, retard, Kidomaru snarled at the statement and turned his head upwards to see Naruto. You ready to die yet? You've been running for a while. This is your final match. Let's see you win this one, Kidomaru challenged. The clone just grinned. Fine then. XXX Sasuke had no clue on how he had entered the open field, but realized that it was probably for the best. His Sharingan saw a lot more in the nightlight in the open field compared to the dense forest. You're not going to make it to Orochimaru, Sasuke, Naruto said. You should turn around before the worst should happen. Sasuke glared at the shadow clone. No, why do you geniuses have to be so difficult? Naruto muttered. Listen, Uchiha, you got 2 choices with me. Return to Konoha and be protected by law so that I can't kill you, or leave and in a day's worth of time become an official missing nin and thus unprotected by the laws of Konohagakure no Sato. The choice is really up to you. I'm not going to do either, Sasuke said as his Sharingan glared into the red eyes of Naruto's shadow clone. In fact, I'm going to defeat you right here, right now. No one will ever speak highly of you again. Naruto shrugged. I've heard of worse threats, but attack when you're ready. I will. Sasuke shouted, running towards Naruto. XXX. Despite being in his second stage, without his right arm, Jirobo hardly stood a chance against Naruto's shadow clone. What was worse was the fact that Jirobo did not leave the vicinity of the iron sand like Tayuya, Kidomaru, and Sasuke had done. No, Jirobo was unable to make it out of the range before Naruto caught up to him. You think you scare me, pipsqueak? I'll squash you with one arm, Jirobo shouted. Naruto only stared at Jirobo. All 4 of you, you've each got your own problem. The shadow clone raised a hand and Jirobo was instantly trapped in the black sand. Your problem is most definitely greed. You eat too damn much. Don't call me fat. Jirobo growled. Tell me, did you know that Orochimaru was going to kill the 3rd Hokage? Naruto's shadow clone asked. Jirobo snorted. Yeah, I did. Was he important to you? Naruto's face tensed. I watched the entire thing. That old. Shut up. The clone shouted as iron sand shot into Hirobo's opened mouth. You made a big mistake saying that. Hirobo's eyes widened as Naruto's shadow clone held an open palm towards Jirobo. Iron sand. Iron prison casualty. As Naruto quickly balled his fist up, Jirobo began to choke before his eyes began to close. To think, all you had to do was apologize. The clone said before opening his hand. Jirobo fell onto the ground, a rivulet of blood coming out of his mouth. XXX as the real Naruto dodged Sakon's strike with a kunai, he received the message that Jirobo was dead. 1 down, 3 more to go. Naruto thought as he crouched on all fours. Ready QJII. Go for it. The fox gave the mental order. Naruto raised his head to the sky, charging a tailed beast bomb, which was harder to do in his two-tailed mode than he thought. If that hits, we're dead. Yukon said. Time for our ultimate jutsu, Sakon said. It's ready. Kyuubi told Naruto. Naruto launched the blast towards the twins that had bit their thumbs and had already done hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Rashomon, Sakon and Yukon called in unison. XXX Tayuya heard the large explosion but kept her mind on dispelling the clones sent after her. She knew that if the clone sustained some kind of injury, even if it was just a small scratch from one of her doki, then it would dispel and she could leave. Unfortunately, that was easier said than done. Why won't this little shithead die already? The redhead thought angrily as she continued to play her melody. Naruto's shadow clone watched in interest as the 3 large demonic beings surrounded Tayuya and stood in a defensive position. What is she up to? The clone thought as lightning began to dance around his left hand. Oh well, who cares? Lightning sealing method. Multiple lightning needles. Naruto called as he fired the multiple needles of lightning towards Tayuya. One of the large doki captured the lightning attack with its club, absorbing it. The shadow clone gave a tired, frustrated sigh before Tayuya's tune change. Not this again. Naruto's clone thought. Boss, we got ghost worms. XXX Kidomaru panted lightly as he looked around the area. Naruto's clone had vanished again with swift release and had destroyed Kyodaigumo with a seal that Kidomaru had never seen before, only heard. One that Orochimaru called the 5 Elements Grave Seal, yet Naruto referred to it as the Uzumaki Grave Seal. Same effects, yet different name. This guy really is boss level. At least sub-boss level, Kidomaru said. He was using the webbing in the trees to attempt to find Naruto. Damn, I wonder how we got stuck with this guy. Naruto's clone sent a mental message to the real Naruto. The chakra strain was getting too great. Spreading his chakra into each clone, plus the iron sand needed a constant flow of chakra to operate correctly and Naruto had used a great chunk of chakra firing a tailed beast ball. Added with the fact that every clone in the real Naruto had used swift release a sufficient amount of times, the chakra exhaustion was starting to set in. XXX Naruto got the message and set forth a new plan. The shadow clone fighting Kidomaru would be allowed the use of swift release. The shadow clone fighting Sasuke would use the fog covering jutsu to nullify the Sharingan as much as possible. The shadow clone pitted against Tayuya would use the strictly seals. And as for the real Naruto, he had an ace up his sleeve. Since we now know that a tailed beast ball can break Rashomon, Naruto stated as the 2 auto-nin stared in anger and anguish. I guess there's nothing left for me to prove. Naruto took out a smaller scroll and drew a line of blood on it. Summoning jutsu. Brother, it's that sword, Yukon said. Samakata. I know. Sakon said through gritted teeth. Sakon and Yukon hopped into a nearby tree once they felt the iron sand stir beneath them. The sand began to retreat into Naruto's seal. But, he can no longer attack us with that sand. Right. Now is our chance, Yukon said. Sakon smirked. Let's finish this. XXX Sasuke rolled on the ground. He was angry that even with the Sharingan in his second stage active, Naruto was still able to land blows due to the fog that covered the area. Sasuke could hardly see Naruto due to the fact that the chakra-infused fog was so thick. You're so lucky I can't kill you, Naruto's clone stated. Sasuke grunted. You can't kill me because I won't allow you to. No, that's not it. Naruto replied casually. I hear that you want to take on Itachi and I figured it's a battle worth watching, even if he'll just destroy you without breaking a sweat. Sasuke jumped into the air and flapped his hand-shaped wings to stay airborne as he did hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Sasuke shouted before exhaling the large fireball at the fog below. Naruto's shadow clone barely had time to get out of the area as it ignited quickly. Naruto berated himself for not remembering that wind was weak against fire, Therefore he was standing in a giant accelerant. I have you now. The clone looked up to see Sasuke diving towards him. Chidori? XXX Tayuya gave a small sigh of relief as she got out of range of the chain-patterned seals that were coming towards her to restrain and restrict her chakra. She had 2 doki left, and that was only if she could keep them from being sealed as well. Naruto's clone seemed to be plotting another idea, something Tayuya did not need at the moment. Time to put him in another shit. Tayuya thought as a barrage of kunai flew towards her. She was about to dodge them all, but grew twice as annoyed. Alright, eat this. Playing another tune for her remaining ogre-like solidars to attack, Tayuya was certain that this one would hit Naruto. His movements were beginning to slow down. His chakra was probably running low. She had him right where she wanted him. Or so she thought. A bright light exploded behind Tayuya, forcing her to shut her eyes. She played a note for her doki to return to their defensive position. When the light dimmed, Tayuya was thoroughly disappointed as well as angered. Her doki had been dispelled by a technique she should have seen coming. How? Was all the redhead could say. Naruto stood outside the 5 Elements battle encampment. A battle strategy used by Shikamaru Nara. Hiding your main attack in a normally weak and pathetic flash bomb. Naruto's shadow clone said. Since you are the one that I really would like to kill most, I'm going to hold you until the boss gets here to do it himself. Tayuya began to play a melody only for Naruto to laugh. The genjutsu? You must think my wall is weaker than yours. Tayuya glared. You're stuck here until the boss gets done with your twin friends, and then you're dead. Tayuya muttered a few curses before sitting on the ground and closing her eyes. Once more, now would be a good time to finish that list from the first time she was in a predicament like this. She would not beg or plead for her life now because she knew it was futile. Hell, Naruto said what would happen if they killed the Sandaime Hokage, and he was living up to his words. If only she had taken that protection he offered. XXX. Kidomaru attempted to jump back onto a tree branch, but the clone's stretched out tongue wrapped around his legs and pulled him back into the ground. Kidomaru struggled to get up. The beating he was taking with swift release was starting to take its toll on him. It's over, Naruto's shadow clone said. Kidomaru turned and fired a large spider web flower at Naruto in attempt to trap him, but the boy just simply dodged with swift release, appearing behind Kidomaru. Swift release. Kidomaru was hit in the back and stumbled forward, 400 palms. Kidomaru hardly caught the name of the technique before he felt strikes in front of him, and then behind him, to his sides, and then one shot that sent him into the air. I guess this is game over, Kidomaru thought as he opened his eyes to see Naruto's shadow clone descending on him with a Demon Fox Rasengan in hand. Rasengan. The clone shouted as it plunged the attack, not into Kidomaru's body, but his face instead. XXX, 3 down, 1 to go. Naruto thought out loud as he eyed the injured Saken. Pity, I thought that with your abilities, you could at least put up a better fight, Yukon said from behind Naruto. Naruto froze as his body began to tingle in a strange way. What are you doing? Naruto asked. My Kekkei Genkai allows me to break my body down to molecular levels and merge with yours. Yukon said. From there, I'll destroy your cells from the inside, like cancer. Naruto smirked. So we share bodies, huh? Well, let me introduce you to another tenant of mine. As 2 more tails were produced, Naruto's skin began to burn once more. The boy crouched on all fours and gave a small, still threatening, growl that made Saken step backwards. In no way. No one can beat our ultimate jutsu, Saken thought before hearing Yukon's shout of pain and seeing his brother separate himself from Naruto. It's impossible. My skin. It feels like it's on fire. Yukon shouted as he separated himself from Naruto in a desperate attempt to stop the sensation. Ninja art. Beast mimicry transformation. 4 tails. Naruto called as he ended his Jinchuriki stage before more harm could come to his own body. Naruto rose onto his feet and stared at Yukon, who was still on the ground in dire pain. QJI wants me to deliver a message. Stay out of our body. XXX the shadow clone guarding Tayuya took in a deep breath. Tayuya, who had ended her curse mark stage, stared as the barrier walls thickened. Seems as if the boss just gave us additional chakra. That 6-armed freak and the fat one are dead while he's handling those twins right now. The clone informed Tayuya. Once he's gone, you're next. Fuck you. Tayuya spat. XXX the clone fighting Sasuke was seconds away from being nailed with a Chidori before it gained chakra to use swift release at the last moment. Sasuke grunted as the clone appeared a few yards away. Talk about cutting it close, the clone muttered before grinning. Better late than never, I guess. Stop talking to yourself and die already. Sasuke shouted as he ran towards Naruto. Why did I have to get stuck with you? Naruto's clone muttered before dodging Sasuke's blows. XXX Saken had rescued his brother with the cost of a gash in his upper left leg. Yukon's arms and legs were bleeding from a wound Saken could not find. It was as if his pores were bleeding. Realizing that this was the result of Naruto's transformation, Saken decided that now would be a good time to use a diversion and run. Forget Tayuya and Sasuke, who were the only two he could still sense. They would either get the notion to run themselves or die. Naruto was just too strong. Saken, Yukon said. Saken looked to see the burns that formed on Yukon's arms now. We need to get out of here. I know that. Saken retorted angrily. Take a break, I'll think of something. Saken you, came a distant voice before it turned into muffles. Yukon, Saken said before looking at his brother to his left. A flare of red chakra shot from his brother, before a hand wrapped around his throat. How? Naruto chuckled as he ended his henge. You think I wouldn't know how to suppress my chakra after years of sneaking around? Naruto stated. Saken saw Samakata appear in the blonde's hand. Fire sealing method. Backlash. Naruto did a quick spin, slashing his blade that was engulfed in the black flames of Amaterasu. The blade easily slashed through Saken's midsection, slicing the Auto Nin in half. Naruto ignored the screams coming from Saken as the black flames consumed him. Once Saken's screams died, Naruto absorbed Amaterasu back into Samakata. He turned his red eyes forwards and realized that Yukon had escaped. He can't get far, Naruto said to himself. I should worry about the other two then. And with that, Naruto vanished with swift release. XXX Kakashi sighed as he hopped between the branches, Pakun in front of him and a very stubborn Sakura behind him. Do you have his scent? Kakashi asked. Yeah, he's just up ahead. Wait, Pakun said. There's more than one of him. Shadow clones. Kakashi stated. Find the nearest one. If we can talk to one, then we can send a message to the real one. Right. Pakun said. Hey Pinky, Sakura growled at the nickname. I know I should have said something before we began, but did you know that we used the same shampoo? Sakura's face nearly dropped completely as she slowed down a bit. I smell like a dog. Inner Sakura whined with anime tears down her face. We'll talk fashion later, Kakashi said. I'm just saying, it's a nice smell, Pakun replied. XXX Tayuya saw the clone dispel and the barrier let up around her. She stood up and turned, only to meet the piercing red eyes of the real Naruto. You know, Naruto said, you and Saken really brow this on yourself. Tayuya closed her eyes. Just make it fucking quick. Naruto shrugged. As you wish. Naruto, really? Naruto sighed as he looked up to see Kakashi with Pakun and Sakura. What does Granny Tsunade want now? Where's Sasuke? Kakashi asked. Naruto pointed. Dealing with a shadow clone that way. And the others? Kakashi continued. Jirobo, Kidomaru, and Saken are dead. Yukon is limping around here somewhere. And Tayuya. Tayuya's about to die, Naruto said. Wait, Kakashi said. We need at least one survivor to take back and have them interrogated for information. Learning of Orochimaru's hideouts might help us kill him once and for all. She's mine to kill, Naruto growled. She was one of the ones that helped killed Hirujii. Naruto, Kakashi began. The third used a forbidden jutsu, that is why he died. What? Naruto replied. The dead demon consuming seal. That's what he used. Kakashi explained. You should know a lot about the seal. It was the seal your mother stopped your father from doing. Why the hell would Hirujii use that move when he knows the consequence? That doesn't make sense, Naruto shouted. He wanted to kill Orochimaru but he only sealed off his hands. That was why Orochimaru was after Tsunade. Kakashi informed. When Jiraiya told you that the third sealed off Orochimaru's hands, that was the seal he used. Naruto stood angered and confused. The Sandaime Hokage was too smart to do such a foolish thing. But from the look he was getting from Sakura, he knew that she must have been reliving a depressing moment due to her body language. Whether she was thinking about the cause of the death of the third Hokage or just his death period, Naruto did not know and did not care to know. His mission ended with the deaths of Tayuya and Yukon. He's telling the truth. Tayuya said. Shut the hell up, Naruto retorted, gripping her neck. It was your fault that he died. Fuck you asshole. I was doing my damn job, Tayuya shouted back. Naruto pulled the girl to him so they were eye to eye. And now I'm doing mine, Naruto replied. Naruto, please, don't. Just get Sasuke back, Sakura said. Naruto rolled his eyes. Oh please. Why the hell should I give up this one chance in killing someone who aided in the Hokage's death for the sake of someone who is willingly leaving his village? Because you love him? Sakura immediately hushed and Naruto began to regret his statement. I'm sorry, but you've thrown yourself in danger for Sasuke twice now, and for what? For him to leave you in order to gain more power. Naruto, Kakashi said. You can kill her, only after we interrogate her. What? What kind of fucked up shit is that? Tayuya shouted. I'd rather tell this shithead my life story than to have some cock-sucking fucker go through my mind to find out the snake bastard's plans, and for what? To die anyway. Naruto tensed. We have a problem. What? Kakashi asked. Sasuke just defeated my clone. He and Kabuto are heading for the Valley of the End, Naruto informed. I'm on it. Kakashi said. Sakura, head back to the village. I don't want you getting involved in this. But Kakashi-sensei. That's an order. Kakashi said. Sakura did not argue and just turned to leave. Naruto watched as the silver-haired Jonin revealed the Shodem's necklace. Lady Tsunade wanted me to give you this. She said that it was rightfully yours. Naruto eyed the necklace before shoving Tayuya onto the ground. Damn you Ba-chan, Naruto muttered before taking the necklace. Go. Sasuke's getting out of range. Kakashi gave a small nod and quickly ran off. Naruto put the necklace on and gave a heavy sigh before he turned towards Tayuya. If I killed you, I would be no better than Nagato. Naruto stated to the frightened, though she would never show fear, girl. Plus, that would be too easy. I have a theory about your curse mark and you're going to help me prove it right or wrong. What? Tayuya asked. Naruto's smirk showed his lengthened fangs in a very eerie display. Don't worry. I've done this before. Sort of, Naruto replied. Naruto's attention was turned to Sakura. About what you said, Sasuke. Don't think too hard about it, Sakura-chan. Naruto said. The honorific caused Sakura to smile a bit. Your love for Sasuke is quite apparent to most people. It's actually sad really. Sakura's smile dropped. You've forgotten your duties as a kunoichi and spent most of your time chasing after some emo brat that could care less about you. Tayuya snorted. Way to lift her spirits. Sasuke's hatred for his brother helps him fit right in with the rest of the defunct Sound 4. Naruto continued, gaining a glare from Tayuya. Sakin had arrogance which caused him to play with his food, if you get what I'm saying. Kidomaru had ignorance, smart enough to make traps, yet dumb enough not to take everyone seriously. Jirobo was greedy. And Tayuya, she's very prideful. She cannot let bygones be bygones when it comes to her losses. What are you? It got them killed, that's what I'm saying. Naruto said, moving towards Tayuya's downed body. Each and every one of them died due to their own personal problem. There's not a damn thing you do about Sasuke's vendetta. Even if Kakashi drags him back, he'll just leave again. No, I'll make sure it'll never happen again, I promise, Sakura retorted. If you don't take your training seriously, how can you? Naruto replied bluntly. What the fuck are you going to do to me? Tayuya asked. Naruto sighed. Well, since I really don't have any medication to knock you out, I guess this'll have to do. Wah. Tayuya's words were interrupted when Naruto's fist knocked her clear out. You're lucky I need you alive, bitch. Naruto muttered as he lifted Tayuya's body over his shoulder. Naruto created another shadow clone before giving it a mental command. The clone ran off before Naruto addressed Sakura. Tell Ba-chan to have Mizuki's body ready for me in about a week or so. And you might want to leave this Yukon's around here and you don't want to be around when the jutsu goes off. Will you come back? Sakura asked, just in case Sasuke. Sasuke was never my problem. Naruto said before giving Sakura a smile beneath his mask. Besides, I'm sure when you take your training seriously, you'll be able to mop the floor with him easily. Sakura returned the smile before Naruto quickly departed. Even if I grow stronger, I'll never be able to defeat Sasuke, Sakura thought. But if Naruto believes that I can, I have to try. Sha. And then we'll use a different shampoo, Shanaru, Inner Sakura added. Sakura nodded. Change shampoo first and then we'll train seriously. XXX Yukon rested against a tree base. He had sensed Kakashi passing him minutes ago and Naruto was heading the opposite way. For now, he was safe. Or so he thought. Have you ever heard the reason behind the Mikai's nickname? Yukon looked up to see Naruto's shadow clone. Wind style. Devil Storm Jutsu. XXX Naruto closed his eyes, gaining the memories of his clone before he thought of Nagato's last words to him. XXX flashback. You are different, Naruto Uzumaki. You have pain, yet you're not enlightened by it, the diva path stated as the rain continued to pour from the gray clouds. Your parents gave their lives to give you a curse. The man you looked at as an older brother attempted to kill you. And here I stand, as Hiriko once did, ready to kill you even though we are of the same clan. Yet, you don't use that pain to attack me. You continue to fight with determination. That's because, a downed Naruto said as he slowly stood up, I have my own dream and I will do it. What is this dream? Nagato asked. To beat every scum who brings pain, Naruto shouted as he ran towards Diva Path. The effort was pointless as the Diva Path of Pain just grabbed Naruto by his collar and lifted him into the air. Naruto continued to struggle, but the battle had taken much out of him. He was also confused when he felt his mask being removed. In order to achieve such a dream, sacrifices must be made. Naruto stopped kicking and stared into the Rinnegan user's eyes. Your actions will cause another pain who will want to do you pain. The cycle of hatred will continue until the end if you attempt to do that. I never said I'd kill them, Naruto remarked. Nagato tilted his head in question. Beat but not kill, sparing someone who has caused you pain and suffering. No, that plan will never succeed. You will die with nothing achieved if you believe that such a foolish plan will work. Maybe I am stupid for believing in a fictional character's dream, but I will do like he did. I will find peace while sparing as many lives as I possibly can, Naruto said with certainty. My faith is better than any plan you have. Diva Path's eyes widened slightly. We are both alike, Naruto Uzumaki. Diva Path said. Our goals are the same thing, yet we're different. Naruto was tossed onto the ground and rolled before looking up, seeing the back of Diva Pain. I will allow you to live to see which one of us is right. My belief that true peace is gained through true pain. Hiriko's belief to destroy and start anew. Or your belief, my former belief. She woke up with a great sensation pouring throughout her body. She had not felt that good since, well, she did not really know when was the last time she felt this good. Sitting up, she was slightly annoyed that her hair had cascaded freely in her view as she tried to examine her surroundings. Glad you're up. Nearly jumping out of the comfort of the bed, Tayuya quickly whipped her head towards Naruto, who was resting against the wall, staring out of the window. She was shocked to see him wearing a white shirt and orange jogging pants. He looked like a civilian. Just with whiskers. Come on. We need to get you a change of clothes. Tayuya glared. What the hell is wrong with my old clothes? They're dirty. They smell, and they make you stick out like a sore thumb, Naruto answered. Says the idiot in orange. Tayuya shot back. Naruto was quiet as he looked at his pants before shrugging. Orange is my favorite color. Deal with it. Naruto moved from the wall and headed towards the door. Come on. We don't have all day. I've already waited 2 weeks for you to wake up. 2 weeks? Tayuya shouted. Naruto did not respond as he just left the room. Tayuya sat in the bed as she tried to evaluate the situation. The Sound Four were no more. Naruto had killed them all except for her. She had been in his care for 2 weeks, so there was no telling on what he had done to her body. But considering that he could have done worse, she was not complaining, now. Yet, something confused Tayuya to no end. If she was alive, which she was, then her curse mark had to be a dead giveaway to Orochimaru, their location. The snake Teme could track anyone with a seal, so long as they were alive. But somehow Naruto had managed to hide for 2 weeks with her and Orochimaru had yet to find them. Maybe Orochimaru did not care for her well-being? Brushing the thoughts aside, Tayuya attempted to move out of the bed. Planting her feet on the ground, she stood up slowly. She stretched her arms out, hearing a satisfying pop before attempting to move her legs. The first 2 steps were tough, but she eventually got used to walking again. She had no clue that 2 weeks of immobilization could do this to a person, especially a shinobi, but did not ponder on it but so much. As for Naruto, he lounged in a hammock in the back of the house. He still held resentment towards Tayuya, but sparing her life meant that he was actually doing his dream. Besides, he had proved a point. The seal of 7 generations actually repressed the curse mark, much like it did Shukaku's chakra. If she proved the least bit loyal to him, Naruto would have to teach her how to activate its chakra as if she was a Jinchuriki. Plus, with her unconscious, he was able to probe her mind for secrets. Alright shithead. Naruto furrowed his brows before opening his eyes to see Tayuya standing near the back door. What the hell have you done to my seal? Naruto shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about. Tayuya growled. Don't fuck with me, you're alive, aren't you? Naruto replied as he closed his eyes once more. You should really thank Granny Tsunade for that. Tsunade, Tayuya repeated as she thought about how the legendary Tsunade could be Naruto's grandmother. Are you ready to go? Naruto asked. Whatever. Tayuya muttered before the hammock launched the blonde in the air. Naruto landed on the ground and the hammock burst into iron sand and receded into Naruto's seal. Naruto gave Tayuya a glare and built up some chakra that caused the redhead to curse her luck before he held a hand seal. Tayuya stood in a defense position as she watched seals glow on Naruto's body before they dimmed and disappeared completely. Naruto's chakra lowered before he gave her a knowing smirk. Didn't think I was going to attack you, did you? Naruto asked. Tayuya remained silent. Just hiding my seals. I didn't know you were so afraid. Shut the hell up, shithead. I'd kill you. You'd really risk your life again? Huh. I thought you were some sort of genius or something. Naruto stated as he began walking away. By the way, you might need your flute. If someone attacked you, you wouldn't be able to defend yourself on taijutsu alone. Tayuya glared at his retreating figure. She had half the mind in attacking him right now but chose against it. Not only could he kill her, but somehow, he had altered her seal to stop the constant stinging she had gotten used to. Where are we? The redhead questioned as she followed the blonde. Land of Earth. Naruto answered. A small village where a few missing nin come to gather supplies and a bite to eat. They have a clothing store where you can get a change at. Tayuya's eyebrows furrowed. Why the hell are you walking about without a mask then? Because I live here. Sometimes. Naruto answered. The home you went to in Fire Country is where I'm normally at, but when I need to cash in on someone's head, this is where I go. Naruto paused and grinned. A friend of mine told me that a member of a particular criminal organization uses the land of Fire Bounty Station, so I used the land of Earth's. Tayuya paled a bit. And who did you turn in? Seeing as Yukon's body was ripped to shreds, Sakon's body was completely burned by Amaterasu, and Kitamaru's face was distorted beyond recognition, Naruto stated. The only two bodies I had were Hirobo's and Mizuki's when I went back to fetch it. Fat ass, Tayuya mumbled as she thought about her former teammates. While she did not particularly like any of them, nor did she really respect them off of the battlefield, she did feel slightly responsible since all she had to do was just tell Naruto of their battle plans for Konoha were. So I guess you're going to turn me in too. Naruto gave a simple shrug. Answer me, bastard. Naruto quickly turned around, causing Tayuya to pause in her step. His hand was already raised to strike her and she did the only thing her mind could process at the moment, close her eyes. She awaited the powerful blow, but only felt a small tap on her forehead. So it does work. Naruto thought as he remembered when Itachi did the same thing to him, countless of times at that. Tayuya, Naruto said in a calm voice. Manners. The only way you're going to blend in is for you to be quiet, and ladies shouldn't use such language. Naruto turned around and continued to walk off while Tayuya stood frozen for a second. Had she just shown fear? Had she just revealed her frightened side? And did he just poke her in the forehead? Let's go. Naruto said. Tayuya realized that the distance between them was big enough for him to actually raise his voice for her to hear him. Grunting in annoyance, she followed him with the thought of just turning around and running off. But she brushed that thought aside once she remembered his swift release. Instead, Tayuya turned her attention to her surroundings. They were in a canyon of some sort with small patches of grass here and there, but mostly dust and dirt with trees that had barely enough leaves to provide decent shade. The sun was almost directly above her without a cloud in the sky. The buildings around her looked more like log cabins or saloons. This way. Naruto said, moving to a building with Tayuya following him. You need to pick out an outfit to wear and then wash that when we return. Got it? Whatever, shithead. Tayuya mumbled as she followed Naruto into the place. It was a small clothing store that caused Tayuya to frown a bit as she scanned the racks. We really don't have all day. Naruto said, sitting on a small stool. Go ahead. Find what you like and let's get out of here. Tayuya glared at him. Listen, shithead, just because. Is there a problem? A man with a brown bandana asked the duo. Go away. Was all Naruto said. The man got a good look at Naruto before Naruto's eyes became red slits, causing the man to sweat a bit. Go. Why yeah. The man said before all but running away. Tayuya glared at Naruto. What the hell was that? Paralysis. Orochimaru was good for it. Naruto answered blandly, his eyes blue once more. Now go find you something so I can get something to eat and go to Iwa. Iwa? Repeated the redhead before Naruto pointed to the clothes behind her. Fuck your bossy. Naruto gave her a nonchalant wave of his hand and Tayuya disappeared within the aisles of clothing to find something. To think, I allowed her to live for nothing really. Naruto mentally said to Kyuubi. Her curse mark is now under her full control thanks to my seal, but Sasuke still got away. I failed Itachi. It wasn't your fault, kid. Sasuke is an Uchiha and they are known for making life worse. Everyone's life worse. Kyuubi said. Besides, she knows where Orochimaru's labs are. Once you've obtained what you want from Iwa, our next stop should be one of Orochimaru's laboratories. There might be something there useful. Actually, I was thinking of finding the mysterious black lightning in Kumo and then going to find Hiriko. Naruto replied. After I kill him, I guess my next opponent would be Orochimaru, then Sasuke, then Nagato, and finally you. I'm not going anywhere. The fox told Naruto. Kit, another Jinchuriki is near. Right. Naruto said as he stood. Naruto walked towards the counter and revealed a stack of Ryo. When a redhead comes out, tell her to take whatever she wants and leave. Also, make sure you give her 2 standard packs of kunai and shuriken, Naruto said. Hi, Mikaze-sama. The man replied before Naruto walked out of the shop. Now, Naruto said as he looked around, where'd he go? XXX Tayuya walked out of the changing room with what she had picked out. She wore a short-sleeve white shirt and tight black pants. Around her waist was a blood-red sash. On the back of her shirt was a yin-yang symbol, something she somehow felt attached to since her days with Orochimaru. Alright shithead, I'm ready. Tayuya paused as the spot Naruto was previously in was completely empty. That fucking bastard. Why the hell did he leave me here of all places? I hate that fucking cocksucking. Ahem, miss. Tayuya's rant was stopped by the man behind the counter. Mikaze-sama has stated that you go out to meet him. Here are your kunai and shuriken. He paid for all of this. What the hell is that blonde thinking? Tayuya thought as she took the pouch from the man and left without another word. Now outside of the shop with the pouch secured around her waist and a bag carrying her former clothes on her back, Tayuya looked around, angered that her cap was currently missing as well as the blonde shinobi. Fucking blonde, Tayuya muttered as she looked around. Where is he now? Oi! Tayuya! Said redhead turned around to see Naruto standing a few buildings down, this way. If he says, this way, or, hurry up, one more fucking time, Tayuya muttered as she began walking towards the blonde. Naruto led Tayuya into a small bar where the people inside stared at the duo before going back to whatever it was they were doing. Tayuya, having been in a place like this before, moved cautiously. Working for Orochimaru meant that there were enemies everywhere that could attack at any given moment. Yet, Naruto calmly and casually found an empty table and sat down, Tayuya sitting across from him. Nice look. Naruto said. Tayuya only rolled her eyes. She had yet to understand Naruto's need of her, so it was hard to tell if that statement was actually a compliment or not. I'm back. Tayuya's attention turned to a black-haired, pink-eyed girl about 3 or 4 years older than Tayuya. The girl looked at Tayuya with a disapproving look. This is her? Naruto grinned. Come on Kuro-chan, she's pretty good at genjutsu. Who the hell are you? Tayuya asked angrily. The girl gave Tayuya a smug smirk. Kuretsuchi, granddaughter of the Sandaime Tsuchikage. Kuretsuchi answered. The answer put Tayuya on high alert. She was a former henchman of Orochimaru. Naruto was a known missing nin, and this was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Relax. I met Kuretsuchi about a year or so ago. She's alright. Naruto said as Kuretsuchi sat in a chair in between Naruto and Tayuya. Tell me, Kuro-chan, when's the last time you've heard of Akatsuki? Not a lot. Oji-san hasn't used them for months. Kuretsuchi said. I think that there is something going on within their organization. Something bad. Naruto grinned. Kuro-chan, they're an organization of criminals. What good can come out of that? You know what I mean. Baka. Kuretsuchi said. Anyway, you haven't told me what you're doing here in Tsuchi no Kuni. You said you had a mission but. Don't worry about it Kuro-chan. Tayuya and I just have some business to attend to and then we'll leave. Naruto said. Kuretsuchi gave Naruto a disbelieving look. I'll find you when it's all said and done. Kuretsuchi gave a small thoughtful hum as she rose. Whatever Naruto. Just don't get yourself killed. Kuretsuchi said before walking away, and stop by once in a while. I might have some news for you. Sure. Naruto said as the girl left the establishment. Naruto then looked at Tayuya with a serious look. What she doesn't know is that we're infiltrating Iwa. Tayuya opened her mouth to protest but Naruto continued. You owe me 2 lives. Hiruji's and your own, so take it or leave it. Tayuya closed her mouth. He had a strong point. We're going to sneak into the Tsuchikage's home and steal a scroll said to contain the secrets behind his dust release. After we get it, we're leaving. You're some dumb shit if you think we're just going to waltz into one of the most well-guarded villages of all fucking time. Tayuya said. You have a better chance getting Jirobo to stop eating. I did. I killed him. Naruto stated bluntly. Tayuya stopped her voice from escaping her mouth because, again, he had a point. Besides, I got into Konoha. How much harder can it be? Well, for one, Tayuya stated as she had already been into Iwa once before. There are fucking Anbu around every damn corner. 2. Unlike Konoha, there are identity cards that Iwa shinobi must carry. Even if you get in, if they stop you for a check, you're dead. Naruto frowned. And how do you know this information? Orochimaru had a spy on an Iwa shinobi known as Roshi. Turns out he's a Jinchuriki like you. Tayuya said. I don't know what the pedophile wanted him for, but we barely escaped. You guys got your asses kicked by what? The 2 tails? 6 tails? What was he? Naruto asked. He was the Yanbi and the old fucker could shoot lava. Tayuya stated, throwing her hands up at the last part. How would you stop that? Seeing as Kuro-chan can do the exact same thing, Naruto replied in a thoughtful manner. Naruto saw the shocked look on Tayuya's face. It's really not that special if you compare to the other things that I've seen. Gaining power from a meteor, being able to absorb chakra from a distance, being able to move faster than the speed of sound, and of course the Rinnegan. Tayuya frowned. Rinnegan? Isn't that some myth? Naruto did not reply as a waitress came to them. The blonde just smiled as he handed her a slip of paper with some ryo. The woman read it before hurrying off towards the kitchen. What was that? Tayuya asked. Our order as well as some information, Naruto said to Tayuya. Like Jiraiya, I have a spy network that gives me information on certain things such as Akatsuki and other happenings. Of course, Jiraiya is the one that was originally after Orochimaru, so I didn't care about him, but now. Why are you getting the secrets to the dust release? Tayuya questioned. Simple, Naruto said before revealing a folded-up map that was previously in his pocket. From Konoha, I obtained the multi-shadow clone jutsu. From Suna, the iron sand. From Kiri, a sword as well as my own version of the Kirigakure jutsu. Tayuya eyed the places that Naruto had stated. The only 2 that remains are Iwa and Kumo and we're going to do both of them. What? I thought you said that, once we're done we're going to leave. That is what I told Kuro-chan. Naruto said folding his map up. Tayuya frowned. Why are you telling me this shit? You've never been briefed for a mission? Naruto asked. Tayuya did not respond as the waitress returned with a tray with 4 bowls of miso ramen and dango. She sat 2 bowls in front of Tayuya and 2 in front of Naruto before handing Naruto a slip of paper and leaving. Tayuya's brown eyes studied Naruto's facial expression before he looked up at her. Your teammate, Kimimaro, he's still alive. Naruto stated, yet, he's in Konoha custody. Tayuya frowned. There was no way that Kimimaro willingly let himself go into Konoha being the loyalist that he was. It seems that when Kakashi met up with Sasuke and Kabuto at the Valley of the End, Kimimaro intervened and took a lightning blade for Kabuto. I don't know how Kabuto and Sasuke escaped or how Kimimaro survived, but I do know Kimimaro was taken back to Konoha. Tayuya's mind was playing all the possibilities that could have happened. There was Kakashi Hitaki, a well-renowned shinobi, against Kabuto Yakushi, Sasuke Uchiha, and Kimimaro Kagaya. Despite the numbers, Kakashi was still better in ninjutsu than any of his 3 opponents, and his Sharingan should have limited Kimimaro's taijutsu. Even if you see it coming, Naruto said as he read Tayuya's thoughtful expression, it does not mean that you're going to dodge it in time. The Sharingan does not slow down time, I don't think. Naruto broke apart his chopsticks. Either way, they did it, which means, I'm going to get beat. Badly. Tayuya watched the boy begin to eat his meal while staring at him in confusion. While she knew he was not the strongest shinobi in the world, he sure was not the easiest guy to defeat. So if he was worried about someone coming to beat him, then whoever it was must be strong. Eat, Naruto instructed Tayuya. I'm getting a bad feeling now. XXX Kakashi stood with his 2 remaining students, though they both looked out of it. For Kiba, he had been training with his mother and older sister for the majority of the time while Kakashi was hospitalized. And as for Sakura, she had been doing Tsunade's training, which both Kakashi and Kiba agreed to be worse than their situations, since Sasuke's escape. So what did you call this meeting for Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. Earlier today there was a meeting of Jonin and the Hokage about Sasuke. Kakashi began. He is officially a missing nin and it is our job to bring him in at all cost. For now. Sakura and Kiba were both confused at this. If this progresses and the worst should happen, Sasuke might have a kill-on-sight order. Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought. I blame that Naruto character. Kiba stated with his arms crossed. He just escaped at the same time Sasuke did and then leaves without a trace. If he was so strong, he could have helped. But he didn't, he ran like. Which brings us to our new training regime. Kakashi interrupted the young Inuzuka. Kakashi held no ill will for his sensei's son since Naruto had no real affiliation to Konoha and had single-handedly taken out the Sound 4, which was a plus in Konoha's favor. While I know that you two have your own training with others, I want you to meet me at the training ground every Saturday at 8 o'clock. We'll work on team formations. Why? Is there some big mission coming up? Sakura asked. Not now, there isn't. But we are eventually going to go after Sasuke and I need my team to be ready for any and everything, Kakashi stated. Well, until then, I got's training to do, Kiba said. Come on Akamaru. We're going to drag that Uchiha bastard back with our bare hands. Akamaru gave a small bark. Oh, hands and paws. Sakura sighed, not even bothering to correct Kiba's grammar. She still had to go through Tsunade's grueling training again. Sakura, Kakashi said, putting a hand on her shoulder. This may be hard for you, considering your feelings for Sasuke. But if we are put in a situation that calls for us to kill him. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura interrupted. Naruto made me realize that weeks ago. Naruto? Kakashi repeated. Sakura nodded. Hi. After you left, he reminded me. Sakura paused and gave Kakashi a confident stare. That I'm a kunoichi and a strong one at that. And I'm only going to get stronger so that when we bring Sasuke back, I'll personally make sure he stays here. I've never seen Sakura this confident before. It's almost scary, Kakashi thought as he removed his hand. Very well. I'll see you Saturday, Kakashi said, dismissed. Sakura nodded before dashing off towards the Hokage's tower. I had a chance to end it and I didn't, Kakashi thought as he looked up towards the sky. I now understand your pain, Sandaime Hokage. XXX flashback. Kakashi ran towards Kabuto with all the intentions of killing the traitor of Konoha. Kimimaro had been taken care of and Sasuke had not fully recooperated from his bout with Naruto. And here Kakashi was, running at full speed with Lightning Blade ready. His target was there, in the open, ready to be struck. There was nothing that could stop Kakashi from killing Kabuto right here and right now. Until Sasuke stepped in the way. And instead of the demonic-looking boy he should have seen, all Kakashi saw was the lonely Uchiha sitting by the lake, tossing rocks into the water. His lightning blade ended seconds before he jabbed his fingers forward, only to be intercepted by Kimimaro. Due to his speed and strength, Kakashi's fingers easily broke skin and lodged themselves into Kimimaro's body, the bone user near his end from disease. I couldn't, Kakashi thought as he heard the familiar sound of his own jutsu. Kakashi looked to see Sasuke forming a Chidori in his hand. Kakashi went to move, only for Kimimaro's grab Kakashi with his bone tail, followed by two soulless soldiers that Kabuto had summoned earlier. Sasuke, would you really attack me? Kakashi thought as the boy just stood with the attack in hand, not moving. I guess there is a small ray of hope in you left. Then Sasuke took off. Chidori, Sasuke called, firing the technique into Kakashi's chest. End flashback. XXX Tayuya's eyebrow twitched slightly at the blonde rock that slept in the hammock. She was only surprised to see that the iron sand had remained in the form of the hammock as Naruto slept. He had given her a scroll of a few ninjutsu to practice as he went to devise a plan. Turns out, while she had been training, he had been napping the entire time. Baka. And with that feral shout, Tayuya landed a blow on the blonde's head, effectively waking him up. Ow, Naruto replied before looking at Tayuya. What the hell was that for? You were supposed to be making a fucking plan. What the hell happened to that? The redhead shouted angrily. Naruto blinked before grinning sheepishly. I guess I fell asleep. It's such a peaceful day outside. Tayuya sighed heavily. How'd I get stuck with? We should get moving, Naruto said, getting out of his hammock and resealing the black sand. What are you talking about? We need a plan, Tayuya shouted. Swift release. Simple as that, Naruto said as he began stretching. Though, I don't really feel like using it for that long. And carrying another person. Are you calling me fat? The girl hissed. Regardless of her tomboyish attitude, it still insulted her when anyone confused her of being overweight. Naruto laughed a bit. No, I'm not. Naruto made his way towards the small house. Do you have your flute? Tayuya nodded. Good. I'll be back. Tayuya only stared at the door while her mind began to replay all of her escape routes. If Roshi was in Iwa, then she was as good as dead, but if not, she could easily rat Naruto out and then make a run for it. But that went against her code about loyalty. Plus, if he survived and found her again, she was certain that he would end it quickly. Are you ready? Tayuya turned to see that Naruto was now in his standard black outfit, his mask covering the whiskers she had come somewhat curious about. Tayuya nodded. Then we should hurry. Tayuya opened her mouth to say something, but the blonde dashed off, prompting her to follow. What's your stupid plan? Tayuya asked. We're going to get as close as possible before I use my swift release. Naruto said. Once there, I need you to cast 2 genjutsu. One genjutsu over another. Do you think you can do that? Tayuya snorted. Who do you think you're talking to? A genin? Considering that I'm just a genin, yes. Naruto answered. So can you do it or not? Tayuya nodded, staring at Naruto incredulously at the thought of him being a genin. We will find somewhere to stay for a day or so. While the Anbu and other jonin will be on high alert, we don't want to move around a lot. That'll only bring more trouble. Naruto said. After they calm down, we'll leave with the scroll. I won't risk trying to read it and then sneaking out. Naruto glanced at Tayuya. We'll head directly to Kumo from there, meaning we will be running through the land of rice, or should I say, the land of sound. Tayuya's eyes narrowed as she turned back ahead of her. Seeing this, Naruto gave her a reassuring grin, one that her eyes immediately picked up. Don't worry about it, Tayuya. As long as you're sticking with me, I'll make sure nothing too bad happens to you. I promise, Naruto said. Whatever. The redhead said as they continued towards Iwa. But afterwards he'll kill me, if I don't leave first, Tayuya thought. XXX Kuretsuchi wiped the sweat from her forehead before looking at Roshi. Roshi-sensei, why are you training so hard today? Kuretsuchi asked. The old Jinchuriki stared at Kuretsuchi before looking towards the mountain ranges. Earlier today, I sensed another Jinchuriki present, Roshi said. Its power was stronger than Han. That only leaves the Rokubi, Nanabi, Hachibi, and the Kyubi. The only 2 that would be out here are the Rokubi and the Kyubi. Why is that, Roshi-sensei? Kuretsuchi asked. Roshi turned to the girl. Because they're the only 2 that aren't aligned with any village. Why else would they be in that forsaken village in the canyons? Kuretsuchi shrugged. If he knows that Naruto's here, Oji-san might send someone out for him. Then again, Naruto could have information about Deidara ni. Kuretsuchi, Roshi said, breaking her from her thoughts. Are you alright? You've been losing focus during your training. Me? No, I'm fine. Haha, Kuretsuchi responded, causing Roshi to stare at her uncharacteristic actions. Kuretsuchi then began to inch away from Roshi. I'm going to go check in on the old geezer. His back might have gone out, ya-nay. Before the redhead Jinchuriki could say anything, his student left. The man only closed his eyes. It was the Kyubi kid, wasn't it? Roshi asked his tenant. Find out yourself. The Yanbi responded. Sure, Master Yanbi, Roshi said. This had been going on for many years, Roshi showing his Biju the utmost respect while it showed him little to none. The only time the 2 were really on the same page was during battle. Still, Roshi had heard that a woman from Konoha in the early days had tamed the 9-tailed demon fox through love and kindness, and Roshi was determined to use the same method to tame his tenant. XXX Naruto and Tayuya had stopped their run and stared at the village below the cliff they were on. Here we go. Naruto said. This isn't the first time I've snuck into this shithole village. Tayuya said. Our best bet is to go through there. Naruto looked at the gates where Tayuya was pointing. If the same guards are there, they'll fall for a henge. Oh really? Naruto replied. Tayuya swore she saw his eyes shine with mischief. I think I have a new idea. One that's a lot more fun than the original one. It better be good, shithead, or I'll kick your ass myself, Tayuya told him. Naruto gave her an annoyed look before quickly raising his hand. Tayuya arched her head as far back as she could, but could not avoid the poke Naruto gave her. Manners, Tayuya. Naruto said before removing his fingers and smiled. Let's go. This is going to be so great, and don't forget the genjutsu. Tayuya sighed before following Naruto, who was already holding a hand seal. She had a feeling that this new plan would be risky, and for some strange reason, she liked the idea. XXX. This stinks. Why do we always have to guard the village? A guard asked his teammate. I mean, what did we ever do to deserve this position? Well, you did call the Sandame's granddaughter hot, and she is like 6 years your junior, the second guard responded before they saw 2 figures in the distance. Hey. Stop right there. Sorry. A feminine voice called. The 2 guards narrowed their eyes to see better before they both nearly fell back from a massive nosebleed. Heading their way were 2 beautiful ladies wearing very skimpy clothes. The busty blonde with pigtails and blue eyes was the one that spoke to them. We got lost on our way too. Mutoshi. The redhead said, her voice carrying a bit of anger compared to the jubilant blonde. The blonde giggled. Right, Mutoshi. I forget sometimes. This shit better work. Tayuya thought angrily. Well, Mutoshi is about a day's worth of traveling south, the first guard said. Oh dear, I know. We can stay here until tomorrow. What do you say, Yaya-chan? Tayuya's eyebrow twitched. Yaya-chan. Well, we shouldn't without seeing some identification, but, the second guard said. Go right in. There are several motels, and if you need help finding one, I'm your guy. Both girls seemed to sweat drop at this declaration. Thanks, but, Naruto said as he neared the two guards. It'd be helpful if we knew your names. They call me Hachi and this is my teammate, Takeshi. The first guard said, thumbing to his teammate. But you can call me whatever you like, Takeshi said as he stood dangerously close to Tayuya. Oh boy. These guys are idiots. Naruto thought. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Tayuya repeated in her mind. We should get going. The redhead said. I'm tired, Ruko-chan. Right, Yaya-chan. The blonde replied. See you boys later. As the two transformed shinobi walked towards a flight of steps alongside an elevated structure of stone, Naruto gave Tayuya a simple glance. Tayuya retrieved her flute and began to play a tune. Man, they were pretty. Takeshi said. Yeah. Maybe after our shift, Hachi replied while raising his eyebrows in a suggesting manner. Takeshi grinned. Deal? XXX. Every village had its quirks, Naruto figured. Suna had its kamikaze shinobi who were willing to die for the sake of a mission. Konoha had zealous fighters such as Kiba and Lee. Especially Lee. And now here he was in Iwa, where they had bridges instead of simple roads. Fortunately, Naruto and Tayuya had found a motel and checked in to one of the rooms where they dropped their henge. Why the hell did we have to do that? We should have done the swift release idea, Tayuya shouted. We're here, aren't we? Gee, Tayuya, you act like I've done something wrong to you, Naruto said. Tayuya glared at the blonde before grabbing his collar. I am a fucking shinobi, not some stupid call girl, she said angrily. And as a shinobi, Naruto said, prying his collar free, you should know that the best tool is deception, which we just use. I suggest that you learn how to sneak around unless you want Orochimaru to learn that you're alive. Tayuya took a step away from Naruto. I didn't think you did. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if you've been thinking about leaving him for years now. What do you know? Tayuya asked. You're just some sunshine blonde who goes around smiling and killing. Naruto only laughed as he sat his large scroll on the floor and then flopped onto one of the two beds. You definitely aren't like Haku, Kimimaro, and me, Naruto said as he closed his eyes. Our devotion to our masters, Naruto paused. Well, their masters and my sensei, is clearly more than your loyalty to Orochimaru. Tayuya frowned as she sat on the opposite bed. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Tayuya asked. Haku died protecting Zabuza. Kimimaro dragged his sick ass out of bed for the sake of Orochimaru. And I took a sword for that self-proclaimed super pervert. Naruto said. And what have you done? Killed a few? Robbed from a couple maybe? Stayed on teams with a bunch of losers? Nothing really? You serve Orochimaru and we'll see how long your loyalty lasts, Tayuya said before narrowing her eyes. And knowing who your sensei is, I bet you probably raped me while I was knocked out. Not really. I found out a little more about you, Tayuya Hokabuno, Naruto said casually, gaining a gasp from Tayuya as she scooted on her bed further away from Naruto. Hearing her actions, Naruto opened an eye to look at her. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? I didn't touch you except when I put the seal on you. Period. Naruto said. Tayuya's expression did not change, causing the blonde to sigh. I only found out the necessities about you. Where you're from and all that stuff. I wouldn't take advantage of you or anyone for that matter. It's not my style. Tayuya slowly calmed down, somehow believing the blonde idiot she was now forced to work with. Still, she would have to remember not to sleep anywhere near the mind-probing blonde. You should be glad I did that instead of the normal interrogating ways. You know, first I ask you questions, you refuse, and then I have to do some sort of torture until you tell me what I want to hear. Naruto said, both eyes closed once more. Besides, it's not like I searched through all of your memories. I had no reason to. You had no reason to look into my head in the first fucking place. Tayuya told him. Naruto only yawned in response. Just what the hell is your problem? You've almost killed me 4 fucking times. And one of those times, you weren't even there. You say that your pervert sensei would protect me from that snake pedophile, but then you attempt to kill me yourself. You then spare my life and fix my seal, but went through all of my personal memories and shit. Just who are you and what do you want with me? After the rant, Naruto sat up, which alerted the kunoichi, her hand going for her flute instantly. Naruto removed his mask and stared at Tayuya for a moment before sighing. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My parents died sealing the nine-tailed fox inside of me. The only people who I've come to actually enjoy being around are Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, and at one point of time, Mizuki. Mizuki betrayed me and attempted to kill me. Orochimaru killed Hiruzen. Naruto explained. I have been trained by Jiraiya and secretly taught by Itachi. Itachi, the redhead repeated. Hi. And what I need from you is simple. Pay off your debt. Nothing more and nothing less. Naruto said. You took away someone precious to me, my grandfather. Tayuya saw Naruto's eyes become red before he sighed and they became blue once more. Yet you are doing a mission for Orochimaru, I understand that. And while I will kill Orochimaru when the opportunity presents itself, you are free to live however you want after this mission is over. Tayuya stared at Naruto, trying to read any body language that would give off an ulterior motive. After realizing there were none, she just stared at Naruto, unable to say anything. He had saved her from death and Orochimaru, and she had helped invade Konoha, which led to the death of the Sandaime Hokage. Yet all he asked for in return is for her to accompany him to 2 villages so he could require 2 scrolls. It really did not seem fair to her, but she was not about to say it. She would be free after all of this. Naruto lied back on the bed. Any more questions? The Jinchuriki asked. Nope. I guess you've answered it. Tayuya said. Right, Naruto replied. Say, just out of curiosity, you weren't friends with that kin girl, were you? Tayuya frowned. I wouldn't call her a friend, but we were one of the few girls in Orochimaru's group. Next to her being a fucking coward when real danger presented itself, she was pretty alright compared to the others. Cocky as hell though. Tayuya looked over to Naruto. Why? She wasn't bad looking. Naruto stated with a small smile. I was wondering if she lived the invasion. It's such a shame when pretty women die in battle, you know. Naruto glanced at Tayuya. I guess that's another reason why you're alive. Tayuya blinked at the statement, considering it would be the 2nd time he had commented on her looks today, 3rd time since they had met. You're a fucking idiot, Tayuya finally said, gaining a quiet laughter from the blonde. XXX. A large man walked up to the gates of Iwagakure, Takeshi and Hachi immediately freezing. Han, Takeshi stuttered. Han's brown eyes glared down at the two. Let me in, he said in a cold voice. The two nodded and stepped aside, knowing that the Jinchuriki had little care for humanity and less patience. Now, time to find you. As thunder roared once more, Naruto glanced over to see Tayuya still sleeping, gripping and snuggling into a pillow as if it was her lifeline. He smiled softly before continuing to meditate. The memory you gained from her, she is the granddaughter of Takuya of the North Wind. Kyuubi stated to Naruto. Yeah, I know. Naruto thought. A pirate, seems so unreal. He was as real as you and I, Kit. Kyuubi said. And the term, pirate, is sometimes misused. He was closer to one of those 7 swordsmen than a pirate. And the story behind him? Naruto questioned. The fox gave a heavy sigh. Takuya of the North Wind was born on an island near the Land of Lightning. He learned how to use taijutsu and kenjutsu on his own, using 2 slender katana. But what gave him his nickname was his whistle. His whistle? Naruto repeated. Takuya had a whistle that caused his victims to go insane, so long as they were in hearing range. Kyuubi explained. He could target just one person or an entire fleet. Your sight would soon grow black and clouded. Your body grew cold and numb. And that damn sound, it sounded like a blend of screeching cats and squawking birds. You were paralyzed on your knees with your hands on your ears, trying to stop the sound from ringing. In other words, execution style. Naruto eyed the sleeping Tayuya. How do you know this? Your mother had the pleasure in running into him during one of his final raids. The fox answered. By that time, he had aged and the number of his followers was lowered. But he was still strong. Strong enough that his whistle nearly allowed me to break Mito's seal on Kushina. How'd she mute out the sound? Naruto asked. She didn't. He stopped. Kyuubi answered. It was the last time that anyone saw him alive. Naruto smirked. To think that my mother fought her grandfather and lost. If I was a certain former classmate of mine, I'd swear it was destined for me to defeat her. Tayuya gave a small sigh and muttered something about a fat ass and a spider freak. Naruto only shook his head and glanced towards the ceiling. Nay, QJII, do you think it was worth it? Saving her? Naruto questioned his tenant. Of course I believe that you should have killed her with the rest of her pathetic team. The fox replied. But of course, you are determined to prove Nagato wrong. And sparing that girl's life will help you understand forgiveness. Naruto sighed, but said nothing. Truth was he still resented every single sound nin for the death of Hiruzen. He even held a small dislike for his mother and her clan for the seal used in Hiruzen's death. But he remembered his talk with Tsunade and how she put her faith in him that he would be able to find peace faster than Jiraiya would. A chuckle escaped Naruto's mouth as he remembered Jiraiya's face when Tsunade had said that. Eyes white with fury, arms flailing, and mouth gaped like a fish. Yep, classic Jiraiya. A flash of lightning followed by a roar of thunder caught Naruto's attention before he shivered a bit. I really don't like the feeling of two other Jinchuriki in the same place at the same time, Naruto said to the nine-tailed fox. You should prepare then. The fox responded. There's no telling what the two of them will do if they join forces. Hi. Naruto replied. XXX in Konoha. Tsunade watched Sakura continue to train with vigor. Anyone who was willing, though forced and or dumb should be the appropriate terms, to play dodgeball with the Hokage was sure to lose. But Sakura, who had taken at least 3 good shots, was still standing and baiting the blonde woman to continue. Take a break, Sakura. Tsunade said. The pink-haired girl nearly collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion and pain. Shizune, the young woman came at her mentor's voice. Get Sakura something to eat. I think we overdid it, again. Hi Lady Tsunade. Shizune said before going to do what she was told. Do you see what I mean? Kakashi said from above in a tree as the two stared at Sakura's downed form. Yes. And you say that Naruto told her to train this hard? Tsunade asked. Whatever he said has her motivated like this. Kind of makes me wonder how different she would be if he was actually a part of Team 7, Kakashi stated. I hate thinking about it, Tsunade said as she felt a headache coming with the sheer thought of Naruto being within Konoha 24/7. I'm going to go check in on Kiba. Hopefully he's in a better condition, Kakashi said. Tsunade gave a nod and Kakashi dashed off towards the Inuzuka compound. The Hokage then looked at Sakura before smiling softly. Maybe Jiraiya was right about one thing. The younger generation does have the potential of being greater than the older generations. The Godem Hokage thought. XXX Sasuke sat on the bed he was given by Kabuto and stared at his hands. No matter how many times he washed them or showered, he still saw his former sensei's blood on them. The very man that attempted to show Sasuke what bonds felt like, as well as taught him the move he used to attack said man, was mortally wounded by him. But Sasuke knew that his bond with Kakashi was not strong enough to activate the power Itachi was talking about. In fact, Sasuke did not have a friend like Itachi did. Sakura was annoying and Kiba was probably twice annoying with his dog. While Sasuke had grown to treat them as teammates, their relationship was strictly business. He would never force himself to be around them after training or a mission was over with. Sakura would talk about everything unimportant before telling the also yapping Kiba to be quiet so she could talk. Truly aggravating. Sasuke's mind strayed to the only person he had ever really considered a friend, his brother Itachi. He was the only person that Sasuke had to kill to obtain that kind of power. The death of Itachi would allow Sasuke to do the final 2 steps of his plan, but he had to kill Itachi before then. And after he killed Itachi, there was only one more person that stopped him from living a peaceful life. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke did not understand why he hated Naruto so much, but he hated the blonde with every fiber in his body. It began on the return from Wave when Kiba and Sakura informed Sasuke on how Naruto and Haku's match went, as well as how Gato eventually died. Since that day, Sasuke has seen Naruto as an obstacle that he would have to defeat in order to achieve greatness. Still, Sasuke had no clue on why he hated Naruto as much as he did. He then envisioned them standing back to back, both staring at him with red eyes. In Naruto's left hand was Samakata while Itachi wore his Anbu uniform, his mask discarded. They both stood there with stoic looks. They both had a deadly aura about them that caused Sasuke to hesitate in his own thoughts. You will kill them. Destroy Itachi. Control the Kyuubi. Restore the clan. Don't be scared, Sasuke-kun. The voices in his head did not help either. They actually conflicted with him more. Why did he want to kill Naruto? Why did he have to kill Itachi? How was he going to control the nine-tailed fox? Why did Itachi kill the clan anyway? Why did he hate Naruto so much? Why did he have fond memories of his brother? How was he going to defeat them? It was nerve-wracking and Sasuke grabbed a fistful of his hair as he thought about it. Naruto and Itachi, they were, Sasuke grunted. They were him. Naruto and Itachi were the physical representations of what Sasuke hated most in the world and what Sasuke once loved most in the world. They were Sasuke's yin and yang. And like yin and yang, they each had a part of their counterpart, as Itachi killed Sasuke's family and Naruto had saved Sasuke from Gaara's sand, albeit punching him in the process. Still, deep down, Sasuke would always care for his older brother. And at the same time, for inexplicable reasons, he would always hate Naruto. You are stronger, son. You carry the entire Uchiha clan with you. Sasuke released his hair and looked out the window. One day, he would destroy those two and restart the Uchiha clan all over again. He would destroy both of them so these thoughts would no longer plague his mind. Only one voice remained, and that was the voice of his father. Remember, you are an avenger. This is your destiny. I am an avenger. This is my destiny. Sasuke muttered before Kabuto opened the door to his room. Orochimaru-sama wants to see you, HN. The Uchiha said before standing up and leaving the room. XXX thunder clashing caused Tayuya's eyes to open. Not afraid of a little storm, are you? Tayuya shot a glare towards the blonde leaning beside the window. While he was in his normal black outfit, he did not wear his mask and Samakata rested in front of him. So you're the granddaughter of Takuya of the North Wind, huh? What of it? Tayuya shot back. Nothing, Naruto said. Only that he defeated my mother once. Tayuya frowned at this information. He allowed her to live, kind of like how I allowed you to live. Go to hell, shithead. Tayuya said angrily. Your mother, Naruto began once more. Tayuya's shoulder jumped a bit. She sacrificed herself so that you could live and master his technique. Have you? Yeah, because she lived long enough to teach me, Tayuya remarked. I see. Naruto said before smiling. Then we'll just have to find out how to do it then, now won't we? To say that Tayuya was shocked would be an understatement, and a large one at that. She only stared at Naruto's grinning face before her astonishment turned into a scowl. What's in it for you? She asked. Naruto's grin slowly fell. Why would I get anything from that? Tayuya did not respond, turning away from Naruto with a huff. Honestly, I don't want anything from that. Yeah, right. Same thing Orochimaru said. He just wants to give me power to avenge my parents. Now I have this seal on me for the rest of my life, Tayuya said. Actually, Naruto said. Your seal looks a bit different. Tayuya watched the blonde move to his bed and retrieved his large scroll, opening it up on the bed. Your seal looks like this. Tayuya hesitated before moving to see the drawing. It appeared to be the same seal with a circle around that. 7 wavy prongs protruding from the circle. Tayuya put a hand on her neck where the seal was before glancing at Naruto. You'll be able to control it better, but, Naruto paused. But? Tayuya asked. Because I designed this seal basically off of my seal and Kakashi's evil sealing method, Naruto said. I'm not sure how this seal will affect your original one. It could work like it did on Gara and put you in more control, but again I don't know. The concept of giving a Jinchuriki more control over his Biju is a lot easier to deal with than a curse mark composed of someone else's chakra. Tayuya studied the design of the seal in front of her before looking back up at Naruto. Although she still believed that he would eventually attempt to kill her, if not succeed, she somehow believed that he did try his best to alter her seal for the better. Here goes nothing, Tayuya said before activating the seal. Red lightning seals took up Tayuya's body before it changed into her normal black seals. Naruto felt a different kind of chakra radiating from the redhead before his eyes met hers. Instead of the natural brown color or the usual yellow color curse mark wearers have when they use the seal's power, this was a fiery orange with fox slits. Oops, Naruto said. Oops, Tayuya repeated. What the hell is that supposed to mean, shithead? Naruto produced a kunai, causing Tayuya to tense. He brought the blade in front of the girl and used it to show her the reflection of her eyes. Tayuya gasped. What the fuck did you do? The girl exclaimed, ready to pounce on the blonde. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish smile. Well, I kind of sort of used the fox's chakra to help. Naruto answered. Don't worry though, you could pull the whole demon vixen look off well. Tayuya growled before landed a blow on the top of Naruto's head, surprised that he did not either move or catch her hand. Ow, sorry, Naruto said. At least you're not walking around with Orochimaru's scent. So that's why. Tayuya said, making her curse mark recede. Huh, I guess you're not bad with seals. Was that a compliment? Naruto asked with a smirk. What? No, I just, was all Tayuya got out before a loud clash of thunder boomed throughout the village. This storm is going to be going on all day, probably. Naruto said. This means that we're stuck with one another, unless you want to venture through the motel. Tayuya realized how right Naruto was for a moment and plopped on the bed she was using. Naruto raised a brow in question as the girl simply retrieved the small scroll of ninjutsu that Naruto had given her the previous day and began reading over it. Naruto shrugged before sitting in the center of his bed and meditating. As long as Tayuya was quiet, he figured that he could at least meditate until the storm lightened up. Besides, he needed all his concentration to pinpoint one or both of the other Jinchuriki. XXX in the confines of Naruto's mind, the blonde sat in front of the large gate, the fox resting behind the bars, glaring down at the boy. I think we overdid it, Naruto said. What do you mean, we? Kyuubi responded. Naruto lazily rolled his eyes. Right. I forgot that I was the ancient furball who leaves his chakra signature wherever he goes. You ungrateful whelp. I will enjoy impaling you with my tail like I did your parents, the fox retorted. Yeah, Naruto said with a nonchalant wave. Didn't know you were that touchy today. Must be that time of the month. Kyuubi growled, causing Naruto to smirk victoriously. The smirk did not last long as a more serious demeanor washed over the blonde. About the other two Jinchuriki, what should we do? I doubt that you could take them both on. Kyuubi stated. Even with all of your abilities, taking on two Jinchuriki who could lose grip of their Biju is something you have yet to master. I beat Gara. Naruto pointed out. We beat Gara and the Shukaku, and even then it took a toll on both of us. I doubt that you could sustain that transformation long enough to defeat two Jinchuriki, Kyuubi stated. I guess you have a point there. Gara did push us to our limits, Naruto replied. But once I gain the Dust Release and Black Lightning, I'll be able to beat those guys in Nagato. And what use would I have then? The Biju questioned with an annoyed tick. Good question, Naruto said with a thoughtful expression. You worthless whelp. Let's see those two elements heal you once that Uzumaki brat impales you, Kyuubi shouted. Swift release, remember? Won't even touch me, Naruto said with a small smirk. Messing the Kyuubi was always something fun to do. Your taunts will do nothing but give me more pleasure when I finally do devour you, the large fox stated. Besides, with your lack of genjutsu, I'm sure you'll die by Itachi first. You're right, if only I had a teacher in that field, Naruto responded. Kyuubi growled. Baka, Takuya's granddaughter is a genjutsu user. While she may be unbearable, she does have some use to us. Naruto smirked. Or do you just have a thing for redheads? Come on, I won't tell QJII. I'm trying to preserve my life, Kyuubi growled. I know, Naruto said with a small grin. Sadly, once she's done these two missions, for me, I won't have to put up with her anymore. My guess is she'll run into Orochimaru or Konoha and… HMPH, what a hypocrite. Naruto frowned at the fox's accusation. You can say that you will save as many as you can, but in the end, you'll kill just as many as I have. You got that from me not caring for Tayuya? Naruto asked. I may be the most spiteful and merciless creature left on this planet, but I at least recognize one's worth. Kyuubi stated. Naruto said nothing as he rose to his feet, leaving? Someone owes me a confession, Naruto said before ending his link with the nine-tailed fox. XXX Tayuya quickly looked away from Naruto once she saw his eyes open. Before then, she had been studying his face. For one reason or another, his whiskers had been so, there were no words to describe her obvious interest and bewilderment. Naruto had actual caught her eyes snapping away from him and blinked in confusion. Were you staring at me? What? Hell no, Tayuya retorted. Why would I want to stare at your shit-stained face? Not important, Naruto said. I need to know everything you know about Orochimaru's plans for Sasuke. Tayuya's brows furrowed. Why? Because I do, Naruto said. Now tell me. Weighing her options now, Tayuya found it just easier to tell what she knew instead of withholding information and put her life in any more danger. He wants the Uchiha's body, his Sharingan more importantly, Tayuya explained. With the Sharingan, he would be able to copy thousands of new techniques wherever he goes. Naruto nodded. That makes sense. Ero-sensei said that Orochimaru was trying to learn every jutsu created and then Ozmi. Naruto then hopped to his feet. It's time to move. What? Tayuya asked. One of the two Jinchuriki is here, Naruto said as he grabbed his large scroll and strapped it to his back. He resealed Samakata away before strapping the smaller scroll onto his hip. Well? You can't defeat him, Tayuya stated in a question-like tone. You can transform into the strongest Biju and you're worried about. That's just it. I transformed into it, not became it. Two totally different things, and if you'd come with me I'd be glad to explain. Naruto said, pulling his mask up and going towards the window. Unless you want to stay and fight him or her. Tayuya only stared at Naruto for a moment before she packed her bag and moved to the window beside him. So where are we going? Tayuya asked. I know a place. Naruto said, holding a hand seal. Transform. Transform. Tayuya said as well. Naruto and Tayuya transformed into Hachi and Takeshi respectively. Let's move. Naruto said. XXX Kuretsuchi perched on a roof and watched the Jonin and a few Chunin scatter around the village. Her grandfather had issued that this was to be done in secrecy. The civilians were to be moved to a safe house so that not even Roshi knew their location. Of course, Kuretsuchi knew the prejudice that several civilians had when it came to Jinchuriki, her sensei included, but it still angered her that he was to be locked away until the process was over. It made little sense to her though. If Roshi tried, he could always find the hideout. STLL, preparations were needed. The plan was fairly simple. Roshi and Han were to do battle in the canyons of the village. This sort of thing hardly happened within the village, but everyone knew what to do just in case. But adding one Mikai's no Naruto made things become hectic. The Jinchuriki, who had also become a friend to her, was not someone Onoki took lightly. With his appearance and swift release, her grandfather had deemed him the yellow blur in reminiscence of his father. And while Onoki had a great deal of animosity towards the son of the fourth Hokage, Kuretsuchi could not allow her informant and friend to be killed. Her pink eyes then landed on a pair of Chunin that she knew as Takeshi and Hachi. She had a bone to pick with them, especially Hachi. He had so bluntly stated the perverted thoughts he had for her, even though she was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage and outranked him. Such ignorance deserved more than a black eye and guarding the gates. And then her eyes caught onto something odd. The same pair, this one going towards the north. But she knew that this could not be so. Thankfully, there were only one Takeshi and one Hachi. So who were the imposters? Baka, Kuretsuchi stated under her breath. What did you say, Kuretsuchi? Akatsuchi asked. Nothing. Kuretsuchi said. Go check in with Gramps. I have to check something. Without hearing the large man's response, Kuretsuchi took chase of the obvious imposters. He couldn't be going there, could he? Kuretsuchi thought. XXX flashback. Kuretsuchi huffed as she sat into a cave outside of the village. Roshi had to leave to alleviate stress, which meant that she had some time to fill her hunger to wander. Sadly, she picked the wrong day as a storm had begun once she was a good distance away from her home. This stinks, she stated as she attempted to wring out her red short-sleeve shirt. Who's there? Kuretsuchi was startled by the voice. She then saw a blond boy within a black mesh and black pants with white flames on the bottom. He also sported a bandage on his left whiskered cheek. Who are you? You with the Akatsuki? Akatsuki. Kuretsuchi repeated. She moved to the boy, only for him to produce a kunai. What do you know of Akatsuki? Enough to hate them. Who are you? Kurochuhi crossed her arms. Kuretsuchi. You? She asked. Naruto, he said, putting the blade down, though gripping it tightly. I'm sorry, Kuretsuchi. I thought you were an enemy. Kuretsuchi nodded. Understood, Naruto. She then frowned in confusion. What are you doing here? Resting. A certain jutsu I was using drained a lot out of me. I was just in a battle against Akatsuki. Naruto replied, his attention now on the rain. It can't be. Kuretsuchi looked behind her and saw nothing but the heavy downpour before she turned back at the blonde. It's just rain, she said. I thought the same thing before, Naruto stated before blue met pink. What are you doing here, Kuretsuchi? Naruto then spotted her forehead protector around her upper right arm. You're a nin? Chunin. Kuretsuchi answered before frowning a bit. Where are you from? I travel a lot. Naruto said. It did not take Kuretsuchi long to piece together just who this was. She pointed at him accusingly. You're the son of the fourth Hokage, she declared. Naruto's brows furrowed. Ji-san would love to have your head on a silver platter. I really don't. Naruto's words were cut short as Kuretsuchi charged for him. His eyes narrowed as the painful tingle surged throughout his body and he vanished from the spot. Kuretsuchi slowed to a stop before she felt cold metal on the back of her neck. I don't want to fight you, Naruto said. Kuretsuchi could hear quiet pants coming from Naruto and knew he was tired. Please, relax. You said you know enough on Akatsuki, Kuretsuchi said with the kunai still pressed against her neck. What do you know about a member of them? Deidara. Nothing. Why? Naruto asked, removing the kunai away from her. Kuretsuchi turned around. My grandfather, the Sandame, uses their services. He doesn't give me many details about why he does it or who he uses, but one of them is someone I considered a brother, Deidara. I wish I could help you. Naruto stated as he moved towards the mouth of the cave and looked out into the rain. Quiet QJII. Kuretsuchi frowned. What? Oh, nothing. Just, Naruto's voice trailed off as an excuse failed to form in his mind. Tell me, what's the quickest way to get out of here without going through Iwa? I can't. Kuretsuchi said. My granddad wants to talk to you and I'm going to be the one that drags you to him. Makaze no Naruto. Naruto sighed heavily as he turned towards the girl. Sorry about this, Makaze no Naruto, but you've come at the wrong time. Naruto closed his eyes. Alright then, Kuro-chan. I promise not to hurt you too badly. Kuretsuchi flinned as red eyes met her pink ones. But I'm not going down without a fight. End flashback. XXX Kuretsuchi smiled a bit. The fight she shared with Naruto became more of a game than anything. In fact, it was after that the two exchanged information and decided to be each other's eyes and ears. Unfortunately, during one of their meetings, a few Iwa nin who were following Kuretsuchi at the time, found Naruto and attacked. Now, they only met in the village in the canyons. I'll see you there, Makaze no Naruto, Kuretsuchi said to herself with a smile. XXX Ino looked at her friend, rival with confusion and amazement. Sakura was attempting to maintain a leaf in the middle of her forehead using chakra. Now that was a small feat as an academy student could do so. But no academy student, or genin, could do so as a cool down from Tsunade's training while reading. Of course, the concentration was causing Sakura to sweat a bit and eventually, the leaf dropped. Damn it. The pinkette cursed before looking at Ino. What do you want? What are you doing all this for? Sasuke-kun, Ino stated. Sakura sat quietly. I understand that you getting stronger might impress him, but you will never be able to defeat him. He's just too powerful. I'm doing this for myself. Sakura said. I want to be stronger so that I won't be a burden to Kiba and help bring Sasuke back. And to prove ourself to Naruto-kun, inner Sakura added. I know it won't be easy to get him back, but I can't sit around and do nothing. Sakura told Ino. I realized that now, Naruto made me realize that. Ino brows burrowed. Naruto? As in the temp for Team 8? Sakura nodded. Sakura, I know you saw him do some amazing stuff, but I overheard my dad talking to some of the other Jonin. He gets that power from the nine-tailed demon fox, the same fox that attacked our village. That's not true. I've seen him do tons of stuff without the fox, Sakura argued. Ino sighed. I knew you wouldn't believe me. The fox is sealed inside of him. He can't do anything without it, let alone defeat Sasuke and Neji. Is that what you believe? The two girls were thoroughly shocked as the Godem Hokage came towards them, because if you do, then you have the wrong idea about the Gaki. Lady Hokage. I didn't see you there, Ino said with a bow. I heard you say that Naruto was unable to do anything without his Biju, right? Ino noticeably flinched at this. The buxom Hokage did not sound too happy at all. Do you really want to know where he gets his strength from? The same strength that keeps the fox locked away. The same strength that allowed him to go head-on against Neji, Gara, and Orochimaru? Orochimaru? Sakura questioned. That strength comes from two places. Ino and Sakura were both paying full attention now. Most noticeably, it comes from his own stubbornness to just stay down. Sakura saw the small smile on Tsunade's face before the fifth continued. And the second place comes from his desire to protect all those who are precious to him. That's where his true power comes from. But no other place. Tsunade stopped Ino from whatever she was about to say. People like Jiraiya and Naruto, hell even the Yondaime, are all alike. Most people see their skills on the battlefield and search for a secret to their success. Tsunade looked from the two girls to the Hokage monument, and it's called, the Will of Fire. But how could Naruto have the Will of Fire? He kills for a paycheck. He was going to attack the Hidden Leaf Village, my dad says. Inoichi is a smart man, but sometimes logics can't beat instincts. Tsunade said. That's something that Shino learned. Tsunade looked back at the two. I have some paperwork to get to. I just came to see your progress, Sakura. I had it up for nearly 30 minutes, Sakura said. Tsunade smiled. Your chakra control is greater than I thought. Kakashi wasn't lying after all. Sakura gave a grin of appreciation before Tsunade sighed. Well, it's back to the office for me. Sakura, I want you to stay here for another hour. Fleer control is excellent, your reserves worries me. Hi Tsunade Shisho. Sakura replied as the Hokage walked away. Ino looked at Sakura, who was placing the leaf back in the center of her forehead. Do you think she's telling the truth? That Naruto is just like the fourth Hokage or Jiraiya of the Sannin? Ino asked. Sakura grinned. Of course. He saved the village, didn't he? Ino gave a shrug. Oh, that's right. You were knocked out. But I saw it firsthand, I was actually right there. Really? What happened? Ino asked. Well, Sakura began. XXX Tayuya looked around the cave before turning towards Naruto. The blonde was currently scanning the area, a small smile on his face. Kuro-chan's marks are still here. Tayuya looked over to see what Naruto was talking about. She saw a scorch mark along the walls of the cave where his fingers traced. From opponent to friend, seems as if I meet a lot of people like that. So what's the plan, shithead? Questioned Tayuya. Naruto looked at her. We stay here. Obvious the village will take care of the two Jinchuriki being on high alert and all. A flash of lightning came from outside that caused Tayuya's eyes to immediately turn towards the storm. Something's up. The redhead thought. Naruto turned to see a wet Kuretsuchi step into the cave. Despite her brown Jonin vest and Tayuya's presence, this was nothing but a severe moment of deja vu. What are you doing in Iwa? Is this part of your mission? Something like that. Naruto asked. What's going on in the village? Han returned last night and surviving witnesses says that he's on a rampage to find it. Kuretsuchi explained. It's no secret that he's searching for a Jinchuriki, but it's not Roshi-sensei. It's you. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Somehow, he caught a flare of your chakra earlier. It wasn't my chakra, Naruto responded, his eyes slowly moving towards Tayuya. The former sound nin frowned. What the hell are you looking at, shithead? Remember when I said that I had used the fox's chakra to alter your seal? Tayuya groaned as the rest became clear as day. Well, a clear day that is. So now that we know that your curse mark gives off some of the fox's scent, we should head out of here before. You can't leave. Kurodachi interrupted. Han is going berserk. Ji-san is going to have him and Roshi-sensei battle it out, and last time, it was almost to the death. Naruto sighed. Look, I understand that you really could care less since Ji-san sent those guys after you, but this is my sensei. I thought Konoha shinobi were the ones with weak and useless emotions, Naruto asked. Baka. I'll fry you myself if, so you want me to stop Han, right? Naruto cut Kuretsuchi off. The irate girl nodded. Fine. But I want something in return. What is it? Kuretsuchi asked. Your grandfather's secrets to the dust release. Tayuya saw Kuretsuchi grimaced once the words left Naruto's mouth. If you can get that for me, Han is out of your hair. Kuretsuchi stood quietly before nodding with a sigh. Done. Naruto looked at Tayuya, who had her arms crossed. Sorry Kumbucket, I'm not doing it. Tayuya said. His look steadied. Fuck off already, shithead. I'm not getting into another battle with that crinkly old ass or some other crackpot. In a blink of an eye, Naruto had used his swift release to poke Tayuya on the forehead, the force causing her to fall on her butt. Manners. He stated before turning out to the storm. I'll do it myself then. Stay put Tayuya, because once I have the secret, we're pulling out of here. Sure thing Naruto-sama. The girl spat. Naruto frowned. Whatever, Naruto looked at Kuretsuchi. I'll be back. Kuretsuchi nodded at the blonde before he dashed out into the storm. You're not giving the dumbass the scroll, are you? Tayuya asked as she rose from her spot. What scroll? Kuretsuchi responded. The fucking dust release scroll. Tayuya retorted. Again I ask, what scroll? Kuretsuchi said. Why you? There's no scroll containing the secrets, is there? Tayuya finally caught on. Nope. Taught from one person to another by word of mouth. Kuretsuchi said before smirking. Easiest deal I've ever made. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.